When the Draco Malfoy of a parallel universe returns to his 11-year-old self, the ultimate powerhouse finds himself back in the novice village. Harry Potter? The Chosen One? Pardon me, but I have my sights set on your title. Albus Dumbledore? The legendary White Wizard? Forgive me, but I covet the Elder Wand. Lord Voldemort? The Dark Lord? Excuse me, but I have my eyes on the Death Eaters. Once, I was mocked and belittled, but from this moment forth, bow your proud heads before me, for I shall claim the glory that is rightfully mine. The protagonist, a dapper rogue, exudes an elegant madness, employing ruthless tactics that lead to the corruption of all. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Draco awoke with a start from his slumber, instinctively glancing around, only to find the surroundings markedly unusual. How did he not back here? Draco instinctively touched his neck, recalling that he had taken his own life with a wand. Yet here, he was returned to this time. Observing his form, he estimated he was merely a teenager. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a small bear appeared before him. Esteemed Minister Malfoy, greetings. I am the emissary of the consciousness of this world. It is a pleasure to meet you. Draco regarded the talking bear with a cold gaze, his expression devoid of emotion. So you are the one who brought me here, correct? You're my system? His tone was calm and unassuming, yet a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes, which the bear perceptively detected. IT had a slight understanding of this Draco's temperament and deemed him rather unpredictable. Best not to engage with a madman, it thought wisely. Thus, the bear feigned submission, recognizing that if it could not overpower him, it would appear compliant. It was not I, but the consciousness of the world that intervened. I am merely a temporary worker. I'm not a system, I am merely a guide, and I won't be here long. However, I can explain. The bear stammered, looking somewhat apprehensive of Draco, though it was merely a fod after all. It was a bear, an almost invincible creature in nature. Yet, it was just an ordinary being, unexpectedly tasked by the world's consciousness. Who could understand that? A temporary worker facing a supreme boss. This individual before was capable of overwhelming the trio from Gryffindor in his past life. Bravery was of little use, it could even become a liability. For such a madman, being too headstrong could lead to expulsion. While the timid might find safety, as anticipated, the situation unfolded accordingly. Speak, why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid of me? Draco's demeanor softened as he gazed gently at the bear, appearing far from angered. The bear nodded and hurried to Draco's bedside, its movements still reflecting its animalistic nature. It seemed there was truth in its words. It was indeed an emissary of the world's consciousness. Thus, there was no need for excessive apprehension. Greetings, Minister Malfoy. Welcome. This is a realm where Harry Potter emerged as the savior and ultimately vanquished Voldemort. However, due to the chaotic structure of the magical community, following the demise of the second Dark Lord, a third Dark Lord swiftly ascended, plunging the magical world back into despair. Thus, the consciousness of this world scoured various parallel universes to summon you. You entered Hogwarts at the age of 11, graduated at 17, ascended to the position of Minister for Magic at 27, and met your untimely end at 39. Yet, in the brief span of your 12-year tenure, you were lauded by the magical community as one of the greatest figures of the 21st century. It believes you possess the capability to restore order to the magical realm, to illuminate it anew and rekindle its former glory. The small bear, reminiscent of a fervent zealot, persistently endeavored to indoctrinate Draco. Its gaze was fixated upon him, as though it had encountered something profoundly desirable. Aware that there was much more to unravel, it hastily presented the background. The world Draco inhabited was distinct from this one. It appeared that errors had transpired since his first year. In that reality, Draco had joined the Quidditch team in his first year, demonstrating intelligence and capability, with Slytherin consistently claiming the House Cup. In later years, Draco even participated in the Triwizard Tournament. Despite aligning himself with the Death Eaters due to Voldemort's influence, this did not impede his redemption, as he cunningly usurped the position of Minister for Magic from Hermione. Yet, every ascent carries a cost. He gained the most significant authority in the magical world, but lost friends, family, and love in the process. Observing Harry Potter, his former rival, basking in happiness while he remained a solitary figure, drove him to madness. After orchestrating the misfortune of others, he ultimately took his own life. Return me, whence I came. I am not interested. As a man who had served as Minister for Magic for over a decade, how could Draco be swayed by the fervent persuasion of another? His countenance gradually turned icy as he regarded the small bear with calm resolve. Please, Minister Malfoy, the bear implored with newfound fervor upon hearing Draco's refusal. Do not reject me. I offer you a chance to reorganize your thoughts. Send me back, now. Immediately, Draco's gaze remained frigid, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Externally, he appeared the epitome of a gentle and refined gentleman, yet in the next instant he seized the bear by its throat. This action was not without purpose. Having lived sufficiently, he was curious to uncover the true nature of the world's consciousness. Should the bear indeed be the embodiment of that consciousness, it would surely reveal itself when faced with the threat of death. If it were not, he would test whether the consciousness would intervene on its behalf. Should it choose not to, well, then he would express his regrets. Two can fulfill your wishes. The little bear struggled desperately, its paws incessantly prying at the hand of Draco that was constricting its neck. Its mind raced rapidly, contemplating its predicament. The outcome was evident: it was not saved, and the world's consciousness did not come to its aid. Wishes? I have no wishes, it proclaimed. The entity that had pulled itself from the parallel dimension was undeniably formidable. Draco indeed harbored desires he wished to see fulfilled. However, in negotiations, the one who reveals their cards first is destined to lose. Besides, he currently held the upper hand. Yet the little bear sensed Draco's wavering resolve, feeling the grip around its neck loosen perceptibly. Once there was hesitation, everything could be negotiated after all. A trivial price was a small price to pay for bringing someone over. The world's consciousness has offered to return you to a time before your beloved's passing, ensuring that in that existence, you both may live in peace and happiness, provided you fulfill a task. The little bear presented Draco with a tantalizing bait, aware of the profound bond he had shared with his beloved and confident he would acquiesce. However, Draco averted his gaze, turning towards the nearby fish tank. The little bear's heart sank. This was dire. The leverage was insufficient. Draco acknowledged the allure of the proposition, yet it was not enough. In his youth, he had shown a fleeting interest in keeping goldfish, often placing a small tank in his bedroom. Seeing the little bear attempting to play tricks on him, he scoffed. After 12 years as a minister, he had encountered far too many schemes. He gripped the little bear and began to push it towards the water, his movements careful, akin to giving a bath. For how much water could a small fish tank possibly hold? The little bear was simply too agitated, placing immense psychological pressure upon itself, rendering it rather pitiable. As time passed, the little bear ceased its struggles, recognizing that Draco's display was merely an attempt to increase the stakes. It had the means to comply. However, it was essential not to yield too readily, for that would only encourage greed. What kind of wordplay are you engaging in? The version of me from the parallel dimension is not the same as the present self. He does not possess my current thoughts. Why should I provide him with a dowry? Draco remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded the disheveled little bear. Should you desire it, he can indeed become you if you succeed in your task. He shall merge with you. The little bear gasped, yet did not neglect to respond to Draco's inquiry. Draco fell silent, contemplating for a moment. The seconds ticking away, the IT appeared that the bargaining chip was nearly sufficient. A little more was required. The little bear's heart raced once more, prompting it to hastily present another enticing offer. I can grant you a wish in the beginning, but once I fulfill it, I must depart until you restore order to the Ministry of Magic and the world's consciousness is fully awakened. Should you fail to accomplish this before turning 39, you shall be returned to your original time and space. Thus is the nature of negotiation. The one who holds the upper hand reaps greater rewards. The permissions bestowed upon it by the world's consciousness are considerable, yet what it retains for itself is scarce, which explains its frugality. It is not an easy existence. Grant me a wish. Bring my beloved back to life. Regrettably, I am unable to do so. What a ridiculous notion. It is merely a temporary worker. The bear scratched its head, eyes filled with dread. If such a feat were indeed possible, the world's consciousness would not have regarded it as the ultimate prize. Then send me back that you am. I cannot accomplish that either. Then help me eliminate Voldemort. That is also beyond my capabilities. Observing Draco's increasingly frigid gaze, the bear's fur bristled in alarm. IT hastily sought to clarify. I am merely a temporary worker, incapable of causing harm. Currently, I lack the ability to return you, but I can assist with minor tasks. For instance, if you find yourself short on funds, I could retrieve some gold from Gringotts for you. If you have an aversion to someone, I could help you play a prank. Were it endowed with true abilities, it would indeed be the world's consciousness, and would not seek out this madman to save a world that I am too weak. I am just a temporary worker. Only the world's consciousness can fulfill your wishes, and it remains in slumber. A touch of self-pity can temper expectations, preventing Draco from making unreasonable demands. You truly are quite useless. Draco paid no heed to its lament. He harbored little fear of Voldemort in the parallel world. He was already 39 and exceptionally gifted. Moreover, he possessed the Elder Wand, making an unknown confrontation with Voldemort not overly daunting. Furthermore, he was aware of the locations of Voldemort's other Horcruxes. As he contemplated this, he began to recall the hiding places of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Yet in the next moment, he found himself at a loss. What on earth? Aside from remembering the Diary of Riddle, he could recall nothing else. Chapter 2. Dobby. Why do I experience memory loss? Draco was certain that this matter was somehow connected to the little bear. This is not my concern. Although I am dispatched by the consciousness of the world, the trajectory of its operation is not under my control. The world's consciousness now lies in slumber. And no one can provide an answer to this inquiry. I surmise that during the world's operation, your memories were forcibly obscured. At this moment, the little bear could only deflect blame. It was no match for this lunatic. While Draco might not abandon his task, he preferred to avoid drawing hatred upon himself. What if I failed to complete this mission? Draco cautiously probed the limits of the little bear's endurance. Who knew that the little bear would simply lay it all bare? Even if you do not accomplish this task, I have no means to return you. You might as well contemplate the delightful moments that await after the mission's completion. I have faith in your abilities. You can surely succeed. Is there someone I love in this world? I do not know. I truly do not know. It appears there is none. Upon receiving his answer, Draco released the grip he had on the little bear's neck. The bear immediately plummeted to the ground, bouncing twice upon impact. It felt as though the entirety of its being had been liberated, and it shook off the water on its fur without a care. Indeed, Draco acquiesced. The little bear, brimming with excitement, reached out to embrace Draco's leg, only to be halted by a mere glance from him. If my trousers get dirty, I intend to feast on bear paws tonight. Do you understand, little one? Draco's countenance bore a gentle smile, entirely devoid of anger. The little bear obediently nodded, retracting its outstretched paw. Can others see you? Little one. No, only you can. If you're concerned, you may hasten to let me assist you. And once I have done so, I will vanish completely. The little bear spoke with a glimmer of anticipation in its eyes. Draco offered no response. Instead, he casually retrieved a dry towel from nearby and draped it over the little bear. Utterly filthy. And for heaven's sake, do not let anyone discover anything amiss in this room. Otherwise, Draco ceased his words, resuming the organization of his garments. Just look at it. Humans are not yet beyond its control. Though the process is indeed somewhat uncomfortable, enduring these few days will lead to liberation. The next moment, a knock sounded at Draco's door. Little dragon, are you inside? It was his mother, Narcissa Malfoy's voice. Yes, mother, I am coming. The previously icy tone transformed into one of obedience. Draco slowly descended the stairs. Malfoy Manor remained unchanged, unaffected by the presence of Death Eaters. His mother was still as she always had been. Narcissa observed Draco's furrowed brow and immediately broke into a playful smile, teasing him. Why are you upset about not being allowed to take your broomstick to school? Draco attempted to maintain his usual demeanor, even in the presence of his parents, ensuring not to reveal any weaknesses. With the commencement of term at Hogwarts just days away, his mother, Narcissa, informed him that they would accompany him tomorrow to procure school supplies, urging him to pack his belongings promptly. Narcissa, observing Draco's furrowed brow, continued to discuss school matters unperturbed. Do not bring too many things. If you find yourself missing anything, just write to me, and I shall have your father deliver it. Draco nodded, perhaps still struggling to adjust to his current role, as his smile bore a hint of stiffness. Still not cheerful? Every young wizard must attend school. I will send you little snacks daily, and your father, being a Hogwarts trustee, will be frequently present. Do not be disheartened. Let Dobby assist you with your packing shortly. The mention of Dobby piqued Draco's interest. What a novel name, he thought. It had been ages since he had heard it. Since Dobby's departure, the estate had been devoid of its usual house elf, now replaced by mere memories. When had Dobby shifted his allegiance to Harry Potter? Was it now? Or perhaps back in their second year? Draco nodded earnestly. Narcissa, pleasantly surprised by Draco's cooperation, chose not to press further. The family enjoyed a quiet meal together. Lucius, a busy man juggling both political and business responsibilities, often made time for Draco. He would also accompany him on the morrow to purchase necessary items for school. Thus, he needed to resolve all pressing matters today. After hastily finishing his meal, he exchanged a brief word with Narcissa before returning to work. Listen to your mother, little dragon. Do not sulk, Lucius remarked, evidently sensing something amiss in his son's demeanor. All right, father, Draco replied obediently, swiftly finishing his sandwich before beckoning to Dobby. The house elf had been waiting nearby, and upon receiving Draco's command, he promptly followed suit. Has Dobby heard the tales of the Savior? Draco inquired with a beaming smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration, reminiscent of a child eager to share tales of their idol. Dobby has heard the stories of Harry Potter. You have told me of Harry Potter, the elf replied, his eyes sparkling with an odd fervor, a blend of reverence and enthusiasm. I have heard that Harry Potter will also be attending Hogwarts this year. I wonder what kind of person he will be. Draco spoke as if casually lamenting. Who knows? Dobby interjected immediately. Harry Potter is the savior. He must be a wonderful person. After uttering this, Dobby seemed to sense the awkwardness of his statement and cautiously glanced at Draco, who remained non-reactive, prompting the elf to fall silent thereafter. It seems that from this moment forth, the narrative has inclined towards Harry Potter. Why is that? Is it due to the unjust treatment endured by house elves? Draco is aware of this. Yet his vested interests compel him to turn a blind eye, with no intention of instigating change. He can fathom Dobby's betrayal, but cannot condone it. Dobby, please tidy up my toys. I shall be at Hogwarts for an extended period, and I cannot be without my toys. Draco maintained his gentle smile as he gazed at Dobby. Upon hearing his master's command, Dobby nodded and scurried towards the pile of toys to commence tidying up. In his haste, he failed to notice the gradual shift in Draco's expression, which became increasingly intricate. Minister Malfoy, what troubles you? Is there something amiss with that little elf? The stuffed bear sensed the palpable tension in the atmosphere, which was rapidly diminishing, and, driven by a desire for survival, spoke up. Draco remained silent, his gaze fixed on Dobby, until, after a prolonged pause, he uttered a phrase devoid of emotion. Rebellious creatures are inherently so. Across any realm, they cannot be nurtured. Draco harbored a grudge. He understood that Dobby might possess significant utility, yet he had no desire to exploit it. He lacked the need for such a pawn. From the moment Dobby had laid hands on his father in a previous life, Draco had never contemplated sparing him. He would exchange Dobby's life for greater value. Draco was the sort who would rather bear the world's animosity than allow the world to turn against him. After stating this, Draco cast another glance towards the stuffed bear, as if issuing a warning. The bear, upon receiving his gaze, nearly leaped in fright. Rest assured, I am quite obedient, it stammered. A faint smile curled at the corners of Draco's lips, his signature mask of gentleness reasserting itself. Is that so? Without waiting for a response, he strode into his chamber. Chapter 3, The Philosopher's Stone. The bear was perplexed as to what this formidable figure intended. As long as he did not intend to harm it, all was well. Nevertheless, it dutifully followed him inside, trailing behind throughout the morning without witnessing any particularly noteworthy actions on Draco's part. Just when it seemed that the day would pass uneventfully, an unsettling development arose in the dead of night. At this hour, when night had deepened, according to their usual routine, Narcissa and Lucius had long since retired. Even the house elf Dobby had succumbed to slumber. Yet Draco remained awake. He gingerly descended from his bed, casting a disdainful glance at the peacefully snoozing bear. After a moment of contemplation, he approached, seized the bear by its ear, and lifted it up. The bear, still lost in deep sleep, was suddenly jolted by the sensation of being suspended in midair, fearing a calamity had befallen it. In the next moment, it awakened. Master, it is quite late. Do you require something? In all honesty, it was taken aback upon encountering Draco, for the events of the day had left an indelible impression on it. It could hardly believe that this smiling figure, adorned with a countenance as gentle as jade, could be a person of virtue. Fearful of being caught off guard and submerged in water once more, it reminded itself that it was not the consciousness of the world, merely a small bear that had awakened to sentience. Once this body perished, it would truly be lost. The world as consciousness had already succumbed to slumber, and no one would come to its aid. It was wise to feign innocence when necessary. Unsure of how to address Draco, it opted for a neutral title, ready to switch to another should the first prove unwise. Could you accompany me to a certain place? I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, and I hope you won't be upset. Draco spoke gently, his tone soothing, yet his actions were anything but gentle. Of course not, the small bear hastily replied. Draco offered a slight smile, setting the perceptive little bear down before turning away and making his way towards the basement. Malfoy Manor was expansive, and Draco wound through its corridors, eventually arriving before a large bronze door, adorned with an imposing circular lock that resembled a massive safe from a distance. After twisting the lock first to the left, then to the right, and finally dripping a drop of blood, the door creaked open. Before him lay a myriad of treasures. The Malfoy family, steeped in a millennium of history, possessed an array of artifacts that seemed infinite. It had been assumed that the opulence of the Manor-esque castle was already remarkable, yet the true splendor lay hidden within this vault. However, Draco did not approach the lavish treasures. Instead, he headed towards a disarray of items. Though arranged in order, they appeared dull and tattered, reminiscent of refuse. He rummaged through the collection, pulling out a multitude of materials that had long been untouched, all coated in grime. Observing the dust upon the materials, Draco furrowed his brow but did not pause, turning instead to another area. The small bear struggled to keep pace with Draco, running behind until the latter came to a halt, at which point it gasped, "Sir, what are you doing? What purpose do these scraps serve?" Draco cast a weary glance at the small bear, his hands continuing to work diligently as he decomposed and recombined various materials. "Alchemy, do you know about alchemy?" Draco inquired, as the liquid in his hands began to compress, slowly revealing the shape of a gemstone. "Of course, but, sir, after all this effort, is it merely to create a single gemstone? Given your wealth, it hardly seems as if you could not afford one." The little bear harbored a few doubts, endeavoring to express itself with utmost tact while skillfully sidestepping the topic of the Malfoy family's financial status. "Gem?" Draco uttered the word with a scrutinizing tone, suddenly finding it rather amusing, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Please do not insult it so. Perhaps you know it by another name. Feel free to call it the Philosopher's Stone. The mention of the Philosopher's Stone left the little bear astounded. How could it possibly be unaware of the legendary artifact? You can create the Philosopher's Stone? It instinctively questioned, betraying its skepticism. However, it quickly realized it had exposed its true nature, lowering its head and falling silent. The Philosopher's Stone was the most renowned creation of Nicholas Flamel. No one else could replicate it. Even if Flamel were to attempt its creation anew, he would likely be unable to succeed, let alone Draco, who could not simply gather a few materials and conjure the stone. Such a feat was inconceivable. If it were truly that effortless, the Philosopher's Stone would not hold such a prestigious position in the alchemical realm, and Voldemort would not have gone to such lengths to acquire Horcruxes. Draco, observing the little bear's astonished expression, found it amusing. How could he possibly produce the Philosopher's Stone? Truly gullible, an obvious novice. This is certainly not the Philosopher's Stone. Even if Nicholas Flamel were to attempt it once more, he might not succeed, let alone me. This is merely a replica of the Philosopher's Stone. Just look at how it resembles the original. Draco held the already crafted gem, admiring his handiwork. In his previous life, he had dedicated considerable time mastering alchemy to create this replica, ultimately managing to forge an imitation that was indistinguishable from the Philosopher's Stone. The little bear's curiosity was piqued once more. It swiftly climbed onto the table to scrutinize the gem in Draco's hand. Indeed, from an outward appearance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the Philosopher's Stone. However, the stone's most famous attributes were its ability to turn stone into gold and grant immortality. If it merely matched the original in appearance, it could only be deemed a poor imitation. What value did that hold? The little bear endeavored to voice its doubts delicately. I am well aware, Draco replied, casting another wandless spell. A golden light flashed, and the previously dull gem instantly seemed to radiate with life. Draco quietly scraped a small particle from the gem and placed it upon a sheet of paper, and in the next moment, that ordinary white paper underwent a remarkable transformation. It morphed into a sheet of gold. There, it works, he exclaimed. Alas, such a crude trick could fool only the uninitiated. This enchantment would not endure long, at most. A year before it would fade and require additional components. Draco continued to speak to himself, casting yet another wandless spell in the next instant. This is an exceptionally powerful Confundus charm, capable of bewildering the senses and transforming a mere imitation that resembles a 6 out of 10 into one that appears as 9 out of 10. Draco is confident that unless Albus Dumbledore himself scrutinizes it meticulously, no one will detect the flaws. However, he is equally certain that Dumbledore would never take the time to examine it closely. A demon resides within him. Having been exposed to such temptations too frequently, he cannot escape their allure. There is already a dark wizard named Voldemort in this world. It is unimaginable for there to be another dark wizard named Dumbledore. As the exceptionally gifted Minister Malfoy from a previous life, Draco possesses a remarkable aptitude for the Confundus charm. Yet, he is still confined to the frail body of an 11-year-old, which cannot sustain the extensive use of magic. After casting just 2 spells, he is utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Even the imitation in his hand slips from his grasp and falls. Sir, are you all right? Little Bear inquires with trepidation, concerned that the individual he had painstakingly persuaded might meet an untimely end the very next day. I am fine. Hold on to this imitation and accompany me to Diagon Alley tomorrow to exchange it for the genuine article. This is the wish I need you to fulfill. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. Are you serious? Why would you want to do that? Little Bear is perplexed by Draco's intentions, his audacity leaving him unsettled. Who, in their right mind, would seek to steal the Philosopher's Stone upon being reincarnated? What does he intend to do with the stone? Is he planning to present it as a token to the Dark Lord? Upon hearing Little Bear's skepticism, Draco narrows his eyes slightly, casting a cold gaze in his direction. In that moment, Little Bear feels as if he is ensnared by a serpent, the atmosphere growing chilling and ominous. Of course, it is to give Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Gryffindor a surprise. What? Are you incapable of that? Certainly not, but I must know the precise location where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden. Very well. Please tidy up this mess. Draco responds calmly, issuing the command to Little Bear as if instructing Dobby. Little Bear leans against the adjacent wall and rises. Watching Draco's retreating figure, he glares at him in frustration. How is it that he, the messenger of the world's consciousness, has been reduced to a servant? Yet, with the anticipation of soon gaining his freedom, he refrains from voicing further complaints, hastily cleaning up the scene and eagerly following behind. In his heart, he silently prays that this deity will refrain from causing any more disturbances tonight. However, Draco is indeed unable to conjure any further chaos. Having exhausted himself with those 2 advanced spells, his body can no longer endure. It is true that he possesses an extensive repertoire of spells, and they are undeniably advanced. Yet, the inadequacy of his physical form renders him incapable of utilizing them. Thus, he can only return to his room to rest, awaiting the summons of his parents the following day. Narcissa and Lucius were deeply invested in Draco's schooling, having brought him to Diagon Alley well in advance. With the commencement of term at Hogwarts approaching, numerous students flocked to Diagon Alley in recent days to procure essential items for the school year, resulting in an overwhelming crowd. Observing the ever-watchful presence of Narcissa and Lucius by his side, Little Bear furrowed his brow. What was amiss? Draco had yet to hand over the replica Philosopher's Stone to him, nor had he disclosed where to exchange it. Had it not been agreed that they would stealthily acquire the Philosopher's Stone in Diagon Alley? With Narcissa and Lucius trailing closely, it seemed improbable that they would achieve their objective. Bear followed behind them, his eyes darting around in contemplation. Suddenly, the previously exuberant Draco frowned. Mother, there are so many people here. I wish to buy a new wizarding robe, he declared, immediately adopting the petulant demeanor of a disobedient child. Narcissa, accustomed to Draco-esque capriciousness, found herself indulging his whims alongside Lucius. Upon hearing Draco's complaint, a solution swiftly emerged. Very well, little dragon. You may first purchase the specially tailored Hogwarts uniform and the wizarding robe you desire at Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. Your father and I will procure your necessary books and your custom wand. Once you have acquired your robe, be a good boy and wait patiently at Madame Malkin's. Do not wander off while we return. In Narcissa's eyes, Draco remained a mischievous 11-year-old who required explicit instructions. Unbeknownst to her, the soul within her son had transformed into that of a 39-year-old Draco. Draco frowned, reluctantly nodding as if conceding merely to appease his mother. Narcissa and Lucius, aware of Draco's temperament, felt reassured by his acquiescence. With the Malfoy family's esteemed reputation in the magical community, none dared to harm the heir of the Malfoy lineage. Exchanging a glance with Lucius, they set Draco down at the entrance of Madame Malkin's, each departing on their respective errands. Lucius would procure the books, while Narcissa would retrieve the wand that had been custom-made at Ollivander's. Draco's face remained a mask of grievance as he turned back repeatedly to watch his parents retreat into the distance. Only when they had completely vanished from sight did his demeanor shift back to a neutral expression. The look of distress evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a gentle facade. Instead of entering Madame Malkin's, he sought a secluded spot to don his invisibility cloak. This cloak was not one of the Deathly Hallows, but merely an ordinary piece of merchandise. Are we going to exchange the Philosopher's Stone now? The little bear inquired, unable to locate Draco, causing a sense of unease to envelop him. Before he could dwell on his worries for even a moment, a sharp sting on his ear abruptly interrupted his thoughts, as Draco hoisted him up. From this moment onward, maintain silence. Once we reach our destination, I shall hand over the Philosopher's Stone to you, Draco declared, plunging them into an extended silence. He needed to resolve this matter swiftly, drawing upon his understanding of his parents' efficiency and the formidable reputation of the Malfoy family. Their absence would not last long. Should they return to find their cherished son missing from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, the consequences would be dire. The very fact that they were his parents made it easier for them to detect any inconsistencies, hence the need for utmost caution. Draco advanced toward Gringotts with purposeful strides, remaining vigilant of the bustling crowds around him and the brittle twigs and fallen leaves underfoot, striving to make as little noise as possible. The grand doors of Gringotts stood ajar, teeming with customers withdrawing and depositing funds, the establishment thriving with business. He paused briefly at the entrance, gazing into the throng, his thoughts obscured. Is the adult inside there? The little bear whispered cautiously, fully aware that no one else could hear him, yet still exercising great care. I need to know which vault holds the Philosopher's Stone. He gently prodded Draco's hand. Before Draco could respond, the dialogue between Harry, Hagrid, and a goblin nearby reached his ears. Look here, I have a letter from Professor Dumbledore, detailing the contents of Vault 713, Hagrid announced, extending the letter to the goblin. The goblin scrutinized the two individuals before examining the letter, nodding in affirmation once he verified its authenticity. What is in Vault 713? Harry inquired, his curiosity piqued. The little bear sensed Draco's attention being drawn to this exchange. Was there something amiss about Vault 713? His mind raced, but in the next moment, Draco tugged sharply at his ear. The Philosopher's Stone is here, isn't it? The little bear asked, intrigued. Draco offered no verbal reply, instead presenting the Philosopher's Stone before him, tacitly acknowledging the bear's inquiry. In an instant, Draco felt the fluffy little bear slip from his grasp, along with the replica he had crafted. The bear did not linger for long. Within less than a minute, he returned, clutching a gem identical to the one he had just held. Chapter 5. The Disobedient Wand. Though outwardly indistinguishable, Draco could distinctly sense a difference. Although there is no way to ascertain the authenticity of the magical stone in his possession, he could unequivocally conclude that it was certainly not the counterfeit he had crafted. Within this magical stone, he sensed no traces of the confusion charm he had cast. At that moment, the small bear that had accompanied Draco throughout the day vanished without a trace. Clutching the hard-earned magical stone, Draco silently observed Harry and Hagrid as they entered the underground vault of Gringotts. A complex expression flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "The game is about to commence. Harry Potter, savor your days as they are." With that, he turned and departed, needing to hasten back to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. For they had already lingered too long, uncertain of Narcissa and Lucius's whereabouts. This was not Draco's first foray into Diagon Alley. He navigated the winding alleyways with fervor. Careful not to collide with anyone, he refrained from stirring up the dust around him, wary of drawing any unwanted attention. Upon reaching the entrance of Madame Malkin's, he paused momentarily, relieved to find no sign of Narcissa and Lucius. Seeking a concealed spot, he shed his invisibility cloak and slipped into the shop. At this hour, the establishment was quite empty, with only him present to tailor his robes. Barely 2 minutes had passed when Narcissa and Lucius hurried in from outside. "Little Draco, come quickly and see. This is the wand your father and I had custom-made for you. Let us see if it suits you," Narcissa said, well aware of her son's preferences. The Malfoy family had a long-standing tradition of commissioning wands in advance. Unbeknownst to them, the individual before them had undergone a profound transformation, his essence having evolved over time. Draco gazed at the wand, which felt eerily familiar. Having been his companion for several years in his past life, a wand of hawthorn wood with a core of unicorn hair. Would he once more tread the path alongside it in this life? "Very well, mother," Draco replied without hesitation, accepting the wand and yearning to conduct an experiment in a secluded area. Yet, as he grasped it, he immediately sensed the wand's resistance. Unicorns are known to be the purest of creatures, accepting only untainted souls, but the 39-year-old Draco was no longer the innocent youth he once was. Having served as a minister of magic for so many years, his hands were stained, no longer suited to wield the original wand. He attempted to cast a simple spell. In the next moment, the wand began to behave erratically. What was intended to be a simple flicker of light transformed into something rather formidable. Draco, still youthful in stature, could not withstand the recoil of the wand, and it slipped from his grasp. This astonished both Narcissa and Lucius. Although the wand had been custom-made to suit Draco's personality, such a glaring error was unprecedented. The Malfoy family had always prided themselves on their discerning judgment, and their heir had never encountered such a mishap with a bespoke wand. However, given Draco's recent peculiar demeanor, they exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if something was amiss. Could it be? What a wretched wand this is, utterly unresponsive. "Mother, have you been deceived?" Draco acutely sensed the tension in the air and decided to shift the blame. "As long as I can deflect responsibility swiftly, it shan't be my fault." He adopted the demeanor of a pampered young master, placing the blame squarely on the wand, as if it bore full responsibility for the chaos, with no connection to him whatsoever. "Mother, I insist on having a new wand. This one's utterly useless. I am about to go to Hogwarts, and I cannot possibly take such a disobedient wand with me." The couple, initially perplexed, exchanged glances, confirming that this was indeed their son. Could their understanding of him have strayed so far? Yet, prior to the wand's customization, they had conducted small tests. How could his temperament have shifted so dramatically in such a short span? Had he encountered some setback? Or had he mistakenly taken the wrong wand? Countless questions swirled in their minds. Draco, perceiving their emotions, preemptively interrupted their thoughts with his petulance. "Father, I demand a new wand. Previously, when I expressed a desire to bring a broomstick to Hogwarts, you forbade it. How can you deny me the chance to change my wand now?" "Humph." With that, Draco began to pester, tugging at Lucius's sleeve, as if to say that should Lucius utter a single word of refusal, he would remain there indefinitely. Lucius, overwhelmed by the commotion, had no choice but to acquiesce. The couple had always indulged their child. "Very well, we shall go to Ollivander's to procure a new wand. Once we are done, we shall return home, and your mother will prepare your favorite pineapple pie." Lucius spoke as if he had been swayed, his tone accommodating, yet it contained an underlying snare. "Pineapple pie? What a jest!" Draco immediately released his grip on Lucius's sleeve. "Pineapple pie? I do not love pineapple pie. It is you who enjoys it. You must be mistaken. I distinctly prefer apple pie." "Mother, do not listen to him. I want apple pie," Draco exclaimed, his tone tinged with feigned indignation. As if genuinely vexed, he walked ahead, disregarding the silent exchange of glances between his parents. He merely transformed into a 39-year-old Draco. Yet this does not imply he is not Draco. Lucius gazed at Draco, who walked ahead, and let out a subtle sigh, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. While he had unwavering confidence in the Malfoy family's prestige and believed that no one would dare impersonate his son, he still deemed it necessary to conduct a simple test to ensure his son's safety. It appeared that Draco had been somewhat unsettled recently due to the restriction on bringing his broomstick into Hogwarts. As for the wand issue, perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. With his thoughts clarified, they no longer hesitated and followed closely behind Draco. "All right, when we return home, Mother will bake you an apple pie," Narcissa consoled, successfully lifting Draco's spirits once more, bringing a smile to his face. After collecting their recently purchased items, they returned to Ollivander's shop. At that hour, The establishment was devoid of customers, leaving it rather desolate. "Ah, greetings, Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy, and young Master Malfoy. Is there an issue with the wand?" Mr. Ollivander inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded the trio. This was unusual. The Malfoy family typically preferred to customize their wands in advance, and errors were a rarity. "Yes, Mr. Ollivander, Draco's wand has indeed encountered some difficulties," Lucius stated, signaling to Draco with his eyes. Draco, comprehending the cue, nonchalantly waved his wand. The once orderly shop instantly devolved into chaos, making it evident that this wand was not suited for him. Ollivander, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. "Ah, young Master Malfoy. It seems your characteristics are far more complex than they appear. However, fret not. Let me search for another wand that may be more fitting for you." Ollivander furrowed his brow momentarily but soon relaxed, addressing Draco with a warmth reminiscent of a kindly neighbor. As he spoke, he turned and ascended the ladder at the back of the shop, reaching the top to retrieve a wand. "Perhaps this one will suit you. It is made of hawthorn, combined with a phoenix feather. It possesses formidable magical properties." Ollivander extended the wand towards Draco, who immediately accepted it. The wand appeared strikingly familiar. In his previous life, his beloved had wielded a wand of hawthorn and phoenix feather. In this timeline, his beloved may no longer exist, and this wand might be destined for eternal confinement. He understood that this wand was not right for him. Draco glanced at Mr. Ollivander, carefully examining the wand once more, and then waved it again. The shop, which Ollivander had restored to order, fell into disarray once more. Draco could still sense the wand's reluctance towards him, although it was somewhat more agreeable than the experience of seizing another's wand in his previous life. It certainly did not evoke the same harmonious connection he had felt with his hawthorn wand in his youth. He could perceive the wand's rejection. Despite his desire to keep it as a memento, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to relinquish it. The wand was promptly snatched away by Mr. Ollivander. "Oh, it appears this wand is not suited for you. Perhaps you should try this one instead," Ollivander suggested, presenting another wand. This wand, crafted from elm, shared a kinship with his father S, and its core was made from unicorn hair. Perhaps it would be more compatible with him. Ollivander's selections were deliberate, for he held a certain respect for the Malfoy family's choice in wands. After all, in previous visits, they had always chosen their desired wands with remarkable precision. Even if there were a misstep this time, it would likely not deviate significantly. Thus, every wand he offered to Draco retained its original characteristics. However, it was evident that he had erred, for this wand, too, proved obstinate in Draco's grasp. "Ah, what a discerning young patron we have. Not to worry. I possess thousands of wands. Surely one will suit you," he remarked, continuing to rummage and present wand after wand to Draco. Eventually, Draco found himself growing increasingly impatient. "Let us try this one," Ollivander proposed, presenting a finicky wand he had crafted in his youth, which had surprisingly never found a buyer. Its shaft was made of cedar wood, with a core of phoenix feather, perfect for a keen and powerful young wizard. With a touch of nostalgia, Ollivander handed the wand to Draco. Upon holding it, Draco immediately felt a sense of rightness. This was the sensation he had been seeking. A flick of the wand produced not the chaotic disarray of energy he had experienced before, but rather a glimpse of sparks that resembled fireworks. Even Narcissa and Lucius were taken aback by the result. Typically, a wand would reflect the characteristics of its owner, and the combination of cedar wood and phoenix feather seemed incongruous with Draco's persona. He was evidently a pampered young lord, not one of deep cunning. "This is the one. Sir, how much?" Draco inquired with a gentle smile, a facade that had firmly settled upon his face. He understood that if his demeanor shifted too abruptly, it would surely arouse suspicion in Narcissa and Lucius. Thus, he needed to allow them to gradually adapt to the transformation in his character. 7 galleons will suffice," Ollivander replied. Draco glanced at Lucius, who immediately proceeded to make the payment. They did not linger as they exited Ollivander's shop. "Little dragon, is there anything else you wish to procure? Tomorrow, you will accompany Crabbe and Goyle to Hogwarts. Simply request their assistance when needed." Lucius calmly conveyed several points of consideration to Draco. "Crabbe and Goyle? Might I have Theodore and Pansy accompany me instead?" Draco responded with a hint of disdain, aware of their limitations despite their obedience. This was merely the initial step in acclimating them to the notion that he was a young master with a touch of cunning, not simply naïve. "Is Theodore a member of the Knot family? He appears rather reserved and seldom engages in play with you." Lucius pondered who Theodore was. Generally, the offspring of pure-blood families were familiar with one another. However, the dynamics varied significantly. The Malfoy family, for instance, was still basking in the zenith of their influence, while the Knot family had seen better days. There were numerous young wizards of their generation who often gathered to socialize, yet Theodore remained an outsider, enveloped in his own world. He either immersed himself in books alone or shared that solitude with Daphne Greengrass. He possessed a keen intellect, understanding Lucius's intentions more profoundly than Crabbe and Goyle, who were more suited for physicality than cunning. Draco directly articulated Lucius's intention of having Crabbe and Goyle serve as his entourage. Though young, Crabbe and Goyle were robust and strong. Lucius's decision to have them accompany Draco was twofold: to enhance Draco's joy and to ensure his protection. Yet, Lucius had never previously expressed such thoughts to Draco. He merely wished for his son to experience a carefree, innocent childhood, free from the burdens of scheming at such a tender age. Now, he found himself reevaluating his understanding of his child, realizing that perhaps Draco was not as simple as he had believed. His apparent innocence seemed to stem from the comfort of familial bonds, revealing a lack of guard only in the presence of those he considered kin. Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. Very well, if you desire, I shall speak with Mr. Knott. Lucius readily assented. Observing that his objective was halfway fulfilled, Draco sought a plausible excuse to depart. To his knowledge, the Philosopher's Stone had arrived at Hogwarts before Harry Potter, likely due to some mishap at Gringotts. It was prudent to avoid lingering in Diagon Alley to evade complications. Mother, I crave apple pie. I do not wish to remain here any longer. Look around. It is bustling with muggles, utterly filthy. He spoke with a hint of disdain on his face, a sentiment quite fitting for the moment. It was just days before the official commencement of the school year, and nearly all the young wizards had flocked to Diagon Alley in search of suitable supplies. The wizarding community comprised a limited number of witches and wizards, resulting in a scarcity of age-appropriate young sorcerers. The majority hailed from the Muggle world. Moreover, the new students, at the tender age of 11, required adult supervision while procuring their items. This marked the time of year when Diagon Alley bustled with muggles more than ever. Very well. My dear, I shall prepare some treats for you. Should you desire a snack in the future, simply send an owl, and I will have it delivered to your godfather. You may enjoy your treats with him after classes. And remember, you can always speak to your godfather about anything. Narcissa patiently instructed, her concern palpable, as this was the first time her little one would be away from her for such an extended period. In contrast to Draco's former self, who would have likely grown impatient, the current Draco listened attentively, his eyes sparkling with innocence. The family departed amidst laughter and conversation. Time flew by, and soon the day of the school opening arrived. Draco reverted to his previous demeanor, adamantly insisting that Lucius and Narcissa accompany him to school. Yet, no sooner had they left than his expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the fatigue of feigning childhood innocence. The Hogwarts Express remained unchanged, exuding an ancient charm. With the familiar creaking of the door as it opened, the Malfoy name held considerable prestige within the wizarding realm, and as a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, Draco enjoyed the privilege of a private compartment, sparing him the discomfort of mingling with unfamiliar faces. The ingrained prejudice of pureblood families prevented them from willingly sitting alongside the so-called Muggleborns, making such compartments a common sight. Draco arrived early, finding the Malfoy compartment devoid of company. In truth, Crabbe and Goyle had arrived even earlier, but they had ventured to the train's dining car in search of snacks. Leaving Draco alone, he settled into a quiet seat, and before he could even get comfortable, he spotted his childhood companions approaching. Good day, Draco. My mother prepared some treats. Would you care for a snack? Pansy Parkinson chirped as she entered, holding the hand of a young girl named Daphne Greengrass. Theodore trailed silently behind them. Good day to you all, Draco greeted with a smile, nodding at the trio. Having grown up together, they were quite familiar with one another and casually took their seats. However, no sooner had they settled in than Pansy began to voice her complaints. Draco, you are unaware of the discomfort that arises from sharing this train with an excessive number of Muggleborns. It is truly disheartening to ponder why Hogwarts would choose to admit such individuals. I sincerely hope that none of these Muggleborns will be sorted into Slytherin. Otherwise, I fear I may be overwhelmed with disgust. Pansy sat with a frown, uttering her scathing remarks. Daphne, seated beside her, nodded in agreement, while Theodore remained unresponsive, quietly engrossed in his book in the corner. Under ordinary circumstances, Draco would have joined in the derision, but today he was unusually subdued. He merely nodded without echoing Pansy's sentiments and instead inquired, "Are the pastries delightful?" Pansy was instantly diverted by Draco's question and began to extol the virtues of her snacks, which emitted an enticing aroma. Crabbe and Goyle soon entered the Malfoy compartment. Good day, Malfoy, they greeted him with practiced familiarity. Good day to you both, Draco replied with a congenial smile. However, this exchange caught Theodore's attention, prompting him to abruptly lift his gaze towards Draco, his eyes reflecting a mixture of shock. In the next moment, he quickly lowered his head again, wishing to avoid drawing Draco's notice. Sensing that he was being observed, Draco glanced in Theodore's direction, only to find him still absorbed in his book, and thus returned his gaze. Suddenly, Zabini's lively voice rang out from a distance. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Have you heard? Harry Potter is on this train, bound for Hogwarts. His tone did not suggest the delivery of good news. Rather, it felt like an impending storm. This revelation startled the previously engrossed young wizards into standing up in unison. After all, who in the magical realm had not grown up hearing of Harry Potter's exploits. The legendary savior was an enigma they had never encountered, and the thought of him being their fellow student was astonishing. "Is that truly the case, Zabini?" Pansy exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Zabini sauntered into the compartment, casually selecting a seat and nodding vigorously. "Shall we go see the legendary savior together, Malfoy?" He was eager to witness this phenomenon himself, but preferred not to do so alone, thus encouraging Draco to accompany him. After all, they all knew that Draco had 2 bodyguards, and he had always enjoyed a lively atmosphere, making him the most likely candidate to join. The 2 ladies were generally disinterested in commotion, and Theodore's demeanor suggested he was not one to seek out such distractions. As for Crabbe and Goyle, they would not dare to act without Draco's lead, for they lacked the acumen for independent thought. Draco offered a slight smile, refraining from answering Zabini's question, and instead turned his attention to him. "Please close the door, Zabini." Just now, the 2 ladies were discussing how the mud has polluted the air. We wouldn't want to upset them. Draco had something to say, yet he wished to keep it discreet. He casually concocted an excuse for Zabini to shut the door. The 2 ladies nearby nodded in agreement, seemingly endorsing Draco's sentiments. Zabini acquiesced, promptly closing the door before returning to his previous seat. "I still harbor some interest in Harry Potter, but I have matters to attend to. You know Salazar Slytherin has also arrived at Hogwarts, and I've never quite seen eye to eye with him. Perhaps I shall have Crabbe and Goyle accompany you instead." Draco paused, contemplating sending Zabini, but he couldn't be the first to go. While finding an excuse, he added fuel to the fire. "I've heard that traitor Weasley is also searching for Harry Potter. I wonder what he intends to do. If he gains the upper hand, it could lead to quite a spectacle." Chapter 8. Enjoying the chaos. What does that traitor Weasley want with Harry Potter? Zabini furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed. What can he do? He merely aims to sow discord between Harry Potter and Slytherin, presumably hoping to distance Potter from our house. After all, Gryffindors are a bunch of foolish lions. If even the savior were to be swayed by Slytherin, Gryffindor would surely be doomed, Draco remarked, a hint of regret flickering across his face. He found his own words amusing, chuckling softly. Yet, this laughter ignited Zabini's competitive spirit. "That fool Weasley thinks he can outshine us. Crabbe, Goyle, let us go and meet Harry Potter, and see what this legendary savior is truly like." Zabini readily embraced Draco's suggestion, calling for Crabbe and Goyle with eagerness as they exited. Daphne, seated nearby, remained curious. She had never encountered Harry Potter. What sort of person might he be? Would he ever come to Slytherin? Draco pondered Daphne's inquiry seriously, pausing for a moment before responding. "As long as he is the savior, as long as this is Hogwarts, and as long as Dumbledore is the headmaster, he will never come to Slytherin." He hesitated, reluctant to delve deeper into such intricate conspiracies, and instead shifted the conversation toward Harry Potter's background. Moreover, someone who has lived in the Muggle world all his life, steeped in Muggle influences, does he truly belong in Slytherin? Draco spoke with a hint of disdain. Everything aligned perfectly with his pure-blood narrative. After all, if Harry Potter were not the savior, his lineage would hardly warrant global attention. "Then why did you want Zabini to go?" Pansy questioned, somewhat confused. Being closest to Zabini, she felt compelled to voice her inquiry. One must certainly cause some trouble for those pure-blood scoundrels, ensuring they receive a proper lesson and remember it well. After Draco spoke, he fell silent, remaining in the box for a moment, indifferent to the reactions of those around him, before rising abruptly and making his way out. "I shall go check on Salazar Slytherin, and perhaps indulge in some amusement. Should you wish to accompany me, feel free to do so." Draco's invitation was not genuine. He had no intention of seeking Salazar, and his words were merely a pretext to justify his earlier statements. He anticipated that others would not follow. Indeed, his expectations were met, as none of them were particularly inclined to meddle or interested in seeking entertainment, preferring instead to attend to their own affairs. The compartment occupied by Harry Potter was buzzing with excitement. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Zabini were in a standoff. Crabbe and Goyle had already engaged physically. The 2 factions were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Even Ron's scruffy old rat was poised to intervene. The rat leaped forward, aiming to bite Zabini's nose, only to be seized unexpectedly by Draco, who had just entered. "Zabini, look what I've caught, a disobedient little rat." His words immediately halted the actions of both parties, drawing the attention of everyone present. Draco regarded Zabini with a hint of curiosity, yet his gaze faltered briefly when it met Crabbe and Goyle. "What are you 2 doing? Stealing someone as snacks? Let us exhibit some decorum." Draco's tone was gentle, as though he were mediating for Harry and his friends. Yet, only he understood the truth of the matter. "Draco, we are innocent. It was he who first mocked Slytherin, who ridiculed us." Zabini retorted without restraint, deriding Ron. Ron, his face flushed with humiliation, blurted out, "You wicked ones always play the victim. You were the ones who struck first." Draco observed as the argument threatened to escalate once more. He had no desire to engage in such trivial games, although the situation had been instigated by him from the outset. Had they not quarreled long enough? After all, They were in a public setting. Draco's sharp gaze silenced the commotion with a mere glance. Having grown up in his aunt's home and suffered bullying from his cousin and uncle, Harry had become adept at reading expressions. He surmised that this elegantly dressed young boy must be one of the renowned 28 sacred families of the Wizarding World. However, his limited exposure prevented him from discerning which family he belonged to. Yet, given the familiarity with the three who had just entered, it was clear he was allied with them and wielded considerable influence within the group, likely serving as their leader. At present, the demeanor of the newcomer, a young lad, appears to be rather commendable. Yet, he is uncertain about the unforeseen events that may unfold at school in the future. The friend he has just made seems ill-equipped to safeguard himself, and as someone without a foundation, he wonders if he might be subjected to bullying at Hogwarts. Should he seize the opportunity to befriend this amiable youth? Harry fervently scrutinized the situation in his mind, as a child reliant on the kindness of others. He was certainly not the naive flower he might seem. He was reluctant to offend a group of individuals on account of a new acquaintance. If befriending this boy could quell any tensions, it would not be an unwise choice. As for this new friend, he felt confident in his ability to win him over. Draco observed Harry's expression and raised an eyebrow slightly before continuing. I apologize on behalf of the three of us for any offense caused. However, Harry Potter, I am quite curious about the mockery directed towards Slytherin. As a young wizard raised in the Muggle world, do you truly comprehend what Slytherin represents? Sometimes, a strategic retreat proves more advantageous than aggressive confrontation. Draco unhesitatingly set a trap for the others. Harry glanced at Ron. Being a wizard from the Muggle realm, he was naturally unaware of the true nature of Slytherin, but he had gleaned from Hagrid and his newly formed friendships that it was not a commendable place. Lacking personal experience, he remained uncertain of its authenticity. The rumor mill had already instilled a measure of bias against Slytherin in him, a fact he acknowledged. Yet he also harbored a sliver of doubt, realizing he was not as gullible as he might appear. Harry's gaze towards Ron Weasley did not go unnoticed by Draco. Surely, it was not this red-haired wizard beside you who informed you? The sorting at Hogwarts is traditionally based on the character of the young wizards. What could be his motive in instilling such a stereotype in you? What ulterior motives might he possess? Draco's sharp gaze pierced through Ron as if attempting to see through him. Ron, feeling as if his tail had been stepped on, bristled defensively and retorted. What are your motives? I'd like to know your intent. Slytherin is indeed a haven for Death Eaters. When have I ever slandered them? I merely state the truth. Upon hearing Draco's words, Ron's expression bore a hint of severity, though it quickly reverted to his usual innocent demeanor. A haven for Death Eaters, he mused. How amusing. Are there not Death Eaters in Gryffindor? In Ravenclaw? You cannot deny that a majority of Death Eaters hail from Slytherin, Draco countered sharply. Ron was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, his face flushed with indignation. Draco maintained his courteous and composed demeanor throughout. The scene appeared somewhat eerie, resembling Ron's bullying of Draco. Does this not further underscore the cunning of the Slytherins? Some fools are incapable of mastering even the most fundamental forms of magic, let alone the more advanced dark arts. It is no wonder they cannot ascend to the status of dark wizards. Such a path has its prerequisites. Draco cast a derisive glance at Ron before continuing to address Harry Potter. Potter, you are the savior. I presume this title is new to you. I must remind you that often, simply maintaining a low profile does not guarantee that others will not take notice of you. However, not all attention is detrimental. Draco abruptly ceased his remarks, intentionally laying a subtle trap for the savior. He never believed that someone who could live so peacefully after Voldemort's defeat would embody any form of naivete. Yet he discerned Harry's admiration for Dumbledore. Thus, he sought to introduce a catalyst into their dynamic, to provide some excitement for Harry's unshakable trio. Do you know me? I am Harry Potter. May I inquire your name? Harry still preferred to don that guise of innocence to mask his true self. People tend to be wary of those who appear shrewd or cunning, but rarely of someone who seems naive and unassuming. He could clearly perceive that those around him harbored their own agendas. Yet he found it difficult to ascertain which side truly sought his interests or if all were merely aiming to exploit him. Rather than remain in ignorance, he opted to probe deeper. Draco looked down at Harry's outstretched hand, lost in thought. He smiled faintly but chose not to shake it. Instead, he placed the mouse he had been holding into Harry's palm. Draco Malfoy, he said calmly, just as he had in a previous life. His name once more eliciting laughter from Ron. You must be from the Weasley family? I once thought they were merely impoverished, but it seems they lack manners as well. Or perhaps you have ulterior motives. Unlike his previous outburst, Draco regarded Ron with a gentle demeanor, a faint smile gracing his face, while his words were laced with icy contempt, inciting Ron's fury. You have no manners. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? What I am saying, Potter. Perhaps you should enlighten your friend on the concept of courtesy, Draco remarked, his gaze tinged with mockery as he looked at Harry. He signaled to Zabini beside him, preparing to exit the compartment, but paused at the threshold, turning back to Ron. By the way, Weasley, I recall that pet of yours seems to have been left by your brother. I wonder what breed of mouse could survive for so long. truly. A pestilence that endures through the ages. Draco's words seemed to carry a deeper implication. Who was he referring to as a pest? Ron, in a fit of anger, was ready to charge forward and deliver a punch, but was abruptly restrained by Harry's firm embrace. In that instant, Ron regained his composure. His focus was no longer on punishing Draco. Rather, it lay in how to restore Harry's heart, which had been so easily unsettled by Draco's words. Harry, you must understand. His entire family are Death Eaters, loyal followers of that Dark Lord. Do not be deceived by him. Once you arrive at the Academy and enter Gryffindor, the truth will become abundantly clear. Do not allow yourself to be misled by his charm. Draco had not strayed far and, evidently, had overheard Ron's words. He had no intention of retaliating, as he was not prepared to confront Dumbledore just yet. From his years of political experience, he discerned that everything was likely orchestrated by Dumbledore himself. Should the chosen one veer off course, it could precipitate unforeseen complications, potentially altering the very fabric of events. While he was unafraid of unexpected turmoil, who truly relishes trouble? Draco, are you truly departing like this? Will you not further reprimand that scoundrel? Zabini expressed his dissatisfaction, having been interrupted before he could properly chastise the pureblood traitor. Today, Professor Snape was also aboard the Hogwarts Express. One would not wish to leave a poor impression on him before the term even commenced. It was said that Professor Snape was the head of Slytherin House, and if one aspired to enter Slytherin, I would advise against such actions. Most wizards who adhered to the pureblood ideology ultimately aimed for Slytherin, including Draco's little clique. This was precisely why he had reacted so violently to Ron's mockery of Slytherin. Understood. But what of that Salazar Slytherin? Zabini inquired, aware of this individual. A member of a proud pureblood family. It was merely a pretext to deal with Zabini. Draco had never contemplated seeking out the so-called Salazar, considering him a fool unworthy of his attention. He hadn't managed to locate him, but he had heard he was far more arrogant than anticipated. Regardless, they would encounter each other upon their arrival at school. To his surprise, he had indeed predicted correctly that little Weasley was not to be underestimated. In truth, the bear had previously enlightened him about the ultimate fate of this world. Unlike his own, in this realm, the Weasley family emerged as the most formidable in the magical community. If one claimed they were pure as snow, Draco would not believe it, without some underlying scheme. He could not fathom how those Weasley fools could ascend to such heights. Upon meeting Ron Weasley today, it became evident that he was not the naive and straightforward individual the bear had described. Yet, therein lies the intrigue. After all, he was merely a pure-blood scoundrel. Was he truly worth such concern? However, that Harry Potter seemed genuinely captivated by them. Should he stir up a little trouble for them? Although Zabini professes indifference towards Ron, he undeniably cares for Harry Potter, as every child in the wizarding world has grown up hearing the tales of his legend. The mere presence of such a mythical figure in Slytherin would undoubtedly evoke astonishment. Him, Slytherin, a child of mudblood and pure-blood disgrace, who barely earned the title of the Chosen One by virtue of his parents' demise, is he truly worthy? Draco maintained his carefully crafted persona, pausing slightly as he spoke. Yet, he proved to be more astute than I had anticipated. Draco, seemingly producing a handkerchief from thin air, meticulously wiped his hands, which had recently captured a rat. Each finger was attended to with careful diligence, ensuring no corner was overlooked. He cast a mildly disdainful glance at the handkerchief after he finished. Suddenly, with a smile directed at Crabbe and Goyle, he remarked, I just spotted some chocolate frogs being sold over there. I must trouble you two today. Let me treat you to some chocolate frogs. As Draco spoke, he extracted a gold coin from his pocket, placing it upon the handkerchief he had just used, and handed it to Crabbe. Chapter 10, A Conversation on the Lake. Upon hearing of food, Crabbe and Goyle dashed away with the coin. Why didn't you invite me for chocolate frogs? Zabini said, a hint of complaint in his tone. I just sampled some snacks that Pansy brought, and they have your favorite flavors. You might prefer her treats, and if you delay returning, they may be gone. Draco feigned consideration for him, instantly winning over Zabini. You are right. When they returned to the Malfoy box, their companions remained unchanged since their departure. Pansy's eyes lit up upon seeing Zabini return, and she promptly inquired about the outcome. So how was it? Interesting. Zabini appeared somewhat displeased, as if dissatisfied with the recent events. Interesting? It's all that Weasley's fault. He even wanted his filthy rat to bite me. If Draco hadn't arrived, I surely would have been bitten by that rodent. Zabini expressed with evident disdain. Did you and Draco engage in a scuffle with that traitor from the Weasley family? Theodore, who had been quietly absorbed in his book, suddenly looked up to question Zabini. No, Draco replied. Professor Snape was also on the Hogwarts Express today, so we returned. Zabini spoke with a tinge of regret. Upon hearing this, Theodore raised an eyebrow and glanced towards Draco, his eyes betraying an unspoken emotion. However, he soon returned to his previous demeanor, retreating to a corner to quietly read his book. The train swiftly arrived at Hogwarts. All the young wizards disembarked from the train in an orderly fashion, following their guide step by step towards Hogwarts. As they traversed the path for a while, they encountered a dark lake. Unsure of how to proceed, they heard Hagrid's voice echoing from afar. All the young wizards boarded the boats, each vessel accommodating no more than 4 individuals. A few friends exchanged glances. According to customary practice, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle should have shared a boat, while the remaining 4 would occupy another. Just as they were about to adhere to the usual arrangement, Draco unexpectedly spoke up. Theodore, would you care to join me? It feels as though we've grown somewhat distant since we last met. Draco cast a gentle gaze towards the 4 individuals walking ahead and continued, ladies, do you have any objections? Pansy and Daphne shrugged in response. Why don't you inquire if I have any objections? Zabini interjected, his tone playful, devoid of any malice. I know you do not, Draco replied, then turned his attention back to Theodore as if seeking his consent. Theodore shifted slightly but quickly moved in Draco's direction. They wasted no time and swiftly boarded the small boat. Theodore, is there something amiss with me today? I've noticed you've been gazing at me quite a lot. Draco remarked once they were aboard, his tone exceedingly gentle, akin to the calm surface of a lake, stirring no ripples yet inexplicably imparting a sense of pressure, reminiscent of the eerie tranquility before a storm. No, I merely think you've been smiling more often lately, Theodore responded. Uncertain whether Draco's comment was a probing inquiry or held some other significance, or if it was simply a literal observation, he could only provide a non-controversial reply. Draco, unsure whether Theodore believed him, offered a faint smile and then lowered his gaze towards the lake. Why do you suppose they say that a boat can hold a maximum of 4 individuals? He mused, glancing at Theodore with a spark of curiosity. Perhaps it's because too many could capsize it, Theodore suggested, due to the weight. Yet look at Crabbe and Goyle. Each one of them weighs as much as 2 people. Do you think if we were to capsize here, there might be some monsters lurking beneath? Though Draco's voice remained calm, a chill crept down Theodore's spine. Was this a subtle threat, or was he merely overthinking? I don't know, surely not. Over the years, there haven't been any reports of young wizards encountering trouble here, Theodore replied, attempting to reassure himself. Indeed, if young wizards were to face peril before the term commenced, Hogwarts would hardly remain open. Draco appeared to be swayed by this reasoning. Before long, the boat reached the shore, and as they walked along the path, they beheld a castle. A witch stood at the castle's entrance, her expression grave as she awaited the new students. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. They navigated through the essential procedures for new students and obediently awaited their summons at the entrance of the hall. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. As each name was called, numerous young wizards were sorted into their respective houses, and soon it was Draco's turn. Draco Malfoy stepped forward without hesitation, firmly convinced of his house affiliation. If he were to be sorted into any other house, it would mean all these years had been in vain. Indeed, the sorting hat did not even graze his head before declaring Slytherin. Without a moment's pause, Draco walked directly to the Slytherin table, taking a seat at the front among the first-year students. Slytherin values order and discipline, and their seating arrangements often adhere to certain rules. By sitting at the foremost position, he signaled his ambition to become a leader among his peers. However, this position was not permanent. It was reserved for those who proved themselves worthy. The older students within the house welcomed this, for it is through competition that young wizards grow. Before long, Professor McGonagall called out Harry Potter's name. Harry Potter donned the sorting hat and fell into a long silence. He was torn between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Gryffindors were known for their friendliness, while Slytherins bore a reputation for being somewhat more hostile. The sorting hat suggested Slytherin. Draco's words had indeed planted a seed of doubt in his mind, causing him to question the intentions of those around him. However, Draco's remarks served as a reminder that to truly understand their motives, one must venture into the lion's den. He contemplated making a daring choice. After a moment of reflection, the sorting hat finally announced its decision, Gryffindor. Draco exchanged knowing glances with his companions, their minds already aligned. Zabini, still somewhat disgruntled, cast a resentful glance toward Ron Weasley. The first-year students were few in number, and soon everyone was settled in their seats. Chapter 11, Provocation. Headmaster Dumbledore continued his speech from the dais, seemingly guiding the audience with intentional emphasis on certain points. Of course, this intentionality was merely Draco's perception. However, he found little interest in Dumbledore's words, as he felt a burning gaze fixed upon him. Draco turned to locate the source of the scrutiny and discovered it to be Salazar Bulk. There was a fiery intensity in his eyes, as though he sought to challenge him, or perhaps to contest the very position Draco occupied. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly at Salazar, a provocative smile playing upon his lips. Salazar did not appear to be a person of profound cunning. His emotions were readily apparent upon his countenance, which was instantly roused by Draco's provocation. Had it not been for the presence of so many others, he likely would have been unable to suppress his ire. When Draco turned around, he caught sight of Theodore observing him and offered a slight nod in his direction. This beverage is quite delightful, Draco. Would you care to sample it? Theodore extended a glass toward him, seemingly addressing the reason for his earlier gaze. Draco nodded in agreement, graciously accepting the drink. As Draco formulated his thoughts, he ceased to regard the others and quietly indulged in his meal, which was, indeed, commendable by Hogwarts standards. Observing Draco's silence, Theodore refrained from further conversation and quietly continued with his own meal. After a considerable time, the head of Slytherin noted that the young wizards had finished their repast and began to lead them toward the Slytherin Common Room, located underground. The Slytherin Common Room exuded an atmosphere of somber green, embodying the house's enigmatic and aristocratic essence. This is the Slytherin Common Room, where you will partake in daily life and relaxation, the head of Slytherin proclaimed, pausing momentarily before adding, the key to the Common Room changes weekly, and the current key will be inscribed on the blackboard at the entrance. This week, it is Glory. Dear young wizards, you hail from various esteemed families, and at home, you are cherished by your parents. Regardless of the mistakes you may commit, forgiveness is often granted. However, here at Hogwarts, you must take pride in the honor of Slytherin. Should I discover anyone tarnishing Slytherin's reputation, they shall bear the consequences. The headmaster's keen gaze swept across the assembly of young wizards, causing them to fidget uncomfortably, their eyes darting about. Draco lowered his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The current headmaster was not particularly severe, yet he had established his authority quite effectively. Furthermore, I must remind you that the seating at the Slytherin long table is ranked. Only the strongest are worthy of occupying the foremost positions. Should anyone dispute this, they are welcome to challenge. However, I must emphasize that such challenges should occur in private. Do not bring them to the fore and incite discord. Upon concluding his address, the headmaster nodded slightly and departed without further concern for the remaining young wizards. The implication of his words was unmistakable. They did not desire the inept to occupy the foremost seats at the Slytherin table. Anyone aspiring to sit at the head of the table must endure challenges and emerge victorious over their peers. Nonetheless, the outcome of their duels, including any injuries or grievances, was not the concern of Slytherin House. Moreover, should such challenges escalate to the professor's attention, resulting in lost house points, they too would face punishment. Theodore suddenly turned his gaze towards Draco. If memory serves, Draco had taken a seat at the very front during the sorting ceremony, a position typically reserved for first-year wizards. What, precisely, was Draco scheming? It soon became apparent, as an audacious young lad sprang forth. Draco Malfoy, if I recall correctly, was the very boy who dared claim a front-row seat among the first years. Did he truly believe he was worthy of such a position? Merely relying on his family's status as a board member, as if wealth alone sufficed. If he possessed any real skill, let him prove it in a duel. Salabok emerged in a fury, having found Draco insufferable since their time in the Great Hall. His pent-up frustration had simmered all the way here, and now, with only Slytherin students remaining, it erupted. He had, after all, inquired about Draco Malfoy and discovered him to be a mere privileged heir with no remarkable magical prowess to speak of. What gave him the audacity to occupy the foremost position? Was it merely because his family sat on the Hogwarts board? A board member, no less, not the headmaster. Very well, may I ask who you are? Draco inquired, his expression unperturbed, maintaining a gentle smile as though addressing a petulant child. His words were laced with provocation, as it was maddening that his supposed rival did not even know his name. Salabok, remember it well. I shall demonstrate that the position of first-year champion is not one to be coveted by a mere fool. With that, Salah raised his wand. Isn't it fortuitous? I concur with that sentiment, Draco replied with a calm nod. The Slytherin students, perceptive as ever, recognized the brewing conflict and purposely cleared a space for the duel. Salah was now like a tautly coiled leopard, poised to strike, while Draco remained leisurely, not even raising his wand, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a caretaker amusing a child. Disarm you, Salah declared, not one to harbor a gentle disposition. Seeing Draco's utter disregard for him as an adversary ignited his fury. Abandoning all notions of gentlemanly conduct or decorum, he unleashed a spell towards Draco. Being of noble lineage, he possessed some knowledge of Draco. While Draco had shown promise in flying and potion-making, his family had not permitted him extensive study of spells, nor was there any word of his prowess in that regard. Salah, however, was well versed in the disarming charm, confident it would deliver a significant blow and impart an understanding of Slytherin's customs to Draco. Yet, to his astonishment, Draco merely smiled, and with a subtle flick of his wand, an incantation unknown to Salah, effortlessly countered his spell. The first-year little wizard astonishingly possesses knowledge of the disarming charm. How delightful! Alas, the execution of such a spell is akin to a mere mosquito bite. Allow me to instruct you on the proper application. Draco acknowledged that Salar's sudden attack had irked him somewhat. Although his spellcasting was far from exemplary, such an ambush was a breach of decorum. Disarm. As Draco cast his spell, Salar was immediately propelled with a resounding thud against the wall, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unable to rise due to the pain coursing through his body. Chapter 12, Victory. Salar groped for his wand, which had seemingly vanished. Alas, Mr. Bach seems rather inept, aspiring to claim the top position. Perhaps he cannot even best me. Zabini, witnessing this predicament, promptly activated his mocking mode. The remaining companions exchanged glances, joining in the ridicule. There was indeed a hint of villainy in the air, while the previously brash Solar now resembled a protagonist subjected to the tyranny of a villain. Zabini, do refrain. Let us maintain some decorum. Draco smiled slightly, choosing not to intervene as Zabini spoke. Instead, he waited until the laughter began to subside before he decided to restore order. Zabini and Draco exchanged a glance, expressing their disinterest with a dismissive pout, yet silently signaled to the others. Draco approached Solar, retrieving the wand that had fallen to the ground, standing over him with an air of superiority. Slowly, he crouched down, exuding an imposing presence. Mr. Bach, I believe you are correct. The position of first-year champion in Slytherin is not one that the inept may covet. Ineptitude ought to remain in the refuse. Draco's gaze was calm, yet Solar perceived a mocking condescension within it. In an instant, fury surged within him, disregarding his status as a wizard. He lunged to seize Draco by the throat. However, Draco anticipated his move, swiftly positioning his wand against Solar's neck, as if to warn him that any further advance would result in dire consequences. Compelled to retreat to his previous position, Solar's face flushed with suppressed rage. Mr. Bach may require an early respite. Witnessing such spell work is indeed enlightening. Do refrain from claiming to have aspired to the position of first-year champion in Slytherin. For if others from different houses hear of it, they will surely find it laughable. Draco spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them, relishing the sight of Solar's impotent fury. Although everything had been meticulously orchestrated, from the very beginning, Draco had intentionally provoked Solar, having thoroughly inquired about his character. This was all in pursuit of this moment, to utterly defeat him, and, through this confrontation, establish his dominance. Establishing his authority within Slytherin, Draco sought to exert complete control over the first-year students. The dynamics of the wizarding world cannot be altered overnight. He understood the necessity of a gradual approach, with Slytherin House merely representing his initial step. Once Draco had articulated his thoughts, he ceased to dwell on the matter and turned to rejoin the throng of students. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the voice of Sala behind him. The formidable presence of Draco instilled a sense of trepidation in Sala, rendering him momentarily silent. Yet, as soon as Draco departed, Sala resumed speaking. This time you were merely fortunate. I shall surely triumph next time. Just wait. He appeared to envision himself as the protagonist of an Eastern fantasy tale, believing in the cyclical nature of fortune. Draco found this amusing, both inexperienced and overly eager. Very well. I shall await your next attempt. But in an unexpected turn, Draco seized Sala's wand and thrust it towards him with precision. The wand flew like a dart, grazing Sala's cheek before embedding itself in the floor. Oh, my apologies. I seem to have forgotten to return your wand. Sala was rendered speechless, his bravado evaporating as he lay on the ground, too stunned to rise. Do not remain there. The professor will soon arrive. If you continue to lie there, it will reflect poorly on us Slytherins, Draco remarked coldly, preparing to extricate himself from the gathering. Draco, where are you headed? Zabini questioned, perplexed by Draco's actions. Shouldn't he take this opportunity to mock the defeated? By leaving now, wasn't he relinquishing a favorable position? Yet, to Draco, relentlessly pursuing a fallen opponent was not a commendable tactic. Excessive cruelty would only foster a reputation for spitefulness. He aimed to forge a promising future for the wizarding community, not to establish a tyrannical regime. Reputation held significant weight for him. Moreover, having just picked up Sala's wand, he felt the discomfort of dirt lingering on his hands. To the washroom, my hands are soiled. Should a professor arrive to announce any new matters, please inform me later. Thank you, Draco said, his demeanor amicable and courteous, akin to that of a gentleman. He recognized the urgency of addressing certain matters, understanding that delay would only exacerbate the situation. Was this not the perfect opportunity to rectify the issue? With everyone preoccupied familiarizing themselves with their surroundings, none would notice the difference. Zabini nodded in acquiescence to Draco's request. Without further hesitation, Draco made his way towards the washroom. At this hour, the young wizards were still acclimating to the campus, and the washroom was devoid of occupants. Just as Draco was washing his hands, a spell suddenly shot at him from behind. The power of the spell was rather feeble, likely something a first-year wizard could conjure. Draco merely waved his wand to deflect the incantation effortlessly. Theodore not, my friend, he remarked, a sneak attack from behind is hardly commendable. Have you been observing me for so long just to launch this underhanded strike? It is truly disheartening. Draco turned to glance towards the doorway, where no one was present. Theodore had not followed him inside, yet he was certain that the assailant moments ago was indeed Theodore. Upon hearing his name called by Draco, Theodore entered the washroom without hesitation. Young wizards ought to refrain from frivolously wielding their wands. Having yet to master the spells, they risk injuring themselves. Even if they escape personal harm, Causing damage to plants and flowers is hardly a virtuous habit. As Draco spoke, he gradually approached Theodore, the distance between them dwindling until they stood almost face to face. You are not Draco. Who exactly are you? Theodore asserted. The Malfoy family would be enraged to learn that you are impersonating him. I advise you to return Draco at once. Theodore spoke calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Draco. He seemed to possess a confidence that belied his trembling form. Upon hearing Theodore's challenge, Draco smiled slightly, yet in the next moment, he seized Theodore by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Regrettably, my friend, you are mistaken. I am indeed Draco. Ever since inhabiting this body, Draco's consciousness had merged with that of its original owner. One could say that this Draco was the same as the former, yet now infused with memories of a past life, which had profoundly transformed him. Chapter 13, Confession. You are not. Theodore gasped, struggling to speak under Draco's grip. Draco had no intention of arguing with Theodore. Rather, he initiated a recollection. He understood better than anyone that forcibly altering another's beliefs was the most foolish of actions. It was far more effective to allow them to discover the truth on their own. I remember the first time I met you. It was on the day of your mother's passing. You were curled up in a corner, and I was the one who brought you back to my home, correct? As Draco recounted this, Theodore, who had been struggling, froze in disbelief. Everyone assumed that their first encounter occurred at the age of 6 during a pure-blood family gathering. In truth, their meeting had transpired much earlier, a fact known only to Theodore and Draco. Their bond was strong. Yet Theodore's reticence kept him from fully integrating into Draco's circle. Despite this, Draco could never forget Theodore, aware that he was a well-meaning but taciturn fool. Seeing Theodore's demeanor soften, Draco released his grip on his throat. I recall the first time I encountered you. You were so vivacious. And I secretly concealed you within my home, fearful of my parents discovering you. Mr. Knott seemed oblivious to the situation, as he was preoccupied, and an entire week passed without him noticing your absence. Back then, you would eagerly place orders, and I would pester my mother for delicious meals. Yet now, you have grown increasingly taciturn. However, one thing remains unchanged, your keen perceptiveness. Draco's demeanor was surprisingly gentle, starkly contrasting with the individual who had just assaulted Theodore. Theodore stood there, disheveled and gasping for breath, his gaze towards Draco tinged with confusion. This matter was known solely to the two of them. No one else had ever been privy to it, nor had they confided in anyone else. Theodore was certain that the individual before him was indeed Draco. Yet how could anyone undergo such a dramatic transformation in such a short span of time? Was it all an act? It hardly seemed so. What then? Was the reason behind it? Did you truly intend to kill me moments ago? I require you to elucidate your reasoning. Theodore found Draco's actions utterly perplexing. I did not. I merely feared you would summon others. If that were to happen, the situation would spiral out of control. It is a grave matter. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Once ensnared in this vortex, there is no escape. Draco's tone was calm, his gaze towards Theodore imbued with a seriousness that suggested the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Mr. Lucius had specifically conferred with my father, entrusting me with your care. Having given my word, I cannot renege on it. Draco fell into a brief silence, seemingly contemplating Theodore's words and weighing whether to divulge the truth. Only he knew he was merely putting on an act. From the moment he had requested Lucius to consult with Theodore's father, he had already secured his hold over Theodore. The prey was gradually ensnared in the trap, and the grand design was unfolding. Draco swiftly cast a silencing charm around them to ensure no one could overhear. Then spoke slowly. You are aware of Harry Potter's arrival at Hogwarts, are you not? Draco appeared to be making casual conversation, observing Theodore. Yet, was this not a question posed with foreknowledge? Surely, that dark-haired boy had indeed joined Gryffindor. Theodore was perplexed, questioning the purpose of Draco's inquiry. The emergence of a savior in the public eye signified the impending return of the Dark Lord. Draco understood Theodore's bewilderment, so he chose to disturb the calm waters with a metaphorical stone. This statement served as the catalyst that shattered the tranquility. Initially, our families had used the pretext of the Cruciatus curse to extricate ourselves from the Death Eater ranks and evade Azkaban. If the Dark Lord were to return, would the past resurface? What fate awaited us? Draco uttered these words, collapsing against the nearby wall as if overwhelmed by despair. It appears that he has been acting strangely of late, all merely a fade, as if it were a protective barrier for himself. Now, having confided in Theodore, his defenses, his shield, have crumbled in an instant. Theodore can sense the pressure emanating from Draco, along with the overwhelming feeling of disarray surrounding him. Why this conjecture? The Dark Lord has been absent for many years, and the wizarding world has ceased to believe in his resurgence. Why entertain such a terrifying notion? To be frank, Theodore himself is not particularly convinced that the Dark Lord would return. After all, so many years have passed, and the magical realm remains tranquil, with those malevolent individuals still confined within Azkaban, making no moves whatsoever. During his last visit to Diagon Alley, he encountered Harry Potter. and the one who came to retrieve him was Rubeus Hagrid. We all know Hagrid is a staunch loyalist of Dumbledore. He would not have come without Dumbledore's express instructions. Draco paused as he spoke, then offered another example. Recall the last time Zabini sought out Harry Potter. How curious it was that he encountered him. Why is it that all those who cross paths with Harry Potter seem to harbor disdain for Slytherin? Has Slytherin in the wizarding world truly become extinct? How is it that none are encountered? I do not believe in coincidences, and with so many coincidences converging, it can only signify a long-cherished scheme. I suspect everything is connected to Dumbledore. Furthermore, they must possess knowledge that eludes us, perhaps something akin to a prophecy. It has never been my suspicion regarding Voldemort's return. Rather, it is Dumbledore's doubt, which prompted him to lay plans since Harry Potter's first year. He harbored suspicions that the Dark Lord had not perished and aimed to completely eradicate him upon his return. As Draco spoke, he grew increasingly agitated. Yet, what difference does it make? Voldemort has but a handful of followers left. Even if those in Azkaban were released, he would lack the power to oppose Dumbledore. And he still needs us. He would not dare to act against us. Theodore hastily reassured Draco, relishing the rare opportunity of hearing him speak so much. However, necessity and usage are two distinct matters. Sending someone to their demise up front is one thing, while maintaining a position of command from behind is another. Moreover, do you truly believe that the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, would remain idle? If that were the case, how could he have triumphed over two Dark Lords? I refuse to believe that the infant Harry Potter, swaddled in blankets, was the one who vanquished Voldemort. Without Dumbledore's strategic planning, it would have been impossible. As Draco spoke, he turned to Theodore, seemingly mocking his naivety. Are you suggesting that Harry Potter has always been under Dumbledore's control? Is that what you meant when you said that as long as Dumbledore is headmaster of Hogwarts, Harry Potter would never enter Slytherin? Theodore, astute and perceptive, quickly connected Draco's words. Yet what of it? Even if the Dark Lord is deceased, we continue to lead our lives, Draco. So there is no need for excessive concern. Chapter 14, Deceived Again. A different Theodore. But what if the Dark Lord had not perished? What if he returned? What shall we do? The generation of our fathers bears the dark mark, and should Voldemort return, they would undoubtedly seek him out. Draco's words rendered Theodore momentarily speechless. If Voldemort were to return and demanded their allegiance to oppose Dumbledore, would they comply? If they were to acquiesce and Voldemort ultimately failed, would Dumbledore show us mercy? Draco's relentless inquiries left Theodore bewildered. While he was indifferent to joining the Death Eaters, he was deeply concerned for his own life. Observing Theodore's indecision, Draco decided to ensnare him further. Perhaps we could conduct a simple experiment to scrutinize whether Dumbledore has indeed extended his influence over the first-year wizards. Draco was determined to keep Theodore from escaping. Given his evident hesitation, Draco aimed to eradicate it entirely. What do you wish to do? Theodore had already formulated an idea in his mind, but was reluctant to acknowledge it. After all, no one desires their tranquil existence to be disrupted. No one wishes to exchange a peaceful life for one fraught with turmoil and strife. If the so-called savior were to skip class on the very first day, how would Dumbledore react? Would he deduct points? Demand a reflection? Expel him? Or perhaps, do nothing at all? A gentle smile graced Draco's lips. His voice ethereal, as if echoing from afar. Each question reverberated within Theodore's heart. Harry Potter would not dare to skip class. He is likely more astute than one might presume. From his demeanor, I can discern that he is observant and adept at assessing situations. Unlikely to make grave mistakes without a clear understanding of the circumstances, Theodore asserted decisively. In fact, upon noticing Draco's peculiar behavior, he had sought out Zabini to discuss the events that transpired during their encounter with Harry Potter. He not only recognized the significant change in Draco, but also discerned that the so-called savior was far from naive. He is intelligent, having learned to navigate his circumstances, making him quite suited for Slytherin. I understand, but others do not. He is merely 11 years old, an age when children are often fickle, easily distracted by trivial matters. Draco cast a knowing glance at Theodore. In an instant, Theodore comprehended that this was a suggestion to procure a pet to occupy Harry Potter's attention. Many young wizards at Hogwarts have the habit of keeping pets, and even those without pets often have owls or similar companions. It was their inaugural visit to Hogwarts, and it was entirely normal for them to be delayed by the sight of a small pet led astray to some peculiar location. What would be suitable for such a purpose? However, discerning the precise means to capture Harry Potter's attention was no trivial matter. Who could possibly know? Yet, I recall that the Weasley family's imbecile seemed to possess a rat. Indeed, the filthy creature often harbored unsightly companions, and one could hardly tell if it might be devoured by a serpent one day. Draco appeared to be concerned about Ron's pet. Theodore nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, he exited the lavatory. By this time, the young wizards had already dispersed, but fortuitously, Draco and Theodore shared a room, which saved them considerable trouble. Expecting a night devoid of dreams, Draco was unexpectedly roused in the dead of night. He was a meticulous individual, always preparing for every eventuality. Even if circumstances did not unfold as he envisioned, he would compel events to align with his expectations. Theodore also had a pet, a snake. The Slytherin crest featured a serpent. Thus, Slytherin wizards often kept pet snakes. Draco, however, did not have a pet, as he found the idea of animal ownership rather distasteful. Yet, on this occasion, he discreetly brought along Theodore's snake. Navigating the familiar path, he arrived at the Hogwarts chicken coop. The chickens likely had no inkling that their first encounter with wandless magic would involve the killing curse directed at themselves. Being killed was one thing, but to have a snake gnaw at their remains, leaving the coop in a bloody mess, was another matter entirely. Subsequently, he disposed of their carcasses with the bone-breaking curse. Theodore's pet was surprisingly obedient, perhaps due to its familiarity with him. This inspired Draco with an excellent idea. If the so-called savior were merely to serve as a shield or a catalyst for sporadic outbursts, it would be a grave waste of potential. He ought to realize his utmost value. Draco coldly surveyed the disarray and departed hastily. He was well aware of Hagrid's routine. He would invariably check on his creatures at the crack of dawn. Should he discover any issue with the chicken coop, he would promptly report it to Professor Dumbledore. Draco dared not linger, as prolonged presence could easily attract attention. He needed to return to the dormitory without delay. Inside, Theodore was sleeping soundly, entirely oblivious. Draco quietly cleaned Theodore's snake and returned it to its designated spot. Thankfully, Theodore did not speak Parseltongue. Otherwise, it could have led to serious trouble. The next day marked the commencement of classes, with Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson scheduled as the first. Most Slytherin wizards were quite studious, and by the time Draco arrived, several young wizards had already begun entering the classroom. As Draco made his entrance, nearly everyone assumed he would take a seat at the front, promptly rising to create a path for him. This, perhaps, is the privilege accorded to a head boy. Draco graciously nodded to his fellow Slytherin peers in acknowledgement of their courtesy, and indeed did not disappoint their expectations, settling into the foremost position. Theodore, still mindful of the previous day's events, opted to sit beside Draco. They exchanged a knowing glance, reaffirming their plans from yesterday. Theodore had risen early that morning, intent on this matter, yet he refrained from employing his pet snake for the task. Instead, he had procured another serpent from an unknown source to accomplish it. As the class commenced, Professor McGonagall's absence was notable, with only a small cat bounding around the classroom. It seemed Professor McGonagall had noticed the prolonged absence of Harry Potter and his companions, contemplating a further wait. Draco, too, perceived her hesitation and signaled subtly to those at the back. The atmosphere in the classroom began to stir. First, a Slytherin student dropped a quill, and then the restlessness spread throughout. The Gryffindors were particularly agitated. Quiet down, everyone. Is this Diagon Alley? The first-year Slytherins were not Draco's ultimate aim. Thus he did not mind showcasing a bit in front of everyone. Chapter 15, Late Arrivals. The newly arrived young wizards held a certain trepidation towards Slytherin rather than outright disdain. Therefore, when Draco spoke, the entire assembly fell silent, their gazes fixed intently upon him. The atmosphere was swiftly brought under control, and Professor McGonagall, no longer waiting for the two stragglers, reverted to her original form, dispelling the transfiguration. Any further delay would have led to chaos in the classroom. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, for your actions which will earn Slytherin 3 points. Professor McGonagall praised Draco without reservation, also addressing the earlier commotion and underscoring the importance of discipline. She was a figure of seriousness regarding classroom conduct, maintaining strict decorum. Only then did she commence the day's lesson. She began with a few introductory transformations, turning the surrounding desks and chairs into various animals and other objects, aiming to engage the young wizard's emotions. Each student was then given a matchstick, tasked with transforming it into a needle. Draco recalled that during this lesson in his past life, he had failed to complete the task. The spell was notably challenging for novice wizards. Yet for him now, it seemed relatively simple. If he wished to capture everyone's attention, he knew he must lead the way. Without hesitation, Draco cast the transfiguration spell on the matchstick, and in an instant, it transformed into a beautifully ornate needle. Professor McGonagall had evidently never encountered such a swift learner of the transfiguration spell among young witches and wizards. She appeared somewhat astonished. Ah, clever young wizard, you shall earn 3 points for Slytherin. The rapid success of Draco piqued Professor McGonagall's curiosity regarding this year's cohort of students. Could it be that this group of young wizards possessed such remarkable aptitude, mastering spells with such ease? However, as time passed, her initial assumption proved erroneous. After half a lesson, none had succeeded, save for Hermione, whose matchstick had undergone a slight transformation. Meanwhile, the 2 students she had been preoccupied with, Harry and Ron, returned. Looking somewhat disheveled, their clothing dusted with an unidentifiable grime. They awkwardly concealed themselves behind Hagrid, their heads bowed, unwilling to lift their gazes. Excuse me, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid's sudden appearance interrupted the class. The young witches and wizards, already irked by their attempts at transfiguration, turned their attention toward the commotion. Professor McGonagall, with a piercing gaze, was taken aback. It was indeed unexpected that any student would dare to arrive so late on the very first day of class. I found 2 lost young wizards in the castle. They mentioned they were coming to your class, so I brought them here, Hagrid explained, casting Harry a look of goodwill before returning to his duties. Just the day prior, all the chickens at Hogwarts had mysteriously vanished, prompting him to investigate thoroughly. He had intended to visit an old friend, but found himself entangled in this matter, leading him back to Hogwarts. It was then that he encountered Harry and Ron. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I believe it would be prudent for you to properly acquaint yourselves with your new classmates. Or perhaps affix a clock to your foreheads to help you remember the time and place. Professor McGonagall's tone was decidedly stern. Yet, understanding it was their first class and they were unfamiliar with the rules, she opted for a simple reprimand, instructing them to submit a brief reflection for the next lesson instead of imposing any severe punishment or expulsion. The class resumed its usual rhythm. Draco and Theodore exchanged glances, a mutual understanding passing between them. No, it was Theodore who solidified his thoughts, with Draco assisting in affirming them. However, the day's unexpected turn had stirred a change in Theodore's demeanor. He became lost in thought, abandoning his practice of the transfiguration spell, leaving others puzzled by his distraction. Even Zabini, seated behind him, noticed something was amiss. He gently tapped on his desk to draw Draco's attention. What's wrong? Draco silently mouthed. He was not bold enough to converse during Professor McGonagall's class. What's up with Theodore? Zabini gestured toward Theodore, mirroring Draco's silent inquiry. Draco remained silent, merely signaling to Zabini to glance in Harry Potter's direction. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him. Arriving late on the very first day of classes, yet receiving only a trivial reprimand was disconcerting, especially since Professor McGonagall had explicitly emphasized the importance of discipline. The fact that Harry Potter committed an infraction, yet faced minimal consequences was indeed unsettling. Zabini had initially resolved to instigate something after class, expecting no one to participate. He was taken aback when even Theodore aligned himself with him this time. Just as Zabini was about to utter more, he noticed Draco passing him a note. He glanced down at it briefly before tearing it into shreds. The lesson passed swiftly, with all the young wizards engrossed in learning the transfiguration spell, though with little success. Only Granger managed to achieve a semblance of success. She was an exceptionally determined child. Despite her Muggle heritage, she aspired to excel among her peers. Her eyes burned with resolve as she cast a challenging glance at Draco, as if intent on surpassing him. Draco, however, paid her no mind, preoccupied with undermining Harry Potter. As soon as class concluded, Harry found himself on the receiving end of peculiar treatment. On his way back, he was casually jostled by fellow wizards, who whispered cutting remarks in his ear. Truly, as the savior of the magical realm, even Professor McGonagall showed favoritism towards him. Ah, are you envious? After all, he is the savior, possessing the privilege to skip classes. The savior returning from the Muggle world certainly lacked an understanding of protocol. Harry felt a sense of injustice. In truth, he had risen early. He and Ron had gotten up at dawn, but initially lost their way on the staircase. After much effort, they finally found the correct path, only for Ron's pet to be snatched away by a snake. He attempted to converse with the serpent, urging it to halt, yet it only darted further away. Aware that he would surely be late, Harry was reluctant to proceed. However, Ron, anxious about his pet, tugged Harry along, and they ended up colliding with something, getting themselves quite dirty. Ultimately, they encountered Hagrid, who guided them back to the classroom. Those who mocked him included both Gryffindors and Slytherins. The Gryffindor students seemed to jest aimlessly, while the Slytherins exhibited a more practiced demeanor, as if instructed on the art of derision. Harry observed the actions of those taunting him and quickly identified the instigator behind him, Blaise Zabini, the very individual with whom he had clashed previously. This was something he had suspected all along, yet a question lingered in his mind. Was the enigmatic Draco Malfoy somehow involved in this? Harry was uncertain, but he felt compelled to take action. Chapter 16, Potions Class. Harry yearned to take action, even to invite Draco for a private discussion. However, he found himself devoid of opportunity, as Ron clung to him relentlessly. Although their tardiness was a shared fault, all attention was squarely directed at Harry. Ron, seemingly content in his invisibility, must have felt a pang of unease, prompting him to tighten his grasp on Harry in an attempt to mend the rift between them. Moreover, the throngs of students surrounding Draco were formidable. Slytherin peers encircled him like loyal subjects around their sovereign. Surprisingly, Draco maintained an amiable demeanor, engaging in casual conversation with them. Unlike the haughty young lords, who typically exuded arrogance, Draco was almost approachable. Had he traversed the political realm, he would have embodied the quintessential politician, no matter the treachery harbored beneath. He presented an affable facade, grounded and impartial. Harry, unable to seize an opportunity, was acutely aware that the afternoon heralded potions class. Under different circumstances, he might not have been so concerned, but he had noted the professor's peculiar scrutiny since the beginning of the term. The professor's gaze bore an odd intensity, hinting at undisguised disdain. Having already been tardy in Professor McGonagall's class that morning, another late arrival to Professor Snape's potions class would spell disaster. Thus, Harry arrived early to the classroom. Draco occupied his usual seat at the front, and Harry wished he could forego the lesson altogether. Akin to a college student forced to attend first-grade classes, the material posed no challenge to him, yet prolonged exposure would inevitably become wearisome. Nevertheless, he had no choice. His frail constitution limited him to casting only 2 or 3 spells. He needed to conserve his energy, bide his time, and develop gradually, ensuring that no weaknesses were exposed. Professor Snape was punctual. Unlike Professor McGonagall, who transformed into a cat, he strode directly to the podium, his flowing robes resembling those of a great bat clad in inky blackness. Potions class is a remarkable discipline, he proclaimed, his sharp gaze fixed on Harry. I shall not tolerate any fool arriving late or leaving early, nor shall I permit the reckless waving of ineffective wands. His disdain for Harry Potter was palpable, and upon entering, he emphasized the importance of discipline. It had been whispered that a celebrity had graced their school this year, and this very figure had the audacity to arrive late on the first day, only to be brought back by others. Even without contemplation, Potter understands that Professor Snape is addressing him. However, the fault lies with Snape, and thus he merely lowers his head. Mr. Potter, do you have anything to say? The oppressive aura of Professor Snape renders Harry speechless. Next comes the deadly trio of questions. Though Harry insists he is diligently studying, the myriad of chores at his aunt's house leaves him little time to memorize the entirety of the textbooks. He can only afford a cursory glance at each subject, retaining but a vague impression. Consequently, when Professor Snape presents that trio of fatal inquiries, he genuinely finds himself at a loss. He senses the malice emanating from Snape, yet it only intensifies his curiosity about the ultimate aims of those involved. His upbringing has taught him that in this world, there is neither unmerited goodness nor unprovoked evil. Reality dictates that he must endure 7 years at Hogwarts. Thus, he must adeptly navigate his surroundings. Harry's gaze shifts toward Draco, who is entirely oblivious to him. His head lowered, staring vacantly, with only his platinum hair gleaming. Professor, Miss Granger is capable of answering these questions. Perhaps you could inquire with her. Harry attempts to divert Snape's attention, yet he quickly realizes the futility of his efforts. Renown does not equate to everything, does it, Mr. Potter? Put your hand down. Foolish girl, Snape retorts, persisting in his mockery of Harry. However, at Harry's suggestion, he becomes aware of Hermione beside him. He proceeds to utter additional remarks, and Harry understands he can no longer refute him, choosing instead to feign humility by lowering his head. He hardly expects to be reprimanded even under such circumstances. What are you staring at? Why not take out your quill and jot down these notes? Snape's words echo relentlessly in Harry's ears. He knows that whatever he does is deemed wrong. All he wishes for now is for the class to pass swiftly. Perhaps Merlin has heard his silent plea, for Snape transitions to teaching them how to brew potions, pairing them into groups. Harry seizes this opportunity to sit beside Draco, hoping to inquire about certain matters. But before he can approach, Ron pulls him back. Sigh. Draco listens intently, though he is not particularly patient as he brews his potion. A concoction he could prepare with his eyes closed. His true concern lies with that singular point, which represents his first step toward conquering the young wizards of Hogwarts. Neville's cauldron begins to react increasingly violently, and suddenly, with a bang, it explodes. It is at this moment that Draco casts a shield charm, which is not a mere shield charm, but rather a variant of it. This spell creates a simple barrier over Neville's cauldron, preventing the potion from splattering. Nevertheless, this does little to quell Professor Snape's fury. What are these imbeciles doing in class? Have I not made myself clear? The errors persist because of your negligence. 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Gratitude is extended to Mr. Malfoy for his assistance in augmenting Slytherin's points. Professor Snape articulated a punishment, yet his gaze harbored a complex expression directed toward Draco. Indeed, he is the godfather of Draco Malfoy and possesses an intimate understanding of the nature of his godson. He has an inkling that Draco has undergone a transformation. Draco nodded, embracing the attention of those around him, acutely aware that the gazes of his fellow young wizards were fixated upon him. This marked his initial stride, one that he deemed a decisive step forward. As the day unfolded as usual, in a bid to solidify his status, Draco excelled in potion making, once again contributing points to Slytherin. Being a seasoned expert entering a novice village, it was no easy feat for others to catch up with him. With the conclusion of the potion class, the young wizards wrapped up their bustling day. Amidst the throngs of Slytherin admirers, Draco departed the classroom. As he walked, he abruptly turned to glance in the direction of Harry Potter. Chapter 17, Baiting Harry. Draco sensed Harry had been observing him intently, yet when Draco met his gaze, Harry averted his eyes, refusing to make contact. What is it, Draco? Zabini inquired, puzzled by Draco's sudden turn. It's nothing. I merely recalled that I seem to have left something in the classroom. You all may return. I might need to pay a visit to Professor Snape later this evening. Since Harry had been watching him so closely, he decided to extend an opportunity. The prey had taken the bait. The hunter was at the final juncture, and patience was paramount. Shall I accompany you? Theodore, having gleaned some understanding from his previous conversation with Draco, sensed his intent to subtly influence the savior. This would likely be his initial step. No, this matter is one I shall handle, Draco replied with a slight smile. Expressing his gratitude for Theodore's kindness before distancing himself from the crowd, heading towards a secluded path. This was his chance for Harry Potter. If Harry were indeed astute and willing to seize this opportunity, all could still be negotiated. Indeed, Draco had barely taken a few steps before he was seized by the collar and pulled into a narrow alley. The action was executed with great stealth. Yet the method employed left Draco distinctly displeased. In retaliation, Draco delivered a punch directly to Harry's chest, catching him off guard. Harry slumped against the wall, weakened. Harry Potter, how could it be you? Draco queried. My apologies. I instinctively struck, thinking you were an assailant. I hope I haven't injured you. It was intentional, yet what of it? However, even if Harry perceived the underlying meaning, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride, for he found himself in need of assistance. Is it all right if Mr. Malfoy accompanies me to a certain location? I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Harry's eyes were filled with determination as he regarded Draco with utmost seriousness. Draco, however, chose to remain unresponsive, even contemplating teasing the savior before him. Perhaps not. I have matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself, he declared, adjusting his attire to ensure that Harry's prior actions left no trace. He prepared to depart. Yet this was the only opportunity Harry had encountered in recent times to confront Draco face to face. The prospect of another such occasion was uncertain. He could not afford to let this chance slip away. Mr. Malfoy, do you desire for everyone to perceive you as a hypocrite, inconsistent in your character? Harry resorted to a threat, despite possessing no tangible evidence. Draco, clearly aware of this, regarded Harry with a bemused expression, his face betraying a hint of mockery. How shall we begin? Surely, Mr. Potter, you cannot hold me accountable for the actions of Slytherins merely because you have been bullied. It is rather disheartening to discover that the savior's perspective is so limited. Harry's attempts were no match for Draco's cunning, who deftly redirected the accusation back at him. Nevertheless, Draco exhibited no inclination to continue this verbal sparring. After a brief standoff, they both feigned concession. Very well, I shall grant you a few minutes. It must be quite pitiful to be perpetually bullied. I hope, Mr. Potter, that you do not disappoint me, Draco said languidly, gesturing for Harry to lead the way. From their brief interaction, it was evident that Harry was a rather cautious individual. Therefore, having resolved to speak with Draco privately, he must have selected an appropriate venue for their discourse. Harry nodded, no longer hesitating, and guided Draco through a series of twists and turns until they reached a secluded alley. This location was familiar to Draco. He had frequented such hidden corners during his past romantic escapades. The area was isolated, seldom visited by students, thus ensuring a degree of safety. Was it you who orchestrated this, intentionally delaying our progress, resulting in my tardiness to class, and provoking mockery upon me? What is your true aim? Is it merely to compel me to seek you out? Harry inquired, fully aware that questioning Draco directly would yield no revelations. Instead, he opted for a more cunning approach. Despite lacking any solid proof, he had uncovered that Zabini was the mastermind behind the incidents. Yet upon their first encounter, he discerned that Zabini was always obedient to Draco. If Draco had genuinely exhibited friendliness, he surmised that Zabini's actions would have been curtailed. But what if Draco was indeed the one orchestrating everything? Not I. I have no time to target you, Mr. Potter. Do not overestimate your significance. All matters require evidence, Draco retorted, adamantly denying any involvement. Years of political experience taught him that regardless of whether a misdeed was one's own doing, acknowledging it was unwise. Conversely, the same did not hold true for commendable actions. Harry fixed his gaze upon Draco, scrutinizing him intently, as if seeking some telltale sign upon his countenance. Yet, with only a few years of practice, he was no match for Draco, a seasoned veteran of manipulation. No matter how he examined him, he could discern no flaw, leaving him disheartened. My apologies, Mr. Malfoy. I fear I have been overly sensitive. I sought you out to inquire about the savior. What did you truly mean by your words last time? Harry had not forgotten his purpose. Since he could not extract evidence through coercion, he would soften his approach and seek useful information instead. After spending so long in the Muggle world, he had learned the art of adaptability. It was hardly wise to engage in stubbornness when one lacked the capability to do so. Draco smiled faintly, choosing silence as he lifted his hand to cast a soundproofing charm. He was far more experienced and meticulous than Harry. Any remarks that might cast him in a negative light were handled with great care, ensuring no eavesdropper could glean any information. What does that mean? Quite an interesting statement. Don't you think? Have you not realized it? Draco refrained from responding directly, uncertain of how much Harry had uncovered or how much he should divulge. Rather than articulate his thoughts, he preferred to let Harry speak. I feel as though I am being led along a path, surrounded by figures like Hagrid, who seem to guide me. Harry spoke, adopting an innocent demeanor. He began to weave some ambiguous statements. Guides could refer to anyone. Those who lead you to education are guides, and those who set you on the right path are likewise guides. Such vague assertions would naturally not instill confidence in Draco. However, for Harry at this moment, it wasn't necessarily a negative situation. As the savior, his title ensured that others would seek to guide him. Sometimes, Draco's relentless digging made Harry wonder if he were a mole, perpetually eager to unearth pitfalls. Draco subtly applied his manipulations. What were their true intentions? Harry had noticed Draco's persistent influence over those individuals, yet he also sensed that Draco was cognizant of the underlying truth. How could I possibly know what they intend? Draco deflected the inquiry. Chapter 18. What do you have that is worth my concern? You know, I am certain of it. Harry Potter did not buy into his fabrications. Sometimes, knowing something was one matter. Being able to articulate it was another entirely. I've taken the bait, Draco remarked, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Harry Potter appeared perplexed. Who were these individuals that even a noble like Draco could not confront? Why? Harry found himself thoroughly confused by Draco's insinuations, utterly unaware of his true meaning. Perhaps all of this was connected to the hidden orchestrator behind the scenes. Do you know who the headmaster of this school is? Draco did not respond to Harry's inquiry. Instead, he posed another question. Albus Dumbledore. He is the greatest white wizard of this century. Harry paused momentarily, then suddenly comprehended the implication and looked back at Draco. Are you suggesting that he orchestrated everything? Is he involved in all of this? Indeed. I have sensed such a possibility, and it is no wonder I felt manipulated upon arriving at the school. Harry articulated his conjecture that Dumbledore was the mastermind behind it all. He scrutinized Draco's facial expressions closely, noticing Draco's slight frown upon the mention of Dumbledore. However, Harry still could not ascertain with certainty whether it was indeed him. He decided to reaffirm his thoughts with some assertive statements to gauge Draco's reaction. Yet, Draco's expression remained unchanged, leaving Harry perplexed. I don't know. Who told you that? I never said such a thing, Draco replied, his tone lacking seriousness, appearing rather nonchalant, as if deflecting responsibility rather than interrogating. This only served to reinforce Harry's suspicions. The mastermind was indeed Dumbledore. Draco seemed to be revealing the true culprit while simultaneously avoiding the blame for disclosing such information. Cunning Slytherin. Why would he act this way? Although I am deemed the savior, that was in the past. The Dark Lord is dead, and my role as the savior has lost its significance. Why then do they continue to monitor and manipulate me? Harry's emotions began to unravel. He assumed Draco would relish witnessing his emotional collapse, hence his performance. Calm down. You fool. If you summon others, I will have no choice but to strike you. Under such heated exchanges, no one would believe a Gryffindor and a Slytherin are confiding in each other. If you wish to expose, I have no desire to. Draco's gaze turned icy, feeling that the boy before him was woefully inept in his acting. Harry was clever, yet all these events were orchestrated by Draco. Since Harry Potter was willing to play along, let the performance continue. The savior, rendered useless after the Dark Lord's demise, had he ever considered another possibility? What if the Dark Lord never truly died? Upon hearing Draco's words, Harry was taken aback. He had contemplated countless possibilities but had never considered this one, or perhaps he simply dared not. Nonetheless, he secretly rejoiced, for it seemed Draco Malfoy desired to see him gradually unravel, guiding him in the process. This state of vulnerability was precisely the means to extract more information. Had they always known the Dark Lord was alive? What was their purpose in controlling me? To serve as a shield? To be a tool for attracting hatred? Or should I place my hopes on defeating the Dark Lord once more? Harry was genuinely agitated. He found little concern for what others might gain from him. After all, he had nothing left to lose. He possessed only the legacy left by his parents, and should that legacy vanish, he could simply return to the hardships of his past, which did not evoke much anguish. Moreover, there was nothing else for him to hold dear. Yet, those around him coveted his life. How could a mere first-year wizard like him hope to vanquish the Dark Lord? Even when he matured, could he possibly triumph over the Dark Lord, who had eluded so many adult wizards for so long? This was tantamount to courting death. Who could fathom such matters? They should inquire of them, not me. I am merely an 11-year-old wizard. Do you truly believe they would confide in me? Being of pure blood, if the Dark Lord were to claim lives, surely mine would not be among them. Why should I trouble myself? Draco was quite pleased with Harry Potter's current reaction. His ultimate goal was to redefine the order of the magical world. Simply eliminating Voldemort would not suffice to achieve a radical transformation within the magical realm. Many things must be dismantled before they can be rebuilt. In a place afflicted by illness, if one seeks to eradicate it entirely, there are two optimal methods. One is to extinguish it at its inception. The other is to encourage its proliferation and then eradicate it all at once. The current state of the magical world belonged to the latter. Simplistic measures could no longer disrupt the order that had persisted for so many years. The magical community required a grand upheaval, a cataclysmic chaos that would astonish the world. Merely one Voldemort was evidently insufficient. Thus, Draco needed not only to control the Death Eaters, but also the Order of the Phoenix. What should I do? Harry was uncertain whether Draco was friend or foe. Yet if he wished to escape from the clutches of control, Draco might serve as an effective ally in navigating his predicament. You wish for my assistance? On what grounds? What do you possess that warrants my aid? Harry Potter, I am not the benevolent Hufflepuff. Without gain, no Slytherin would offer you assistance. Draco seemed to suddenly reveal his mercantile nature, his eyes glinting with ambition. Like a quintessential Slytherin, he was impervious to anything but profit. I possess wealth, considerable wealth. I can barter with you using money. Harry could not immediately conceive of anything he possessed that would sway Draco. Yet he did have money. His parents had left him a substantial fortune. If it truly came to the point of purchasing his life with money, he would part with it without hesitation. This was his highest bid, yet Draco could hardly suppress his disdain. The fool Potter seemed oblivious to his own surname. Would Malfoy lack for money? Who cared for his paltry sum? Have you perhaps mistaken your judgment, Potter? It seems you have forgotten my surname. The Malfoy family is renowned for its immense wealth. Do you truly believe I am in want of funds? Draco remarked disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Harry. He felt it necessary to remind Harry Potter, lest he remain oblivious to the truth. What could possibly warrant my concern for you, Potter? In terms of wealth, the Malfoy family possesses assets beyond imagination, incomparable to the modest accumulation of your parents. As for abilities, my magical prowess is unparalleled. You have nothing of value to impart to me. Do you intend to teach me some survival skills from the Muggle world? Draco sneered. Inwardly, Draco lamented that if Harry Potter could not comprehend this, then it was best to part ways. There was no merit in engaging with a fool. Chapter 19, Parseltongue. Upon Draco's conclusion, Harry felt a tinge of despondency. The reality was indeed as he feared. He was merely a homeless orphan, lacking any noteworthy assets. Having grown up in the Muggle world, he could not match Draco Malfoy's prowess, who consistently excelled in every class. Nor could he rival Draco's affluent background. However, as his mind raced, he suddenly recalled a unique ability that Draco might lack. I can converse with snakes, can you? Indeed, Harry had discovered this gift in his youth, though his Muggle relatives could not share in such an ability. Initially, he believed it to be an exclusive trait of wizards. However, during their first lesson, when a snake snatched Ron's pet rat, Harry realized that not all wizards possessed this talent. Perhaps it was a rare gift. Harry's revelation seemed to utterly astonish Draco, whose previously proud demeanor faltered, replaced by a look of sheer disbelief. Oh, at last, you speak my language. This is precisely what I was waiting to hear. This admission brought a sense of relief to Draco, who had feared that Harry would be incapable of grasping this concept, despite his fervent insistence on abilities and skills. Had Harry truly failed to recognize it, would Draco have to resort to subtle hints? If he did so, given Harry's keen perception, it would likely raise suspicions. You can speak Parseltongue? Is that for real? Can you teach me? Draco's voice carried a hint of skepticism, clearly doubtful of Harry's claim. Of course, provided you can assist me in return. Witnessing Draco's astonishment instilled Harry with newfound confidence. He realized this was the leverage he needed for their transaction. You overestimate me. How could I possibly compete with the most renowned white wizard of this century? However, I might offer you a few hints. Draco relented, though he remained guarded, as his nature disinclined him to make promises easily. Speak, then. The act of relenting was, nonetheless, a positive development. At present, the Dark Lord has yet to be born, yet his emergence is merely a matter of time. Regardless of how they perceive you, their fundamental aim is to have you delay the Dark Lord for a while. And given your current abilities, this seems improbable. They will undoubtedly create opportunities for you. Do not rush. Any benefits you may receive should be embraced. Ultimately, it is only through strength that one can hope to resist. Draco carefully comforted Harry, then continued, I suggest you cultivate a good rapport with the Weasley family. As far as I know, the Weasleys are staunch supporters of Dumbledore. Two of Mrs. Weasley's brothers even sacrificed themselves for Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. What Dumbledore has precisely orchestrated remains unknown to me, an outsider, but it does not imply that the Weasley family is ignorant. Draco, still lacking the requisite strength, could only engage in minor disruptions, subtly gauging other psyches without any real intent to openly confront other factions. He needed to lie low, guiding Harry to remain in the shadows, not to disrupt Dumbledore's plans or draw premature attention from others. The Weasley family? Aside from Ron Weasley, who else is there? Harry lowered his head, his mind racing. He presently embodied the image of an orphan, without parents, and his aunt and uncle treated him poorly. If he needed to build rapport with Ron Weasley, he could, when necessary, divulge a bit about his own familial situation, eliciting sympathy to be welcomed into Ron's home. However, even this might prove insufficient. Should other members of Ron's family oppose him, complications would arise. They had 7 children: Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and a younger sister, Ginny. Mrs. Weasley did not work, while Mr. Weasley was employed at the Ministry of Magic, dealing with Muggle affairs. Draco briefly outlined the Weasley family's circumstances, then fell silent. Observing Harry Potter as he pondered, Harry's mind was a tumultuous whirl. Although he was an orphan devoid of power, this did not imply that others could manipulate him. The Weasley family had a young girl? How old? A year younger than you, Draco replied, pausing as he recalled that in his past life. Harry Potter's wife was indeed Ginny Weasley. He instantly grasped Harry's intentions. The affections of youth are notoriously difficult to control. It was said that the Weasley family held a particular fondness for this young girl, and Ron's standing within his household paled in comparison to hers. Draco spoke with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Harry remained silent, dismissing Draco's remarks, and with a parting statement, he departed. Tomorrow at this time, I shall teach you Parseltongue. He fled as if in haste, fearful of confronting his own darkness, and equally apprehensive of others witnessing it. Draco is acutely aware of the turmoil faced by the young wizard, having experienced his own youth not so long ago. However, he now regards such matters with disdain. The principle of when one does not sever ties, one must endure the chaos rings true. Those who are neither wholly good nor entirely bad are often the most susceptible to being ensnared by their circumstances. Nevertheless, Harry Potter is the savior. Should he become excessively resolute, it would be Draco and Dumbledore who would find themselves consumed by worry. At present, Draco is too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts. His actions that morning, which deviated from his usual persona, have likely caught Professor Snape's attention. Professor Snape is indeed a complex character. Having infiltrated Voldemort's ranks for so many years without detection, it is impossible to achieve such a feat without a measure of cunning and strategy. And given that he is also Draco's godfather, he possesses an intimate understanding of him. Unlike Draco's parents, who would cautiously probe for signs of change in their son for fear of causing him distress, Snape might be more direct in his approach. Draco certainly does not wish to see his meticulously crafted plans unravel due to a minor slip. Thus, after his conversation with Harry, he proceeded to knock on Snape's office door. "Who is it? Come in." At that moment, Professor Snape happened to be in his office. "It is I, Draco. Has my mother sent some treats?" Everything requires an adjustment period. Draco understands that to Snape, the teenager he is now may appear as a spoiled, home-loving brat, a far cry from the ideal noble. Therefore, he reverts to his former demeanor. Professor Snape frowned, not responding to Draco's inquiry. His gaze directed toward the desk where a bag of biscuits lay. Draco, familiar with the setting, took a seat and began to indulge in the snacks. Chapter 20. The Resurrection Stone. Professor Snape continued to brew his potions without uttering a word, yet Draco broke the silence. Does the godfather not harbor disdain for that Potter? As he spoke while munching on the treats, Draco's expression was intensely focused, as if his words were merely casual musings, devoid of any real weight. Snape appeared momentarily distracted, offering no response and showing no inclination to engage. "I do not like that Potter either. Since his arrival, everyone can see only him. Even Crabbe and Goyle have gone to gawk at him." Draco's tone bore a hint of indignation. "He effortlessly draws everyone's attention. I despise him." While such sentiments may seem childish, they inadvertently elucidate why Draco had meddled in Neville's cauldron during class that day. Snape quickly grasped that Draco's actions were intended to seize the spotlight. However, he remained unmoved, continuing with his potion-making, as if Draco's words held no sway over him. Draco lowered his head, sipping his milk, while contemplating how to provide Snape with some additional insight. With a tone of lamentation, he continued speaking. "Harry Potter is indeed a figure of pity, raised in the Muggle world without the protection of parental guardianship." He lamented his tardiness today, attributing it to the loss of the Weasley pet, which had dragged him into a search, resulting in his lateness. Upon his return, he was met with ridicule from his peers. Draco observed that Professor Snape remained unresponsive, indicating that his provocation had not yet reached the desired effect, and continued. "He just sought my assistance with these matters. How unfortunate. If my mother were to witness me in such a predicament, she would undoubtedly rush to my aid. While Potter can only turn to me." As he spoke, he indulged in a copious amount of snacks, as if only these treats could capture his attention. Draco sensed a slight interruption in Professor Snape's potion-making, as the nearly completed concoction seemed on the verge of losing its quality. As a master of potion-making, Snape typically produced only the finest elixirs, and this one would likely be no exception. It appeared that the Muggle's influence upon Snape was profound. A mere suggestion had stirred such a commotion. Fortunately, Snape, believing himself to be a child, had not concealed his emotions too well, or else he might have already been dismissed. Given Snape's apparent concern for the Muggle, Draco mused that he would not be held accountable for using that Muggle as a raft. Draco pondered aloud. Is this truly not the magical realm? Why can't we resurrect the deceased? Do you not find it amusing, Godfather, that he posed such a question? It is common knowledge that the dead cannot return to life. With a scoff, Draco continued, only to be momentarily struck by a thought. yet. I recently stumbled upon the legendary Deathly Hallows, which claimed that the Resurrection Stone could bring the dead back to life. Is that true? Godfather, have you ever encountered the Resurrection Stone? Draco's musings had veered into disarray, muddling both his own thoughts and Snape's mood, leaving the latter with a swirling confusion. The terms Resurrection Stone and Return from Death echoed incessantly in Snape's mind. Godfather, the apple-flavored treats my mother made are utterly delightful. Would you care to try one? Draco chattered on, as if his earlier topic of sympathy for Potter was but a fleeting thought. Perhaps next time, my mother could prepare some other flavors. As it seems you do not particularly enjoy the apple variety. Draco continued his incessant prattle, while Snape grew increasingly impatient, casting a glance at the ravenous Draco. Have you finished? If so, you may return. His tone remained as calm as ever. Snape was consistently composed, and Draco found no flaws in his demeanor or words. Very well, Godfather. Draco, while tidying up the small biscuits on the table, noticed that Narcissa had sent 3 bags of them. He picked up 2 bags and was ready to leave. As he reached the door, he seemed to have remembered something. Leaning against the door frame and peering over at Professor Snape. Professor, may I take that apple on the table? Professor Snape appeared lost in his own thoughts, his icy demeanor unchanging, but at the sound of Draco's voice, he snapped back to reality. Take it. He uttered a single word. Draco scampered inside to grab an apple and hurried back out. He did not linger, feeling that Professor Snape needed time to process. Although Snape's exterior showed no signs of disturbance, Draco was acutely aware that his mind was in disarray. The potion he had been brewing was completely ruined. It had barely been on the verge of achieving first-class quality, and now it was fit for a beggar who might not even want it. What a pity it was to waste that batch of potion, which was not inexpensive. Draco was uncertain of Snape's current emotions, but his own spirits were high, for he had essentially acquired everything he desired. Everything was unfolding according to his plans. On his way back, several first-year Slytherin wizards greeted him, and Draco enthusiastically returned their salutations. Before he reached the Slytherin common room, Theodore was waiting for him at the entrance. Theodore, what brings you here? Aren't you going in? Draco asked, casually handing a bag of treats to Theodore. Theodore was not shy about it, immediately taking a biscuit to enjoy. Upon tasting it, he paused slightly. It was his favorite flavor. Noticing Theodore's surprise, Draco remarked, I apologize. I didn't pay attention while snacking and ended up consuming all the other flavors, leaving only this one. I hope you like it. Whether Draco's actions were unintentional or deliberate mattered little. Theodore received what he desired. He smiled knowingly, as if he had figured something out, and then continued to question Draco. What did Potter just say to you? His tone implied a desire to align himself with Draco. He wants me to warn Zabini and help him resolve his current predicament. In return, he will disclose what those individuals wish him to do. Draco refrained from mentioning that Harry Potter had made the request using Parseltongue. Did you agree? Theodore sensed that Draco was in good spirits. Why wouldn't I agree? I have done so much, and isn't this the purpose? If Zabini cannot see it, then so be it, can't you? Yet, I always feel. Theodore spoke, pausing momentarily, as he felt an unsettling dissonance in Draco's words. Something seemed amiss. However, if the desired outcome could be achieved in the end, the means would not hold such significance. All right, Theodore, fret not. Leave everything to me. The current situation remains advantageous for us. As long as we can obtain first-hand information from the Savior, we shall respond swiftly. Have you informed Uncle Lucius? Unlike old Nod, Lucius is quite reliable. Telling him may not be a bad idea. No, they are different from us. The Dark Lord is quite adept at legilimency. No one can guarantee their minds will remain guarded. We, on the other hand, are of little concern to him. Draco spoke, seemingly recalling something suddenly. By the way, Theodore, may I borrow your pet for a couple of days? That snake you used to lure Harry Potter, was it not? He intended to have Harry teach him Parseltongue. But without a proper conversational partner, mere verbal instruction from Harry would likely prove ineffective. What are you thinking? How could I possibly use my own pet? But weren't you always complaining about how dirty pets are? Why the sudden interest in playing with mine? Theodore was not averse to Draco's request. He generally remained indifferent to his surroundings, be it people or possessions. I find that Weasley's rat seems a bit off. But fret not. I merely intend to use it to chase away that rodent. I have no intention of letting it come into contact with the rat. Draco spouted nonsensical words. Yet Theodore trusted him implicitly and sensed no wrongdoing, nodding in agreement. Go ahead and take it. Remember to clean it before returning. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Theodore acquiesced, his expression wearing a perplexing air. It was essential to allow for an adjustment period. So Draco did not press further and retreated to the Slytherin common room. His little entourage was still present. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Draco greeted Zabini, Pansy, and Daphne with enthusiasm, casually stuffing the remaining bag of snacks into Zabini's arms. Thank you for today's endeavors. They were executed splendidly. I saved these for you. I was uncertain of your preferred flavors, so I brought a variety for you to sample. My mother's cooking is rather delightful. Only Draco knew how much embellishment lay within that statement. Narcissa was aware of Draco's numerous friendships. Hence each portion of treats she prepared for him included not only his favorite green apple flavor, but also a medley of other assorted tastes. Unlike Theodore's share, Draco did not touch this one, presenting it intact to Zabini. Zabini casually accepted, taking a piece and shoving the bag of treats into Pansy's hands. What's the fuss? I have my own grievances with Harry Potter, he remarked. Should I further mock him? It seems the so-called savior doesn't possess remarkable mental fortitude. A mere jest sent him scurrying to Draco for an apology. He mistakenly believes Harry sought Draco to confess his faults. Well, there's a hint of truth in that. However, there's no need. After all, he has bowed his head. If others discover that even humility yields no results, it might incite rebellion. At that point, the sight of the savior bowing will be a rarity. Draco has agreed to assist Harry in resolving these matters. One cannot promise support and then allow him to be bullied. That would be a breach of trust. Besides, Harry holds considerable value in Draco's eyes. Zabini exchanged glances with the others, a glimmer of amusement evident in their expressions. I'll heed your words. It must be said. These few were quite obedient to Draco when it came to mischief. When he declared they would not trouble Harry Potter, they truly refrained from doing so, granting Harry a respite for a while. At the same time the following day, Draco arrived at their previous meeting place, accompanied by Theodore's pet. Harry had been waiting there since early. You're quite early. I hope I'm not late. Draco maintained a demeanor of warmth and courtesy towards everyone, including Harry, despite knowing he was not tardy. No, it's I who arrived early, Harry replied, studying Draco, who fell into a moment of silence. What's the matter? Now that class is upon us, you've gone quiet? Surely, you're not attempting to placate me? You can't even speak Parseltongue. I doubt you comprehend the cost of deceiving me. Draco continued to smile, his demeanor not resembling a threat, yet an icy undertone sent shivers down one's spine. Ron grew anxious, eager to introduce me to my parents. He mentioned that my father was once a seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, believing I should possess similar flying talents and hoping to guide me toward Quidditch. Perhaps due to Harry's recent experiences, his relationship with Ron had become somewhat estranged, causing Ron to become increasingly fervent. Draco nodded slightly, addressing Harry. He speaks the truth. Your father was indeed a seeker for Gryffindor. However, your father is your father. And you are you. What are your thoughts? Draco discerned Harry Potter's hesitation. Harry clearly recognized that his father was his own person, distinct from him, and there was no need to draw connections. Yet, Harry genuinely wished to understand what path the orchestrators intended for him. I wish to join Quidditch. I want to know what they truly aim to achieve. Harry Potter suddenly lifted his gaze to Draco, his eyes filled with determination. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, not surprised by his choice. You want me to send you into Quidditch? Professor Dumbledore stated that first-year wizards cannot join Quidditch. If I possess that ability, why wouldn't I join myself? Draco scoffed, dismissing Harry's words. Because you don't want to, Harry interjected directly. It was evident that Draco's reluctance to join Quidditch stemmed from his own choices. Harry Potter perceived that if Draco truly desired to participate, he would undoubtedly find a way to do so. You really understand me. I suddenly feel we are quite suited to be rivals, Draco remarked with a chuckle. Well, if that's what you wish, it shall be as you desire. There was no trace of embarrassment on Draco's face upon being exposed. Rather, he seemed to be teasing Harry as one might a child. Harry had not anticipated such an easy agreement from Draco, expecting him to propose additional conditions. He was prepared for any price, yet found himself momentarily stunned by Draco's acquiescence. Let me teach you Parseltongue. Chapter 22, A Favor for Harry. Harry had not forgotten Draco's purpose for seeking him and was content to instruct Draco in the language of snakes, anxious not to falter in his movements lest Draco lose interest. Parseltongue was an alien language. Despite Draco's earnest efforts, he made little progress after a lesson. In contrast, Theodore's snake seemed considerably more agitated than Harry himself. After a lengthy session, both grew impatient. However, time was pressing, and they had to return, so they did not linger. Just as they were about to leave, Draco suddenly stopped and addressed Harry Potter. There is a flying lesson tomorrow. Perform well. Harry Potter was bewildered, completely at a loss for Draco's meaning. The following day marked the flying lesson, with Slytherin and Gryffindor attending together. Their instructor was Madame Hooch, who appeared quite professional and exuded a commanding presence. Under her directives, the young wizards obediently positioned themselves beside their broomsticks, preparing for the task at hand. Just as Ron had stated, Harry possessed an exceptional talent for flying. With a mere command, he firmly grasped his broomstick. Harry's face bore a hint of astonishment. He glanced at Draco, attempting to discern if there were any special arrangements for this lesson, but Draco did not spare him a glance, fixated on his own broomstick. All young wizards who have picked up their broomsticks, please sit upon them and gently levitate them using your magic. Do not rise too high, Madame Hooch patiently instructed. A rise of 10 feet is sufficient. Gradually increase your altitude, do not rush. Madame Hooch meticulously outlined her instructions, concerned that the young wizards might make mistakes. There exists a phenomenon known as Murphy's Law. which suggests that what one fears is likely to come to pass. No sooner had she uttered her words than Neville soared into the sky. Completely inexperienced with a flying broom, Neville found himself ascending without any notion of control. The next instant, he plummeted back to the ground with a resounding thud. Oh, Merlin! This sight left Madame Hooch utterly astonished. Should a mishap occur in her classroom involving a young wizard, her position as an instructor would be in jeopardy. The other young wizards, witnessing such a scene for the first time, were equally aghast, with some even developing a newfound fear of flying brooms. Madame Hooch hurried to attend to Neville's injuries, which appeared to be quite severe, as he sobbed uncontrollably. I must take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing shortly. If upon my return, I find any young wizards recklessly playing with flying brooms and soaring through the air, they shall face strict consequences, Madame Hooch warned, emphasizing the need for caution. She could not guarantee what these mischievous youngsters might do in her absence. If, unbeknownst to her, they took to the skies again and something unfortunate occurred, the situation would become untenable. With that, she assisted Neville, who was limping, towards the infirmary, leaving a group of young wizards in stunned silence, clearly still processing the incident. However, Draco was different. He gently nudged Zabini beside him, directing a glance towards Neville's memory orb. Zabini, oblivious to Draco's intent, looked at him with confusion. Draco gestured again, this time indicating the direction of Salar. Realization dawned on Zabini. This was a deliberate setup for Salar, exploiting his lack of wit to create trouble. Hey, isn't that Longbottom's memory orb? That fool dropped it here when he fell. Do you think he might forget the way back to the dormitory? Zabini remarked, ready to dash over to retrieve Neville's memory orb, only to find Salar had beaten him to it. Salar, harboring his own grievances with Draco, recognized Zabini as part of Draco's clique and reciprocated the disdain. I saw this memory orb first. Zabini feigned indignation, glaring at Salar. Whoever picks it up first claims it. If you have the guts, come and take it. Salar found Zabini's fury amusing, recalling the taunts he had received from him in the past. Meanwhile, Harry lingered on the periphery, uncertain of the unfolding antics, glancing at Draco, who also caught his eye, shimmering with an enigmatic light, gesturing him to look at Salar. Was this the spectacle Draco had orchestrated for himself? Through the pursuit of justice, Harry Potter sought to capture the professor's attention and, against all odds, gain entry into the world of Quidditch. Although somewhat perplexed, he resolved to speak up. Bach, return Neville's memory orb. Harry, ever the performer, positioned himself before Bach with an air of righteousness, embodying the very essence of a champion of justice. Indeed, Mr. Bach, that belongs to Neville. You cannot simply hide it away and make him search for it. Besides, the Savior himself has come to request it. Let us not escalate matters. Seizing the opportunity, Draco interjected, his words igniting further ire in the already agitated Sala. The latter quickly discerned the flaw in Draco's taunt. No, I insist that Mr. Longbottom retrieve it himself, he declared, ascending swiftly on his broomstick. Harry hesitated, for he had never flown before, and glanced at Draco, whose demeanor was notably indifferent. Uncertain of Draco's intentions, Harry recognized the provocation aimed at Sala, and it became evident that this was indeed Draco's scheme. Without further hesitation, Harry pursued. To the astonishment of all present, Harry's flying prowess was remarkably adept. After a mere few moments of struggle, he matched Sala's speed, even threatening to surpass him. Sala, not wishing to escalate the situation, paused mid-air upon noticing Harry had caught up. At this juncture, he found himself at a loss for resolution, instinctively scanning his surroundings. It was then that he caught sight of Draco's taunting gaze, accompanied by a silent insult. Fool. The already dim-witted Sala felt rage swell within him. What memory orb? The notion of returning it to Potter was now far from his mind. He was solely focused on proving himself. Chapter 23. The Transfer of Hatred. With a derisive smirk directed at Draco, he hurled Neville's memory orb towards the castle with all his might. The orb soared at an astonishing speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry launched himself toward the orb like an arrow, and just as everyone expected him to collide with the castle, he deftly halted mid-flight and securely caught Neville's memory orb. Harry Potter had retrieved the memory orb. The young Gryffindors witnessed Harry's triumphant reclamation, and their eyes sparkled with admiration, erupting into cheers as if he were a grand hero. In stark contrast stood Salar, his demeanor utterly dejected as he approached his companions, glaring fiercely at Harry, while his dissatisfaction also extended towards Draco. However, much of his animosity had now been redirected. Previously, his contempt had been primarily directed at Draco, but now it had shifted significantly towards Harry. Salar's gaze fixated on the throng surrounding Harry. His eyes darkened to the point where they seemed capable of dripping with disdain. In the next moment, Professor McGonagall hastened towards Harry with palpable urgency, her strides brisk, and her anxiety evident to all present. Harry Potter, what on earth were you just doing? How could you act in such a manner? She called out loudly before even reaching him. Due to his earlier tardiness to Professor McGonagall's class, Harry felt a twinge of apprehension at her inquiry, causing him to flinch slightly. It's not like that, Professor McGonagall. I can explain. It was all Bach's doing. Ron interjected hastily, stepping forward to defend his friend. As Harry's loyal companion, it was incumbent upon him to clarify the situation. Yet, as someone aspiring to be a steadfast ally to Harry, this duty felt particularly pressing. Professor McGonagall, however, was uninterested in his explanation. Her mind was consumed by a different thought entirely. I do not wish to hear your excuses. What is the reason for this? Harry, come with me, she stated with a grave expression, casting a quick glance at Harry before turning sharply towards the castle, striding away with urgency. Harry was left uncertain about the impending consequences he would face. He glanced at Draco, who merely met his gaze with an unsettling calmness. Harry pondered whether this was part of Draco's scheme. If so, what was his motive? Was he attempting to leverage this incident to have McGonagall expel him from Hogwarts? Harry believed he harbored no deep-seated enmity towards Draco, apart from a moment of inadvertent aggression during their last conversation, which Draco had retaliated against. However, if Draco had not orchestrated this, why was he provoking Solar to act so rashly? Now was not the time for speculation. Harry needed to quicken his pace to keep up with Professor McGonagall, who was already a considerable distance ahead. Surely, the savior will not be expelled, Solar remarked, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Harry Potter had overshadowed him today, and he felt it imperative to teach him a lesson. You are the one who should be expelled. This mess is of your own making, Harry. All he did was retrieve Neville's memory ball. He has done nothing wrong. Ron retorted, rushing to Harry's defense. What do you think McGonagall wants with him? To invite him to dinner? Solar sneered, his smirk growing increasingly audacious. Meanwhile, Ron scanned the room, seeking support from other Gryffindor witches and wizards. Despite the collective outrage, it seemed that the unfortunate reality of Harry Potter's abduction remained unchanged. The commotion rendered everyone incapable of resuming their practice on the flying broomsticks. However, fortune smiled upon them as Madame Hooch did not return until the end of class. Eventually, they dispersed. Draco, will Harry Potter be expelled? Zabini inquired with a furrowed brow, eager to ascertain the outcome. His companions surrounding Draco shared the same curiosity. They instinctively turned to Draco, believing him to be the most likely to predict the conclusion, although the origin of this belief eluded them. How could I possibly know? Draco raised an eyebrow, unwilling to divulge any conclusions. Did we engage in today's activities merely to provoke Professor McGonagall into ire against Harry Potter? Zabini's mind was rife with questions. Were they not supposed to be targeting Salazar Slytherin to induce a mistake? Why, in the end? Was it Harry Potter who was taken by Professor McGonagall? The unfolding events surpassed their wildest imaginations. What are you talking about, Zabini? We did nothing. Potter was merely playing with Slytherin, and it is he who has stirred this trouble. What does it have to do with us? Draco cast a disdainful glance at Zabini before continuing. We simply harbor no affection for Slytherin. All of this is the result of his actions, not ours. After Draco spoke, Zabini nodded in agreement. The incident of Harry Potter inciting Professor McGonagall's wrath had become widely known among the young wizards. Yet, in the end, it bore no tangible consequence. Gryffindor did not lose any points, nor did Slytherin. Everything remained eerily tranquil. The tranquility weighed heavily upon Draco as he leaned against a large stone by the Black Lake. The water lay still, devoid of even the slightest ripple, enveloped in a profound silence. Alone, Draco absent-mindedly stroked the head of the Lady Loris while gazing vacantly at the lake's surface. Malfoy, is that you? Harry, upon seeing Draco's relaxed demeanor, felt a surge of anger. If I am not here, where should I be? What an amusing question, Draco replied without lifting his gaze from the water. Harry, incensed by Draco's demeanor, strode directly in front of him, seizing Draco by the collar, his face a mask of fury. What on earth were you doing today? Do you have any idea that I nearly crashed into the Hogwarts castle? Was this your grand scheme? Reflecting on the events of that day, Harry felt a twinge of fear. He valued his life more than anyone. Draco, exasperated, grasped Harry's hand and forcefully pulled it away from his collar. Potter, you are being quite rude. You should understand that all of this is a result of your own request for me to act this way. Draco began to methodically straighten the garments that had become crumpled due to Harry Potter's earlier presence. Haven't you joined the Quidditch team now? How quaint. Isn't it rather like burning bridges? Draco remained unfazed by Harry's fleeting anger. The timid savior would never engage in any foolish actions, nor would he possess the audacity of those madmen who fight to the last. His anger was utterly futile. Chapter 24. Who do you think you are? Even if that were the case, shouldn't you have consulted me first? Harry found himself momentarily stifled by Draco's words, yet he had come to confront him, and he could not allow his authority to falter. Potter, what nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are? Are you issuing orders to me? Draco spoke with a veneer of gentleness, yet in the next moment, he seized Harry by the throat. You sought my assistance. Do not presume that my good temper means I am blind to your insolence. Harry struggled in pain, unable to utter a single word as Draco tightened his grip. However, Draco had no intention of irreparably severing their relationship, and he soon released his hold on Harry's neck, adopting a calm demeanor as he explained himself. I apologize for this incident. I can anticipate others' reactions, but I cannot predict your speed. It is merely a matter of improvisation. If this time does not suffice, there will be another opportunity. Rest assured, I still await your instruction in Parseltongue. I will ensure your safety. Moreover, why must we deliberate over everything? Is everything not satisfactory as it stands? You are here, unharmed. If you do not wish to proceed with Quidditch, you may withdraw. Draco, exasperated by Harry's disruption of his tranquility, shot him an irritated glance before returning to his previous position. You are utterly incomprehensible. Harry gazed at Draco, who appeared impervious to reason, nearly beside himself with frustration. Yet, Harry found himself powerless against Draco and could only roll his eyes before retreating to Gryffindor. Draco could not even muster the pretense of gentlemanly courtesy, unwilling to see Harry off, instead content to sit and gaze at the serene waters of the lake. This secluded spot was rarely found by others, allowing Draco to enjoy a protracted moment of solitude. What are you doing here, Draco? Theodore, initially intending to borrow a couple of books from the library, was taken aback to spot a platinum-haired figure nestled in a distant corner. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what had prompted Draco to choose this location. I am contemplating, Draco replied casually, as if brushing off Theodore's inquiry. Contemplating? What are you pondering? How to deal with Voldemort. Theodore appeared to have stumbled upon a particularly astute guess. I am reflecting on the meaning of existence itself, Draco replied, resembling a child who had suddenly embarked on a philosophical quest. Theodore found this response quite amusing. I understand that time reveals all truths. One can only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Regardless of the outcome, it will inevitably be as such. Theodore chuckled as he spoke. Even now, he believed Draco had adopted this demeanor due to foreknowledge of Voldemort's imminent return. He did not wish for Draco to remain ensnared in negative emotions. Is this cat you hold the Lady Loris? How did you manage to deceive Mr. Filch into giving her to you? Weren't you always averse to keeping pets? Is a mute cat truly amusing? Theodore genuinely doubted Draco's fondness for the Lady Loris. He merely thought Draco was toying with Mr. Filch. After all, Mr. Filch was a peculiar mute, and few young wizards would take a liking to someone so eccentric. Moreover, it was rare for purebloods to be enamored with a mute. Indeed, it is the Lady Loris, but she approached me of her own accord. Draco denied any notion of actively courting the Lady Loris. Do not underestimate anyone, Theodore. Sometimes, even the smallest of creatures can serve an unimaginable purpose, provided one knows how to wield them, Draco remarked, affectionately ruffling the cat's fur, albeit a bit too roughly, causing the Lady Loris to leap away in mild irritation. Oh, what do you intend to do? Utilize Mr. Filch? Had Draco's earlier statement been a strategy to exploit Mr. Filch? Theodore found himself unable to decipher Draco's thoughts, feeling that ever since the term commenced, Draco's mind had grown exceedingly intricate. Draco did not respond to Theodore's inquiries, but instead shifted the conversation to other matters. I have heard that the Savior has undergone significant changes lately. He has distanced himself not only from that Weasley, but also from Granger. Draco seamlessly redirected the dialogue towards Harry Potter. They shared a common objective. Thus, they were keenly aware of every action taken by Harry Potter. Who is this Granger? Theodore, a solitary figure who often isolated himself from the world, had never been one to seek excessive attention from others. She is the mudblood who has been inseparable from Harry Potter since the beginning of the term. Aware of Theodore's disposition, Draco felt compelled to offer a reminder. It indeed seems that he has grown distant. The Savior appears to be burdened with many thoughts lately. Theodore gazed at Draco, his eyes filled with queries, as if inquiring whether Dumbledore and the others had instigated some change in the Savior's demeanor. Is that Granger's roommate named Parvati Patil? I have heard she is a devoted fan of Harry Potter, with such a fan in her company. How could Granger possibly distance herself from him? It seems Granger's social standing within Gryffindor is not particularly favorable. Draco feigned ignorance of Theodore's questioning gaze and continued to elaborate on his chosen topic. Theodore was equally astonished. Draco, a pureblood, seemed preoccupied with a mudblood. Was he challenging the very tenets of pureblood supremacy? Do you fancy that mudblood? Theodore's words were indeed shocking, and Draco was taken aback by the gravity of his statement. Do I appear to be courting death? If I were to take a liking to a mudblood, my father would certainly break my legs. My attention towards that mudblood is solely because she is of use. Draco had not intended to elaborate, but he found it preferable to clarify rather than be misunderstood. What utility does that mudblood possess? Am I scheming something grand? Theodore was perplexed about how Draco intended to utilize her. Was he concocting a boomerang or something of that sort? It's merely a small lesson for the Savior. He has become rather presumptuous, believing I owe him something. Few would dare to grasp his collar in this lifetime, yet that fool has done precisely that. If I do not teach him a minor lesson, I shall find no peace within. Moreover, taming a beast involves a delicate balance of reward and restraint. Only in such a manner can one firmly hold on to their prey. Harry Potter had similarly dealt with Weasley. What do you intend to do? Theodore, not comprehending Draco's motives, decided to inquire directly. You shall spread word around Pettigrew that Weasley has led Potter astray, rendering him inept in his studies. As Draco spoke, he picked up a stone from the ground. What purpose does that serve? Brainwashing? Precisely, Draco replied, casting the stone across the water, watching it skip lightly, each bounce propelling it further away, influencing that mudblood, encouraging her to approach Potter, thus sowing discord between him and Weasley. Theodore voiced his conjecture, yet Draco offered no response. Let us depart, it is getting late. And the wind has grown wearying. Chapter 25, He desires them both. Draco continued to navigate his days as usual. The young wizards were gradually learning. And due to their commendable attitude towards study, Professor Flitwick prepared to introduce them to the art of levitation ahead of schedule. Most of the young wizards were quite pleased, though Draco was not among them. If he could not master these foundational spells, what had he been doing for the past 12 years under the Ministry of Magic? Considering the novice's initial foray into the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick opted for a simple prop, a feather. If the young wizards could successfully levitate the feather using the incantation, they would have accomplished the spell. Draco listened with a disinterested demeanor, and as soon as Professor Flitwick concluded his lecture, he feigned great effort. Reciting the incantation with great seriousness, the feather immediately floated into the air. He was the first to succeed. Yet such occurrences had become so commonplace that no one harbored doubts, attributing it merely to his innate talent. Professor Flitwick did not linger long. As he was summoned to discuss the evening's banquet, Draco found himself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of boredom, and thus began to fold origami cranes in solitude. In the final years of his life, he had indeed heard whispers suggesting that the Slytherin cranes would only soar towards their beloved. Such sentiments were often expressed to extol the virtues of his affections. Little did they know, however, that his initial creations were laden with malice. One might also ponder the alternative notion that he was merely adept at crafting these cranes, casually tossing the paper cranes in his hands. He did not release them, but instead let them dance back and forth. His gaze wandered across the room, confirming his suspicions as Weasley and Granger found themselves embroiled in conflict. Weasley's aptitude for spells paled in comparison to Granger's. A simple levitation charm had been attempted numerous times without success. His reckless casting disrupted others, and compounded by past grievances, it incited Granger to scold him at his side, correcting his incantation with pointed remarks. You mispronounced the spell. It should not be uttered in that manner. Weasley, ignited by irritation, reacted vehemently. Granger had been incessantly urging Harry to distance himself from him, labeling him as uneducated and inept. A mere muggle-born, having learned 2 spells, dared to vie for the Savior's attention. If you possess the capability, then by all means, give it a try, he challenged, pushing Hermione forward to test her mettle. He was curious to witness just how much prowess this muggle-born had, daring to critique him. Ron's countenance flushed with indignation. Had it not been for the presence of so many witnesses, he would have charged at Draco to engage in a confrontation. He shot a fierce glare at Draco, who merely arched an eyebrow with a slight smile. The sight of Weasley's impotent fury was, to Draco, quite amusing. As he chuckled, he suddenly noticed Theodore slipping him a note from the side. It appears your suggestion has borne fruit. They have indeed clashed, read the note, clearly alluding to the situation between Ron and Hermione. Ron wished to guide the Savior along the path they had meticulously charted, leaving no room for error. Thus, he vehemently rejected Hermione's sudden emergence. Her motives towards him were equally ambiguous. Hermione's approach to Harry was not entirely altruistic. She believed that Ron, who only brought chaos alongside Potter, needed to be distanced for the greater good, thereby seeking to protect the Savior from this menace. On one hand, she sought to leverage the Savior's reputation to evade the malice directed toward her, a mere muggle-born witch by the purebloods. While Harry, hailing from the same muggle world, received respect, she was met only with derision. Granger, possessing remarkable intelligence, swiftly discerned the entirety of this dynamic, attributing it all to Harry Potter's exalted title. Their divergent objectives naturally led to inevitable conflict. Theodore offered a subtle smile, passing a note to Draco, inquiring whom he believed Harry would choose, Weasley or Granger. The two watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. I suspect he desires both, Draco casually inscribed, reflecting on his recent perceptions of Harry. Harry was undeniably astute, adept at gauging circumstances, perhaps even more suited to Slytherin. However, having endured inequitable treatment throughout his upbringing in the Muggle realm, he harbored a flaw, an insatiable grasping at any advantageous opportunity that arose. Granger, with her vast knowledge and extraordinary magical aptitude, while not as instinctively skilled as Draco, stood out among her peers. This uniqueness could serve as a foundation for his future defiance, enabling him to accumulate greater strength for rebellion through Hermione. This was of paramount importance to him. Yet, Ron was equally significant. Harry could provide insights into Dumbledore's subsequent actions, revealing the intentions of those operating from the shadows. He was reluctant to relinquish either, desiring both. This flaw, at times, might not be deemed detrimental. However, under the present circumstances, it posed complications. When one hesitates to sever ties, chaos inevitably ensues. Theodore cast a puzzled glance at the note from Draco, observing Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Given the current situation, it was evident that Harry leaned toward Ron, yet Draco asserted that he wanted both. It seemed he favored Weasley. Perhaps solely because Weasley was the obligatory choice, while Granger remained optional. Time would tell. Based on his understanding of Harry, he would soon attain all he desired, regardless of the means. Presently, Potter must exercise caution, particularly in avoiding any attempt to extricate himself from Weasley's influence. Should he sever that connection, he would face the unknown, unfamiliar individuals, and unforeseen events. It would be wiser to remain with Weasley, who, at the very least, lacked the same level of cunning. Hermione represented the most advantageous option among the young witches Harry could approach for learning, yet she was not an obligatory choice. He could always seek another, albeit with some inconvenience. Nonetheless, others would inevitably fall short compared to the optimal solution, and Potter was unlikely to relinquish it easily. How about a wager? I doubt Potter can reconcile both, Theodore suggested idly to Draco. Draco frowned at Theodore, recognizing that this bet held little merit. Potter and Granger are evidently engaged in a mutual pursuit. As long as Weasley lacks intelligence, the likelihood of success is remarkably high. Very well, you have lost. Lend me your pet snake for a few more days. Chapter 26. A surprise for the Dark Lord. Theodore rolled his eyes at the note Draco had passed him. If he adores snakes so much, why does he not procure one for himself? The Malfoy family possesses ample wealth to afford such a creature. Why must he play with mine? Theodore cast a puzzled glance at Draco, but soon the class ended, and they ceased their espionage-like note passing. Draco, if you have such an affinity for pet snakes, why not care for one of your own? Every time you return my pet, it appears utterly soulless, devoid of any vitality. What exactly do you do to it? Theodore recalled the pitiful state of his pet and frowned. I find pets to be dirty. You should know this by now. Moreover, you ought to inquire with Potter regarding his snake. I am unaware of what he has done to it. Draco began to deflect blame, unwilling to entertain Theodore's inquiries. Theodore finally comprehended. Draco seems to regard himself as a house elf tending to a pet. What is Draco up to? You dare to entrust my pet snake to Potter? He has long been aware of my disdain for Harry Potter. What kind of arrangement are they involved in? Even my pet snake is being utilized in their grand scheme. Draco noticed the confusion in Theodore's eyes and playfully tapped his forehead, eager to halt Theodore's train of thought. Should he continue to ponder, Draco genuinely feared for his reputation. What are you thinking? Naturally, there is a matter of significance. He stated it was important, yet refused to divulge what that matter entailed. He hastily shifted the topic. Does Salazar Slytherin keep snakes? Theodore was taken aback by the abrupt change in conversation. Salazar Slytherin? It seems he did have a snake, one with quite potent venom. Why do you ask? Is one snake insufficient for your amusement? Theodore frowned at Draco, bewildered by their intentions. It is all for the purpose of providing our esteemed Dark Lord with a surprise. Draco replied, his smile tinged with mischief. What exactly do you intend? Can I not even be informed? A surprise for the Dark Lord? The very phrase sends chills down my spine. What connection does the Dark Lord's surprise have with Salazar Slytherin's serpent? After all this time researching with Potter, is this the surprise they have been concocting? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Theodore was plagued by a sense of foreboding. He constantly felt Draco was speaking in riddles. When you perfect your brain-blocking spells, I shall reveal all, Draco remarked, patting Theodore on the shoulder before striding toward the Great Hall. This evening, a Halloween feast awaited, along with a grand spectacle. Draco had intended to teach Potter a lesson today, but he realized he should indulge in a hearty meal beforehand. Due to the Halloween feast, Hogwarts was adorned quite nicely. However, Draco found himself thoroughly weary of it. In his previous life, he spent 7 years at Hogwarts, and after becoming the Minister of Magic, he frequently attended various soirees at the school. Although the decorations in the Great Hall varied for each event, after all these years, Draco had grown tired of the familiar patterns. He could hardly muster the energy to appreciate the embellishments, heading straight for the food instead. Nevertheless, he still adhered to noble etiquette, leisurely taking his seat at the designated table. To an unknowing observer, one might assume he had a fondness for Hogwarts cuisine. Chapter 27. The unintelligible Theodore noticed Draco methodically enjoying his meal and took a seat beside him, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Are you very hungry, Draco? Did class leave you famished? Draco chose to remain silent, instead pushing a freshly baked pie towards Theodore. This pie is quite delightful. You should try it. Theodore picked one up and began to chew slowly, his lackluster demeanor making it seem as though he was gnawing on wax. After a considerable time, the feast commenced, and nearly all the young witches and wizards were seated. Draco, look. Potter ultimately chose Weasley. Hermione hasn't even appeared at the Gryffindor table. I suspect they've cast her aside. Theodore's eyes sparkled as if to convey to Draco, "See? I was right." Draco merely smiled faintly, not entirely agreeing with Theodore's assessment. "Theodore, it's rather premature to make such judgments. Let us wait and see. No need to rush." Draco maintained his unhurried demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of defeat. Theodore scoffed. Suspecting Draco was being evasive, his tone less than pleasant. "Fine, we shall see." As they continued their conversation, Zabini approached with Pansy and Daphne in tow. "Draco, are you hiding something from us? Why are you suddenly so close to Theodore?" Zabini's eyes darted curiously, though it was unclear what he was truly contemplating. He wanted to pose the question to Draco, but insisted on creating a collective inquiry. "Theodore has acquired a pet snake. It's quite amusing. Would you like to join in the fun?" Draco deftly sidestepped the topic raised by Zabini, instead introducing a new subject. It appeared he was attempting to explain that his camaraderie with Theodore stemmed from the latter's pet snake. However, upon hearing this, Theodore nearly jumped from his seat. "You're still playing with that snake? You're about to wear it out, and now you want to invite others to join? Haha, Draco. Look at how you've riled Theodore up," Zabini exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Once his mirth subsided, he began recounting his recent experiences. Zabini, often referred to as the Slytherin Sea King, was unparalleled in his access to information. He always possessed the most current gossip, relishing the opportunity to share it. Normally, Draco would entertain his chatter, but today his mind was preoccupied. Zabini's incessant prattling soon became irksome. "Zabini, today's apple pie is quite delightful. You ought to try it," Draco remarked. Zabini was taken aback by this sudden comment, wondering how an ordinary apple pie could be anything special. Nevertheless, he nodded and took a bite. It tasted as it always had, unchanged. "Draco, this apple pie is as it has always been. I detect no difference. Perhaps it is simply because you enjoy it that you find it so appealing." Draco nodded, choosing to remain silent. He realized that intricate words would be lost on a first-year wizard. Fortunately, a spectacle was about to unfold. The others had barely begun their meals when Professor Quirrell rushed in, flustered. Draco was astonished to see that despite his disheveled state, Quirrell's hat remained firmly in place. In his previous life, Quirrell had met his demise due to his ties with Voldemort, a mystery even Draco Malfoy, who later ascended to the position of Minister of Magic, could not unravel. Only Dumbledore seemed to possess insight into the nature of their connection. Now, having been reborn, Draco understood the importance of seizing control of his circumstances, ready to take action when necessary. "Troll, troll, there's a troll in the dungeon," Quirrell managed to utter before collapsing. Chapter 28. Sold out, yet counting coins. The little wizards erupted into screams upon hearing the news, and even Dumbledore struggled to maintain order. Ultimately, he had to cast a spell to regain control. "Head of each house, please escort your students back to their common rooms," Dumbledore urged, attempting to manage the chaos. Draco's companions were equally distressed, appearing as though they had been struck with fear. Zabini, in particular, was far more dramatic than the two ladies, drawing much attention. Frustrated, Draco swatted the back of Zabini's head. "Quiet down, Zabini. Look, is that Sallow over there? If he sees you in this state, he will surely laugh at you." Zabini's voice was excessively loud, and Draco's patience was wearing thin. Zabini instinctively glanced at Sallow, who was not far away. Just as Salazar cast a glance this way, Zabini immediately reined in his emotions, adopting an expression as if he were engaged in a contest with Salazar. However, Salazar remained oblivious to the happenings on this side. "I cannot allow Salazar to underestimate me. I am certain he has witnessed my embarrassment. Draco, what do you suggest I do?" "I must not allow him to see me as a figure of ridicule." Draco's earlier words served as a reminder to Zabini. He resembled a prickly hedgehog, fixated intently on Salazar's direction, as though poised to charge and pierce him with a multitude of holes. Draco lowered his gaze, lost in thought, before smiling at Zabini and saying, "This is quite simple. We just need to create a little trouble for him." Draco wore a gentle smile, as if the notion of mischief were not his own. The group walked in unison, mechanically, preparing to heed the prefect's command to return to the Slytherin common room. "How can we possibly create trouble in this situation?" Zabini frowned, clearly struggling to devise an effective plan. "If we do not cause him any trouble now, Salazar will surely turn around and make light of this incident. Am I really expected to teach you how to handle such matters? Just look at Professor Quirrell. Still lying there, isn't he?" Draco continued seriously, offering a suggestion to Zabini. He did not intend to target Salazar maliciously. He simply suspected that beneath Professor Quirrell's securely fastened hat lay some undisclosed secret. If Salazar were to stumble and inadvertently knock Quirrell's hat off, it would certainly be amusing. Draco regarded Zabini with a gentle expression, as though his suggestion were merely a harmless prank. Zabini nodded, his eyes suddenly alight with enthusiasm. He ceased walking alongside Draco and swiftly stepped ahead, greeting some fellow Slytherin students with whom he shared a cordial rapport. "Draco, won't this cause trouble for Slytherin?" Pansy, who held no particular animosity towards Salazar, given that he had not provoked them, still feared that Zabini's antics might reflect poorly on Slytherin. After all, they were merely first-year wizards. And should they incur any points against Slytherin, they would undoubtedly face scorn from their peers. Do not worry, Pansy. It's merely the playful antics of children. I will go and check on the situation, Draco reassured her softly, quickening his pace. He had already intended to find an excuse to investigate what was amiss with Professor Quirrell, and Pansy's concern provided him with the perfect opportunity. Thus, under the pretext of looking after Zabini, he hastened to follow. Over there, Salah seemed blissfully unaware of any disquiet, continuing to stroll along with his companions, exchanging light-hearted banter. The two were likely lamenting the security issues at Hogwarts. However, upon mentioning something, they suddenly burst into laughter. This startled Zabini, who feared that Salah had caught sight of his earlier embarrassing moment. Resolutely, Zabini decided that as Salah passed Professor Quirrell, he would gently nudge the person beside him, inadvertently causing both Salah and his companion to collide with Professor Quirrell. Salah was taken off guard by the impact, his hand inadvertently striking the brim of Quirrell's hat. The professor, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly awakened, gripping the hat firmly atop his head. He whirled around, his gaze fixed menacingly on the young man sprawled against him, Salah Bach. Quirrell's eyes were suffused with a deadly intent, as if he were prepared to dispatch Salah with ruthless fury. His entire being was taut, as if he were on the precipice of action. At that moment, Draco abruptly seized Salah by the scruff of his neck, yanking him upright. My apologies, Professor Quirrell, he said, feigning concern. This fool seems to have inadvertently injured you. Are you all right? Draco was uncertain whether the affronted Dark Lord might lash out. Under normal circumstances, a rational Dark Lord would surely refrain from violence. But in the current climate, Draco could not ascertain whether sanity still prevailed. Thus, Draco hastily sought to placate him, aware that should Quirrell erupt in anger, the consequences would be dire. With one hand still clinging to his hat, Quirrell shook his head. Salah, still dazed, appeared to be shaken by the intensity of the professor's gaze. He had not anticipated such ferocity from someone who usually seemed so dull-witted. Noticing Salah's bewilderment, Draco gave him a light slap on the back of his head, gesturing for him to acknowledge Professor Quirrell. Although Salah was somewhat of a simpleton, he was not entirely dim-witted and quickly grasped Draco's intent. I apologize, Professor. I felt someone push me from behind, and I accidentally fell onto you. I am truly sorry, Salah said, bowing slightly to Quirrell. Quirrell merely shook his head, struggling to rise from the floor without uttering a word, only signaling for them to depart swiftly. Salah exchanged a glance with Draco, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable mix of emotions. Nevertheless, he was eager to leave. Who knew if a troll might come barreling down the corridor at any moment? After walking a short distance, Salah awkwardly turned to Draco. Thank you for today. But why did you help me? He inquired, believing there was still some tension between them. If the roles were reversed, he certainly would not have offered assistance. Chapter 29, Harry. I am willing. Draco had no desire to listen to the awkward gratitude of a child, rather than accept Salazar's thanks. He yearned to teach Harry Potter a lesson. Salazar Slytherin, though endowed with commendable magical talent and stature, lacked intelligence. He could use the recent assistance he provided as a pretext to manipulate the situation to his advantage, without undue haste. Haste makes waste. Salazar, incensed by Draco's words, yet mindful of his recent aid, shot him a glare before hastily departing. Draco chose not to pursue his companions. Instead, he sought a secluded corner to don his invisibility cloak and made his way toward the lavatory. In a previous life, they had endured an attack by a troll in that very place, ultimately rescued by Ron Weasley. Draco had no intention of allowing Harry Potter to fall victim to the troll. Should anything happen to Harry, it would incite tremendous upheaval in the wizarding world, a course of action he could never endorse. However, he felt compelled to impart a lesson to Harry, to demonstrate that not everyone could take advantage of him without consequence. Harry needed to comprehend that his smooth journey thus far was paved by Draco's efforts. If left to his own devices, Harry would struggle even to secure the allegiance of a Granger. Thus, Draco resolved to create some trouble for Harry, to subject him and his friends to significant setbacks, even injuries, at the hands of the troll. Only then would Harry lean more favorably toward Draco, realizing that without his assistance, he would achieve nothing. This was a form of indirect guidance. Even if, in the end, it was Ron Weasley, wielding his clumsy levitation charm, who vanquished the troll. Harry would only suspect Weasley of harboring ulterior motives, perceiving his apparent foolishness before Harry as a mere facade. Such a rift between them would serve Draco's interests splendidly. By the time Draco arrived, the trio was already embroiled in conflict with the troll. Ron and Harry wielded a metal pipe, attempting to draw the creature's attention. Unfortunately, this insignificant pipe proved utterly ineffectual against the massive troll. Instead, their actions only served to enrage it further, prompting it to rise and charge at them. Ron stood defensively before the troll, unable to flee. At that moment, Harry suddenly leaped forward, seemingly eager to engage the troll in one-on-one combat, his bravado inspiring. Yet, in the next instant, Draco cast a wandless spell, unnoticed by the young wizards, causing Harry to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The once fearless young wizards were instantly engulfed by terror. The troll, witnessing Harry rise only to fall again, misinterpreted his actions as a challenge, growing even more frenzied. With a swift motion, it hurled Harry aside as though he were a mere plaything, sending him crashing against the wall of the adjacent girls' lavatory. He felt as though his very insides were about to bleed, immobilized by an excruciating pain. Even Hermione, who stood rigidly beside him, was taken aback. She momentarily set aside her own anxiety and hurried over to assess Harry's condition. The troll, indifferent to the emotional turmoil of the trio, reached out to strike the diminutive figure before it. Ron, evidently startled by Harry's plight, stood frozen in place, oblivious to the troll's advancing hand. In an instant, with a resounding thud, he was sent sprawling by the troll's blow. Recognizing the perilous situation they all faced, the three of them had no choice but to muster their weary bodies and flee from the troll's onslaught. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Harry and Hermione were together, but the troll relentlessly pursued them. Under normal circumstances, they could have easily outpaced it. But this time, Draco's interference hampered their escape. After a strenuous effort, they managed to distance themselves slightly, only to find themselves crashing to the ground in unison with a loud thud. The troll loomed ever closer, an ominous presence. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron called out, positioning himself behind the troll as he recited the levitation charm he had only recently learned. This was the very spell that had eluded him in class, one he had yet to master even after Hermione's instruction. The charm lifted the troll's club, which then came crashing down heavily upon its head, rendering the creature unconscious. Only after the troll lay still did Ron spring into action. "Are you both all right?" he asked, rushing over to check for injuries on his companions. Draco, cloaked in invisibility not far away, observed the unfolding events, surprised that it was Weasley who had ultimately saved them. Nonetheless, this did not trouble him. Although the trio's bond seemed to strengthen, Draco noted that Harry's gaze toward Weasley had grown increasingly inscrutable. With his objectives achieved, Draco had little interest in lingering to witness their reunion. He was acutely aware that the commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the professors. The invisibility cloak he wore was not one of the Deathly Hallows, merely a common imitation, and Draco could not be certain it would conceal him from Dumbledore. If he were discovered by the school's staff, he would need to explain his presence here. Thus, he hurriedly departed from the scene. Draco indeed had much to contemplate regarding the day's events. He had intentionally sent Salazar Slytherin to probe Professor Quirrell's hat. To his astonishment, he discovered that something undisclosed lay hidden beneath it, and Professor Quirrell was evidently aware of this. In the heat of the moment, Draco could only glimpse vague shapes, as Quirrell's movements were too swift for him to discern clearly. He harbored suspicions that the Dark Lord had taken residence within Quirrell's very being. Yet all of this remains mere conjecture, lacking certainty. As Draco returned to the Slytherin common room, he found it bustling with the ongoing Halloween feast. Zabini, noticing Draco's tardiness, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you so late? Were you summoned by Professor Snape for some matter?" Although today's mischief is trivial, the professors usually do not take it to heart. This incident does involve Professor Quirrell, and one cannot predict if it will escalate. "Do not fret over your mess. I have already resolved it," Draco reassured Zabini with a gentle smile, fully aware of what his friend referred to. "By the way, Draco, I saved you some of your favorite apple pie. Would you care to join me?" Zabini suddenly recalled that at the feast, Draco had invited him to sample the pie. "No, thank you, I am not hungry. I shall retire to rest now," Draco replied politely. Chapter 30, I Have One. The days that followed seemed to settle into a tranquil rhythm. Weasley, Potter, and Granger had forged a close friendship, appearing inseparable, a stark contrast to their previous antagonism. "It appears that I have triumphed, Theodore," Draco remarked, arching an eyebrow at Theo, reminiscent of a child's playful revenge for Theo's earlier claim of victory. Theo fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at the trio from Gryffindor. "Well, Harry Potter is indeed as you described. He desires both of them, unafraid of choking on his ambitions," he mused, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. It seemed that Potter was far more astute than anticipated. However, such intelligence might render him uncontrollable. In truth, Theo was indifferent to the number of companions Harry Potter possessed, yet he was quite concerned about the potential impact they might have on their dealings. Draco chuckled softly. During this period, Harry Potter had dedicated his spare time to practicing Quidditch and teaching Draco the art of Parseltongue. Draco could distinctly sense a slight increase in Harry's enthusiasm towards him. Although it was subtle, for someone as cautious as Harry, it was a rare occurrence. Such sudden warmth suggested ulterior motives. Harry had recognized his own limitations and sought to exert a firm grip on Draco. "He won't escape," Draco remarked lightly, never entertaining the notion that Harry could evade his influence. As their conversation continued, a small cat approached them. "Draco, is that Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat? She seems quite familiar with you, heading straight for you," Theo noted. This was not the first time he had seen Mrs. Norris near Draco, yet he still failed to comprehend why Draco had such an affinity for her. Draco harbored no affection for pets, a notion well understood by Theodore. This only indicated one thing. Draco's actions were driven by ulterior motives, the nature of which remained a mystery to Theodore. How intriguing he was he not? When Draco noticed Mrs. Norris approaching, he did not bend down to caress her, but rather stepped back, creating distance between them. Who is so intriguing? Surely you do not mean that mute fool, Filch? What significance could a mute possess, residing in a realm of wizards like Hogwarts? He must have become quite dark and twisted by now. Theodore quickly realized that Draco's reference was not to Mrs. Norris, but rather to Filch himself. If Draco sought to employ a cat for his purposes, there were countless pets to be found throughout Hogwarts. His peculiar interest in Mrs. Norris could only stem from one possibility, her master, Mr. Filch. Yet Filch was undeniably a mute. Moreover, his eccentric temperament begs the question of what use a Hogwarts caretaker could possibly serve. Theodore pondered, do not underestimate the potential of seemingly insignificant individuals. Sometimes, the least expected can wield immense influence. Draco's first lesson in society was to never belittle anyone. What could Filch possibly contribute? Theodore was perplexed. His pure-blood education had taught him that a mute was merely a useless entity. It depends on what I can offer him. Draco sidestepped the inquiry. What could Filch desire? Wealth, his cat, or perhaps the unattainable power of magic? Theodore remarked, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Draco chose silence. He had formulated some plans, albeit unclear, and knew he must wait for the right moment to unveil them. Uncertainty lingered, and such matters were best addressed personally. Draco gestured towards Mrs. Norris, saying, I shall return her to Mr. Filch. You need not wait for me. You will personally deliver her back? Theodore questioned, puzzled by Draco's unusual enthusiasm for that mute. It felt rather off. Draco understood Theodore's confusion, for pure-blood education instilled a certain disdain for the mute. Yet he could hardly divulge to Theodore that his informant had just revealed that Professor Snape, limping, had entered the staff lounge alongside Mr. Filch. He yearned to ascertain what had transpired with Professor Snape, wondering if it was related to the impending threat posed by the Dark Lord this term. This cat has been a constant nuisance, Draco complained, casting a disdainful glance at Mrs. Norris as he waved his hand, leading her toward the staff lounge. Draco's informant was a Gryffindor, a Muggle-born, and under ordinary circumstances, he would never have associated with such a lineage. However, the identity of Gryffindor proved to be exceedingly advantageous for him. Through the experiences of his previous life, Draco was no longer a staunch adherent of pure-blood ideology. While he esteemed the notion of blood purity, he valued personal gain even more. When matters encroached upon his interests, Draco was willing to set aside his pure-blood beliefs. The first time he encountered that informant, the individual was being harassed by several Slytherin students. At present, Draco enjoyed a favorable reputation within the academy and commanded considerable respect among the Slytherins, prompting the latter to retreat at his approach. This Gryffindor hails from the Muggle world, and his circumstances were quite dire. Both parents were ill and lacked any source of income. Ordinarily, under such circumstances, he would be expected to excel academically in the Muggle realm, secure admission to a prestigious institution, and subsequently find a well-paying job to support his family. Yet, once one has glimpsed the world of magic, it becomes exceedingly difficult to accept a life of mediocrity. Moreover, the magical realm possesses potions that can prolong life. Although such potions are beyond the financial reach of someone on a Hogwarts scholarship, he yearned to study potions, yet lacked the requisite talent. It was under these conditions that he sold his soul to become Draco's informant. However, the current Draco was no longer the infamous young master of Gryffindor from the original timeline. Assisting the young master was not particularly egregious. The informant's name was Boyce Watson. Had it not been for the events involving Voldemort that led to his untimely demise, perhaps the Ministry of Magic would still have had a place for him. Draco withdrew from his musings and proceeded towards the staff lounge, only to be taken aback by the sight of Harry Potter lingering outside. Harry seemed intent on entering. But as he cracked the door open, Professor Snape reprimanded him sharply. Clearly unwilling to provoke the professor's ire further, Harry scampered away in dismay. As he turned, his face still reflecting his earlier fright, he encountered Draco approaching. What are you doing here? Draco inquired, his brow furrowed as he gestured towards Gryffindor's direction, silently questioning whether Ron had led Harry there. Chapter 31. Snape is injured. Harry shook his head, remaining silent. Are you planning to go in? Professor Snape is inside, and he appears to be in a rather foul mood. Harry looked at Draco with confusion, observing that Draco's demeanor indicated his intent to enter the staff lounge. While Professor Snape exhibited a degree of leniency towards Slytherin students, such leniency was not absolute. Given Snape's current temper, no one could guarantee that he would refrain from chastising Draco. Harry showed no inclination to depart. In truth, he was curious to see if Draco could successfully gain entry. If he insisted on entering and managed to do so, could it be inferred that this matter was somehow connected to Draco as well? After all, Draco has always been an enigmatic figure in his eyes. I am here to find Mr. Filch. Draco, of course, could discern Harry's thoughts. setting aside his own fastidiousness. He picked up Mrs. Norris and addressed Harry. She has been running about in Slytherin, and many young wizards are displeased with her presence. I fear for her safety. It would be best to take her to Mr. Filch. Although Draco was ostensibly explaining his errand, he indirectly indicated that he had little connection with Professor Snape. He was merely delivering a cat. Draco did not wish to engage in further conversation with Harry. Rather, he was quite curious about what Harry had seen that warranted such reprimand. Having finished speaking, Draco set Mrs. Norris down and knocked on the door of the staff room. "Who is it?" came Professor Snape's irritable voice from within. Draco pushed open the door without hesitation. "It is I, Draco." Upon entering, he found Professor Snape seated nearby, his feet stained with blood, resembling the aftermath of a fierce beast's attack. Mr. Filch wore a sour expression, clutching a roll of bandages. "What brings you here?" Although Professor Snape's tone towards Draco was somewhat gentler than towards Harry, it was infused with heightened vigilance. Draco was Snape's protege, yet he was also the son of Death Eaters Lucius and Narcissa. "I have brought Mrs. Norris. She has been quite free-spirited in Slytherin, as you know. Young wizards do not favor mischievous pets, nor do they appreciate silent companions." Though Draco did not articulate it, they were not new to Hogwarts, and they understood the unspoken implications. "By the way, Mr. Filch, it seems Mrs. Norris is hungry. I am unsure of her usual diet. I just offered her some bread, but she refused to eat." Upon hearing about his cat, Filch dismissed all concern for Snape, shoving the bandages into Draco's arms before taking the cat and departing. Professor Snape remained silent as he watched Filch leave, yet his gaze turned complex as he looked back at Draco. "Why do you regard me thus, Godfather?" Draco inquired, casting a cleaning charm upon himself. "Draco, I recall you were never particularly fond of pets. Since when have you taken a liking to Filch's cat?" Professor Snape's eyes carried an air of pressure as he scrutinized Draco. He truly found it difficult to recognize his own protege. In Snape's recollection, Draco was spoiled. A proponent of blood purity, fond of drawing attention, and obsessively clean. However, recent observations had begun to cast doubt on his understanding of Draco. Spoiled was Zabini, blood purity was Theodore, and attention-seeking was Salazar. Now, had Draco even forsaken his fastidiousness? Was Draco's previous demeanor merely a fade? It is not surprising that Snape overthinks. Of late, Draco's conduct seems to echo that of Riddle, handsome, suave, capable, and esteemed among the first-year wizards. Moreover, being born into a pureblood family, Draco's path is considerably less fraught than Riddle's. The world has already seen one Dark Lord, and Snape harbors no desire for a second. "You are overthinking it, Godfather." "I have never liked him," Draco asserted, momentarily revealing a child's expression. "You cannot fathom how filthy those pets are. Had I not witnessed that loathsome Potter accompanying you, I would never have touched it." Poor Harry Potter once again serves as Draco's scapegoat. Yet, such circumstances are inevitable. Professor Snape is exceedingly perceptive. And as a pivotal figure within Dumbledore's circle, Draco's allegiance still lies with the Death Eaters. The inherent opposition between the two compels Draco to remain vigilant, ready to shield himself with Potter when necessary. "What happened to your leg, Godfather?" "It resembles a wound from some beast." "You weren't injured by Hagrid, were you?" "I hear he has a penchant for mingling with those magical creatures. It must relate to Harry Potter, who is reportedly his closest friend." Draco did not shy away from feigning ignorance. He was well aware that this matter had nothing to do with Hagrid. Yet his current aim was to strategize and allay Professor Snape's suspicions. Upon hearing Draco's words, Professor Snape scrutinized him intently before swiftly relaxing. "No, this incident does not involve Hagrid. However, your injury appears rather severe. Perhaps I should assist you to Madame Pomfrey's office?" Draco inquired tentatively. This was not entirely out of concern for Professor Snape. He merely wished to ascertain whether Snape's injury was presentable, or rather, if he dared to let others know he had been wounded by an unknown creature. "No need. I have my own potion. Your mother just sent over some snacks. Take them with you when you do your homework tonight." Professor Snape clearly intended to dismiss Draco. Given Draco's usual temperament, he would hardly last until evening. The mention of snacks would compel him to devour them immediately. "No need to wait until tonight. I can have them now," Draco insisted, suddenly struck by another thought. Casting a guilty glance at Snape. "Will you be all right on your own, Godfather?" Of course, Snape nodded, eager to avoid further inquiries from Draco. Maintaining his facade, Draco, upon receiving permission, hurried off. However, as soon as he stepped outside, his expression shifted in a secluded corner, realizing that this injury was indeed not meant to be seen. If one were to be injured in the Forbidden Forest or by one of Hagrid's magical creatures, there would be no need for such reticence. There exists only one possibility. This matter is linked to the Dark Lord or perhaps to the Philosopher's Stone. Draco boldly ventured a guess that the Philosopher's Stone must be guarded by a magical creature, though he was uncertain of its exact nature. Observing Professor Snape's injury, it appeared to involve a feline or canine creature. Chapter 32, Proving Oneself. Draco was now convinced that the Philosopher's Stone resided within the Hogwarts grounds, and that the professors were aware of its location. However, He was uncertain whether Professor Quirrell was privy to this information. Even without their input, Draco could surmise its whereabouts, recalling Dumbledore's persistent warnings against venturing to certain areas at the beginning of term. It struck him as amusing that if Dumbledore truly wished to keep it concealed, he could simply have remained silent. Instead, he chose to issue a warning, inadvertently alerting everyone that something was amiss. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, Harry was preparing for his first Quidditch match. This was the inaugural Quidditch game for the first-year Wizards at Hogwarts, and excitement was palpable. Nearly everyone rushed to the Quidditch pitch. Draco and his companions were no exceptions. Curiously, it seemed that nearly all the young wizards were enthusiasts of Quidditch. Do you think Harry Potter will triumph? Can a first-year wizard possibly defeat seasoned Quidditch players? A smirk played on Theodore's lips, clearly skeptical of Harry's chances. Draco, too, was uncertain. He had formed an assessment of Harry's abilities, yet often, raw talent did not guarantee success. Perhaps he might prevail. Flint excelled in strategy and motivation. Yet he possessed a notable flaw: his agility was lacking. Higgs demonstrated decent speed and agility, yet it was merely adequate, unable to reach excellence, lacking the reckless courage of Gryffindor. In a previous life, Draco had been teammates with them, and he was well acquainted with their attributes. Have you done your homework? What do you think of Harry Potter? Theodore seemed untroubled by doubt, as he understood Draco's desire to exert control over Harry. To dominate someone, one must first comprehend everything surrounding them. Gradually establishing influence from the periphery, Harry Potter exhibited considerable talent and commendable speed. More crucially, he possessed a compelling reason to win. Much like his earlier desire to join the Quidditch team, once he set his sights on a goal, he would strive with all his might. After all, if one is destined to face demise, why not gamble for a potentially better outcome? Such was Harry Potter's gambler's mentality. What compelling reason did he have to win? He was merely a first-year wizard. Even in defeat, it would bear little consequence, as no one expected a first year to surpass the upperclassmen. Theodora expressed her bewilderment at Draco's response. It was evident that he did not believe that Harry Potter was destined to win. After all, Slytherin had triumphed for so many consecutive years. Aspiring to defeat Slytherin was no trifling matter. To impose such lofty expectations upon a first-year wizard seemed excessively harsh. Quidditch was a venture instigated by Dumbledore, and Harry Potter must prove his worth before him. Anything devoid of value ought to remain amidst the refuse, especially considering that the prophesied boy was not the only one. Draco observed Harry Potter as he gradually took to the field, his gaze imbued with a sense of indifference. Are you suggesting that even Dumbledore is uncertain about the identity of the child foretold in the prophecy? Theodore was unaware that there were indeed many contenders for the title of savior. If it were me, I would gather all children who meet the criteria, nurturing the most gifted among them, while the rest could serve as fodder or alternatives. Meanwhile, Madame Hooch's whistle sounded, and both teams of Quidditch players soared into the sky. As Harry Potter entered the Quidditch pitch, he exhibited an unparalleled vigor, which compelled Flint to feel a sense of pressure and adopt certain strategies. You see, Harry Potter does seem to share this sentiment, does he not? Draco chuckled at Harry's previous actions. Dumbledore, after all, is the most renowned white wizard of this century. How could he possibly engage in such deeds? If one could sacrifice at will, would that not render him no different from the Dark Lord? Theodore, your words are intriguing. A person like Dumbledore may possess a heart far more ruthless than you imagine. They must possess the courage to sacrifice the small for the greater good, as relinquishing the small is far more challenging than relinquishing the greater. Every situation possesses duality, a greatness we can scarcely aspire to. There is no need to ponder excessively. Draco considered it beyond his capabilities and felt no desire to elucidate to Theodore. Were it not for ulterior motives, he would have little interest in engaging in childish games or evading a gathering of cunning old foxes. As Draco spoke, he became lost in his own thoughts. Draco, what on earth is happening with Harry Potter's flying broom? Theodore cast a look of astonishment at Harry. Harry seemed unable to steady himself on the broom, swaying precariously in the air. Had it not been for the strength in his hands, he might have plummeted to the ground. It appeared as though he had been cursed. Yet it did not resemble a mere curse. If it were indeed a curse, he would not be able to maintain his position and would have already fallen. However, if it were not a curse, it would not have such profound effects. In his previous life, Draco had participated in competitions. Yet he remained oblivious to the origins of this predicament. He knew not how it was resolved. He only recalled that Harry had swayed for a moment before regaining stability. As he observed from the audience, he indeed experienced a different sensation, uncovering certain suspicions. Draco was still deep in thought when he suddenly felt a burning gaze fixated upon him. Having navigated the intricacies of the ministry for many years, he had honed his keen senses. He could immediately discern when someone was watching him. It was none other than the informant, Boyce, whom he had previously bribed. Upon meeting Draco's gaze, Boyce unabashedly locked eyes with him for a fleeting moment before turning his attention towards Harry Potter. It appeared as though he was signaling something to Draco. Due to the distance, direct communication was impossible, and they were left to convey their messages through their eyes. Potter? Broom? The trio from Gryffindor. Draco instantly grasped Boyce's implication, his eyes incessantly searching for Ron and Hermione. Ron was relatively easy to locate, yet Hermione had completely vanished. She was absent from the Gryffindor seats. It seemed that Harry's predicament was ultimately resolved by Hermione. Draco observed Harry, recognizing that he was not merely under a simple curse. It was evident that two forces were at odds. The caster was prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the spellcaster was not far away and likely present among the audience. Chapter 33. What a hefty burden. Hermione would not stray too far. She was probably nearby the field. Draco, with his sharp gaze, scanned the surroundings. He had to admit that Gryffindor's red was exceptionally conspicuous, and it wasn't long before he spotted Hermione. She appeared to be moving stealthily, as if engaged in thievery, quietly making her way towards the teacher's viewing area. Draco found himself curious about the identity of the mastermind behind this. He casually greeted Theodore before leaving the Slytherin section. Finding a secluded spot, he donned his invisibility cloak and stealthily followed Hermione. Being a young witch, Hermione had yet to develop her senses to an advanced level, and she remained oblivious to Draco's presence. Draco watched as she approached the teacher's stand, his mind racing with thoughts. Did Hermione believe the mastermind was among the professors? Was it true that in a past life, it was Hermione who helped Harry Potter bring an end to the chaos? If one were to speculate based on the outcomes of that previous life, it would indeed suggest that the mastermind resided among the faculty. Draco pondered the teachers seated at the podium. Personally, he leaned towards Professor Quirrell, yet outwardly, it seemed more plausible that it was Professor Snape. Of course, this was merely a perspective from the outside. After all, Harry's broom was swaying precariously, while Professor Snape was muttering incessantly, making it difficult not to raise suspicions. Yet the incantation that escaped his lips was one that perhaps other young wizards might not recognize. However, Draco was acutely aware of it. In his past life, he possessed an exceptional aptitude for curses, mastering an array of them, and he could discern, even with his eyes shut, what spells Professor Snape uttered. This was a counter-curse, not intended to curse Harry, but rather to serve as a shield. The most sophisticated dark curses never require vocalization. It is only the most unforeseen protections that appear so overtly. Hermione had found her position, crouching beneath Professor Snape's podium, raising her wand as if to engage in some mischief. Draco knew that, given Hermione's current skill level, she could not conjure anything particularly powerful. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth of his own thoughts, regrettably at Hermione's expense. Just as she was about to cast her spell, a formidable incantation suddenly struck the faculty spectator area. The entire podium erupted into chaos, fragments scattering in every direction. The teachers present were startled, many of them flung from their seats by the violent tremors. Even Hermione stood frozen, her spell yet to be cast, bewildered by the sudden destruction of the podium. If she possessed such power, why would she need to attend Hogwarts? However, she too felt the ground tremble beneath her. And it was clear that this calamity was not her doing. Yet she stood alone in the midst of it all. Regardless of who the true culprit was, the blame would inevitably fall upon her. At the scene of the incident, she held the incriminating wand, and witnesses had seen her there. Meanwhile, the miscreant Draco prepared to depart, having achieved his own desires. He was certain that Voldemort had possessed Professor Quirrell, more specifically, had taken residence at the back of Quirrell's head. He had never witnessed anyone being thrown without instinctively shielding their body or protecting their head. Instead, Quirrell's first instinct was to clutch his hat tightly. It struck him as odd. Clearly, something was amiss beneath that hat. Considering the experiences of his past life, it was not difficult to surmise that Voldemort had indeed taken hold of Professor Quirrell. How intriguing it was that the seemingly daft Quirrell was, in fact, the embodiment of the Dark Lord. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He needed to leave swiftly. A tumult had erupted at the professor's table, and there was no guarantee that some perceptive wizard would not discover his presence. Thus, the true architect of this chaos, Draco, slipped away, leaving Hermione to face the dire consequences alone. Miss Granger, do you have any explanation for what just transpired? Professor Snape inquired, his expression grave. Anyone with the slightest awareness could sense that he was seething with fury. Hermione stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. What could she possibly say? Could she confess to her involvement? There was no evidence to vindicate her. Moreover, her intentions for coming here were far from innocent. Professor, please allow me to explain. I lack the capacity to inflict such harm. It was certainly not my doing, Hermione hurriedly articulated. Her explanation was rather feeble, lacking any persuasive power. Professor Snape, evidently uninterested in Hermione's attempts at justification, regarded her with great seriousness. Then, Miss Granger, do enlighten me on the true purpose of your presence here. Why are you here? It must be noted that Professor Snape had a knack for pinpointing the crux of the matter, leaving Hermione utterly speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall who intervened. Miss Granger, you must accompany me to my office at once. Immediately. Although McGonagall's tone remained exceedingly stern, it was, in comparison to Professor Snape's, a relief to face her alone rather than confess her motives in front of an audience. Draco observed the unfolding drama from a distance before returning to his seat. "Hey Draco, where did you just go? You really missed quite the spectacle," Zabini remarked. Having approached Theodore's side, his voice laced with excitement at Draco's late arrival. "I was in the restroom." "What happened?" Draco feigned ignorance, as if the earlier events had nothing to do with him. "What a pity you missed it. Granger audaciously attempted to murder a professor. The podium was in shambles," Zabini animatedly recounted, his eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy for Draco, as if lamenting that he had not witnessed such a historic moment firsthand. After all, it was rare for any student to dare contemplate such actions against a professor so early in the term. "What a shame. Who would have thought my timing would be so unfortunate? Missing such a grand performance." Draco's expression mirrored a touch of regret. "I wonder what drove Granger to undertake such an audacious act." "Draco, do you have any idea?" Zabini inquired with curiosity, though children typically dislike school. It seemed extreme to resort to blowing up the institution. "How could I possibly know? You ought to inquire with Granger. After all, not everyone dares to confront the professors." Draco mused, his brow furrowed as he contemplated Granger's motives. Chapter 34. He did not win either. "Look, Draco, Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch," Theodore exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he pointed towards Harry's direction. It was a rare occasion to witness Theodore so animated. "What?" Zabini responded in astonishment, still processing Theodore's revelation. "Harry Potter won. The first-year wizard has triumphed over Slytherin. This is a momentous event. It is truly hard to fathom that a young wizard could achieve such feats in their first year." In contrast to Zabini's evident astonishment, Theodore's gaze was imbued with a deeper significance. He looked at Draco with a complex expression. "Theodore, why do I sense something unusual about you today? Is there a secret between you two that you are concealing from me?" Zabini quickly discerned the unspoken tension between the two. Theodore expressed his desire to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, yet he now seemed to reconsider, especially after discovering that even a first-year Harry Potter could outplay Slytherin's team. Draco's fabrications flowed effortlessly, leaving Zabini momentarily taken aback. However, Theodore, aware of the delicate nature of their situation, chose not to expose him, as he had no means to clarify their actions to Zabini. "What is Harry Potter, merely fortunate? Look at his reckless demeanor. I highly doubt he will be so lucky a second time. The Slytherin Quidditch team remains formidable," Zabini clumsily attempted to reassure Theodore, seemingly convinced that Theodore was genuinely preparing to try out for the Slytherin team. "Indeed, I believe Zabini is correct," Draco concurred. Theodore cast a silent, incredulous glance at Draco before quietly distancing himself. Why is he not speaking? Why does he seem unhappy? Zabini pondered, watching Theodore retreat. "I don't know. Perhaps it's because Slytherin lost today," Draco remarked, patting Zabini's shoulder as he prepared to leave. Though Slytherin has been defeated, Harry Potter did not emerge victorious either. Notice how everyone's attention was captivated by Granger. It remains uncertain how Harry managed to win. Who knows if he seized the opportunity while others were distracted. Zabini unhesitatingly cast aspersions on Harry Potter. They were adversaries, and when the chance arose to undermine Harry, he was eager to seize it. Draco chuckled softly to himself, quietly echoing Zabini's words. Indeed, Slytherin has lost, yet Harry Potter has not triumphed. With that, he disregarded Zabini's reaction and departed. While Harry participated in the Quidditch match, he had not forgotten the matter of Draco's Parseltongue. Whenever they found a moment, they would seclude themselves in quiet alleys to practice the Serpentine language. Do you know what transpired with Granger? Why was she abruptly taken away by Professor McGonagall? How did she manage to cause an explosion in the professor's viewing area? Harry clearly understood Hermione. Such actions were entirely out of character for her, though she belonged to Gryffindor and possessed their courage. Not every Gryffindor would dare to confront a professor. Moreover, Hermione carried an air of self-doubt. She sought to prove herself before the professor, and she would never resort to such means to earn the professor's disdain. You ought to inquire about this matter directly with Granger. What I do in this situation is of no concern to me. Draco found himself bemused by Harry Potter's question. Perhaps it was due to the impeccable image he had crafted for himself, but why did everyone seem to approach him whenever Granger found herself in trouble? It was as if, in the eyes of others, he was expected to possess the truth of the matter. I had thought we were friends. Harry, still wearing a look of innocence, addressed Draco. If it were any other young wizard, they might have softened at the sight of his naive demeanor. However, such tactics were utterly ineffective on the seasoned Draco. Do not regard me as a friend. Consider me merely a business partner. Otherwise. I fear that when the time comes to send you to your demise, I may find it difficult to carry out. Draco paused before continuing. For you would incessantly press for various tidbits of information, and acquiring such news demands considerable effort. I am not so leisurely. Though Draco's tone was not overly harsh, his words clearly conveyed a refusal. Will Hermione face punishment? Harry was utterly unwilling to relent, for he had no other means of learning Hermione's fate. All he knew was that she had been taken during the Quidditch match and had yet to return. Unable to ascertain Hermione's whereabouts, he learned from Ron that her predicament was a consequence of his actions. Thus, he could not easily bear to witness her suffering. There were few in this world who treated him kindly, and Hermione was one. Therefore, he desired to hold tightly to this person who had shown him kindness, at least to affirm her contributions. Did you not comprehend what I just articulated? Draco was growing increasingly impatient. He had already implored Harry not to question him further. Yet here he was again. I understand, but you are the only one likely to know anything about this. 5 galleons. Harry attempted to purchase information with gold. Unfortunately, for Draco, money held little value. He was hardly in need of it. What sort of jest is this, Potter? I am not lacking in funds. Draco was beginning to feel the irritation of Harry Potter, yet he had not yet mastered Parseltongue and could not easily rid himself of Harry's presence. Should Harry insist on discovering Granger's whereabouts, Draco could concoct a tale on the spot to spare himself the incessant pestering. I am aware, yet this is all I have. His parents had indeed left him a considerable sum, yet this amount encompassed all expenses during his time at Hogwarts. He needed to be frugal. 5 galleons, to him, represented a significant sum. I truly find it remarkable. Granger is unlikely to encounter any serious trouble, based on my understanding of her character. Such a degree of devastation could certainly not be accomplished by a mere first-year witch. Even I am incapable of such feats, let alone her. Draco, weary of further entanglements with Harry Potter, fabricated a few nonsensical tales. Nevertheless, her presence in that location and her ambiguous intentions might subject her to some minor repercussions. Nothing severe enough to cause lasting harm or expulsion, I presume. Ah, by the way, I must caution you. Weasley has likely discerned the influence your parents exert upon you. It is probable that he will direct his attention towards them. So exercise caution lest he lead you astray. Draco cast a glance at Harry, feeling disinclined to continue with his studies, and departed with Theodore's pet in tow. Chapter 35, Alchemy. As Draco surmised, Granger did not face overly harsh punishment. The Gryffindor crystal had merely diminished by more than half, appearing to reflect a score of around 100. Following the conclusion of the Quidditch match, the young witches and wizards found themselves with little to occupy their time. As the Christmas holidays swiftly approached, during this festive season, the young sorcerers were granted a break. They could choose to remain at Hogwarts and celebrate Christmas with the faculty or return home to spend the holiday with their families. Most opted to return home, particularly those from Slytherin. During Christmas, one would scarcely encounter a single Slytherin student in the castle. Harry Potter was unable to return home. After all, staying at his aunt's house was far less appealing than remaining at Hogwarts, where he would be spared from household chores and his aunt's reprimands. It was a choice that any sensible person would make. Naturally, Weasley kept a watchful eye on Harry Potter, choosing not to return home and instead remaining at Hogwarts. Granger, on the other hand, did return home, which was to be expected given her Muggle upbringing and the value she placed on familial bonds. Draco also returned home. Should he dare to stay away during Christmas, his father would undoubtedly come to Hogwarts and drag him back by the ear. Mother? Mother? Dobby, is my mother present? Upon returning, Draco instinctively reverted to the nature of a child, seeking out his mother first. He did not find Narcissa downstairs, but noticed that Dobby was still busy. The lady and Sir have gone on vacation. They said they would not return for Christmas. Dobby hesitated momentarily before revealing the whereabouts of Narcissa and Lucius. Was their decision truly justifiable? To abandon Draco alone during Christmas for a holiday, while Dobby watched over him to ensure nothing untoward occurred, felt somewhat dismissive, akin to casting off a mere light bulb. This left Draco feeling somewhat disheartened. Accustomed to such treatment, he silently rolled his eyes, suppressing the innocent smile that had graced his face moments before, and feigned a look of disappointment. Comparing him to Dobby reveals his utility. He would not easily provoke Dobby, nor allow him to discern anything amiss. Young master, would you care for some apple pie? The madam specifically instructed me to prepare it for you. Noticing his young master's melancholic demeanor, Dobby approached with words of gentle consolation. No. You may continue with your tasks. I prefer to be alone for a while. Although the departure of Narcissa and Lucius was a tremendous blow for a child, for Draco, it was an unexpected boon. Their absence rendered them more cautious within Malfoy Manor. Draco cautiously circumvented Dobby and made his way to the treasure room of Malfoy Manor, gravitating towards a heap of dusty alchemical materials, seemingly carelessly selecting a myriad of discarded items. Among them, he unearthed a dull stone from a hidden corner. One might mistake the Malfoy family for a collector of refuse. It was only when Draco vigorously wiped the stone's surface that its inherent splendor was revealed. This was the Philosopher's Stone he had painstakingly acquired. The two masters of the Malfoy household possessed little aptitude for alchemy, and their apparatus lay neglected. They had never visited this place, nor were they aware of the presence of this dusty gem. Cradling these items, Draco ventured to the underground alchemical chamber, where they had once been left behind by his grandfather, Abraxas. Now, it was his turn to utilize them. The Philosopher's Stone could grant immortality. Yet its mysteries remained largely unexplored, and no one could articulate its precise application. All that was commonly known was that its powder could transmute objects into gold, yet its potential lay largely untapped. Draco began by scraping some powder and combining it with stabilizing materials, subsequently transforming it into a liquid form. For the stone to confer longevity, it must interact with the body. Draco surmised that the optimal method would be through ingestion. With the Philosopher's Stone now in his possession, he merely required a test subject. Draco pondered briefly, then dashed upstairs. During his ascent, he saw no sign of Dobby, yet this did not hinder his actions. In a fit of fury, Draco demolished his toys in his room, creating a cacophony of noise. Dobby, hearing the commotion, rushed to Draco's side. "Master, what has happened?" he inquired, gazing at the chaos with confusion. "Cursed father, cursed mother, how could they abandon me on Christmas? And you, detestable Dobby, leave me. Do not enter without my command. If the meal is prepared, place it at the door. I shall retrieve it when I am hungry. Do not disturb me." Draco fumed, hurling a toy towards Dobby's feet as he spoke. Dobby nodded, finding nothing amiss, for Draco had always exhibited the demeanor of a delicate young master. This was not the first time he had thrown such a tantrum. Dobby had grown accustomed to it, and obediently descended the stairs. However, unlike usual, Draco, upon seeing Dobby had come down, shut the door and disapparated from Malfoy Manor. While disapparition was indeed forbidden within the manor, as the master of the house, he knew how to exploit the loophole. No one was aware of his whereabouts. They only knew that upon his return, he promptly headed to the alchemical chamber. He brought back a considerable number of white mice, along with a bamboo cage housing peculiar insects from the mysterious eastern region of Xiangxi. Draco was evidently familiar with those little creatures, skillfully taking the food Dobby had provided and molding it into small pellets, wrapping the insects within the food before forcibly inserting them into the mice's bellies. Initially, the white mice exhibited no reaction, but when Draco shook the bell in his hand, they began to struggle desperately. These were treasures Draco had procured from Xiangxi. They were not lethal, yet they inflicted excruciating torment, akin to something gnawing at one's very soul. Clearly pleased with the mice's response, Draco ceased his actions and stored away the remaining insects. The remaining white mice, of course, had other purposes. Draco ultimately determined the final application of the Philosopher's Stone to be oral. He concocted a series of potions by mixing varying doses of the Philosopher's Stone with different proportions of alchemical materials, infusing the liquid into the healthy white mice. If the ratio of the Philosopher's Stone was slightly high, the mice would perish swiftly. Draco had dissected those white mice and discovered that when the alchemical potion entered their bodies, it reacted with the undigested food within, transmuting it into gold. The weight of the gold was simply beyond what the mice could endure, leading to their demise from the descent of their internal organs. Chapter 36, Elixir of Magical Power. Draco, through continuous adjustments to the quantity of the Philosopher's Stone, perpetually weakened its potency to achieve a state of balance. Eventually, after consuming the potion, the white mice did not die immediately. Rather, they floated in the air as if awakening their latent magical abilities. No one could ascertain whether the mice had indeed acquired magic, but it was evident that the Philosopher's Stone bestowed upon them extraordinary capabilities. This aligned perfectly with Draco's hypothesis. The Philosopher's Stone could grant immortality, implying that it contained a unique power capable of supplying endless vitality and magical energy to the human body. If these magical energies were to be isolated, would it yield different outcomes? Would it provide an opportunity for those loyal to the cause to pledge their unwavering allegiance? Draco harbored such notions the very first time he laid eyes upon the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, he deliberately sought to befriend Mr. Filch, intending for him to be the inaugural subject of his experiments. Even if his hypotheses were to fail, he could still offer Mr. Filch something of value. In any case, he would not permit his schemes to be squandered. By the same token, what if the Philosopher's Stone were to be fused with alchemical materials to create a corporeal body? Would it manifest as an external embodiment? Or could it serve as a means to achieve immortality? He was uncertain and had yet to conduct such experiments. Draco had no desire to be a test subject himself. However, the Malfoy Manor possessed an exquisite specimen for experimentation. Alas, the time was not yet ripe. He needed to prepare meticulously before daring to proceed. Narcissa and Lucius were enjoying their vacation, occasionally using the two-way mirror to inquire about Draco's well-being. Yet they remained oblivious, treating Draco as if he were a mere child, unaware that the communication through the mirror could also be fabricated. Powerful Confundus charms crafted a facade of harmony. While in reality, Draco found himself ensnared in a clandestine laboratory, laboring under the guise of secrecy. The Philosopher's Stone and alchemical materials were challenging to control, for now. Draco could only concoct potions that granted temporary magical abilities. Perhaps he could create a potion that conferred permanent magical powers. Yet he was disinclined to pursue that path at present. Often, that which eludes us is the most coveted. Such fleeting potions could command astronomical prices. Once one has tasted magic, relinquishing it becomes an impossibility, akin to the opium of human society. The more one indulges, the more addictive it becomes, with prices soaring, ultimately placing the fates of many firmly in Draco's grasp. As for the creation of lasting potions, that was a matter for another day. This potion could also ignite the fuse that shatters the barrier between muggles and wizards. Wizards take pride in their magical prowess, while muggles harbor a fear of it. Should muggles gain access to magical abilities, the world would undergo a monumental transformation. With adept maneuvering, altering the landscape of society could become feasible. However, every advantage carries its disadvantages. For the strong, possession of power is a tool, while for the weak, it spells disaster. Draco could not yet be deemed strong, and he dared not reveal his discoveries too readily. Yet, if applied to just one or two individuals, he could maintain control. Time passed swiftly. Narcissa and Lucius had yet to return. Draco enjoyed a delightful Christmas at home before returning to Hogwarts. Like all young wizards, Zabini found little joy in attending classes. Perhaps his favorite part of the day was mealtime, during which he exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. Mrs. Norris, the feline companion of Mr. Filch, continued her habitual strolls as usual. He was irresistibly drawn to the food at Hogwarts, which was known for its bountiful supply. Normally, when the little wizards saw Mrs. Norris, they were unfazed. However, on the first day of school, Zabini appeared particularly agitated. The sight of Mrs. Norris flitting about before him only served to heighten his annoyance. Why does this cat incessantly wander around Slytherin? That mute caretaker, Filch, truly is hopeless. If he cannot even manage his own cat, what use is he? Zabini's words were rather harsh, yet to the other young wizards, they seemed quite ordinary. They held Filch in contempt, even more so than they did muggles. Come on, Zabini. Your mouth is full of food. Draco, seeking an excuse to find Filch, found Zabini's readiness to deliver Mrs. Norris quite convenient. No, Draco, that is not what I meant. Draco's words gave Zabini the impression he was bullying him, though such was not his intention. He merely harbored a habitual disdain for the caretaker. It's all right, Zabini. Don't let Mrs. Norris affect your mood. Draco understood Zabini's character well and recognized the source of his demeanor. However, he had to find Filch today. Such opportunities would be rare in the future. It was mealtime, and students and professors alike were dining in the Great Hall, ensuring their actions would go unnoticed, thus allowing them to conceal their secrets effectively. Draco, aren't you going to eat? Theodore clearly thought Draco's behavior was somewhat inappropriate. He was aware of Draco's recent close association with Filch, but he also knew that Draco valued his own well-being above all else. There was no way he would jeopardize his health simply to return a cat. Theodore suspected Draco had ulterior motives, though he had no proof and could not fathom what they might be. No, I'll go ahead. Please save me an apple pie. Thank you. Draco sensed that Theodore might have picked up on something, yet he had no intention of providing an explanation. His words were a clear signal to Theodore that he had matters to attend to and that further inquiries were unwelcome. Theodore furrowed his brow, looking at Draco with some confusion. He understood Draco well enough that even if he asked, Draco might not divulge anything. He could only nod and suppress his own curiosity. Draco cast a glance back at Theodore, scooped up Mrs. Norris, and made his way toward Mr. Filch. At this hour, Filch would still be in the staff lounge, not yet headed to the Great Hall for his meal. This was quite evident. He treasured his cat immensely, and had he been in the dining hall, Mrs. Norris would certainly not have ventured near the Slytherin table. Mr. Filch gazed at Draco, who approached cradling the cat, his eyes filled with a hint of perplexity. Recently, Draco had indeed been quite willing to assist Madame Loris. However, today, Madame Loris evidently did not appear to be in any distress. Filch had only just released her, intending to head to the Hogwarts dining hall for a meal, when to his surprise, Madame Loris was once again returned to him by Draco. Mr. Malfoy, has something happened to Madame Loris? Filch inquired. In truth, he held a relatively favorable impression of Draco, as the young wizard did not display the overt malice typical of many purebloods. Neither did he take out his frustrations on Madame Loris. On the contrary, he treated her with considerable kindness. No, Mr. Filch, I have come to seek you out, Draco replied, his gaze fixed intently upon Filch. As someone who had endured years of disdain, Filch quickly discerned the underlying significance in Draco's eyes. Yet, he could not ascertain whether that significance was benevolent or malevolent. Draco was unlike the other young wizards. He possessed prestige, popularity, prowess, and a distinguished lineage. Should he decide to target Mr. Filch, it would not bode well for the latter. Apologies, but I am on my way to the dining hall for lunch, Filch stated, preparing to exit, only to find Draco blocking his path, akin to a schoolyard bully stationed at the doorway. His demeanor, already one of feigned youthfulness, now radiated an overwhelming presence, causing even an old-timer like Filch to feel a twinge of trepidation. Please do not leave, sir. I have some delightful news to discuss with you that I believe will pique your interest, Draco insisted, brandishing his wand and pointing it towards Filch's chest. Though his words were gentle, the firmness of his actions was unmistakable. It seemed that should Filch refuse, the next spell would be unleashed upon him. If you wish to see Slytherin's points deducted entirely, you are free to act, Filch retorted, unperturbed, for in all his years at Hogwarts, no one had dared to take such action. Even those who disregarded their own reputations would hesitate to tarnish the house's honor. You threaten me with Slytherin? Do you truly believe I would be intimidated? You think I approached you without devising a strategy? Draco smiled amiably, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. As long as I desire, no one will know I sought you out, and the name Filch will quietly vanish from Hogwarts. If you doubt this, you may certainly test it. Such is the nature of negotiation, a balance of the stick and the sweet date. To offer the sweet date, one must first wield the stick effectively. It is essential to establish authority. Otherwise, some may remain blissfully unaware of their own limitations. Feel free to try. Filch was incensed by Draco's words, his countenance contorting into a grimace. Not merely anger, but rather a deep-seated instinct for self-preservation. He was a squib, facing a wizard with scant means of protection, even though his adversary was merely a first-year novice. Do not be so irate, Filch. I genuinely have matters of importance to discuss with you. It has come to my attention that you are a squib and have never experienced a surge of magical power. Draco's words dripped with sarcasm, as if he were thrusting a dagger into Filch's heart. Filch, left with no choice, could only nod in resignation. What is it that you truly desire? He sought to buy time, yet Draco was resolute in his intentions. With a flick of his wand, the water goblet on the nearby table shattered into fragments. Draco then directed his wand at Filch, his gaze compelling him to sit obediently. The circumstances dictated the terms. Filch succumbed to the pressure and seated himself. He surmised that Draco would not dare to act violently, for the Malfoy family wielded immense power, and any aggression would ensnare Draco as well. Although sacrificing his life to tarnish the Malfoy name might seem a worthy endeavor to outsiders, to Filch, nothing was more precious than his own existence. Draco Malfoy, he etched that name into his memory, vowing to avoid crossing paths with him in the future, lest he unleash the latent strength of a squib upon him. After casting layers of silencing charms around them, Draco began to speak. Do not be alarmed, sir. I harbor no ill intentions. I have unexpectedly come across a potion, one that bestows magical abilities upon muggles. Given my close association with Lady Loris, you were the first person who came to mind. Draco spoke of the potion with unwavering confidence, unperturbed by the thought that Filch might reveal its existence. Even if he did, who would believe a squib? After all, if such a miraculous potion truly existed, there would be no distinction between muggles, squibs, and wizards. What are you saying? Please do not jest about such matters. Filch's ire was genuinely ignited. The term squib had always been his Achilles heel, a source of deep-seated vulnerability. While he could endure casual jests about his status, the mockery of being told he could become a wizard followed by laughter at his naivety was intolerable. Get out. I shall report your vile actions to Professor Snape. Filch's fury erupted. He had endured this humiliation numerous times since discovering his squib status, each instance culminating in deception and ridicule without exception. How can you know without trying? Draco retorted, producing the potion he had meticulously crafted. Unlike the concoctions Filch had seen from con men, this potion exuded an extraordinary aura. Merely gazing upon it stirred a sense of allure within. However, in the realm of existence, one must sacrifice to gain. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Madame Loris test the potion on your behalf. Draco was probing the limits of Filch's resolve. It was common knowledge that Filch regarded Madame Loris as his emotional anchor. Once Draco discerned Filch's boundaries, he would know how to manipulate them to compel Filch to assist him in the future. Impossible. I shall not use Madame Loris as a subject for experimentation, Filch retorted, dismissing the notion. He was convinced that the potion in Draco's possession was a mere counterfeit, and thus deemed any experimentation unnecessary. Sir, I hail from the Malfoy lineage. I could never engage in aimless endeavors. My family's reputation is at stake. Do you truly believe I would risk becoming an adversary for the sake of a cat? Draco replied with a resigned smile. His words began to waver Filch's resolve. Madame Loris is my friend, he added, softening Filch's stance further. Yet she is merely a cat. Would you relinquish your identity as a wizard for her sake? Draco's words were laced with a potent persuasion. Filch lowered his gaze in contemplation, gradually shifting his focus toward Madame Loris. Draco recognized that Filch had made a decision. Chapter 38, accomplished. Just as Filch was about to speak, Draco interrupted him. I apologize. Sir, I was merely jesting. You wouldn't take it to heart, would you? I have brought a test subject myself. With that, Draco produced a small white mouse from his expandable bag. In truth, Draco understood the significance of Madame Loris to Filch. He genuinely wished to test Filch's limits. Yet he did not intend to corner him completely. A person who has lost their boundaries can become quite formidable. Considering Filch, should something happen to Madame Loris, the repercussions could be dire. Yet if Draco's offering fell short of Filch's expectations, the situation would become increasingly intricate, leaving Draco unable to win Filch's genuine loyalty. Filch's expression was a complex tapestry of surprise, anger, and regret. Nonetheless, the little cat remained oblivious to her owner's fleeting thoughts of abandonment, still eagerly rubbing against Filch's leg. I am quite considerate, am I not, sir? Are you prepared to try? This statement was somewhat superfluous, once Filch resolved to sacrifice Madame Loris. He had already made up his mind to test the potion in Draco's hands. Thus, when Draco inquired, Filch nodded without hesitation. Filch reached out, grasping the small white mouse firmly, pinching its jaw to force its mouth open. Draco, too, acted without delay, removing the stopper from the vial and allowing 2 drops to fall into the mouse's mouth. After all, the potion was designed for human consumption. Possessing a potency greater than anticipated, for a creature of the mouse's size, 2 drops would suffice. As soon as the potion touched its lips, the little white mouse began to struggle. Its movements grew more frantic, eventually evading even Mr. Filch's grasp. Just as Filch released the mouse, he anticipated it would fall to the ground, yet to his astonishment, it floated in midair. Filch, overwhelmed with excitement, found himself at a loss for words. He understood better than anyone that this was a manifestation of magical disturbance, a portent of the power he had long yearned for. I am not deceiving you, Draco declared, waving the potion before Filch's eyes. Filch was utterly captivated, his gaze fixated on the vial, brimming with longing. Involuntarily, he reached out to seize the potion from Draco. However, Draco, ever observant of Filch's reactions, deftly withdrew just before Filch could grasp it, adopting an expression that clearly communicated his refusal. Sir, taking without asking is hardly a commendable habit. As I mentioned earlier, everything comes at a cost. I can provide you with what you desire, provided you are willing to pay the corresponding price. Draco's villainous demeanor resurfaced. What do you desire? Filch, desperate for the potion, was not yet driven completely to madness, though he teetered perilously close. Fear not, I won't compel you to do anything unforeseen. I merely wish to inquire about Harry Potter and Professor Dumbledore, Draco stated, producing a small pill. Humans, unlike animals, cannot endure immense pain without consequence. While animals may withstand suffering, a human's body would crumble under such torment. Perhaps you should consider consuming a fortifying pill before you proceed. Draco carelessly tossed the pill onto the table, appearing indifferent, as though his previous words were merely a suggestion. Indifferent to whether Filch heeded them. He then proffered the potion to Filch. Filch, however, harbored some doubts about Draco's intentions, uncertain of Draco's motives. He pretended to drink the potion, only relaxing once he noted that Draco exhibited no reaction. Sir, why do you look at me so? Is there potion upon my face? Draco, sensing Filch's confusion, regarded him with a subtle smile, reminiscent of a patient adult observing a disobedient child. No, I am merely curious how you came into possession of such a potion. No longer hesitating, Filch swallowed the pill from the table before he began to drink the potion. As the liquid coursed down his throat, he was immediately met with a jarring sensation, followed by an overwhelming pain, as though his very being was being reshaped. Did Draco not say the pill would alleviate the pain? Why did he not feel any relief? Just as Filch was on the verge of despair, he suddenly sensed a surge of power coursing through his body. This was the magic he had longed for. He could feel the strength within him. Yet years of fear held him back from taking action. He was entirely oblivious to the madness reflected in Draco's eyes. Wingardium Leviosa. Draco, clearly perceiving Filch's hesitation, decided to demonstrate the spell himself. He performed a levitation charm right before Filch, a simple incantation that first-year wizards learn, not particularly challenging. In fact, Filch had secretly listened to Hogwarts professors' lectures even when he believed he lacked magic, convinced that either he had not experienced a magical surge or that Hogwarts had overlooked his name. However, after countless attempts to practice without success, he finally realized he was not a wizard. The man, while past 50, now appeared somewhat timid. He glanced at Draco, who nodded encouragingly, and summoned the courage to cast his first spell, Wingardium Leviosa. As they anticipated, the cup on the table floated gracefully into the air, but only for a brief moment before it fell back down. This was not due to a lack of magic, but rather Filch's insufficient mastery of the spell. I have magic. I have magic, Filch exclaimed, wanting everyone to know, especially those who had mocked him as a squib all these years. From this moment on, he would be a bona fide wizard, a legitimate entity within the magical realm, no longer a victim of derision. His smile morphed into a manic expression, gradually transforming into suppressed sobs, as if releasing the grievances accumulated over years of unfair treatment. Draco did not intervene but allowed him to cry quietly. His silencing charm layered thickly enough that unless Dumbledore himself came to listen, no one would discover what transpired here. The young wizards were not eating quickly, by all accounts. It would be some time before they returned. Filch's cries did not last long, for he was an adult with a strong capacity for self-regulation. Soon, the joy in his eyes solidified into determination. Having witnessed numerous gifted wizards at Hogwarts, he yearned to become a powerful magician himself. What he had once deemed impossible in his magicless state had now transformed into a reality. Chapter 39, Finally Compliant. Feeling a bit calmer now, sir? Draco observed Filch with a bemused smile. Having served as the Minister of Magic for over a decade, he understood human nature well and could empathize with Filch's exuberance. However, comprehending a situation is one matter, while the willingness to act upon it is an entirely different issue. Filch fell into silence, taking a seat. Previously, he had indeed been intoxicated by the potion, failing to thoroughly contemplate Draco's request. I can appreciate your joy, sir, but I do not wish for anyone to discover that the source of your power is linked to me. Do you understand? In truth, from the moment Filch swallowed that pill, he lost his autonomy. His existence, from this point forward, wholly belonged to Draco. Why? After years of being voiceless, I finally possess magic, yet I cannot reveal its origin to others. What purpose does it serve? Filch appeared somewhat agitated. His first inclination upon acquiring power was to inform those who once ridiculed him, to deliver a resounding rebuttal to their scorn. Yet now, Draco insists that he must keep this secret, leaving Filch in disbelief. If you deem it futile, you may choose to forego it. True strength never concerns itself with external opinions. Playing the fool to ensnare the tiger is also a commendable strategy, at the very least. You may observe their folly from Merlin's perspective. Draco endeavored to soften his words, employing diplomacy before aggression. If Filch truly proves ungrateful, he should not blame Draco for his subsequent discomfort. What if I refuse? What can you do about it? Do you intend to kill me? Perhaps the magic coursing through his veins emboldened Filch, prompting him to probe Draco's limits. Furthermore, upon fully embracing his newfound powers, he began to covet Draco's potions. No one would believe that Draco merely stumbled upon a vial of potion, distributing it to Filch solely due to his favorable connection with Madame Loris. This raises two possibilities. First, Draco intends to use himself as a test subject. Second, he undoubtedly possesses more than one vial. If each potion yields such effects, seizing the others could liberate him from his impoverished existence. Thus, he would bear no guilt for his actions. Draco recognized the greed flickering in Filch's eyes and, weary of engaging with a fool, promptly jingled the bell in his hand. As the chimes resonated, a small insect emerged from the very pill Filch had just ingested. It danced to the sound of the bell, incessantly gnawing at Filch's flesh. In agony, Filch collapsed onto the floor, propping himself up on the table, desperately clinging to his dignity. Sir, can you guess how long it will take for you to perish? Do you think you shall meet your end before the other professors return? Draco smiled gently, yet to Filch, that smile felt akin to the Grim Reaper's. Do not be disobedient. I did not instruct you to keep this from others. I merely requested you concoct a plausible excuse, one that does not implicate me, before sharing it with anyone else. Draco remarked, arching an eyebrow. However, I must remind you that Professor Dumbledore is a master of legilimency. He would never employ such a tactic against muggles. Yet that does not imply he would refrain from using it against a wizard, particularly one who attains magical abilities later in life. Although Draco's words seemed to consent to Filch disseminating the news of his newfound powers, the underlying implication is a directive for Filch to seal his lips and divulge nothing to anyone. I understand that appearances often outweigh substance. Filch is acutely aware that he might find himself crushed by Draco's will, yet he finds himself powerless in this predicament. We have reached a point where the only course of action is to proceed cautiously, adhering to Draco's intentions, endeavoring to lower his guard while gradually enhancing his own strength, in hopes of one day liberating himself from Draco's dominion. Oh, by the way, has there been any news regarding Potter during the Christmas period? Draco speculates that during this time, Ron Weasley and Harry Potter will have the opportunity to be alone together, which may serve to draw them closer. Given Filch's silence, they might not be as guarded around him, allowing him to glean insights from even the most trivial matters. I am not entirely certain, but recently, Dumbledore unexpectedly relocated a magical mirror to Hogwarts, which he referred to as the Mirror of Erist. He specifically instructed me that if Harry Potter were to approach the mirror, I should refrain from apprehending them. Filch's current objective is to allay Draco's suspicions, and thus he will endeavor to accommodate Draco's requests. After all, Draco's inquiries have consistently revolved around information regarding Harry Potter, a matter that does not significantly concern or threaten Filch's interests. Revealing such information to Draco is of little consequence. The Mirror of Erist? Draco does possess some recollection of this mirror, which reflects the deepest desires of one's heart. In his former role as Minister of Magic, he had claimed it for himself, but as his temperament grew increasingly volatile and he ceased to believe in the illusions the mirror provided, he shattered it. It is surprising that Dumbledore would employ this mirror against Harry Potter. Not only has Dumbledore perceived this, but even Draco has recognized Harry's profound attachment to his parents. By exploiting this connection, he could swiftly unlock Harry Potter's heart. It seems imperative that a conversation with Harry Potter is warranted. One cannot squander so much effort only to allow Dumbledore to reap the benefits effortlessly. Oh, and are you aware of the object located on the 3rd floor? That place is undoubtedly a destination he must visit, perhaps even guiding Harry Potter there. Although Draco suspects it is merely a trial set by Dumbledore for Harry, which would not present significant obstacles, it is unlikely to be devoid of any hindrances whatsoever. If there were truly no obstacles, there would be no way to impede Professor Quirrell, the undercover agent. I am not entirely certain. All I know is that when that object reached the 3rd floor, all the professors ascended to the 3rd floor as well. Events that transpire at Hogwarts rarely escape the keen eyes of Filch. Having spent countless years at Hogwarts, Filch is acutely aware of any commotion that arises within its walls, much like a janitor who is attuned to even the slightest stirrings in the office. However, in the past, he was rather indifferent to such matters, as knowing would not serve him any benefit. Did Professor Quirrell also attend? He appears rather daft. Indeed. Chapter 40. Confrontation with Harry. This complicates matters. After all, Professor Quirrell is an adult wizard. He would surely decipher challenges at a far swifter pace than young Harry Potter and his ilk. For Dumbledore to enable Harry to outpace Professor Quirrell, he must ensure that someone continually guides him. It is no wonder that Weasley is in such a hurry. If they do not act quickly, the Philosopher's Stone may very well fall into the hands of Professor Quirrell. I shall not disturb you any further. It is best for you to adapt to the changes in your body. I hope to hear good news from you soon. With matters resolved, Draco no longer wished to expend effort on Filch. To instigate a revolution in the magical realm requires the right timing, location, and human resources. While the time is not yet ripe, the location is favorable, yet the human element remains lacking. Currently, Draco has limited control over capable subordinates and must continue to forge alliances, though he can begin to arrange for resources. Once fearful of wandering the halls of Hogwarts at night and being discovered by Filch, he had previously sought Filch's favor. Now, however, there are no such concerns. Filch has become an ally and would never apprehend Draco. Therefore, it is time to organize ventures for profit. Logically, such matters would be better entrusted to Zabini rather than Theodore, who is too taciturn for business. In contrast, Zabini's vivacious nature is well suited for commerce. However, Zabini's allegiance differs from theirs, as Draco had previously not included him in their inner circle. Yet, circumstances have changed. This endeavor requires careful planning. Although it is merely the first day of term, Harry Potter has not forgotten the promise he made to Draco. He has sought out a secluded alley to teach Draco the art of parseltongue in peace. Draco is filled with questions he yearns to pose to Harry. Yet he refrains from inquiring immediately, choosing instead to wait until the parseltongue lesson has concluded, when he quietly addresses Harry. I have heard that you and Weasley roamed Hogwarts at night during Christmas. Draco does not even mention the Mirror of Erist, yet Harry's vigilance is instantly heightened. How does Draco know such intricate details? According to Harry Potter's understanding, Draco's sphere of influence has always resided within Slytherin. However, among the young witches and wizards who remained during Christmas, there were none from Slytherin. How, then, did Draco become aware of this? Was there perhaps a spy among those who stayed? It might be time to reassess Draco Malfoy's prowess. How do you know about this? He inquired. He did indeed take me out and introduce me to my parents. Harry acknowledged this fact. His demeanor was remarkably composed when he mentioned Weasley. There was no trace of the disdain that had previously colored his tone. It seemed he had grown accustomed to having Weasley by his side, regarding him as a friend rather than a mere pawn to be exploited. He even ventured a statement to gauge Draco's limits. Draco, having long navigated the corridors of power in his past life, was astute enough to decipher the implications behind Harry's words. Harry sought to maintain a beneficial rapport with Weasley, wanting the latter to provide him with continuous advantages. Simultaneously, he desired Draco's strength, intending to leverage Draco's influence to repel any adversaries when Dumbledore and his associates turned against him. Thus, he began to test the waters regarding Draco's acceptance of Weasley. How could this be feasible? Setting aside the long-standing enmity between the Weasley and Malfoy families, Draco's pride would never allow Harry to manipulate him so easily. You are quite close with Weasley. Draco leaned casually against the wall. Though framed as a question, his tone was gentle, lacking any hint of accusation. Yet, only Draco recognized that his tone was merely a ploy to lower Harry's defenses and elicit his true thoughts. As anticipated, Harry was unguarded. In an effort to win him over, he offered numerous enticing conditions. Perhaps having enjoyed a period of tranquility for too long, Harry began to negotiate. His implication was clear. He wanted Draco to furnish some conditions of his own. Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco scoffed and inched closer to him, suddenly gripping Harry's neck and lifting him off the ground. Harry struggled desperately, but to no avail. Potter, I believe you have misjudged the situation. From the outset, it has been you who sought my assistance. Do you truly think that after a few days of relative peace, they would simply allow you to escape? Do you imagine that your camaraderie with Weasley would spare you from a fatal fate? If Weasley truly possessed such power, he would not resort to being your undercover ally. Draco's gaze remained impassive as he tightened his grip around Harry's neck until his face turned a ghastly shade of blue, only then slowly releasing his hold. If you are unwilling to engage in this transaction, you need only say so. There is no need for subterfuge. I have nearly mastered Parseltongue today, so I shall take my leave. Draco cast a disdainful glance at Harry before turning to leave. Harry, clearly reluctant to see this outcome, was also a clever individual. He aimed to maximize his benefits without entirely forsaking Draco. That is not my intention. You are irreplaceable. I merely wish to convey that Weasley, that fool, lacks the wit I require. I can derive more resources from him to bolster my own standing. Harry was aware of the discord between Draco and Ron, thus resorting to disparaging remarks about Ron in Draco's presence. By now, he had to concede that Draco was not as easily manipulated as Hermione. He found himself unable to balance the relationship between Draco and Ron. In this predicament, he could only strive to secure Draco's allegiance first. Think what you will. If you wish to befriend Weasley, feel free to depart. I have no time for such games. Draco recognized that Harry Potter had taken a step back. This was precisely what Draco desired. He understood that while Harry professed to value interests, he was fundamentally a person yearning for affection. As long as he received ample care, he could be easily swayed. Draco had long anticipated that Harry would waver because of Weasley, which was why he had come today to deliver a subtle reprimand. His objective had been accomplished. However, mere admonishment would not suffice. He needed to devise a plan of action. He could not allow Harry to completely slip from his grasp. Any hint of rebellion must be extinguished swiftly. I will be here at this time tomorrow to continue teaching you Parseltongue. Harry knew that Draco was not receptive to his words at present, so he opted for a more suggestive approach. The mention of continued lessons in Parseltongue implied that Harry had not abandoned the prospect of collaboration with Draco. Chapter 41, Entering the Game. Draco remained silent, leaving without a backward glance. The matters on Harry's side had been partially resolved, and now he needed to address Zabini's situation. Draco had contemplated this for quite some time, but ultimately decided to involve Zabini in his plans. His own position was rather precarious, with numerous responsibilities demanding his attention. Devoting himself solely to business would render everything meaningless. Without focusing on business, relying solely on Theodore and others would not suffice to manage the enterprise effectively. Thus, Draco felt compelled to drag the innocent Zabini into the fold. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer to avoid this course of action. After all, an additional ally also meant an increased risk, and the Zabini family had always maintained a stance of neutrality. Neutrality could be the most daunting of positions. If they remained absolutely neutral, it would be manageable, but if they were to waver, it could lead to complications. Nevertheless, Draco needed to contemplate how to orchestrate a scenario that would lead Zabini to recognize the situation for himself, prompting him to voluntarily join their ranks. When Draco returned to the dining hall, everyone was in the midst of their meal. "Draco, why are you late again?" Zabini inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Draco, who always seemed to harbor secrets. Yet, Draco remained reluctant to divulge anything. His inquiries yielded no results. "Theo, could you step outside with me? I have matters to discuss," Draco said, casting a knowing glance towards Theodore. Nodding in agreement, Theodore, though uncertain of Draco's intentions, understood that obedience was rarely misguided. Meanwhile, Zabini was left in a state of confusion. What could be so important that Draco chose to confide in Theodore alone? "Theodore, what secrets do you two share?" Zabini pressed, his brow knitted in concern. "Nothing of the sort. There are pressing matters requiring Theodore's assistance." "Sometimes, knowing too much is not advantageous," Draco replied cryptically, deliberately piquing Zabini's curiosity. With that, Draco departed with Theodore. Theodore followed Draco to a secluded corner, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "Draco, what is going on with you today? Are you considering involving Zabini?" Theodore clearly disapproved of this notion. After all, Zabini was neutral, and neutrality was far safer than taking sides. "No, I simply believe we need to conduct some business, and neither of us is ideally suited for it." Zabini would be far more adept, Draco rebutted Theodore's assertion. He dismissed the notion that their dealings were related to opposing Voldemort, emphasizing that Zabini was too deeply entangled, complicating his position, which would not serve him well. "Theo, this matter will not burden Zabini excessively. This business will solely be his, with no ties to us. Do you understand?" Draco insisted, wishing to entrust the entire venture to Zabini while remaining in the shadows, merely reaping the financial rewards without involvement in management. Even if others discussed it later, it would be solely regarded as Zabini's enterprise. Moreover, I never intended for him to be involved, but should he bring it up himself, I cannot prevent it. Draco never concealed his thoughts from Theodore. The latter remained silent, observing Draco intently as they stood in a silent standoff, hoping to overpower his companion with sheer presence. Although Draco had initially been willing to engage in this stalemate, he suddenly turned to gaze down the alley. "I've won." "Theodore," Draco said with a slight smile, withholding the reasons for his triumph. Following Draco's gaze, Theodore spotted a glimpse of Slytherin robes in the distance at the far end of the alley. "Do not worry, Theodore, everything will be fine," Draco said, giving Theodore's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning away and heading towards the dining hall. A shadow in the corner departed just moments before Draco did. When he returned, his companions remained seated in their original spots, as if nothing had altered. Yet, Draco was acutely aware that this was not the case. Zabini had just stealthily slipped away. Draco languidly savored his breakfast, fully cognizant that Zabini's gaze lingered on him, unwavering. This was precisely the attention Draco desired. Suddenly, he raised his head and addressed Zabini, Blaze. Theodore and I have matters to attend to this evening. Professor Snape may require my assistance tonight. Could you kindly remind me of the details? Draco deliberately fabricated a story about his plans with Theodore, intending to pique Zabini's curiosity. The mention of Professor Snape's request was merely a ruse. An excuse that bore no weight. Whether or not Snape would indeed seek him out was inconsequential, as Draco had carefully chosen the word may rather than will. Is there anything you need from me? This was likely Zabini's final attempt at probing. Unfortunately, Draco resolutely declined. After consuming a couple of bites, he departed, appearing lost in thought, as if grappling with some dilemma. Zabini, inherently curious, found himself even more intrigued. He relayed Draco's instructions to Pansy. Did Draco not ask for your assistance? Pansy inquired, her brow furrowed. Typically, Slytherins preferred to steer clear of meddling in others' affairs, and Pansy was no exception. I have plans for the evening, Zabini responded, reluctant to divulge his intentions to her. You intend to follow Draco? Pansy bluntly exposed Zabini's scheme. How did you know? Zabini exclaimed, astonished, as he believed he had kept his thoughts to himself. It is written all over your face. Pansy rolled her eyes. Do you think Draco will find out? If he does, wouldn't he be angry? Pansy pondered, aware of Draco's keen intellect. If Draco were to uncover Zabini's intentions, he would undoubtedly intervene. What a jest. Without you, how would the performance continue? Never mind. He won't disclose it to you, even if it were to pass. It wouldn't matter. Draco won't be angry. Even if he were, it would only last a few days. You know how Draco is, don't you? In Pansy's eyes, Draco remained the same boy he had always been. While he might possess the temperament of a privileged youth, he seldom harbored resentment towards his own. Zabini nodded in agreement. That evening, he stealthily followed Draco to a location he had not anticipated. Chapter 42, The Room of Requirement. The 8th floor? What could Draco possibly be doing there? In Zabini's mind, there was nothing of significance on the 8th floor. And why was he standing before a wall? Was he contemplating? Since when did Draco develop such a penchant? Overcome with confusion, Zabini crouched in the corner, hesitant to reveal himself. Given the lack of importance of the 8th floor, few young wizards ventured there. Yet, Draco's keen senses had already detected Zabini's presence. A subtle smirk played at the corners of his mouth. I desire a quiet room. Draco's voice resonated clearly, at least for the nearby Zabini. Still puzzled by Draco's sudden address to the wall, he was astounded as a door materialized upon its surface. How astonishing. He had never encountered such a secret chamber. Unable to contain himself, he gasped aloud. Upon hearing the sound, Draco swiftly turned in Zabini's direction. Draco felt a mix of exasperation towards Zabini. How could someone be so audacious as to follow another so noisily? Had it not been for this occasion where Draco had lured him in, he would have been apprehended long ago. Nevertheless, the proper procedure must be adhered to. Draco approached Zabini's vicinity, halting less than 5 meters away. He meticulously scanned his surroundings, feigning ignorance of Zabini's presence. Once more, he returned to his original position and gently pushed open the door to the room of requirement. Just as it seemed he would enter, Draco glanced back towards Zabini's location, as if contemplating a tactical retreat. This startled Zabini. Confirming that he was indeed alone, Draco then stepped into the room of requirement, after which the door vanished. Zabini exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall in exhaustion. He had not anticipated that Draco harbored such a significant secret, nor did he realize that Hogwarts possessed such a place. After ensuring no one else was present, Zabini took Draco's earlier position, uttering the exact same phrase. I desire a quiet room. In response, the door reappeared. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to push it open. Little did he know, sometimes a single decision can alter the trajectory of one's life. Often, when a door is opened, it cannot be closed again. As Zabini stepped inside, he beheld a cozy room, where Draco was curled up in the corner of a sofa. Sensing someone approaching, he immediately looked up at Zabini. Caught off guard, Zabini met his gaze, noticing the redness around Draco's eyes, as though he had been crying. Draco, what is the matter? Is there something troubling you? Do you need my assistance? Zabini was equally perplexed, pondering who could possibly subject Draco to such indignities. After all, Draco was the head of Slytherin, and surely his fellow Slytherins would not dare to treat him in such a manner. The members of other houses would scarcely dare to approach him, let alone provoke someone of Draco's esteemed position. Zabini, no one can assist me. If you cannot, then no one can, Draco said, bowing his head as if burdened by an insurmountable dilemma. How could you know I cannot assist you if you do not speak? Zabini was consumed by curiosity. Yet Draco continued to deflect, leaving him bewildered. What was the matter? Did Draco not regard him as a friend? Indeed, Slytherins were known for their prudence and self-preservation, as the Sorting Hat had aptly noted. However, within Slytherin, One could also forge the most sincere friendships. Do not involve yourself. It is not a wise course of action. Draco persisted in his refusal. Draco, what on earth is happening? Do you truly consider me a friend? Zabini's irritation flared as he confronted Draco, towering over him. This matter pertains to the Dark Lord. Are you certain you wish to know? Draco looked up at Zabini, his eyes filled with solemnity, startling Zabini in turn. Is it regarding the Dark Lord? Zabini hesitated for a moment, but swiftly resolved his thoughts. Of course, we are friends. Draco nodded. As if he had made a resolute decision, his gaze fixed on Zabini. They say the Dark Lord is returning. They say he will first target my family. And they say that upon his return, I shall share the same fate as Potter. A hint of sorrow clouded Draco's eyes, as if he genuinely believed this dire prophecy. Who told you this? The Dark Lord has not returned in years. Why would he suddenly reappear? What are you truly fearing? Zabini furrowed his brow, looking at Draco with confusion, unable to comprehend who had uttered such nonsensical claims before him. If Voldemort could return, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? It was Harry Potter who mentioned it. He said Dumbledore informed him. Draco was aware of the strained relationship between Zabini and Potter, and he knew Zabini would not inquire about Potter willingly. This matter was fundamentally unfounded, and Draco's words could be taken in any light. Dumbledore? Upon hearing the name, Zabini fell silent. Dumbledore was, after all, the most renowned white wizard of the century, and his words carried a certain weight of credibility. But even if Voldemort were to return, his first target would undoubtedly be Harry Potter. How could he move against you so swiftly? We are a pureblood family. He would still need to rely on us. Zabini took great pride in his pureblood lineage and could not fathom Voldemort striking against a pureblood family first. In the realm of magic, the pureblood families wield significant influence, wealth, and status, their every action reverberating throughout the community. Lord Voldemort, seeking to establish his dominance, would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly targeting these esteemed families. Moreover, it was over a decade ago that his downfall was orchestrated by Harry Potter. Thus, it stands to reason that his primary adversary should indeed be Harry Potter himself. However, it is not so simplistic, Zabini. Before the Dark Lord confronts Dumbledore and Harry Potter, he must first rally his connections and amass considerable funds. Draco gazed earnestly at Zabini, his eyes brimming with anguish. The majority of the former Death Eaters languished in Azkaban, while a handful had evaded capture through the use of the Imperieuse Curse. If Voldemort desires to fully subjugate those who escaped, he must employ a strategy that serves as an example. Furthermore, opposing Dumbledore necessitates substantial financial resources, and the Malfoy family fits this description perfectly. Possessing ample wealth and a history of association with those who have evaded justice, they are indeed the ideal candidates for such a demonstration. Zabini, swayed by Draco's arguments, allowed a flicker of concern to cross his face. Yet, these matters were beyond his purview. Finding a solution proved elusive to him. Observing Zabini, ensnared in contemplation, Draco shifted to a new topic. Chapter 43, The Communication Device. Given my parents' capabilities, I am not overly concerned about their mortality in this conflict. However, should they find themselves devoid of wealth, will they resort to begging from those whom they once scorned? Draco looked at Zabini, his eyes seemingly glistening with unshed tears. In an instant, Zabini grasped an idea that illuminated his expression. We could establish a business of our own, one cloaked in secrecy, such that even Voldemort would remain oblivious. Even if the Malfoy family's assets were ultimately seized, they would not face destitution. Zabini was gradually becoming invested in this notion, albeit not entirely convinced. This is inadvisable. Were I Voldemort, I would meticulously monitor the business dealings of my family. Once I embarked upon commerce, I would inevitably attract scrutiny, Draco lamented, curling inward in despair. As if on the brink of collapse, I had previously contemplated venturing into business. I even had a concept in mind, yet reality seldom aligns with one's expectations. Voldemort will assuredly turn his attention toward our family, especially since I have discerned that even Dumbledore has begun to scrutinize us. Draco's thoughts twisted and turned. As he was on the verge of revealing his intentions, his meaning was already clear, subtly urging Zabini. Having grown up together and shared a deep bond, they were akin to brothers. Witnessing Draco in such torment stirred a profound sense of loyalty within Zabini. You could entrust some of the business to me. Presenting it under my name would mitigate potential issues. My family has always maintained a neutral stance, which would afford you greater security in tumultuous times. Zabini believed he had made a clever decision, oblivious to the fact that everything had long been orchestrated. Is that truly the case? Draco appeared to have found a savior. But in the next moment, he retracted his statement. No, it is best not to involve you in this matter. Your participation would not bode well. He feigned reluctance. For sometimes, the pretense of denial can be far more potent than a straightforward admission. I wish to develop my family's enterprise. I do not want others to claim that I merely inherited my nobility from my mother. Zabini endeavored to reason with Draco. I cannot allow you to be involved. Draco rose, his voice raised in admonition towards Zabini. Do you even consider me a friend? Zabini retorted sharply. Ultimately, Draco softened his stance. Very well. But you must take care of yourself. I cannot bear the thought of you coming to harm. Draco finally acquiesced, and Zabini felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he suddenly recalled Draco's earlier words at dinner. Draco had mentioned he was to meet Theodore for an urgent matter, yet here he stood alone. Did you not say you were to meet Theodore tonight? Why are you here alone? Zabini's brow furrowed in concern as he gazed at Draco, sensing something amiss. Yes. I intended to discuss this matter with Theodore. He shares my concerns. However, his family is less conspicuous than the Malfoys. Zabini's anger flared. All doubts were cast aside. Are they not friends? Why does he confide in Theodore, but not in me? What is truly happening with Draco? Is there a hierarchy among friends? He glared at Draco. A hint of reproach in his eyes. Theodore's family is also affiliated with the Death Eaters. Their circumstances differ from yours. Draco lowered his head, adopting a chastened demeanor. He merely offered a quiet defense. Where's Theodore? Why hasn't he come? This was another point of confusion for Zabini. I merely came to vent my emotions. Theodore was unaware of this concealed location on the 8th floor. I had not intended to bring anyone along, and I did not expect you to discover it. Zabini breathed a sigh of relief, finally possessing knowledge that Theodore lacked. Shall we go find Theodore now? He asked eagerly, seizing the initiative. All right. Draco led the way, guiding Zabini through winding alleys until they reached a narrow lane where Theodore awaited them. Upon seeing Draco and Zabini approach, Theodore showed no surprise. Yet his gaze held a deeper significance as he regarded Draco. Draco has already shared the situation with me. What are your plans now? Zabini approached Theodore with palpable excitement. As if eager to showcase something remarkable, Theodore raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. I am preparing to develop a communication device, he began. I have realized that the current communication tools available on the market are exceedingly impractical. Although the two-way mirror allows for real-time communication, it is cumbersome to carry. Draco immediately seized the opportunity to engage in the discussion. In his previous life, he had been involved in this very business, which had thrived. What is this innovation? Zabini appeared somewhat bewildered by this novel concept. It is a product resembling a decorative hand accessory that facilitates both conversation and adornment. As Draco spoke, he produced a sample. He had previously crafted this item while concocting potions some time ago. I have already completed a prototype. You may examine it. If you find it satisfactory, we can proceed with its production. Draco's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he directed his gaze towards Zabini. In truth, even if Zabini were to express doubts, Draco would ensure its success. This device not only diminishes the time required for information transmission, but, more importantly, serves as a locator. Draco possessed a master control that allowed him to track the location of all devices. Do not underestimate the significance of this locator. It is far more valuable than mere currency. The Malfoy family is not in want of money, and Voldemort has no intention of exterminating us entirely. The motivation behind this venture lies in the power of location, which will help Draco mitigate numerous risks. Zabini took one of the devices and began to examine it with earnest concentration. Is there a personal information authentication feature? He inquired. Indeed. This will prevent one's belongings from being stolen. You know how the magical world harbors certain impoverished individuals with a penchant for thievery. Draco chuckled. Without real name authentication, how would I discern whose location is indicated on the device? With so many individuals in the world, unless distinctly marked, I cannot possibly identify every individual. I believe this concept has great potential. It will undoubtedly captivate the magical community. However, will the manufacturing process not be exceedingly complex? Is it conducive to mass production? Zabini scrutinized the communication device, revealing his innate acumen as a businessman as he pinpointed the crucial aspects. Rest assured, Zabini, I will handle all the intricate details. However, the business dealings will be entrusted to you and Theodore. Zabini glanced at Theodore and nodded in agreement. As time passed incrementally, the three of them opted to keep their plans to themselves, refraining from sharing with others. Did you discuss anything with Zabini last time? Theodore found a moment to voice his lingering curiosity. Zabini had been acting unusually of late, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, prompting Theodore to attribute this change to Draco's prior conversation with him. What is amiss? Why do you harbor such thoughts? Draco evidently failed to grasp the essence of Theodore's inquiry. Ever since that incident, Zabini has consistently targeted individuals from Gryffindor, including Granger, Weasley, Longbottom, and even Harry Potter himself. Theodore fixed his gaze upon Draco, his eyes reflecting certainty. Deep down, he had already concluded that this was indeed Draco's doing. I suspect it to be a deliberate act of vengeance. Although he had previously held some discord with Harry Potter, that was a matter of the past. He had never before orchestrated such a large-scale campaign against them with Slytherin students. Draco was well aware of these circumstances, yet chose to remain indifferent. He believed that this was indeed Zabini's retaliation, for he had previously stated that all of this stemmed from Harry Potter's influence, with the others merely serving as scapegoats. Recently, the Gryffindors have found themselves in a pitiable plight, frequently subjected to bullying. Granger has taken refuge in the library, too fearful to emerge. Weasley, feeling the need to monitor them, has been shadowing Potter. Longbottom, by nature introverted, has been particularly victimized. As for Potter, he is reported to Professor Snape the moment he steps outside, and any misdeed he commits is swiftly disclosed. I can only imagine that he feels utterly apprehensive in Snape's presence now. Yes, I acknowledge my contribution to this situation. I am aware and will communicate with Zabini. As his approach has indeed been rather overt. Draco did not condemn Zabini's actions. He merely advised that future measures should not be so blunt and elementary. Of course, part of this stems from their friendship, but he is also keen to gauge Dumbledore's stance on Longbottom. According to the prophecy, two boys fit the description of the savior. One is Harry Potter, and the other is Neville Longbottom. He wonders if even Dumbledore can discern who the true savior is. Thus, both boys find themselves in Gryffindor, with Longbottom sharing a dormitory with Harry and Weasley. There is no hint of premeditation in this. Draco is certainly skeptical. They have invested so much energy into Harry Potter, clearly favoring him as the genuine savior. Nevertheless, based on Draco's understanding of Dumbledore, it is improbable that he would forsake Longbottom. Their concern for Longbottom is contingent upon Weasley's attitude towards Zabini. I merely sense that they seem to be plotting against Zabini. Theodore observed Weasley and his companions clandestinely concocting some scheme. As a Slytherin, how could he possibly sympathize with a few Gryffindors? Merely refraining from bullying them alongside Zabini is commendable enough. The reminder about Draco stemmed merely from his suspicion that they might target Zabini. They? Those foolish Gryffindors? I see. Draco nodded and proceeded outside. Today marked the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Draco had initially no desire to attend, as Slytherin was not participating. He held little fondness for either Hufflepuff or Gryffindor. While he professed a liking for Quidditch, he found no joy in watching the young wizards play, as their skills were rather lacking. However, considering Zabini, he ultimately chose to go. Upon his arrival, he found Zabini in a heated confrontation with Weasley. Zabini's sharp tongue had turned Weasley's face a deep shade of red. He was also mocking Longbottom. Yet, Draco distinctly noticed that after a brief exchange of glances between Weasley and Granger, Weasley attempted to seize the moment while Zabini was distracted to teach him a lesson. Just as he lunged towards Zabini, Draco swiftly stepped forward and grabbed Weasley by the scruff of his neck. Weasley, what do you think you're doing? Looking for a fight? Draco observed Weasley with a bemused expression, delivering a swift kick to his backside. Ambushes are not a commendable habit. If you wish to brawl, I can gladly accompany you in a fair manner. Oh, and I presume Granger is your accomplice? Draco added, gesturing towards Granger. She, unable to meet his gaze, quickly turned away. He was the one who bullied Longbottom first. I merely retaliated. Why is it only Slytherins who are allowed to bully others? Are we Gryffindors not permitted to fight back? Weasley protested defiantly. Although he was aware that Draco would certainly not listen, being the head of Slytherin, he would undoubtedly side with his own. Draco raised an eyebrow, having caught the sarcasm in Ron's words. What a foolish young man. Indeed, he desired to show favoritism, yet would never do so overtly. Longbottom, is what Weasley said true? Draco inquired directly, looking at Neville with a feigned seriousness, as if truly seeking justice. Meanwhile, he discreetly cast a spell on Neville, sealing his lips so that no sound could escape. He was no novice, having mastered the silent casting of spells without detection. A clever person never employs underhanded tactics overtly. All cunning is executed in secrecy. The public persona of Draco would always be one of fairness and justice. He harbored grand ambitions and would never tarnish his reputation over trivial matters. Sensing the predicament, Neville nodded frantically. What's wrong? Why isn't Longbottom speaking? Is everything Weasley said false? Why is there a constant feeling of panic in my mind? Is it a headache? Draco furrowed his brow, gazing anxiously at Neville. His eyes filled with urgency. Yet, inwardly he scoffed. If you can utter a single word, then my previous life was in vain. For a moment, Neville was at a loss, unsure whether to shake his head or nod, ultimately opting for stillness. Weasley appeared particularly anxious. Upon hearing Draco's question, he was taken aback, never anticipating that Draco would genuinely direct his inquiry at Neville. However, witnessing Neville's inability to articulate anything only heightened his agitation. This was not how things ought to unfold. Neville should vehemently proclaim the truth, delivering a stinging rebuke to them. Neville, please speak. Chapter 45, The Informant. Weasley seemed more distressed than Longbottom. This tension lingered for quite some time, with Neville remaining unable to utter a single word. He was equally anxious, yet no sound would escape his lips. His face flushed crimson as he gestured wildly. Mr. Longbottom, perhaps you should retreat and rest. Calm down a bit. You may find clarity. Draco had no time to waste with them. No matter how long it took, as long as Draco remained present, Longbottom would not manage to speak a word. As for writing or gesturing, unless Draco acknowledged it, it simply did not exist. Draco remarked, casting a glance at Zabini before departing. He had likely surmised Dumbledore's stance on the two prophesied children. Currently, Dumbledore had recognized Harry Potter's potential and seemed to favor him as the true savior, relegating Longbottom to a secondary role. Nevertheless, Longbottom's presence remained significant. Unless absolutely necessary, Draco would never permit any harm to befall him. Should Longbottom face injury, Weasley would find various excuses to assist him. Just as he had distanced himself, Zabini appeared somewhat exhilarated. Longbottom is truly amusing, chattering away in my presence, yet rendered speechless before Draco. Theodore caught wind of this and cast a wary glance at Zabini. Best exercise caution. Should Draco not be there to intervene next time, those Gryffindors would surely make you pay dearly. Theodore harbored certain suspicions, believing Draco had orchestrated some clever maneuver. However, due to limitations in his knowledge, he could not discern the exact nature of Draco's machinations. I know, I merely wish to vent on Draco's behalf. If you won't assist him, why should I refrain from acting? Zabini regarded Theodore with a look of indignation. You. Theodore was momentarily silenced by Zabini's retort. Calm down, gentlemen. It's hardly a grave matter. Do those Gryffindors warrant our internal discord? Draco cast a glance at the two still locked in confrontation. He found it somewhat amusing, pondering how he had never perceived these two individuals as adversaries in his previous life. It would not be a challenging task to ensnare them. However, Zabini, your approach this time was indeed rather clumsy. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for helping me vent my frustrations. Draco Malfoy, the master of serving water, exemplified the classic tit-for-tat. Upon hearing this, Zabini became invigorated, for he understood Draco well enough to recognize that Draco had a plan to deal with them. That despicable Weasley dared to plot against him. He must be taught a lesson. Zabini's reasoning was unapologetically domineering. What is this? Draco inquired, as he retrieved a book borrowed from the library from his expandable bag. Zabini looked at the book with a puzzled expression, unable to discern any peculiarities. He turned his gaze toward Draco in confusion. I believe this is a library book. I think I have borrowed it before. What could possibly be different about this book? Just flip through it, Draco replied, amused by the absurdity of someone questioning a book without even examining it. Upon holding it, he found no discrepancies in its thickness. As Zabini flipped through the pages, he unexpectedly discovered a letter tucked within. It was a missive from the second Weasley brother. Zabini's eyes lit up upon seeing it. Draco urged him to read it, certain that the letter contained secrets. For some reason, he felt that Draco never engaged in futile pursuits. Eagerly, Zabini tore open the envelope and read the letter, growing increasingly astonished. He could hardly believe that a first-year Gryffindor could be so audacious. Hagrid's servant dared to raise a dragon at Hogwarts, and all those Gryffindors were aware of it. Zabini gazed at Draco in shock, scarcely able to believe the veracity of the letter's contents. If true, the Gryffindors would be in dire straits. Theodore's interest was piqued by Zabini's reaction. He glanced at him, but Zabini remained motionless. Thus, Theodore seized the letter from Zabini's hands and scrutinized it intently. If we inform the school of this matter, they will undoubtedly face punishment. Theodore slowly uttered these words as his gaze locked with Draco's. He could almost envision the pitiful fate awaiting the Gryffindor group. The letter stated that Hagrid's dragon would hatch successfully tomorrow night. At that moment, they would catch him red-handed and report the matter to the professors, who would surely impose penalties. Zabini's eyes sparkled with excitement. This would be true retribution. His previous actions had been mere child's play. Zabini, it is prohibited to leave Hogwarts at night. If you disclose this matter to the professors, wouldn't that imply that you too ventured out after hours? In his previous life, Draco had lost points for this very reason. However, due to his lineage as a Malfoy, he did not attract excessive malice within Slytherin. Nevertheless, a modicum of animosity still lingered. Slytherin, being a bastion of strict adherence to rules, could hardly tolerate anyone who flouted them. Draco, would he truly allow them to act with impunity? Had he not received any intelligence that might warrant their punishment? Zabini gazed at Draco with a hint of perplexity. If Draco's assertions held true, then they would be utterly incapable of taking action against Gryffindor. What, then, was the purpose of this letter? While it was indeed prudent not to inform the professors, it did not preclude others from doing so. Draco regarded Zabini with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Zabini was undeniably loyal, yet at times, his forthrightness bordered on naivete. Are you suggesting we relay this information to Salobrook? Theodore interjected, his mind racing with a sudden scheme. Salobrook harbored considerable disdain for Harry Potter. During the recent spate of bullying, while Zabini targeted Potter, Salobrook had similarly tormented Potter's circle. Do you have a vendetta against Salobrook? Draco chided. Let us not forget he is also one of our own. Points deducted still impact Slytherin. Theodore rolled his eyes internally. Was it not Draco who initially set his sights on Salobrook? What do you propose, then? He retorted. In matters such as these, one ought to consult an authority. I believe entrusting this to Mr. Filch would be quite prudent. It's high time he faced some consequences. Chapter 46, A Gift. Shall I accompany you? Theodore inquired, aware of the potential dealings between Filch and Draco, though Draco had never confided in him. Curiosity nagged at him, prompting his desire for insight. No need. I am merely going to deliver some gifts. Draco smiled slightly, taking the book from Zabini's hands, yet leaving the letter untouched. If we go now, might we not be discovered by those Gryffindors? They certainly have enough on their plate. Zabini, unusually attentive, yearned to exact retribution upon the Gryffindors, but harbored fears of being detected. Not at all. They have more pressing matters to attend to, Draco replied with a chuckle. What pressing matters could possibly occupy all Gryffindors at once? Zabini questioned, puzzled by Draco's assertion. Listen. The air was filled with the jubilant cheers of young wizards. Harry Potter had triumphed. With that, Draco departed, indifferent to the reactions of those left behind. Filch had always been reluctant to participate in such events. These activities merely serve to remind him that he is a powerless nonentity, exacerbating his feelings of inferiority. Consequently, he has never participated in any events related to magic. Whenever such occasions arise, he retreats into his humble abode. Although he now possesses magical abilities, he still refrains from engaging in these gatherings. At present, nothing holds greater importance than practicing magic within the confines of his own sanctuary. Thus, when Draco visited Filch's dwelling, he found Filch diligently practicing spells with a second-hand wand that appeared to be quite antiquated, as if it were an artifact from decades past. Filch awkwardly attempted the levitation charm, revealing a lack of remarkable talent. Upon noticing Draco's entrance, he instantly became wary. The memory of their previous encounter still fresh in his mind. He could no longer regard Draco as an ordinary child. Sensing Draco's gaze upon his worn wand, Filch felt a pang of insecurity and set it aside. Having only recently acquired magic at his age, he lacked the courage to visit Ollivander's wand shop for a new wand, fearing suspicion. Moreover, due to Draco's earlier warning, he was compelled to rely on this old wand. What brings you here? Do you have something to discuss? Filch inquired, his demeanor markedly guarded. Relax, sir, I shan't devour you. I merely seek a small favor, Draco replied, straightforwardly revealing his intention. He indeed required Filch's assistance, and thus had no desire to beat around the bush. Delivering potions to him was a means to enlist his help. If Filch were incapable of even such a trivial task, his existence would be rendered meaningless. Accepting his potions, of course, came at a cost. With so many ineffectual individuals in the world, one less Filch would hardly matter. He needed to prove his worth to justify Draco's investment. Speak, Filch conceded, realizing he had no option to refuse. It was better to acquiesce than to risk further embarrassment. He had no desire to endure the pain he experienced last time. Harry Potter is scheduled to visit Hagrid's hut tomorrow night to see a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. You know, we Slytherins are particularly concerned with rules and cannot abide those who disregard them. Draco's expression conveyed a mixture of disappointment and frustration, as if he were determined to maintain a specific image in everyone's eyes. Do you harbor a grudge against Harry Potter? Why the sudden animosity towards him? Filch pondered, recalling that he and Harry had never had any significant conflict, although Harry's companions had their disagreements. Yet, it was evident to any observer that Harry had not gained any advantage and had no reason to target him. I may now be the head of Slytherin, but I do not intend to remain confined to that role. I refuse to allow my subordinates to be anything less than exemplary. Draco's eyes gleamed with ambition. This statement plainly conveyed to Filch's desire to emerge as the foremost student among the first years at Hogwarts. Most of the students from other houses had already fallen under Draco's influence. Their responses towards him were marked by respect rather than fear. Thus, Filch pondered whether Draco's next target was Gryffindor, although he possessed no concrete evidence. What should he do? This matter was of little consequence to Filch. He harbored a genuine apprehension that Draco might compel him to undertake exceedingly challenging tasks. Now that Draco's intentions were laid bare, Filch felt a sense of relief wash over him. You need not do much, simply gather the other professors at Hagrid's hut and catch them red-handed. Isn't that always within your purview? Draco remarked nonchalantly. He was not so foolish as to risk exposing a valuable pawn due to an inconsistency with his usual behavior. That would render his meticulous planning futile. Filch nodded in acknowledgement. With no further business at hand, Draco prepared to leave, but as he reached the door, he abruptly turned and fixed his gaze on Filch. Oh, right. I nearly forgot the important matter, Draco said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Filch's heart raced. What could be more important than what had just transpired? Did Draco truly have ulterior motives? Draco withdrew a long gift box from his extension bag. Ah, sir, I noticed your wand appears somewhat worn. Recently, I had my mother procure a new one from Ollivander's, hoping it would suit you. The Malfoy family had always been astute in predicting the compatibility between wands and their owners. Except, of course, in Draco Malfoy's case. No one anticipated his rebirth. When Filch accepted the wand, he was momentarily taken aback. He eagerly opened the box, scrutinizing the wand contained within. Just as Draco had surmised, the wand was exceptionally well suited to Filch. Suddenly, Filch found himself at a loss for words. Draco had indeed ensnared him, yet, in a certain light, Draco had also rendered him considerable assistance. I shall not intrude any longer, sir. I will take my leave now, You may wish to try this wand at your convenience. And I hope it proves fitting. Draco executed a proper gentlemanly bow. This was the essence of a balanced approach, an authoritative gesture paired with a sweet offering. The wand was merely a trifling expense, inconsequential to the Grand Malfoy family, as acquiring it was but a matter of convenience. Yet, for Filch, it held profound significance. Chapter 47. No expense is ever truly wasted. The Malfoy family has never engaged in unprofitable ventures. After completing his task, Draco did not linger. He positioned himself along the path that the Gryffindors would inevitably traverse, waiting patiently. He was keen to avoid being labeled a snitch, a title that, while not particularly detrimental to him, could tarnish his reputation for future endeavors. As he noticed the trio of Gryffindors approaching, he feigned nonchalance and stepped aside. The three were already preoccupied with their concerns, but upon spotting Draco, they were immediately captivated by his presence. Malfoy, where are you headed? Harry summoned his courage to call out to Draco, still feeling a tinge of fear towards him. Draco had long anticipated being addressed by them, yet he maintained an expression of feigned surprise as he regarded them. I'm merely returning this book. I expected it would contain something of value, but alas. It is filled with nothing but rudimentary information, utterly unhelpful, Draco remarked, shaking the book in his hand. Ron instantly recognized it as the book that housed Charlie's letter. Let us assist you in returning it, Ron interjected eagerly, stepping forward to snatch the book from Draco's grasp. Draco appeared unfazed by this sudden action. Thank you then, he replied, preparing to depart, only to be halted by Ron's voice calling after him. Malfoy, what about the letter in the book? Did you secretly take the letter that was tucked inside? Ron's tone was decidedly hostile, exuding an air of aggression. He had discovered the letter was missing as he flipped through the pages. The long-standing enmity between the Weasley and Malfoy families colored his perception of Draco. No matter how favorable Draco's exterior might seem, it could not alter Ron's ingrained bias. With the letter gone, Ron's first suspicion fell upon Draco. Letter? What letter? You actually placed a letter inside a Hogwarts book? Draco responded with a look of genuine confusion, disbelief etched across his features, as he had never fathomed that someone would conceal a letter within a Hogwarts book, especially one that had conveniently been borrowed. And what of it? I am inquiring about the letter in the book, Ron pressed, momentarily stifled by Draco's words, but clearly resolute in his purpose. I know nothing of any letter. I returned this book and placed it in the Slytherin common room, and when I later examined it, there was no letter to be found, Draco retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Ron. You haven't misplaced the letter yourself and are attempting to shift the blame onto me, have you? The Weasley family, despite its impoverished state, ought not to resort to such tactics. This marked the first instance of Draco addressing others with such pointed sharpness. Even Hermione Granger, who was not particularly familiar with Draco, could sense his fury. I apologize, Malfoy. Perhaps we have erred, she quickly intervened, restraining the enraged Ron. Draco Malfoy was renowned at Hogwarts for his formidable prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, it was unlikely anyone could best him. Even if they combined their efforts, it remained uncertain whether they could succeed. Furthermore, his father was a member of the Board of Governors, and if Draco were to uncover any compromising information, the consequences could be dire. None among the trio would wish to graduate from Hogwarts prematurely. Weasley, I urge you to exercise some restraint. Look at Granger. She is far more astute than you, Draco remarked, unhesitatingly setting traps for the two. He reveled in sowing discord among the Gryffindor trio. I shall return the book myself. I wouldn't want you to misplace it and then blame me, he added with a tone tinged with sarcasm, reaching for Ron's book. However, he was thwarted by Harry's swift intervention. No need, Malfoy. We shall return the book for you. Consider it our apology. The situation was already precarious, and allowing Draco to return the book personally would only exacerbate matters. Harry did not wish to escalate tensions with Draco, so he acquiesced. Possessing the book would also enable them to discern who had truly taken the letter. Harry could not definitively ascertain whether Draco had indeed taken it. But Draco's demeanor exhibited no signs of guilt. He appeared genuinely wronged. Then I shall trouble you, Draco replied, casting a glance at Harry before departing. The suspicion had been alleviated to a degree. Now they merely needed to find a scapegoat. Moreover, Draco was disinclined to return the book himself, and fortuitously, a fool was willing to assist him, achieving two objectives at once. Draco made his way back to the Slytherin common room, but before he could enter, Theodore called out to him. Draco, come with me. I have something to discuss. Draco regarded Theodore with a hint of confusion. He was puzzled by what Theodore could possibly want at this moment. Very well, he replied, nodding gently as he followed Theodore to a secluded spot. Filch just came by. He asked me to relay a message to you. He said Professor Snape has been investigating Headmaster Dumbledore of late. Theodore spoke these words with a sense of bewilderment, entirely unaware of their implications. However, Draco grasped their significance immediately, a smile creeping onto his face. You see, no expenditure is ever wasted. The Malfoy family does not engage in unprofitable ventures. Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore have always been allies, unless absolutely necessary. Professor Snape would never voluntarily undertake an investigation against Dumbledore. Draco suddenly recalled a clue he had buried last time, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lowered his head. Thus, there could only be one reason. Professor Snape believed that the Resurrection Stone was in the possession of Headmaster Dumbledore. Draco also surmised that the stone resided with Dumbledore. Otherwise, Harry of the past could not have possibly returned from the dead. Snape's actions further affirmed Draco's suspicions. This was fortuitous. With evidence at hand, matters could proceed smoothly. I understand now. If he comes, please extend my gratitude to him. What a useful piece of information. What could this statement possibly mean? Theodore was utterly perplexed. By the way, Theodore, do inform Salazar about the incident where Weasley was humiliated before me today, but be careful not to reveal your intentions. Salazar was not one to keep secrets. His existing tensions with the Gryffindor trio would undoubtedly lead him to gloat about this news in a mocking manner. Are you attempting to pin the act of snitching on Salazar? Theodore quickly grasped the implication. Clever. Chapter 48. He is useful. I shall take my leave now. With that, Theodore departed. Everything was progressing in a logical manner. Harry Potter, ever astute, stood at the entrance of Slytherin House, probing with his book, seeking any signs of weakness. However, the Slytherins exhibited no particular reactions. Even Salazar, the scapegoat Draco had arranged, was sent away by Theodore, thus preventing him from glimpsing the book. After a fruitless day of probing, Harry abandoned his efforts, presuming they thought the letter had been carelessly discarded and that no one had perused it. Driven by curiosity regarding the Philosopher's Stone, they opted to visit Hagrid's hut, for only from Hagrid's lips could they obtain more precise clues. This lead was worth a modicum of risk. In truth, they harbored little fear of being reported by the young wizards, as their excursions occurred under the cover of night. When Hogwarts enforced a curfew, any young wizard with even a modicum of caution would refrain from reporting at such a late hour, as it would implicate them in mischief during the curfew. Occasionally, Harry and his friends could cast some aspersions, thereby exonerating themselves. Moreover, those who posed no significant threat to them were hardly worthy of concern. Their greater anxiety lay in the possibility of nefarious individuals discovering their intentions. Harry Potter was uncertain whether this task was a trial imposed by Dumbledore that he must fulfill. He also did not know what consequences would follow should he fail this time. He could only proceed step by step, ensuring he accomplished what he could. However, Harry and his companions were needlessly worried. The informants were not mere young wizards, but rather, it was Mr. Filch accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who had come to Hagrid's hut in person. And personally, deductions of 200 points from Gryffindor were inflicted upon the four of them. Indeed, it was 4 individuals: Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. Even Hagrid's dragon was sent away. The most disheartening aspect was not being caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall, but rather the immense pressure that followed the next day. The young witches and wizards could hardly fathom that, after merely one night, the house points had diminished by 200. They cast scornful glances at the 4 culprits. Harry Potter, being the chosen one, attracted the most attention and consequently endured the brunt of the blame. Yet, they were certain that someone had indeed received that letter. Once again, they set their sights on Draco, as he was known for his discretion and had indeed borrowed that particular book. The letter vanished only after Draco had borrowed it. Little did they know that during their pursuit of Draco, they encountered a confrontation with Salazar Slytherin. The two factions were embroiled in a fierce standoff. Draco had earlier instructed Theodore to carry out an action that made Salazar the scapegoat. The Gryffindor quartet, already brimming with frustration, suddenly identified the true culprit and were nearly ready to teach Salazar a lesson. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Theodore observed the scene with a detached demeanor. All events were orchestrated by Draco, who had meticulously arranged every detail. It was quite the endeavor. Draco had intended for Theodore to assist Salazar. But then he noticed Zabini approaching. Draco, look at Salazar's disheveled state. It's truly amusing. He can't even fend off that group from Gryffindor. How pitiful. Zabini, who had his own grievances with Salazar, found pleasure in witnessing Salazar's misfortune. Do not jest, Zabini. Go lend him a hand. Take Crabbe and Goyle with you. We Slytherins can only be bullied by our own. When did it become acceptable for Gryffindors to torment us? Draco's gaze towards Zabini carried an air of authority. Convincing Zabini was not a challenge. Their personal vendettas paled in comparison to the honor of Slytherin. Zabini exchanged nods with Crabbe and Goyle. Upon receiving a nod from Draco, they felt emboldened to accompany Zabini. Draco required a sufficient number of followers to expand his influence. It was not yet time to relent, thus, he accepted anyone loyal to him, regardless of their flaws. Besides, Crabbe and Goyle still held value. Once the trio joined the fray, the dynamics shifted dramatically. What sudden change of heart to aid Salazar? Hadn't you been targeting him all along? What purpose does he serve? Theodora was beset by a flurry of questions. Initially, it was Draco who targeted Salar, yet now it is also Draco who seeks to protect him. Theodora, still with the mindset of a child, naively believes that affection and disdain are everlasting. He does not comprehend that in this world, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. A person is deemed worthy of Draco's attention solely when they possess utility. As long as he remains of use, he will be retained. Observe his heart. It has already been ensnared. Can you surmise whether he still harbors resentment from the last time I humiliated him? Draco, after the battle had concluded, caught Solar's peculiar gaze. Unfazed, he waved at Solar, who appeared somewhat indignant, choosing to turn away and depart. I suspect he still remembers. Theodora, observing Solar's demeanor, confidently articulated his judgment. I suspect as well, yet it is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he is tethered to this vessel. From the moment he accepted my assistance, he became unable to disembark. Draco refrained from disclosing to Theodora that it was he who coerced Solar onto the ship. Solar had no genuine choice in the matter. Theodora raised an eyebrow, withholding any judgment. Solar, hailing from the esteemed 28 sacred families, possesses a wealth of lineage that could prove advantageous for their future endeavors. By the way, Theodora, I must venture out tonight. Ensure that no one discovers this. Draco suddenly recalled that Harry Potter and his companions were to be punished by being sent to the Forbidden Forest that evening. He felt it necessary to inform Theodora, knowing that should any trouble arise, Theodora would surely assist in concealing it. However, the distinction between him voluntarily informing Theodora and Theodora discovering it passively was significant. At the very least, his proactive communication signified trust in Theodora. Is there something you wish to discuss? Theodora inquired with some confusion, aware that Draco might not divulge much. Yet still posing the question. If all goes as planned, I shall meet the Dark Lord, Draco replied with a smile, avoiding further discourse. Chapter 49, Voldemort. Theodora stood frozen in place, grappling with myriad questions. Did Draco truly understand the implications of his words? Dumbledore and the others exhibited no reaction. How could Draco possess such knowledge? Theodora was plagued by unanswered questions, uncertain of how to articulate them. We shall discuss this later. I have preparations to undertake now, Draco decided, deftly shifting the topic before departing. Throughout the night, Theodora was unable to catch another glimpse of Draco. Unbeknownst to him, the Draco he so fervently thought of had already donned the invisibility cloak and was stealthily trailing Harry Potter. Draco could not ascertain precisely where he might encounter Professor Quirrell. Drawing upon the experiences of his previous life, he was acutely aware that the unfortunate Harry Potter would inevitably encounter Professor Quirrell. Thus, Draco needed only to leisurely trail behind them. This time, due to Draco's absence, Neville and Harry found themselves paired together. True to their status as the chosen ones, they soon stumbled upon Professor Quirrell, who was still indulging in his sinister feast. At that moment, Neville fainted on the spot. Harry, in a fit of panic, screamed and attempted to flee, inadvertently alerting Professor Quirrell. With his objectives unfulfilled, Quirrell could not afford to remain exposed and hastily retreated, navigating the familiar labyrinthine corridors with ease. Draco, however, had no inclination to concern himself with the misfortunes of Harry Potter and Neville. He swiftly employed the disillusionment charm to position himself directly in Quirrell's path. Without a hint of hesitation, he revealed his invisibility cloak. Good evening, Professor. Look what I've uncovered, Draco remarked with a sly smile, having effortlessly pierced through Quirrell's disguise. The professor's demeanor shifted to one of alarm, yet upon perceiving Draco's unwavering confidence, he recognized the futility of his attempts at denial. Cornered and desperate, a fugitive resorts to lethal measures. Disarm you, Quirrell uttered, disregarding any semblance of fair play, as he unleashed a curse upon Draco. However, Draco had been meticulously observing Quirrell, and as the spell flew towards him, he deftly countered it. In a swift retaliation, he cast a spell that sent Quirrell crashing to the ground. Had Quirrell been in his prime, Draco might not have succeeded so effortlessly. After all, he was merely a first-year wizard with limited magical prowess. Even the most formidable spells would hardly suffice to cause significant harm. Yet, Quirrell, being possessed by Voldemort, was experiencing a rapid decline in strength, vitality, and life force, rendering him unable to withstand Draco's assault. Draco Malfoy, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? Quirrell seethed, though it was more accurate to say that Voldemort was enraged. Having suffered a setback at the hands of a mere child, he was determined not to repeat his mistake. I am well aware, my master, Draco replied, kneeling before Quirrell with one knee on the ground. He bore no psychological burden, for one destined for greatness had long since cultivated a thick skin. Moreover, the humiliations he endured today would eventually be repaid in full. Achieving his objective rendered the indignities suffered trivial. It was the failure to achieve one's aims, coupled with humiliation, that constituted true disgrace. I am Draco Malfoy, the son of Lucius Malfoy. My father has been eagerly anticipating your return, my esteemed master, the great Lord Voldemort. The Malfoy family pledges eternal loyalty to your greatness. Draco spoke without reservation, uttering a stream of nonsensical words. Such nonsense might deceive Voldemort, but Draco himself did not believe it. Voldemort, aware that he had been seen through, ceased his pretense. Professor Quirrell suddenly turned away from Draco, removing the hat from his head. As Draco had surmised, a secret lay hidden beneath that hat, a distorted visage. That of Voldemort himself. Astute young wizard, when did you uncover this? Voldemort's tone held a mixture of admiration and caution. He had not yet fully resurrected nor found a suitable body. Vigilance was imperative. As your loyal servant, we shall always be the first to detect your presence, Draco proclaimed. Yet he failed to offer any substantial information. Voldemort, disinclined to waste time, opted for directness. My faithful servant, why have you deliberately impeded your master this time? You would do well to provide a compelling justification. Otherwise, my followers do not tolerate waste. Voldemort appeared somewhat irked, for Draco represented an uncontrollable variable. Unless Draco provided the value he desired, this variable should not exist. My dear master, I humbly intrude upon your time because I have discovered something of great significance concerning your noble Death Eaters. Professor Severus Snape has learned that Albus Dumbledore possesses the Resurrection Stone. Should we acquire it, you could achieve complete rebirth, and the wizarding world would belong to us. The purebloods. As Draco spoke, his eyes gleamed with a frenzied ambition, one that even Voldemort had never witnessed in a mere teenager. You must be a Slytherin. Only a Slytherin could yield such a promising prospect, Voldemort acknowledged, surprised yet convinced, especially given that the information had come from Severus Snape. Although he held reservations about Draco Malfoy, he trusted Snape to a degree. He had indeed identified the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, but it merely granted immortality, not resurrection. Immortality must precede his revival. He possessed a means to find a body for his return. With the aid of the Resurrection Stone, he would be invincible. Thank you for your recognition, my master. I am willing to face any peril for you, without hesitation. Draco has yet to acquire what he desires. Engaged in a frantic tug-of-war with Voldemort. Then let this matter rest in your hands. Feel free to seek assistance from some Death Eaters if necessary. At long last, Voldemort relented, and Draco had been awaiting this very statement. He aspired to reshape the wizarding world, necessitating the creation of significant turmoil, orchestrated along the lines of his envisioned plan. Thus, he must ensure that this chaos remains within manageable bounds. Still a fledgling sorcerer, he cannot act freely. However, with Voldemort's consent, the situation transforms entirely. Although Voldemort's allowance extends only to this aspect, others remain oblivious. With clever manipulation, it could potentially ignite a spark of rebellion. Chapter 50, Abraxas. Yes, my master, I shall exert every effort to accomplish this. Draco played his cards close to his chest with Voldemort, merely stating his intent to do his utmost without committing to a definitive outcome. As for specific timelines, he did not broach the subject. Voldemort did not place much importance on Draco. In truth, he doubted that such a minor wizard could succeed. His willingness to make this concession stemmed solely from the fact that Draco had received intelligence from Severus Snape. Viewed from another perspective, it is evident that Draco's relationship with Snape is rather extraordinary. By granting Draco this privilege, Voldemort effectively communicated to Snape that he still holds trust in him. To Voldemort, Draco is merely a vessel for relaying messages. However, for Draco, the situation is quite different, as he has no direct connection to Professor Snape in his own agenda. By the way, do you know Harry Potter? What is your relationship with him? Voldemort suddenly inquired of Draco. Regarding the individual who had previously vanquished him, for whatever reason, he harbored a certain wariness towards Harry Potter. I do not know much. I have observed that Harry Potter is consistently surrounded by the likes of Weasley and Hagrid, loyal to Dumbledore. They keep a close watch on him. Attempting to control his thoughts and actions, Draco articulated his perspective. His observations were delivered in a rather intriguing manner, clearly indicating to Voldemort that he should not expect him to confront Harry Potter. With two formidable guardians at Harry's side, Draco felt utterly outmatched. He had no desire to expose himself prematurely. Even if he could indeed overpower them, he would not take matters into his own hands. They actually placed their hopes on an 11-year-old wizard. Dumbledore truly has regressed, Voldemort scoffed. I hear you are currently the head of Slytherin, much like your grandfather Abraxas. However, I wonder how you measure up against Abraxas? In truth, when Riddle first entered Slytherin, he did not ascend to the position of head. He stood on equal footing with Abraxas. However, Abraxas bears the surname Malfoy, belonging to a lineage of pure bloods within the magical realm. Whereas Tom Riddle is merely a man of no esteemed heritage. Riddle possesses remarkable intelligence and, in a display of strategic foresight, relinquished his position as the first-year prefect to Abraxas. This gesture successfully endeared him to the hearts of Slytherin. Abraxas is not a man of excessive authority nor one who rules with an iron fist. In fact, he is rather indifferent. He holds little regard for the title of prefect. Thus, in the subsequent year, the role transitioned to Tom Riddle. It remains uncertain whether the second-year Abraxas could have bested Riddle, but from that point onward, Riddle has consistently held the position of Slytherin's prefect. Draco is perplexed by the sudden mention of his grandfather. Once, his grandfather was a close ally and his most trusted subordinate. This much is true. Yet, that is a relic of the past. Is it possible that Voldemort has devised a new scheme, intending to manipulate Draco against certain individuals? Does he believe himself to possess the same capabilities as his grandfather once did? Draco is unaware. Your flattery is unwarranted. I merely found myself fortunate to have a fool who overestimated his own abilities challenge me. I sternly intimidated him, which, in turn, instilled fear in others. Allowing me to fortuitously assume the position of Slytherin prefect, Draco modestly deflects. Regardless of Voldemort's true intentions, he is determined to avoid drawing attention to himself at this early stage. Voldemort refrains from commenting on Draco's words, instead redirecting the conversation. He advises against any involvement with the Philosopher's Stone and cautions Draco to refrain from engaging with Quirrell, urging him to focus solely on the matter of the Resurrection Stone and to keep their connection to Quirrell a secret. Do you think Voldemort's words are meant to protect Draco? Certainly not. His intentions are abundantly clear. He is informing Draco that Professor Quirrell has become obsolete. Draco is perceptive enough to recognize that Quirrell has begun to consume unicorn blood to sustain his life, indicating that his physical condition has deteriorated to a critical state. The consumption of unicorn blood is cursed. Such an act is not taken lightly, unless one is driven to desperation. Voldemort is evidently aware of Quirrell's plight, regarding him as a mere pawn. Should he succeed, Quirrell would become a scapegoat. If he fails, he would discard Quirrell and seek another vessel. Voldemort's warning to Draco about associating with Quirrell stems from a desire to prevent Draco from being ensnared when he ultimately discards Quirrell. After all, Draco carries the weight of the Malfoy family behind him, their wealth at stake. If the Malfoy family were implicated, how could Voldemort hope to reorganize his Death Eaters? It is common knowledge that conquering requires substantial financial resources. I understand, my master. No one shall ever know of Draco Malfoy's clandestine meetings with Professor Quirrell. Draco bowed his head in deference. He understood that his conversation with Voldemort had reached its conclusion. Voldemort might have pressing matters to attend to. Hence he refrained from raising his gaze to inquire about Voldemort's whereabouts. It was not until silence enveloped the surroundings that he gradually departed. Thus far, it was well known that the Philosopher's Stone resided on the 3rd floor. This information was common knowledge, and the path to the stone would be fraught with obstacles. Harry Potter likely gleaned some insight from Hagrid, indicating that all of this was indeed a trial orchestrated by Dumbledore. Voldemort's pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone was relentless. Yet he remained indifferent towards Professor Quirrell. The surprise he had prepared for them was already en route, soon to be unveiled. Draco sauntered back, finding Theodore fast asleep at that moment. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The following day, whispers spread throughout the school regarding the events that transpired when Harry Potter and his companions ventured into the Forbidden Forest, inciting a wave of panic among the young wizards. Draco, does your outing yesterday relate to this? Theodore questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Draco, suspecting that the figure Harry Potter had encountered might be Draco himself. However, it seemed implausible. When had Draco taken to drinking unicorn blood? Everyone knew that such an act would invoke a curse. Draco had neither the motive nor the necessity to engage in such behavior. I saw the one who drinks unicorn blood. Can you guess who it is? I wager you cannot, Draco remarked, aware of Theodore's suspicions and determined to dispel them. Should Theodore inadvertently aid in his concealment, it would only heighten suspicion. Is that person within the school? Upon hearing Draco's inquiry, Theodore instantly grasped that the individual must reside within Hogwarts. Otherwise, such a question would be unfounded. Indeed, Draco nodded, as if marveling at the cleverness of the young wizard. Perhaps it is Professor Quirrell. Draco stared blankly at Theodore, as though reassessing his worth. Chapter 51. Time to raise the stakes. You are more astute than Harry Potter, Draco declared, gesturing in a particular direction. Theodore followed Draco's gesture and was surprised to find Harry Potter himself, lurking in a corner, unnoticed by others, seemingly wishing to converse with Draco. Does he have something to say to you? Theodore was aware of the transactions between Draco and Harry, yet remained uncertain of their nature. He felt trepidation. The clever young wizards often overthink, while sometimes it is the foolishness that shields one from fear, as evidenced by Longbottom's utter lack of concern. Draco pondered this, but chose not to respond to Theodore's comment. Although he had reevaluated Theodore's worth, he did not fully regard him as a confidant. Theodore is, after all, merely a fledgling sorcerer. No matter how mature a young wizard may be, he ultimately pales in comparison to a seasoned adult. Draco has indeed identified a trusted candidate. Yet alas, that individual is likely still languishing in Azkaban. There is no need to rush. Time is on Draco's side. As for these past few years, Voldemort has failed to stir the waters, granting Draco ample opportunity to cultivate his own influence and allies. Unlike his subordinates, a confidant must be chosen with utmost discretion. Draco has no intention of leaving Harry Potter waiting for too long. Even a cornered dog will leap over a wall. After exchanging a brief word with Theodore, he quietly made his way to their usual spot for practicing Parseltongue. Upon noticing Draco's disappearance, Harry hurried to join him, surprisingly arriving even before Draco. "Have you lost your senses, Mr. Potter? Gazing at me so openly in broad daylight. Are you perhaps attempting to provoke Slytherin? Haven't you suffered enough bullying among Gryffindors? Only to seek out more torment here?" Though Draco's words seemed accusatory, his tone conveyed a playful jest rather than genuine reproach. In truth, he did not regard the matter as particularly grave. Young wizards, after all, are often impressionable, still in the process of forming their values, making them susceptible to manipulation. Just look at how Draco has managed to influence a number of them. You are correct. Voldemort has returned, and he intends to send Snape to seize the Philosopher's Stone. What should I do? Will they cast me aside? Am I attracting Professor Snape's attention because he has been targeting me all along? Perhaps due to my status as the Chosen One? Harry was burdened with a plethora of thoughts he dared not voice in front of others, confiding only in Draco. He couldn't be certain whether those around him were aligned with Dumbledore. During Christmas, he had glimpsed his parents in the mirror of Ariste, a moment that filled him with joy and gratitude towards Dumbledore for allowing him to see their likeness. However, he also tested the waters, feigning a state of distraction and aimlessness. True to form, Dumbledore soon appeared personally to admonish Harry. This indicated that Dumbledore had no desire for a complacent, idle savior. Should Harry truly become such a figure, the question remains, would the mantle of the Chosen One be passed to another? This remains an enigma. Harry is acutely aware that the prophecy does not designate only one individual as the Chosen One, yet he remains oblivious to the identities of those who fit the criteria. Thus, he treads cautiously, meticulously testing the waters without revealing any weaknesses. Have you not noticed a pattern? The information you possess is all derived from individuals appointed by Dumbledore, which can only signify one thing. This entire scenario has been orchestrated by Dumbledore himself. Draco cast a reluctant glance at Harry Potter, as if mocking his foolishness. Dumbledore won't let you come to harm, at least not for now. You're still just a first-year wizard, unable to defeat even a dog, let alone Voldemort. Your life holds little value at present. Draco uttered these biting words, his gaze continuously assessing Harry, as if weighing his worth. What should I do? Should I follow the path they have laid out for me? Voldemort has truly returned. He could be lurking in some corner of the school, and I do not wish to meet my end just yet. Draco could see that Harry was truly frightened. Having grown up in his aunt's household, he possessed little. Thus, he cherished everything that belonged to him. Ultimately, the only thing that was entirely his was his life, which he valued more than anyone else. Allow me to offer you some advice. Maintain your current persona, do not scheme against Dumbledore, and follow his guidance boldly. Not only must you perform well, but you must also do so with elegance. Draco paused, genuinely believing in Harry's potential. After all, to be deemed a savior, and the hope of many could only belong to someone extraordinary. Under the weight of great renown, there are no insignificant figures. Dumbledore will protect you, as long as you carry what he has given you and follow the path he has arranged. Voldemort would not dare to provoke Dumbledore. Only by remaining under his wing can you hope to live long. Harry bowed his head in contemplation, as if grasping something profound. What about the Weasley family? Should I take action against them? If they were to strike, perhaps I could glean more information. Even Harry recognized the significant role the Weasleys played in this scenario. No matter how robust the defenses, there are always vulnerabilities. Finding a chink in their armor could easily shift the balance. Have you not already made your decision? Why do you still seek my counsel? I hear that the young Weasley girl is a devoted and fervent admirer of yours. They had previously discussed this matter. Harry had long contemplated approaching Ginny Weasley, but his conscience forbade him. Thus he had temporarily relinquished the idea. Do not mistake your kindness for an essential virtue. A saintly heart does not endure in times of strife. That is all I have to say. Whether you heed it is your choice. Oh, by the way, I am close to mastering Parseltongue. Draco spoke as if advising a younger peer, imparting wisdom to Harry. In truth, it was less of an admonition and more of an education. It was evident that Draco held a deep admiration for Harry. This statement also served as a reminder to Harry that he needed to raise the stakes. His current resources were insufficient. Whether Harry could muster new assets remained uncertain. Harry Potter lowered his head, a tempest of thoughts swirling in his eyes, and none could fathom what occupied his mind. Draco, however, was unconcerned. A first-year wizard posed no significant challenge. Regardless of his intellect, strength served as an essential foundation. Unfortunately, Harry Potter currently lacked such strength. Chapter 52, The Return of the Paper Crane. Draco swiftly departed from the scene, choosing not to further entangle himself with Harry, for it bore no purpose. Harry required solitude to untangle his thoughts. At such a juncture, Draco deemed it far more beneficial to return to his studies than to linger and wait for Harry. The end of term loomed, with the little wizard's final examinations imminent in just a couple of days. Though Draco professed familiarity with most of the material, which he could grasp, there remained aspects demanding meticulous study. In truth, due to his previous knowledge, Draco had not devoted himself earnestly to his lessons. Yet now, he aspired to achieve the top rank in his year, striving for perfection. While he claimed to understand the content, he could not guarantee that his execution would be flawless. He perhaps did not anticipate that after years in the workforce, he would return to take exams. Zabini's foundation was not particularly strong, yet Theodore's was commendable, despite their bickering. The two surprisingly found themselves assisting one another in preparation for the impending tests. Draco seized the opportunity to teach Zabini as a means of reviewing his own knowledge, while also refining his understanding through Theodore's insights. The examinations for the little wizards were swift and intense. As expected, Draco emerged victorious, claiming the top position without contest, first in every subject. He could even perceive the fierce determination in Granger's gaze directed towards him. Granger, in truth, was an intriguing individual. Her underlying insecurities could, at times, be wielded as a weapon. However, at present, she held little utility. Draco dared not interfere in Granger's life, for no one could predict whether she might deviate from her path. A misguided little wizard, especially one of Muggle origin, held little worth in his eyes. His interest in Harry's life was primarily due to the oversight of Dumbledore, ensuring that no grave calamities would arise. Time continued its relentless march forward, swiftly approaching the evening of the House Cup celebration. Just days prior, an informant from Gryffindor had suddenly conveyed a message to him, delivered via a paper crane. Young wizards in the magical realm matured quickly, particularly purebloods, who often understood the nuances of affection. Draco had received numerous love letters, and thus none suspected the origins of the paper crane, assuming it to be a missive from one of his admirers. Draco, your recent influx of paper cranes is simply uncountable, Zabini remarked with a hint of mischief in his tone. Zabini considers himself no less handsome than Draco, and his demeanor is far more amiable. Yet, why does Draco receive more paper cranes than he? Although Draco may appear gentle, this is merely a reflection of basic courtesy. His true nature remains rather aloof. In contrast, Zabini radiates warmth, smiling at everyone he encounters, even strangers who can sense his enthusiasm, save for the Gryffindors. Let me see what this letter says, Zabini remarked, reaching for the paper crane. Don't touch that. It was given to me, Draco replied, having already noticed the mark on it. Naturally aware of who had sent the crane, there was no way Zabini could take it from him. With a cheerful demeanor, Draco skillfully sidestepped Zabini and retreated to a secluded spot to unfold the crane. It bore only a brief message. There will be unusual activity tonight. As Draco absorbed the information, a subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Draco, what is it that amuses you? Has the girl you fancy sent you a love letter? Zabini chuckled, his words laced with playful teasing. What is the matter? Are you envious? Draco evaded a direct answer, deftly redirecting the conversation back to Zabini. Zabini shrugged, chose silence, and walked away to engage with other girls. I might need to step out tonight, Draco stated, offering no explanation as he tucked the paper crane into Theodore's embrace. Theodore discreetly glanced at it and nodded, knowing that few were privy to the information. He had begun to lay the groundwork early on. That day, everyone was aware that Theodore and Draco were particularly fatigued from assisting Professor Snape and retired early. Contrary to expectations, Draco did not follow Harry Potter that evening. Instead, he stealthily ventured to Slytherin's dormitory, intent on liberating his serpent. Despite his ability to speak Parseltongue, the serpent remained loyal to its master and reacted with hostility upon seeing Draco. Employing a memory-erasing charm, he managed to subdue it somewhat. This was a grand gift he intended for Voldemort, one he could not afford to lose. Cradling the ailing serpent, Draco pried its jaws open and forcefully administered a pill. The serpent displayed little vitality, keeping its eyes shut and refusing to look up. However, this unforeseen circumstance inadvertently served Draco's scheme. Should the serpent, after undergoing the memory charm, encounter Draco again, he would inevitably employ the charm once more. A normal being could scarcely endure 2 forgettings in such a short span, let alone a serpent. Nonetheless, Draco had to proceed. He must ensure that Voldemort remained oblivious to any traces of his involvement. Another reason is that Voldemort possesses the ability to speak Parseltongue. Draco had concealed a snake within a stretchable bag, which could temporarily store living creatures. Due to the effects of a potion, the snake exhibited an unusually docile demeanor, coiling quietly. Draco gradually made his way towards the 4th floor. Although the Philosopher's Stone was located on the 3rd floor, its entrance was situated on the 4th. By sheer coincidence, as Draco was heading to the 4th floor, another pair of individuals cloaked in invisibility also made their way there. The two groups briefly crossed paths, albeit in a one-sided manner. Drawing from his past experiences, Draco quickly deduced that another pair of cloaked figures was present in the vicinity. However, Harry Potter and his companions lacked such experience and believed the world to be in disarray, while they remained the only ones lucid. In his previous life, it was Harry Potter alone who ultimately vanquished Voldemort, while Hermione and Ron had escaped midway. Draco had no intention of altering this dynamic or interfering in their affairs. He lingered at the back, attuning his senses to the departure of the other cloaked figures before finally making his move. He did not rush in immediately. Instead, he counted the seconds from the side. Only after Hermione assisted Ron in exiting did Draco slowly enter the chamber. Upon entry, he was met by a three-headed hellhound. However, given its evident reliance on sight and Draco's stealthy movements, he remained undetected by Fluffy. He successfully advanced to the third floor, finding the obstacles before him to be childishly simple. Chapter 53. Caring for the Elderly. Sometimes, Draco genuinely questioned whether these obstacles were intentionally designed. Such challenges might deter ordinary wizards, yet they would be insufficient against those of formidable prowess. Dumbledore likely understood that Voldemort had possessed Professor Quirrell and was aware of Quirrell's physical condition, which emboldened him to design such trials. As a former head boy and top student, Quirrell's extensive knowledge rendered him formidable in his understanding of magical creatures and plants. However, it was Quirrell's frail body that hindered him. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Dark Lord himself to arrive alongside Harry Potter. When Draco approached the final scene, the two parties had already begun to bicker. Harry Potter had discovered Voldemort's presence and engaged him in conversation. Draco was indifferent to their discourse, quietly releasing a snake from the shadows. The situation had escalated dramatically, with Professor Quirrell gripping Harry's throat as if Harry were on the brink of demise. At that moment, Professor Quirrell suddenly released his grip, as if he were engulfed by immense agony. Harry Potter, not one to be easily deceived, promptly realized that their contact was inflicting harm upon Professor Quirrell's body. He lunged forward, firmly grasping Quirrell's face with both hands. In an instant, the man who had just been alive disintegrated into ashes. Evidently, Harry was unable to withstand such a jarring event, and he fainted. Voldemort, who had taken refuge within Professor Quirrell's body, had cleverly concealed himself beneath Dumbledore's very nose. However, this did not imply that Voldemort possessed the strength to confront Dumbledore alone. Harry's arrival signified that Dumbledore was imminent. Voldemort realized he could no longer delay. He had to swiftly escape and find a suitable host to survive once more. At that moment, a venomous serpent materialized before him. This serpent immediately triggered certain memories deep within his mind, such as the Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk, and the hidden passages. In truth, it was challenging to find genuinely formidable creatures in the forest. Previously, he had inhabited the bodies of harmless little snakes and feeble rabbits. Now, an opportunity had arisen in the form of such a fierce serpent. He could hardly fathom a reason not to seize this creature's body as his temporary vessel. Yet he was not devoid of reason. The sudden appearance of a serpent in such circumstances was utterly illogical. Hissus. Without hesitation, Voldemort began to converse in Parseltongue. Where have you come from? Were you brought here by someone? Hissus. No. The serpent, having just experienced a moment of oblivion, found its mind a blank slate. It was unaware of whether it had been brought here by another, instinctively responding with a denial. To Voldemort's surprise, he took the serpent's body as his own. The serpent, being an ordinary creature, possessed a weak soul, which was swiftly consumed by Voldemort. What was once merely a fierce snake became even more formidable. Draco observed that everything was unfolding according to his expectations. He discreetly placed the bell controlling the cursed insects at a distance, and then moved away. Seizing the moment while Voldemort reveled in his triumph, he cast a levitation charm from afar to jingle the bell. The trained cursed insects, upon hearing the bell, immediately began to wreak havoc within the serpent's body. The agony of gnawing at its innards surged to the forefront of Voldemort's consciousness, leaving him uncertain whether the pain originated from his body or his soul. The serpent's body writhed incessantly, rolling and thrashing against the surrounding structures in a desperate attempt to distract itself from the agony within. Yet this method proved futile. Such a self-destructive strategy only intensified its suffering. Voldemort, recognizing the inherent flaw in this approach, chose to abandon the serpent's body. The act of possession bore its own drawback. Only upon the demise of the host could the possessor relinquish the vessel. Thus, Voldemort's escape from this serpentine form hinged upon the creature's death. Indeed, Voldemort was a formidable figure, commanding the serpent as it hurled itself against the walls. However, each collision felt as though a conscious force intervened to cushion the impact, rendering it unable to deliver a fatal blow, instead exacerbating the pain. Frustration consumed Voldemort, the excruciating torment tearing at his very soul, distorting his perceptions. Draco observed intently from the sidelines, having prepared this surprise for Voldemort over a considerable time. Whether Voldemort would appreciate it remained uncertain. Should he disapprove, at least a polite acknowledgement would suffice for Draco to contemplate a different gift in the future. How discourteous it would be to assume Voldemort's approval without confirmation. Leaning against the wall, Draco silently counted the moments. Though the urge to torment Voldemort further was strong, Dumbledore's imminent arrival loomed large. If Voldemort were to be vanquished by Dumbledore at this juncture, or severely weakened, it would spell true trouble. The lesson had been imparted. Draco had already exhaled a breath of relief. In an instant, a flash of green light struck the serpent. No one could discern the source of this emerald glow, nor identify its caster. All that was known was that with a flicker, the serpent vanished. Voldemort swiftly darted towards the sound of the bell, only to find the bell itself, departing hastily upon sensing no anomalies. It was as if a specter pursued him, or perhaps he felt that lingering here for another moment would subject him once more to that previous torment. Draco remained quietly observant, for one must still regard him as master. How could he not see his master off in such a frantic state? Witnessing Voldemort's rapid and agitated departure suggested he was, indeed, pleased with the gift. As silence enveloped the surroundings, Draco approached and rummaged through Harry's pocket, extracting the Philosopher's Stone. As anticipated, it was the counterfeit Draco had crafted. Dumbledore had never scrutinized the stone's authenticity closely. He likely believed it to be genuine. This was fortuitous. The surprise Draco had bestowed upon Voldemort was well received. Now it was time for him to present a surprise to Dumbledore, with hopes that it too would be met with favor. Chapter 54, Rumors About. Draco was keenly aware that he could not linger too long. After disposing of the serpent's lifeless body, he swiftly departed from the scene. After all, that serpent belonged to Salazar Slytherin, and many had witnessed its presence. Should Dumbledore discover that the serpent had been here, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. Wise individuals never invite trouble upon themselves. Draco returned home to rest soundly, and the very next morning, he made his way to the Hogwarts library. It was implausible for Narcissa and Lucius to be away on journeys every single day. They would inevitably be at home at times. Before his rebirth, Draco had never dabbled in alchemy. Should Lucius and Narcissa unexpectedly catch him in the alchemy chamber, it would spell exposure. Moreover, alchemy is a vast undertaking, often requiring extensive time to concoct a single item. What rationale could he offer for his prolonged absences, especially as a mere underage wizard? Thus, Draco resolved to bring matters to light. He intended to employ a montage technique to create the illusion that he had always harbored an interest in alchemy, continuously borrowing books on the subject from the Hogwarts library throughout the semester. This would serve as his legitimate reason to access the alchemy chamber. As for how to deal with Lucius and Narcissa, that was a trivial matter. Draco merely needed to produce a few relatively simple gemstones each day, regardless of the circumstances. Ladies have an inherent fondness for various jewels. As long as he could win his mother's favor, he had little to fear from his father's disapproval. Draco was engrossed in his reading when, all of a sudden, Zabini stormed over with an air of urgency. His face bore an expression of impatience as he gestured frantically for Draco to step outside. Draco could easily surmise what Zabini wished to discuss. Yet he clutched his book and ventured out nonetheless. Zabini, upon seeing Draco emerge with a stack of books, appeared perplexed. He cast a glance at the titles and immediately furrowed his brow. Draco, when did you develop an interest in alchemy? These books are utterly dull. Zabini had never been fond of alchemy. To him, it resembled an arcane tome. Haven't you seen me perusing these books before? Why the surprise? Haven't I been reading these for quite some time now? Your remarks are quite foolish, Draco replied. Bewilderment etched on his face, tinged with a hint of feeling let down. Zabini racked his brain, struggling to recall any instance where he had noticed Draco engaging with such literature. Yet he was acutely aware that Draco had indeed been a frequent visitor to the library. Is that so? It seems you have indeed been at the library this term. So this is the kind of book you've been reading? I truly do not comprehend the interests of you academic overachievers. Are the classes at Hogwarts not sufficient for your studies? Zabini curled his lip, revealing that he was not as enamored with studying as one might expect. The courses at Hogwarts were already quite challenging for him, let alone any additional subjects. Alchemy is different, Zabini. If you dedicate yourself to it, you will find it profoundly captivating, Draco asserted, embodying a deep fascination for the art of alchemy. During the final exams, he had never shown such concern for Zabini's studies, nor had he ever urged him to apply himself. It was surprising that his first piece of advice to Zabini was concerning alchemy. Let us not discuss that for now. I'm here because I have something important to share. Guess what I've discovered? Zabini, feeling a bit impatient, interrupted Draco, reverting to the original topic. I don't know. What news have you uncovered? Draco replied with a faint smile, undeterred by Zabini's impatience, which seemed to have become a familiar aspect of their interactions. Draco, I found out that Harry Potter has been hospitalized. It's rumored that those three from Gryffindor were protecting something significant, apparently the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, Professor Quirrell was the one who attempted to steal it. And he is dead now. As Zabini spoke, his eyes widened in shock, clearly astonished by the unfolding events. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger managed to protect the Philosopher's Stone? This sounds utterly ridiculous. And they even killed Professor Quirrell? Zabini was uncertain of the truth behind these claims, prompting him to consult Draco, who appeared to be the most astute among their circle. Draco, what do you think? Is there any truth to this? It sounds preposterous. Zabini felt a sense of injustice. It was as if someone who had always been beneath him had suddenly become a heroic savior. Anyone in his position would feel a twinge of imbalance. Draco glanced at Zabini and promptly cast a silencing charm around them. Do you think the truth of the matter is significant? The reality is inconsequential. What truly matters is the House Cup. Draco smiled gently, recalling how Dumbledore had awarded Gryffindor a substantial number of points at the end of the previous term. However, he was determined that this time, things would not unfold so smoothly. His surprise had yet to be delivered. What is there to worry about concerning the House Cup? The scores have already been calculated, and Slytherin is in first place. Gryffindor is far behind. Slytherin has amassed 522 points, while Gryffindor has only 312, over a 200-point difference. Zabini appeared indifferent to these matters, as it was unlikely anyone would foresee such a significant gap being closed. Draco could not help but chuckle at Zabini's words. It was clear that he did not fully grasp Dumbledore's intentions. Dumbledore aimed to create a savior, and to do so, he would continually bestow accolades upon Harry Potter. If, due to this incident, the tables were turned and Slytherin was ultimately vanquished, then the aura surrounding Harry Potter would undoubtedly grow even more substantial. When Voldemort unleashes his wrath upon them, it is Harry Potter who will emerge as the beacon of hope for the masses. People tend to place their trust in an individual adorned with a formidable reputation, rather than in an ordinary person. After all, Dumbledore is a member of Gryffindor. Who can say whether he might show bias, intentionally using this opportunity to bestow points upon his own house? Why else would such a situation arise only at the end of term? Throughout their time at Hogwarts, did the thieves truly lack the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Why must it occur at the term's conclusion? Draco cast a glance at Zabini, noticing his attentive demeanor, and continued, I suspect that Dumbledore, upon witnessing Gryffindor's dismal scores, orchestrated this entire affair to grant them a much-needed boost. Who can ascertain the truth behind it all? Even if this were indeed the case, how can we be certain that the Philosopher's Stone is genuine? Perhaps they merely harbored a grudge against Professor Quirrell, orchestrating his demise and fabricating a tale that Harry Potter safeguarded the stone. Why does he not claim that Harry Potter vanquished Voldemort? Chapter 55. A Heart Full of Malice. Zabini appeared to have stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities, astonished that such a scenario could even exist. Gryffindors are indeed filled with cunning. Draco, what shall we do? If, hypothetically, such an event were to transpire, are we to relinquish the House Cup without a fight? Draco's deliberate provocation caused a flicker of anxiety in Zabini. What can we do? Dumbledore is, after all, the headmaster. Can we truly challenge him at Hogwarts? If we were to oppose him today, we might find ourselves expelled by tomorrow. Draco scoffed, adopting the guise of a beleaguered victim. Yet, this display was merely for Zabini's benefit. His father, a member of the Board of Governors, held the power to initiate the Hogwarts Board, and he was not so easily cowed. Do we truly have no recourse? As Zabini observed Draco's hesitance, he too grew increasingly anxious. This was the culmination of the efforts of all the young wizards in the entire school throughout the academic year. They had worked diligently in class, participated fervently in various activities, and studied tirelessly for the sake of the House Cup. Would they really allow Gryffindor to claim it so easily? I, for one, refuse to accept that the House Cup be handed over to Gryffindor without just cause. There must be a legitimate reason for awarding points, and mere rumors will not suffice. Draco smiled faintly as he spoke. They may spread rumors, but so shall we. Let us enlist a few individuals to quietly circulate the notion that Harry Potter inadvertently caused Professor Quirrell's demise, and that the school, wary of Harry's status as the savior, concocted these lies. Upon hearing Draco's words, Zabini was momentarily taken aback. Would they truly believe such a tale? Indeed, young wizards are easily swayed. If they are allowed to reach their own conclusions, they will firmly believe in their own discernment, convinced that they are the only ones awake in a world of intoxicated minds. Furthermore, one would hardly suspect the bumbling Professor Quirrell of thievery. If you were a villain, would you entrust Professor Quirrell with such a task? Draco posed this rhetorical question to Zabini. Zabini, caught off guard, took a moment to reflect before decisively responding. I would not. A clumsy individual like Professor Quirrell attempting to steal would be a farce. It would be a stroke of luck if he himself were not robbed. His eyes darted about, as if a plan was formulating in his mind. Exchanging a knowing glance with Draco, he prepared to depart. Wait, Zabini, do not be so hasty. Draco called after him. After all, Zabini was still but a young wizard. Should anything be left unresolved, it could lead to complications. Draco, having aligned himself with Voldemort at such an early stage, wished to avoid a confrontation with Dumbledore just yet. The current Dumbledore might pose an even greater threat than Voldemort. Is there something else? I am about to spread the word. If I delay, it could prove troublesome, Zabini replied, his urgency palpable. This matter concerned their collective honor, and he could not afford to be complacent. Although Slytherin was known for its cunning self-preservation, it was also the house that placed the utmost value on honor. Bring Theodore along. Let him accompany you. Despite your sibling rivalry, one must admit he is exceptionally meticulous. If anyone uncovers our involvement, we would all be in dire straits. Draco advised earnestly. While he harbored reservations about Zabini, he held a higher regard for Theodore. Zabini possessed a natural aptitude for commerce, yet he lacked the guile required for such schemes. He was far more principled than Theodore. Understood, Zabini nodded, though his displeasure was evident. He did not outright refuse Draco's suggestion. Draco watched as he walked away, feeling that despite the arrangements made, there was still much to be done. Public opinion was merely a guiding force. Should Dumbledore and his allies choose to disregard it and continue with their original plans through sheer force, they could subsequently address the fallout, effectively suppressing any dissent. After all, this was Hogwarts, a domain ruled by Dumbledore, who could easily stifle any burgeoning controversy. Thus, Draco needed a hot-headed individual, someone who would publicly challenge Dumbledore at the Yule Ball. He had already identified the perfect candidate, Salazar Bach, hailing from a distinguished lineage. Bach's family was among the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The Bach family had long been engaged in alchemical pursuits, supplying Hogwarts with various potions and elixirs over the years, which earned them a seat on the governing board. Moreover, Bach was known for his rebellious nature, and he was also a Slytherin. It is significant that previously, Draco intentionally ensured that Salar Bach owed him 2 favors. Should he invoke these favors, the simple-minded Salar would undoubtedly acquiesce. Furthermore, Salar is a Slytherin, a house that places great importance on its honor. Although they are known for their cunning self-preservation, they exhibit remarkable unity among themselves. Draco gazed at the book in his hands and casually returned it. Having only just borrowed it, he made a show of it before Zabini, thus deepening the impression, and then promptly returned it. Zabini, known for his loquacity, is a veritable gossip machine, eager to disseminate any information he acquires. Draco's fascination with the alchemical news was sufficient to share with Zabini, who would amplify the impression among all others. He then proceeded towards the Slytherin common room, where he engaged in a lengthy private conversation with Salar Bach. The content of their discussion remained a mystery to all, though it was evident that Salar emerged with a serious demeanor. In contrast, Draco exited with a slight smile, maintaining his usual gentlemanly composure. The House Cup celebration unfolded as customary, adorned with Slytherin emblems and filled with the exuberance of the young wizards. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were poised to claim victory in this year's House Cup, marking their 7th consecutive triumph. The cuisine at Hogwarts remained delectable. However, the young wizards, too excited to eat, sat eagerly awaiting Professor Dumbledore's arrival. Typically, the main attraction arrives last, and after all had gathered, Dumbledore made his entrance at a leisurely pace. Standing at the podium, he smiled down at the young wizards, expressing his delight at their successful year at Hogwarts. The moment had arrived for the exhilarating House Cup award ceremony, and he invited everyone to review the scores of each house. In 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. In 3rd, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In 2nd, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And in 1st, Slytherin with 522 points. Indeed, the Slytherin students had performed admirably this year. Dumbledore could not help but reflect on their ability to secure the House Cup for consecutive years, a feat requiring considerable skill, closely tied to the internal workings of Slytherin. The Slytherin students, filled with pride for their house's honor, erupted into applause upon hearing Dumbledore's praise. Their collective efforts throughout the academic year had finally been validated, and joy radiated from the faces of all the Slytherin students. In stark contrast, Gryffindor appeared somewhat dejected, likely still pondering the implications of their famous peers, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Neville Longbottom. The 4 of them were not deducted 200 points, and Gryffindor had not fallen to the 4th position. Due to their previous nocturnal escapades, Gryffindor's members harbored some grievances against them, and these sentiments had deepened. Initially, their reputation had improved because of their role in protecting the Philosopher's Stone, but no one anticipated that Draco would incite Zabini and Theodore to spread rumors, further tarnishing their already fragile standing. Although Harry Potter and his companions had not yet heard these rumors, they could feel the increasingly peculiar glances from those around them. Despite the current circumstances, it was essential to consider some recent events. Dumbledore paused tactically before continuing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's eyes instantly brightened, as they understood precisely what Dumbledore was alluding to. Could it be that he intended to award them a substantial number of points, thereby liberating Gryffindor from its 4th-place predicament? Of course, Harry had never entertained the notion of them clinching 1st place. The surrounding crowd fell silent, taken aback by the potential twist of fate. The first-year Slytherin leaders exchanged glances. Although they were prepared, they had not anticipated that Draco's words might hold truth. They harbored a flicker of hope. For young witches and wizards, regardless of their house, often remain naive. They all turned their gazes toward Draco, who, noticing their attention, remained unperturbed, gazing down at his freshly baked apple pie. His movements were deliberate, as if nothing could disturb him. In reality, he was merely concerned that if matters escalated, and Dumbledore was overwhelmed by his surprise, they might find themselves without sustenance. Hence he prioritized filling his stomach. First, points will be awarded to Mr. Weasley, who has won the most outstanding game of Wizard's chess in recent years, granting Gryffindor an additional 60 points. Dumbledore cast an appreciative glance at Ron. Ron was elated. He had never received such a conspicuous point addition, and the magnitude of it filled him with a sense of pride that enveloped him immediately. His brothers could hardly contain their excitement as they introduced him to others, despite having previously referred to him as their foolish younger sibling. The second award goes to Miss Hermione Granger, who remained calm and analytically composed in the face of crisis. Thus we shall add 70 points to Gryffindor. Hermione was taken aback to discover that the points were indeed hers. The combined total of their points exceeded that of Ravenclaw, ensuring that Gryffindor would not finish in last place due to their earlier misadventures in the castle. Perhaps this would also alleviate some of the discrimination they faced. The time they spent in Gryffindor was indeed rather tumultuous. The jubilant cheers of Gryffindor echoed throughout the Great Hall, in stark contrast to the subdued atmosphere of the other three houses, particularly Ravenclaw. Their relentless dedication to their studies had culminated in a commendable second place. But to their astonishment, they found themselves surpassed by Gryffindor, and this was attributed to a matter of dubious authenticity. How could they possibly come to terms with such an outcome? The third accolade was bestowed upon Mr. Potter, whose cleverness and bravery safeguarded the school's assets. For this, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 80 points. With this increment, Gryffindor now stood in a tie for first place alongside Slytherin. The countenances of the Slytherin wizards darkened ominously. What was Dumbledore thinking? Why choose this moment to award points, rather than at an earlier or later time? Only Draco was aware that the matter was far from resolved. Dumbledore's ambition was not merely a shared first place. He sought the singular honor of being the sole victor. He had no intention of forsaking Neville Longbottom. Initially, they had deducted 200 points from Gryffindor due to his unauthorized nocturnal escapades, while the other three companions had received special merits. If Longbottom were to remain without such accolades, all the ire of Gryffindor would undoubtedly be directed towards him alone. As of now, Dumbledore had yet to consider Longbottom expendable. Thus, for whatever reason, he would ensure that some points were awarded to him, transforming them into a means to surpass Slytherin, decisively severing the influence Gryffindor had previously exerted. The fourth commendation was granted to Mr. Neville Longbottom. On our journey of growth, courage is indispensable. Hence, we shall add another 10 points to Gryffindor. This further incited the Slytherin wizards, who could no longer remain composed. Draco even inadvertently spilled a nearby drink, which splattered upon the Slytherin table, drawing the attention of numerous young wizards who turned to gaze in his direction. Draco chuckled and shook his head, though he did not entirely clean up the beverage from the table. If my memory serves me correctly, Gryffindor now occupies the first place, and thus our attire ought to be changed as well. As Dumbledore spoke, he prepared to cast a spell to remove the long-standing Slytherin decorations from the hall. Salazar cast a glance at Draco. He recalled their prior conversation but was uncertain when the appropriate moment to rise would be. Draco dipped his finger into the spilled drink on the table and inscribed a character. Salazar immediately nodded, comprehending Draco's intent. Draco casually picked up a handkerchief and wiped away the freshly written marks. Forgive me, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I must interrupt. I hold a differing perspective on this matter. Salazar stood, emulating Draco's earlier poise, maintaining an air of nobility and refinement. It is uncertain whether it is due to the prolonged interaction with Draco, but he seems to perceive Draco's demeanor as the most imposing. Dumbledore likely did not anticipate that someone would interrupt him. He immediately halted his hand, poised to cast a spell, and cast a puzzled glance towards the Slytherin direction. Is it Mr. Bach? May I inquire what brings you here? His tone remained gentle. Chapter 57. A surprise reappears. Indeed, it is I, Headmaster Dumbledore. I harbor a degree of skepticism regarding the results of the points you awarded. I believe you ought to explain what exactly Harry Potter and his companions have done to merit such points. Please enlighten us in detail. Sala paused slightly, then surveyed the assembly. The we he referred to did not denote all the Slytherin wizards, but rather encompassed all the young sorcerers of Hogwarts. Enlighten you? Was the previous information not sufficiently accurate? Dumbledore did not expect Sala to pose such a question. The incident involving Harry Potter's defense of the Philosopher's Stone had circulated widely throughout Hogwarts, and he was certainly aware of it, having played a role in its propagation. He found it hard to believe that Sala Bach, a Slytherin wizard, had not heard of this rumor. Furthermore, he was perplexed by the inclusion of all Hogwarts wizards in his claim of we, wondering what his intent could be. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Perhaps you are unaware of a recent rumor suggesting that Harry Potter inadvertently killed Professor Quirrell during a dispute. Given Harry Potter's identity as the chosen one, Sala's implication was unmistakable. Due to Harry Potter's status, the school had fabricated the narrative surrounding the protection of the Philosopher's Stone to shield him from suspicions of murder. After all, this was Dumbledore's domain. He could not openly accuse Dumbledore of bias in front of him, despite the Bach family's standing as Hogwarts board members. Sala's tactic was quite clever. He knew precisely where to draw the line and promptly ceased his insinuations. All the young wizards of Hogwarts turned their eyes toward Dumbledore, seemingly awaiting his response. It must be said that Theodore and Zabini were remarkably efficient. They orchestrated a scenario that subtly guided public opinion. There are always a few self-important young wizards who, believing they have uncovered a monumental secret, transform this intentional manipulation into a so-called truth, disseminating their perceived reality throughout the school. Are you suggesting that I and the entire faculty conspired to shield Harry Potter, fabricating the tale of his defense of the Philosopher's Stone to absolve him of suspicion for murder? Dumbledore smiled faintly. His years of wisdom rendered him perceptive enough to recognize the deliberate orchestration of public opinion. Without such guidance, it was improbable that such vehemently negative sentiments could have fermented so swiftly. However, he was no longer a reckless youth. Dumbledore remained remarkably composed, exuding a gentle demeanor. Observing Solar as one might a mere jester. I do not, sir. I merely seek to uncover the truth, Solar articulated slowly, a stark contrast to his usual impetuous self. Those who knew him well understood that his words had undoubtedly been meticulously coached. Yet, his sentiments resonated deeply within the hearts of the Slytherin students, who nodded in agreement. Harry Potter claimed to have safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone. Pray, where is that stone? Slytherin possesses both the capacity to seize victory and the grace to acknowledge defeat. Yet we cannot accept an ambiguous loss, Solar proclaimed, delivering stirring rhetoric. The entirety of Slytherin's young wizards promptly rose, echoing Solar's sentiments. Yet, this demand seemed a blatant affront to Dumbledore's dignity. Would Dumbledore dare to produce the Philosopher's Stone? Indeed, he would. Firstly, Voldemort was already aware that the stone resided with Dumbledore, and following Harry Potter's recent exploits, Voldemort was unlikely to return in the near future. Dumbledore need not concern himself with the stone's safety upon its revelation. Would other petty thieves covet the stone? That was a separate matter. After all, Dumbledore was the most formidable white wizard of his era. How could he possibly be bested by mere underlings? Ultimately, it all hinged upon Dumbledore's own desires. He contemplated deeply, reaching into his enchanted bag and clutching the Philosopher's Stone tightly. Presenting it now would be most advantageous, providing a pretext to reprimand Solar. This could further elevate Harry Potter's reputation, leveraging Solar's standing within Slytherin, although it might incur some damage to his authority as headmaster. Dumbledore perceived the benefits to outweigh the drawbacks. He initially intended to extract some concessions through dialogue, allowing Solar to bear some responsibility before revealing the stone. In that scenario, Dumbledore would emerge as an innocent victim, while Solar would be cast as the overbearing villain. Dumbledore, embodying both understanding and courtesy, exhibited no anger nor resentment towards the young wizard's disrespect. He would even present the Philosopher's Stone to substantiate his claims, thereby enhancing his reputation further. Moreover, this opportunity could facilitate the expulsion of the Bach family from Hogwarts Board of Governors, given that the Bach family had previously harbored a Death Eater. And with the Malfoy family already proving a considerable nuisance, the removal of the Bach family would be nothing short of a tremendous victory. As he inadvertently lowered his gaze, he was abruptly struck by the realization that the halo surrounding the Philosopher's Stone had dimmed. Dumbledore's mind erupted in chaos. The Philosopher's Stone was a counterfeit. When had it transformed into a forgery? Had Voldemort taken the genuine stone? Or was it the machination of the shadowy figure behind this incident? Dumbledore's thoughts were a tangled mess, but the most pressing concern was to address the current predicament. He had remained silent for far too long. There was an old adage that those who engage in politics possess tainted hearts. Although Dumbledore was no politician, it did not imply that his heart was devoid of blemish. Without hesitation, he cast a powerful confundus charm upon the now dull imitation. If one was so eager to know, then let them see. Harry Potter's reputation was not to be sullied. Dumbledore presented the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone before everyone. The young witches and wizards might have been oblivious to its true nature, but those well-versed in spells could discern the potent confusion spell that had been cast upon it. The charm was formidable, yet ill-suited. Even if they recognized it, what could they do? The ones who could see through it were all professors, the majority of whom stood behind Dumbledore. The sole exception, Professor Quirrell, lay deceased. Silence enveloped the hall. Salazar wished to continue speaking. Draco had previously made it clear that the Philosopher's Stone was a fraud. Salazar believed him. Dumbledore must have employed some form of trickery. Bach, it is time to cease. Upon witnessing Dumbledore reveal the false Philosopher's Stone, Draco discerned that the other professors remained unresponsive, and he understood that further entanglement was unnecessary. In any case, Dumbledore had already received his surprise. As for the matter of the House Cup, there was no need for concern. Once Dumbledore made this decision, the House Cup was already Slytherin's. Chapter 58. Tonight's House Cup belongs to Slytherin. Salazar looked at Draco in confusion. Hadn't he been the one insisting on a steadfast resistance against Dumbledore from the very beginning? Why was he now retreating? Salazar fell silent, but did not take a seat. Instead, he maintained a stance of confrontation with Dumbledore. The authenticity of this matter was indisputable. If one did not trust the school's rumors, one should at least believe the Ministry of Magic's investigation. This was my oversight, neglecting the school's public opinion, which allowed those with ill intentions to seize the opportunity. Dumbledore decisively established the current situation. All the professors gazed at Dumbledore, many displaying expressions of astonishment. While they indeed stood with Dumbledore, it did not mean they condoned his actions. The skepticism in Professor Snape's eyes was nearly overflowing. He had begun to harbor doubts about whether Dumbledore was deliberately using Slytherin as a stepping stone, treading upon their faces to elevate Harry Potter's reputation. Professor Snape, also of Slytherin lineage, had always been vigilant regarding the honor of his house. Dumbledore was no fool. He undoubtedly understood that extreme oppression would only incite rebellion. Thus, when he resolved to safeguard Harry Potter's reputation, he was simultaneously prepared to relinquish the honor of the House Cup to Slytherin. In essence, this was a transaction of interests. Dumbledore exchanged his long-held influence for Harry Potter's esteem and dignity, compelling others to acquiesce. For no one could ascertain what actions Dumbledore might take when pushed to the brink. Thanks to the inquiries of young Bork, we are reminded that life necessitates courage. The audacity to question everything propels us forward, and for this, we shall award Slytherin an additional 20 points. Dumbledore's smile remained gentle, yet his gaze towards Salar was tinged with skepticism and scrutiny. For Harry Potter was among this year's young wizards, and Dumbledore would not allow any uncontrollable variables to emerge. Thus, he diligently acquainted himself with the background and personalities of each student, though his primary focus remained on Draco and Theodore. Nevertheless, he was still attentive to Salar Bork, whose impulsive and competitive nature was evident. The words being spoken were clearly not those that Salar could articulate independently. Dumbledore was intrigued to discern who was advising Salar from the shadows. Could Voldemort's influence have infiltrated Hogwarts once more? It seemed unlikely, as the methods employed thus far indicated a divergence from Voldemort's direct confrontational style. This individual had cleverly thrust Salar into the spotlight while remaining hidden themselves. Consequently, after recalculating, it was confirmed that the House Cups still belonged to the young wizards of Slytherin. Let us extend our congratulations to Slytherin, Dumbledore proclaimed without hesitation. In truth, he cared little for which house claimed the cup. Having endured numerous trials, how could he be concerned about such a trifling accolade? What mattered more to him was the individual who had compelled him to take a step back. Was the true Philosopher's Stone also in this person's possession? Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, the Slytherin students erupted in jubilant cheers. Who could comprehend the emotional roller coaster of participating in a House Cup celebration? Initially fearing the loss of a year's worth of efforts, only to find fortune smiling upon them once more, many Slytherin wizards regarded Salar Bork with admiration. And such actions had undoubtedly earned him a measure of prestige within Slytherin, even surpassing that of Draco. However, Draco was utterly indifferent. Having a visible target before him was merely conducive to clandestine manipulation. In contrast, the Gryffindors were somewhat disheartened. Losing the coveted House Cup was an unsettling experience for anyone. Yet, Harry Potter was drenched in cold sweat. He had surmised that Dumbledore would deliberately award them points, but he had not anticipated that Dumbledore would return the House Cup to Slytherin. This could only signify one thing. Salazar Slytherin's claims were indeed valid. Dumbledore had merely employed some form of misdirection to deceive everyone. Alternatively, he might not have needed any illusion at all, as the young wizards were unfamiliar with the Philosopher's Stone. The professors stood firmly alongside Dumbledore, regardless of the veracity of the matter, as long as Dumbledore proclaimed it true. They would not dare to expose him. Moreover, this served as bait, intended to draw out the puppet master behind Salazar. Indeed, even Harry believed that someone was orchestrating events behind Salazar's fate, should Salazar choose to unveil him. He would need to prove that the Philosopher's Stone in Dumbledore's possession was a counterfeit. If Salazar were to accomplish this, he could directly pinpoint his benefactor within the Great Hall. The process of validating the authenticity of the Philosopher's Stone was intricate, with merely a slight manipulation from Dumbledore. Salazar would encounter numerous unforeseen complications. When faced with insurmountable challenges, he would inevitably seek assistance from his unseen ally, leading to a situation ripe for entrapment. Yet, what truly sent a chill down Harry's spine was the genuine whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore clearly seemed unaware of its counterfeit nature. Otherwise, such a predicament would not have arisen. Whose possession was the stone in? Was it in the grasp of Salazar's accomplice, Voldemort? If it were indeed Voldemort, that posed a grave dilemma. Did this not imply that Voldemort could soon be resurrected? Did it not suggest that Harry's days of tranquility were swiftly drawing to a close? Did it not indicate that he might soon be thrust onto the battlefield as mere fodder at Dumbledore's behest? Harry, gripped by uncertainty, felt a surge of panic. His emotional turmoil was so palpable that even Ron Weasley noticed. For this reason, Dumbledore took the time to counsel Harry before he departed. Were it not for Harry's innate ability to mask his feelings, he would surely have revealed his distress. Of course, these matters would unfold later. The young wizards continued to revel in their House Cup celebration. Except for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, the rest of the houses were jubilant. Slytherin retained its first place standing, and Gryffindor had managed to escape the ignominy of being last. The truly unfortunate were Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, who collectively fell behind. Nevertheless, the Badgers and Eagles were not of a petty disposition. They quickly adjusted and immersed themselves in the joy of returning home. After the banquet concluded, the young wizards each returned to their respective abodes. Draco could distinctly sense numerous gazes fixed intently upon Salazar. Certain matters required resolution. The loose ends must be meticulously tied up. Draco discreetly reached out to Salazar, summoning him to a secluded alley, away from prying eyes. Salazar, too, had much to convey to Draco. He wished to inquire why Draco had wavered during the banquet, why he had not pressed his advantage. Had it not been for a sliver of conscience within Dumbledore, their coveted house cup would surely have been forfeited to Gryffindor. Thus, when Draco extended the invitation, Salazar promptly accepted. Chapter 59, the conclusion. Did anyone notice our meeting? Draco had already arrived, observing Salazar's tardy approach, leaning casually against the wall with a smile. No, I've been exceedingly cautious. No one will suspect a thing. Though Salazar exhibited a hint of recklessness, he was far from foolish. As a scion of a pureblood family, his senses remained quite acute. He had indeed noticed the multitude of eyes upon him, compelling him to tread carefully. After all, emerging from an alchemical lineage, he surely possessed a few concealed treasures of his own. Draco, why did you prevent me from pursuing further inquiries during the House Cup banquet? You claimed that the magical stone in Dumbledore's possession was a counterfeit. If Dumbledore had not awarded me points, would we not have surrendered the House Cup to Gryffindor? Salazar's temper flared as he glared at Draco, perplexed by the latter's previous decision. We are indeed aware that the stone is a sham. But how do you intend to substantiate that claim? When Draco had conversed with Salazar, he had employed techniques of hypnosis and brainwashing to compel Salazar to accept the notion of the stone's falsity, yet he had not divulged how to demonstrate its inauthenticity. In truth, Draco had never intended to prove the stone's veracity during the House Cup. Isn't the stone capable of transmutation? One need only chip a fragment and apply it to an object to ascertain its nature. Salazar immediately countered, though his reasoning was somewhat naive. However, potent confusion spells could easily obfuscate the results. Do you think Dumbledore would refrain from casting such spells during your experiment? Dumbledore's willingness to employ confusion spells in a public setting indicated his utter disregard for detection. Even if Salazar insisted on verification, he might well fail to yield any results, leaving Slytherin in a precarious position. Do you believe that Dumbledore's return of the House Cup to Slytherin signifies the end of the matter? His act of restoring the House Cup merely underscores his culpability. Any mildly astute wizard could discern this fact. Of course, those with even a modicum of intelligence are predominantly found among the upper years. It is precisely because they are in their senior years that it is advantageous. By the time Voldemort fully reemerges into the world, those young wizards will have already entered the magical realm and commenced their careers, perfectly positioned to serve as pawns in the restoration of order within the magical community. The current means must be utilized to thoroughly indoctrinate them, ensuring they can be manipulated when that time arrives. However, Sorrel appears to harbor some reluctance. Though he himself cannot articulate a coherent rationale, he merely expresses doubt. There is no room for doubt, Sorrel. Do not forget that Professor Snape is the staunchest protector of our house. He would never jeopardize the honor of his own institution, as long as Professor Snape remains. Dumbledore will certainly not disregard Snape's dignity. The House Cup is destined to be ours. Dumbledore still relies on Snape for certain matters and would not provoke him over trivial issues. Moreover, the House Cup is of negligible significance to Dumbledore. Should Harry Potter lack the House Cup, they can easily fabricate another accolade for him. It is not an absolute necessity. To sacrifice an ally for a trivial honor is a most foolish course of action. Have you not considered that Professor Snape is merely a head of house, an ordinary professor? What if Dumbledore chooses not to show him the respect he deserves? Sorrel is filled with ire, seeking to vent his frustrations. There is no such what if, Sorrel. There is no need for such worry. Dumbledore presently cannot do without Professor Snape. Draco interjected, suddenly having a thought, and turned to Sorrel. By the way, regarding our earlier conversation about the House Cup, have you disclosed this to anyone, or has our itinerary been revealed to others? Dumbledore must already be harboring suspicions, and we must ensure that no one else speaks of it. If we leave any loose ends, it would be all too easy for him to trace back to us, especially considering Dumbledore's ability to read minds. The reason he refrained from probing in the Great Hall was due to the sheer number of people present, which could tarnish his reputation and hinder his subsequent actions. However, this does not imply he would not privately summon individuals to conduct mind reading. Draco need not ponder this. Young wizards like Sorrel undoubtedly lack adequate mental defenses. Sorrel might struggle to guard against Draco, let alone Dumbledore. I have not informed anyone. You specifically stated it was a confidential operation, not to be disclosed to anyone, as I too wish to catch them by surprise. Sorrel contemplated this carefully and confirmed that he had indeed not spoken to anyone else. He had been thoroughly brainwashed by Draco, fixated solely on exposing Dumbledore and dedicating himself to the honor of Slytherin. Do not reveal anything to anyone. We must maintain the element of surprise. That is well. for it prevents them from easily tracing back to me. Draco chuckled softly as he raised his wand, casting a forgetfulness charm upon Solar, erasing all memories related to their discussions about the House Cup. He then employed his own unique incantation, placing a binding enchantment within Solar's mind to prevent anyone from dispelling the forgetfulness charm. As a novice wizard, Solar could not withstand the effects of the charm and promptly fainted. Draco, taking it upon himself, discreetly carried him back, ensuring his return. Solar was fortunate to live alone, as this year, the Slytherin contingent consisted of an odd number of young wizards, leaving him without a roommate. This circumstance was precisely why Draco had chosen him. It was remarkably convenient. Furthermore, Draco intended to continue selecting him in the future. By erasing Solar's memories of the House Cup, Draco ensured that Solar still owed him 2 favors. Previously, Solar had intended to repay these favors through his involvement in the House Cup, but with his memories erased, he remained unaware of his debt to Draco. However, it was likely that Draco would not call upon these favors in the immediate future, as many eyes were still upon Solar. As anticipated, the day before their return, Solar was summoned to Dumbledore's office, where he remained for an extended period. Clearly, he had not divulged any pertinent information. Otherwise, he would not have emerged with such a perplexed expression, or perhaps he would not have emerged at all. The only lead regarding the matter had been severed with Solar, indicating that this chapter was nearing its conclusion. Nevertheless, the surveillance surrounding Solar was unlikely to be lifted, as no one could predict whether the orchestrator behind these events would seek him out again, despite the slim likelihood of such an occurrence. Given the meticulous nature of the unseen antagonist, it seemed improbable that they would commit such a blunder. However, Dumbledore, being exceedingly cautious, would not overlook any opportunity to apprehend the party responsible. That said, the number of individuals surrounding Solar had indeed diminished significantly, though this was largely unrelated to Draco. As the entire school was well aware of their tenuous relationship, the young wizards continued their lives as usual, soon embarking on their journey home. Draco's companions remained intent on gathering in the Malfoy box, yet Draco, Theodore, and Zabini clearly harbored other secrets, opting to exclude everyone else and occupy the box in solitude. Draco, regarding that business you mentioned earlier, I have thoroughly examined it. It promises to yield substantial profits, but the Zabini family cannot partake in such an endeavor. Zabini had initially thought that Draco's proposition was merely a standard business opportunity. After all, Draco is merely a young wizard, and the mindset of a child is often quite limited, rendering them incapable of devising lucrative business ventures. Initially, he felt compelled to assist Draco solely out of friendship, witnessing him ensnared in the depths of despair. It was only after he genuinely tested and comprehended the product's functionalities that he suddenly realized its immense profitability. Greed can propel individuals to unthinkable extremes. When faced with substantial gains, they may resort to heinous acts. Although the Zabini family is considered pureblood and possesses a considerable fortune, their wealth is derived from the inheritance left by each of his mother's husbands. While they do have an extensive business network, neither his mother nor he possesses the prowess to sustain it, at least not at present. Should this opportunity manifest, the Zabini family alone would be unable to manage it. This would not merely aid Draco but would lead to their own downfall, dragging the Zabini family into the Malfoy family's demise. Zabini hesitated, understanding the implications. The Zabini family alone would not suffice. If combined with the Parkinsons, Greengrasses, Malfoys, and not, it would be adequate. Draco had already contemplated this. The Zabini family alone would undoubtedly fall short. Hadn't you mentioned that the Malfoy family was already under scrutiny? Can they not intervene in this matter? Zabini was perplexed, recalling that it was he who had previously asserted the Malfoys should not be involved, yet now he was expected to leverage the Malfoy family as a bastion of support. Was this not contradictory? If the Malfoy family were indeed capable of managing this independently, why would they assign such responsibility to the Zabinis? I have heard that within your mother's estate lies a mine containing rare alchemical materials, which piques my interest in alchemy. Perhaps we could establish a permanent mutual assistance agreement utilizing this mine. In truth, the Zabinis lack any adept practitioners of alchemy. Logically, they should not possess a mine rich in alchemical materials. However, given that Mrs. Zabini has had numerous husbands, their inherited assets are diverse and eclectic. Unfortunately, due to Zabini's youth and his mother's limited business acumen, many of these resources have been neglected. For instance, the mine Draco mentioned is merely left idle, occasionally yielding some materials for sale. Draco's insinuation was for Zabini to relinquish this mine to the Malfoy family, thereby securing their unwavering support through this exchange of benefits. In essence, it was a veiled attempt to covet their mine while cloaked in the guise of assistance. You should contemplate this seriously, as it would be a permanent decision. Draco paused, allowing silence to envelop the atmosphere as he awaited Zabini's deliberation. Time ages us all, including Mrs. Zabini. Even Zabini himself may question who would safeguard their vast fortune should his mother not take another husband. Merely relying on Zabini's current abilities, coupled with those of his mother, renders them incapable of safeguarding their inherited wealth. They are akin to children clutching gold, unwittingly courting disaster. Should Draco's assertions prove true, Zabini might secure a commitment from the Malfoy family by sacrificing something of little consequence. This would grant him a strategic advantage, even in the absence of protection. The Malfoy family would serve as a formidable ally. As long as the Malfoy family remains intact, it is unlikely anyone would deliberately target him. However, if the Malfoy family were to align with Voldemort and the latter were to falter, it would merely entail severing ties with them, as the sacrifice would amount to nothing more than an inconsequential mine. This matter requires further contemplation, as I am unable to make an immediate decision. Zabini hesitated, his underlying implication being his uncertainty regarding the validity of Draco's promise. He also could not ascertain whether Draco might renege on their agreement or if the Malfoy family would accept benefits without fulfilling their part of the bargain. Presently, the likelihood of a breach of contract seems minimal. Draco's desire for assistance would facilitate the arrangement. Yet, should his venture fail, or should he fail to assist Draco in executing the deal, would their transaction still hold? Draco observed Zabini's reaction, a faint smile gracing his lips, fully aware of the young wizard's inner turmoil. Without hesitation, he removed a necklace from around his neck. This necklace, seemingly ordinary, was adorned with simple gems, the only remarkable feature being the Malfoy family crest intricately engraved within one of the stones. He placed the necklace upon the table, declaring, "This is my sincerity." The Malfoy family upholds a principle of familial loyalty, where each member possesses a personal token. Thus, should anyone present such a token when seeking aid, barring unforeseen circumstances, assistance is highly probable. This serves as Draco's guarantee to Zabini. Zabini gazed at the table for an extended period, remaining silent, while Draco quietly left the necklace undisturbed, enveloping the compartment in a profound silence. Theodore glanced at the standoff between the two but chose to disregard it, exiting the Malfoy compartment. The atmosphere within remained unsettlingly quiet, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Draco understood that Zabini was deep in thought. Once a choice was made, there would be no turning back. The train would soon reach its destination, and just as Draco lamented Zabini's potential decision to forego the opportunity, Zabini unexpectedly retrieved the necklace from the table just before disembarking. Chapter 61, Indirect Approaches. Draco smiled faintly, clearly pleased with the outcome. Upon exiting the train, he was greeted by his father and Dobby, though his mother was conspicuously absent. Draco turned to glance back at the Hogwarts Express, his eyes reflecting a depth of thought, the nature of which remained a mystery. Upon returning home, he found Narcissa engrossed in a book in the garden. Upon seeing Draco, she immediately rose to her feet, her face brimming with joy as she gazed at him. "Mother." Draco maintained his youthful demeanor, and upon spotting Narcissa, he called out and rushed into her embrace. "Little dragon, how has your term at Hogwarts been? I heard that some incidents have occurred at your school." Narcissa looked at Draco with a hint of concern. News from the Ministry of Magic indicated that Voldemort's followers had infiltrated Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Narcissa was apprehensive that Draco might find himself caught in the crossfire or suffer harm. "Yes, but the truth of it remains uncertain. Some say that Harry Potter protected the stone, even vanquishing Professor Quirrell, and drove away the mysterious figure." Draco paused, casting a furtive glance at Narcissa and Lucius for their reactions. The two appeared relatively calm, clearly having received prior information. This was, after all, a widely circulated account in the magical community. Naturally, another version of events was prevalent within Hogwarts. However, there were also whispers suggesting that Harry Potter, disliking Quirrell, had slain him, but the school administration, mindful of Potter's status as the chosen one, fabricated this lie. Draco's words utterly astonished Narcissa and Lucius. They were more inclined to believe the former narrative, as it aligned more closely with their understanding and knowledge of Voldemort. Should the latter account prove true, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a brief glance, their eyes communicating swiftly. "Which version do you believe?" Rarely do opposing forces stand on equal footing. Typically, one prevails over the other. The quantity of rumors is of little importance. What truly matters is which narrative garners wider belief and possesses the power to persuade others. This insight could illuminate certain truths. Certainly, the second version. Salazar Slytherin specifically challenged Professor Dumbledore during the House Cup. This issue falls squarely on Dumbledore himself. Previously, he unjustly awarded points to Gryffindor, attempting to hand the House Cup, rightfully belonging to Slytherin, to Gryffindor, which prompted Salazar to confront him. This forced Dumbledore to produce the Philosopher's Stone to vindicate himself. Fortunately, in the end, Dumbledore also awarded points to Salazar, ensuring that the House Cup remained with Slytherin. Lucius, astonished, had not anticipated that so many events had transpired at Hogwarts. As a governor of the school, his lack of awareness indicated that Dumbledore had effectively stifled the rumors. He and Narcissa exchanged another knowing look, quickly realizing that there were others working behind the scenes against Dumbledore. Salazar was likely a pawn, but the ultimate aim was to undermine Dumbledore. Draco's intention in revealing this matter to Lucius was not merely to inform him of a new tumultuous presence at Hogwarts, but rather to caution him. The emergence of such a potent individual at Hogwarts would inevitably prompt Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic to take decisive action. He sought to alert Lucius to address these matters promptly, without indulging in any false sense of security, for the impending search within the magical realm would be unprecedented. Furthermore, he was eager to ascertain the whereabouts of Riddle's diary. As Draco understood it, Riddle's journal was the first Horcrux created by Voldemort, and during the act of soul-splitting, he likely lacked the utmost caution. The soul contained within this Horcrux would be the most substantial, making it an ideal pawn. Lucius, not one to be easily deceived, swiftly inquired about the crux of the matter. How was Salazar faring? Understanding the future dynamics within the Ministry could be gauged by Dumbledore's attitude towards Salazar. As a pivotal figure, if Dumbledore held a favorable disposition towards him, there would be little cause for concern. Conversely, if Dumbledore approached Salazar with caution, it would necessitate further contemplation of more intricate issues. I am unaware. All I know is that upon his return, he was specifically summoned to Dumbledore's office, appearing somewhat dazed. Despite Draco's claims of ignorance, he inadvertently disclosed all pertinent information. The young wizard's constitution remained exceedingly fragile, making it easy for spells to induce a state of disorientation. Thus, such disorientation could serve as a criterion for determining whether a young wizard had been subjected to the Imperius Curse. After all, a master of the Imperius Curse would be adept at concealing their actions, allowing only subtle hints through the state of the afflicted. Has Salazar returned home? Is Mr. Fox still nagging about him? Lucius feigned concern for Salazar's safety. Salazar has indeed returned. He accompanied me, Draco replied, maintaining an innocent facade, as if oblivious to Lucius's insinuations. Father, did you not see him when you came to fetch me? This indicated that Dumbledore had yet to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the events. Had he identified the perpetrator, he would surely have detained Salazar. Nevertheless, it also indicated that Draco needed to expedite the removal of the illicit items stored within Malfoy Manor, as the impending turmoil could be particularly significant. Chapter 62, Benevolent Parents. Noticing that Lucius had grasped his meaning, Draco chose to refrain from further elaboration, aware that excessive words could lead to complications. Father, why the sudden interest in Salazar? You are aware that we do not see eye to eye, Draco retorted, feigning anger as he turned away from Lucius. Was it because of the previous incident with the head of Slytherin? Have you not already triumphed? You have handled the matter splendidly. Lucius gazed at Draco with a smile. Ignoring his petulance, he had not anticipated that his son would exhibit such maturity in dealing with affairs. In his mind, Draco was merely a spoiled young master. He had not expected him to assume the position of head of Slytherin's first year. However, he still harbored disdain. Draco huffed, neither denying Lucius's assertion nor concealing his dissatisfaction. He slightly lowered his gaze, veiling the complexity within his eyes. He had not disclosed the provocation from Salazar to Lucius in his correspondence. He merely informed Lucius that someone had challenged him, and that he had triumphed, thereby becoming the head of Slytherin, without specifying that the challenger was Salazar Black. Yet today, Lucius had accurately revealed that the one who provoked him was Salazar, indicating that he had informants within Slytherin. Based on Draco's speculation, it was likely Crabbe and Goyle. It seemed prudent to avoid them in the future. Very well, Draco, your mother has just prepared some apple pie for you to taste, Lucius stated. Not wishing to indulge Draco's unreasonable antics, he casually mentioned a few matters to divert Draco's attention. Draco understood that Lucius had gleaned some information from his deliberately revealed words, and was now preparing to discuss the whereabouts of those dark magical artifacts with Narcissa. All right. Draco nodded and departed, accompanied by Dobby. Yes, Draco was aware they intended to discuss matters, and had purposely sent Dobby away. They conversed for an extended period. Yet when they returned, their faces bore no unusual expressions. What they discussed could be surmised. It was likely about the current situation, Voldemort, and the future of the dark magical artifacts. Draco was indifferent to these matters. Father, I have recently developed a fascination with alchemy. May I borrow the alchemy room that grandfather left behind? Draco exclaimed, rushing towards Lucius with bright eyes. Lucius was typically reluctant to deny Draco's requests, and this time was no exception. Very well, but when did you take an interest in alchemy? Lucius inquired, surprised that his son possessed such a penchant for a discipline often deemed tedious. I stumbled upon a book on alchemy by chance. It is utterly fascinating. If I study alchemy, I could surely create many beautiful gems for Mother, Draco said, seamlessly transitioning the conversation to Narcissa. He was aware of the bond between Lucius and Narcissa, and as soon as her name was mentioned, Lucius fell silent. All right, but the alchemical materials in the manor are somewhat lacking. Lucius remained the quintessential stern father. Draco adhered to his every word. The Zabini family possesses a mine, he declared. Confident in his assertion, despite the lack of any alchemical pursuits within their household. Draco spoke nonchalantly, as if certain of the bond he shared with Zabini. Lucius, however, appeared taken aback by Draco's reaction. While he was aware of Draco's amicable relationship with Zabini, he had not anticipated such depth of camaraderie. "Have you discussed this matter with Zabini?" Lucius inquired, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, yet Draco could discern a flicker of seriousness in his father's gaze. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, Zabini was his friend. He had bestowed upon Draco the emblem of his family. Thus, possessing that token, the mine would rightfully belong to him. Draco pounded his chest in assurance. Looking beyond mere appearances reveals a more intricate reality. This situation was, in essence, a unilateral decision rather than a trivial matter. In the wizarding world, the entanglements of pureblood families run exceedingly deep. Each pureblood family engages in business relationships, which may also harbor rivalries. A precarious equilibrium exists among the various pureblood families. Should Draco suddenly and inexplicably accept the mine returned by Zabini, it would signify an alliance in the eyes of others, thereby jeopardizing this delicate balance. After all, the vast wealth of the Zabini family had already attracted the covetous eyes of many predators, including the Malfoy family. Had Draco remained silent, it would have been preferable, now that his words had been uttered, as the future heir of the Malfoy lineage. He could not afford to retract them. This implied an enforced alliance between the two families. Draco's statements effectively coerced Lucius into acknowledging Zabini as an ally. The Zabini family, despite its wealth, lacked any individual capable of sustaining their legacy, rendering them a rather inadequate ally. However, given the circumstances, acceptance was the only course of action. Rather than veiling their intentions, it was wiser to boldly exhibit strength before all pureblood families. "I understand. However, such matters should not be determined by children. I will have a serious discussion with his mother. Should you ever act in this manner again, Draco, I shall confiscate all your sweets." Lucius remarked with a semblance of seriousness, his tone far from pleasant, resorting to the threat of candy confiscation against Draco. "Ah, very well, I understand. I won't do it again. Father, please don't take my sweets," Draco replied, his head bowed in displeasure, quietly retreating to his room. "Look, the little dragon did not intend any harm. He is but a child, unaware of the complexities at play. It is merely a mine, and the Malfoy family can certainly bear it." Narcissa, perceiving Lucius's ire, promptly interjected with words of counsel. Indeed, Draco's previous demeanor of defiance was a product of his parents' indulgence. The young dragon had exhibited a certain capriciousness. Had he not managed affairs at Hogwarts quite adeptly? It seems he requires further refinement to cultivate a more composed disposition. "I have heard whispers of a new defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts. Perhaps we could engage them as a tutor for Draco? What do you think?" As Lucius gazed at Narcissa, a hint of inquiry flickered in his eyes. She had initially contemplated acquiescence, but suddenly recalled Draco's pursuits in alchemy, leading her to hesitate. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow him some time. Did he not express a desire to experiment with alchemy? Let him tinker for a few more days. And if no results materialize, we may seek a tutor thereafter. Lucius nodded, refraining from further comment. Life continued to unfold. However, as night descended, circumstances shifted. Lucius sought to conceal from Draco the transportation of dark artifacts from the manor, opting for the cover of night. Unbeknownst to him, Draco possessed a deeper understanding of his father's intentions than he had anticipated. Draped in his own invisibility cloak, Draco had already stationed himself at the staircase, poised to intercept Lucius. This staircase served as the nexus to all locations within the manor, regardless of Lucius's point of departure. Draco would be the first to discern and hasten towards him. Patiently, Draco awaited at his post, silently contemplating his thoughts as the night deepened. It was only when Lucius emerged from his chamber, making his way to the study, that Draco comprehended his father's intent. As the former de facto master of Malfoy Manor, Draco was aware of the hidden chamber within the study. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied with various matters at home and had never ventured into the chamber to discover what lay within. As Lucius approached, Draco stealthily followed. Instead of immediately accessing the hidden chamber, Lucius rummaged through his bookshelf. Draco, puzzled by his father's actions, lifted his gaze and was struck by a sense of familiarity with a particular notebook nestled in the far corner of the shelf. He could not help but admire his father's cunning. The most perilous locations often serve as the safest. Here, in plain sight, lay a tattered notebook. Yet no one suspected it to be one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The Wizarding World had visited their home for inspections before, but had never uncovered this artifact. Now, spurred by Draco's reminder, Lucius felt a twinge of unease regarding its location and resolved to relocate it to the hidden chamber within the study. The chamber's password remained a closely guarded secret, known only to each head of the Malfoy family. Draco once held the title of head of the Malfoy family. Thus, he possessed the knowledge of the password to the Chamber of Secrets. After observing Lucius depart completely, he stealthily returned to the chamber to retrieve the notebook. He casually took another similar, tattered notebook and returned it to its place, ensuring that Lucius would not discover his absence upon returning for inspection. This particular notebook appeared quite dilapidated, yet upon handling it, one would experience an unsettling chill, a cold that penetrated to the very marrow. Draco proceeded with caution, having enveloped his room in several layers of soundproofing before daring to open the notebook. The pages were predominantly blank, devoid of any notes. Draco nearly convinced himself he had erred. The fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within this notebook was minimal, or perhaps it had not developed its own consciousness. Puzzled, he examined the notebook, acutely aware that it seemed to thirst for his life force. In a desperate act, he seized a pen and began to write within its pages. "I am Draco Malfoy." To his astonishment, another script materialized upon the page. Success. The handwriting was exquisite, radiating brilliance. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle." Upon reading this line, Draco could not help but smirk. "I have found you, my esteemed master, the foolish Lord Voldemort." While Draco contemplated how to ensnare Riddle further, another line of text appeared on the page. "You bear the surname Malfoy? What is your relation to Abraxas Malfoy?" Draco had not anticipated the conversation would veer towards Abraxas Malfoy, yet this was fortuitous, alleviating his need to introduce the topic himself. "He is my grandfather. I hold the Dark Lord in great respect." After responding to Riddle's inquiry, Draco proceeded straightforwardly. The diary had been subtly siphoning his life force. Although the amount was minimal, it remained a concern. Who could ascertain the consequences of such an absorption? For instance, Ginny Weasley, Harry Potter's wife in a previous life, had her vitality drained, resulting in her diminished intellect, making her an easy target for Potter. Here he was, merely a 12-year-old wizard, with nothing more vital than his current physical state. He could manage others with ease. They could not hope to rival his prowess. "Do you know me?" "Certainly. The Malfoy family has always been among the Dark Lord's most loyal followers. My grandfather was, my father is, and I am as well. The Dark Lord entrusted you to us, which is ample proof of our loyalty." Draco unabashedly flattered. This also clarified his position. The diary remained silent for a moment, as if deliberating the veracity of Draco's words. "So what brings you to seek me? I surmise that you must possess a form akin to a soul. I am captivated by alchemy and have stumbled upon something intriguing. Once a certain level is attained and one possesses a soul, resurrection becomes a possibility." When Draco articulated this notion, he paused slightly to gauge the diary's reaction. The diary remained unresponsive, appearing contemplative, as if questioning Draco's assertions. "I understand you may find my words hard to believe. However, I have pilfered the Philosopher's Stone. With its enhancement, success is assured." The moment this thought crossed my mind, I hasten to inform you. If you agree, I shall act immediately. Draco's sincerity was palpable. As the bait was nearly set, he refrained from pressing further, exercising remarkable patience. The journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. "How old are you?" Riddle clearly exhibited skepticism towards Draco, yet a desire to experiment lingered. This sentiment hinted at his curiosity regarding Draco's discovery and suggested the existence of a soul. Nevertheless, doubt shadowed his thoughts about Draco's revelation. "Age does not equate to power. Sir, I assure you, I am the only one capable of this. Please believe in me. If I fail, I willingly accept the consequences." Draco tactfully sidestepped the topic of his age. The diary had languished for so long that its remaining energy was scarce. Should it coalesce a soul, it would signify that escape was futile, leaving it utterly at Draco's mercy. Simultaneously, Draco's words subtly conveyed to Riddle that he should refrain from siphoning his life force, as these matters were solely within his purview. "If I were to perish, your chances of resurrection would vanish entirely. As for the consequences, they are mere specters." Voldemort remained oblivious to the dialogue shared between him and Riddle. Even if he wished to recount it to Voldemort, he would first need to survive the encounter. Chapter 64. Your sincerity. Demonstrate your sincerity, Malfoy. Do not merely speak without substance. After the diary echoed this sentiment once more, it fell silent. The diary's owner, Riddle, was astute enough to grasp the implications of Draco's words. Consequently, the diary ceased to absorb Draco's life force, lying still like an ordinary journal. "I shall not disappoint your expectations." Draco painted an ambitious picture for Riddle, yet in truth, he had only issued a rallying cry, having accomplished nothing thus far. However, with the test subject secured, inaction was no longer an option. Thus, during dinner the following evening, Draco adopted an urgency that was unmistakable, eagerly embarking on his alchemical journey. Transmuting gemstones proved a straightforward endeavor. Within minutes, he had refined enough to appease Narcissa's demands. However, the creation of humanoid forms was far more intricate. Humanity is an exceedingly complex tapestry. Every place possesses its unique characteristics. The bones, muscles, and skin vary significantly. The human body is truly a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Each joint within the body serves a remarkable purpose. It is not to suggest that Draco lacks the capability to create. Rather, If one aspires to forge an alchemical body that genuinely emulates human functionality, it is an endeavor that cannot be accomplished in a brief span. However, constrained by the limited duration of the holiday, Draco must hastily concoct a humanoid alchemical body to appease Riddle. This alchemical figure, while externally resembling a human, is fundamentally a shoddy construction. Yet, this is of little consequence, for Riddle cannot accurately perceive the inner workings of the alchemical body. As long as it appears satisfactory, there is no cause for concern. After all, it is merely a first experiment, and Draco never anticipated immediate success. On a similarly chosen deep night, Draco ventured into Abraxas's alchemical chamber, carrying Riddle's diary. The chamber was expansive, a fitting reflection of the Malfoy estate's preference for grandeur. Within lay a bed-like structure, assembled from wooden planks, upon which rested a lifeless male form. The features were exquisitely refined, and the stature appeared notably tall. This was the embodiment Draco had meticulously crafted for Riddle. The notorious Voldemort was rumored to possess striking good looks, and most of his followers were similarly attractive. Regardless of the veracity of these tales, Draco treated them as truth. He feared Riddle might discern the crude nature of the body, which was merely a temporary solution, thus necessitating a flawless exterior to captivate Riddle's attention. As anticipated, Riddle made no peculiar discoveries. Perhaps his abilities were weaker than Draco had surmised, rendering him incapable of detection. "Dear Dark Lord, this is the body I have prepared for you. Should you agree, you may give it a try," Draco inscribed reverently in the diary. The diary offered no response, but suddenly slipped from Draco's grasp and fell to the ground. In the next moment, an inexplicable gust of wind filled the chamber. The diary flipped open, and a figure materialized unexpectedly. The silhouette appeared youthful, seemingly in their teens. Draco, already considered a handsome young wizard, felt overshadowed by this extreme beauty. Few could pinpoint any flaws in their appearance. Had no one informed him that Riddle hailed from the Muggle world, Draco might have assumed he was a noble of pure blood, for only aristocrats could exude such an air of distinction. Riddle, upon encountering the diminutive Draco, displayed a hint of surprise. He had never seen Draco with his own eyes. This was his first encounter with the young wizard. He had always assumed that the Draco he had heard about must be at least 16 years of age. Yet, upon realizing that this was merely a first-year student, no, now a second year, he felt a pang of surprise. "Welcome, my master, the great Dark Lord," Draco said, offering a slight bow. Yet he had no intention of kneeling or kissing his ankle. Such foolish thoughts were far from his mind. Primarily, he did not wish to show such deference to Riddle, who, in his eyes, was already a specter of the past. Riddle did not respond to Draco's words, but instead slowly approached the alchemical body before him. The figure shared a similarly tall stature and exquisite features, eliciting a sense of nostalgia from Riddle. How long had it been since he had possessed a body? How many years? Perhaps 40? He seemed to reminisce, his eyes revealing a depth not characteristic of his age. As long as the outcome proved favorable, waiting was indeed worthwhile. Draco had no time for idle chatter. He decided to be direct, pushing Riddle to comply, to obediently serve as his test subject. "Are you anxious?" Riddle paused, suddenly turning to meet Draco's gaze, which held a hint of inquiry. This lack of trust towards Draco, coupled with an awareness of Draco's impatience, sparked a fear of potential traps. As long as he had not fully entered that alchemical form, there was still time to retreat. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that there was still a chance to alter the situation. Fleeing was no longer an option. "Harry Potter is causing quite a stir at Hogwarts. This world still needs you. Do you not realize that since your departure, Hogwarts has been suppressing Slytherin? This time, they even intend to award the House Cup, rightfully belonging to Slytherin, to Gryffindor," Draco exclaimed, his indignation palpable. "Isn't it infuriating? Slytherin was leading by over 200 points. Yet Dumbledore concocted some baseless excuse to reclaim those points, allowing Gryffindor to surpass us." Draco refrained from mentioning that Slytherin ultimately secured the House Cup. Simply because a Gryffindor held the position of headmaster, simply because Dumbledore was in charge, did Slytherin have to endure such injustice? When you were present, such occurrences were unheard of. Now that you are gone, they ride roughshod over us. Draco appeared visibly agitated, filled with righteous anger and discontent towards Dumbledore's leadership. "I am indeed anxious. I refuse to let those foolish lions trample over us any longer. I want you to change this situation. I want you to teach that old coot Dumbledore a lesson." Draco admitted, his urgency now transparent. It was better to express his feelings directly than to risk revealing any weakness that might alert Riddle to his inner turmoil. Chapter 65. The Success of the Experiment. Riddle fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Draco, as if attempting to discern any sign of weakness in his eyes. Yet Draco remained resolute, betraying no hint of vulnerability. Though he was indeed anxious, it was not due to Gryffindor's bullying of Slytherin. Rather, it was Riddle's incessant procrastination that vexed him. The old fool, Dumbledore, had not anticipated that his oppression would extend to young wizards, yet Draco found a perverse satisfaction in this turn of events. Riddle seemed lost in thought. perhaps recalling how Dumbledore had employed magic on the very first day of his arrival. He spoke softly as he approached the alchemical body, his entire soul merging into it. After a moment of silence, Draco held his breath, his full attention on the gradual transformation of the alchemical form. 10 seconds, 20 seconds passed without any change. Just as Draco was on the verge of despair, the alchemical body suddenly opened its eyes and sat up. Success! This was Draco's immediate thought. With a soul inhabiting that alchemical form, rebirth was possible. Did this not imply that his beloved could also be resurrected? However, his joy was short-lived. An unforeseen occurrence transpired. Riddle barely managed to stir before collapsing back down. Even the soul that had just entered the alchemical body was forcibly expelled. He stood there, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Clearly, he had failed, yet his failure did not equate to the complete failure of the plan. If he could wield this body, it signified that he had achieved half of his goal. The remaining challenge lay in how to gain full control over this vessel. Of course, Draco's previous hasty construction of this body might have contributed to Riddle's inability to fully command it, though he would never admit this. My esteemed master, what seems to be the issue? Upon seeing you just now, you had already seized control of this body. Draco was indeed curious about the true cause, as understanding it would facilitate improvements. However, posing such inquiries at this juncture could be perceived as undermining Riddle's dignity. Riddle, being a clever individual, would naturally refrain from inviting discomfort upon himself at this moment. Draco had already sparked a glimmer of hope within him. As of now, all Riddle knew was that Draco had succeeded in crafting a body through alchemy to facilitate his resurrection. Controlling this form demands an immense amount of energy. My soul is far too weak to fully govern this body. He had yet to realize the underlying issues with the body itself, mistakenly attributing his struggles to a lack of control. This was only part of the truth. His soul was indeed very frail. Draco pondered deeply, as if contemplating a solution. He pondered for a prolonged duration. In truth, he had already devised a method, yet he still feigned the demeanor of a novice sorcerer, lowering his head in apparent helplessness. I apologize, my lord, for my inability to discover a suitable solution. He possessed considerable aptitude in alchemy, yet it is often preferable not to exhibit excessive talent in interpersonal matters. Having subordinates who are competent is advantageous, but if they surpass one's own capabilities, it becomes a cause for concern. If those subordinates are not only more skilled but also astute, the prospect of reclaiming authority may become elusive. Do not fret. I have already formulated a resolution. You need only convey this matter to your father. Riddle desired to converse privately with Lucius, yet despite the diary residing within Malfoy Manor, he had only encountered Draco and had never met Lucius. The young Malfoys exhibited remarkable prowess. One could only wonder if the adult Lucius might also present unexpected surprises. However, my father has recently taken my mother to oversee business affairs and will not return in the immediate future. It seems he cannot assist you at this time. Perhaps you should inform me of the matter, and I shall relay it to my father personally, urging him to come and assist you. Draco was reluctant to allow Riddle to converse with Lucius, for such an interaction would inevitably expose Draco. Growing up beneath Lucius's watchful gaze, Draco knew that while Lucius might not be fully aware of the extent of his skills, he would possess a general understanding. Even the most gifted individual could not, within a single term of study, cultivate a flawless alchemical physique. Nor would any audacious young sorcerer dare to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone in their first year. If Draco wished to remain within this household, he could not risk Riddle's meeting with Lucius, thus rendering such deceit unavoidable. Draco feigned a visage of shame, leaving Riddle at a loss for words. His spectral form was exceedingly frail, and uttering a few phrases had nearly exhausted him. Should he persist, he might very well succumb at that moment, rendering any notions of resurrection moot. My diary can replenish my vitality. You need only discreetly deliver it into the hands of someone you despise. The remainder shall be managed by me. After 1 year, you may reclaim the diary, and we shall proceed with our experiment. Riddle employed a clever ruse, refraining from disclosing that the diary could siphon life force. A revelation that would surely cause Draco to contemplate his own existence, resulting in potential complications. Unbeknownst to him, Draco had already grasped this truth and had devised countermeasures. Understood. I shall inform my father. Everything shall unfold as you envision. Draco astutely noted that Riddle intended for him to relinquish the diary to another rather than retain it himself. This signifies that Riddle has relinquished any intention of taking action against him and has chosen to place his complete trust in Draco, the fledgling second-year wizard. Do not seek me in idle moments. Return only when my specter has fully materialized, Riddle declared before vanishing. Draco comprehended that he could no longer endure the strain. After decades of depletion, even the strongest could not withstand. Robust individuals too succumb to the passage of time, and even the mightiest of souls may be diminished. Furthermore, having recently exerted magical energy within that dilapidated alchemical form, he had exhausted his reserves amassed over the years. Draco subtly returned the diary to his study. carefully restoring it to its designated place. He had no intention of broaching such matters with Lucius at this juncture. Should he bring it up, it would only sow seeds of suspicion in Lucius's mind. Recently, an intriguing occurrence had transpired in his memory, which would eventually facilitate the unfolding of events. Chapter 66. The Search Turmoil. Following this incident, Riddle became taciturn, and Draco tentatively scribbled a few lines in the diary, yet Riddle largely disregarded him. Riddle was disinclined to waste any further time with Draco. Conversing with him yielded no vitality to absorb, only serving to further diminish his own energy. While Riddle's tempest had indeed subsided, the upheaval within the Ministry of Magic persisted. Due to the disappearance of the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore, leveraging his connections, began to exert pressure on the Ministry officials. He refrained from disclosing the stone's vanishing, for it had always been in Dumbledore's possession, and he was the most formidable white wizard of the century. If the stone could vanish from his grasp, it would imply that the thief was an extraordinarily powerful adversary. Such news, once disseminated, would incite panic within the magical community. Dumbledore was acutely aware that Voldemort was poised to return. If the hearts of the magical populace were unsettled at that time, his chances of confronting Voldemort would be negligible. Thus, he commenced applying pressure on the ministry to dispatch Aurors to the old pureblood families to search for remnants of Voldemort's dark artifacts. This was merely an excuse to probe the pureblood families for any clues and ascertain whether they had colluded with the thief of the Philosopher's Stone. During this period, the pureblood families were engulfed in turmoil. It was not long before investigators arrived. The Malfoy estate was searched by Aurors, among whom was Weasley. It was well known that there existed a long-standing enmity between the Weasley and Malfoy families. An ancient adage states that those who know you best may not be yourself, but rather your adversaries. Therefore, as Dumbledore applied pressure to the magical community, he also insisted that Weasley accompany the search of the Malfoy manor. I apologize, Mr. Malfoy, but we have received an order from Minister Fudge to conduct a search of Malfoy Manor. I ask for your understanding, before we have conclusive evidence. And while Malfoy Manor still stands in its former glory, the Auror captain maintains a degree of courtesy towards Lucius. Lucius, in fact, had long been psychologically prepared for this eventuality. Although their arrival was abrupt, it did not leave him flustered. Naturally, as a member of the magical community, I am willing to cooperate fully with your actions, but I must warn you not to frighten my wife and child, or I shall lodge a complaint with Minister Fudge, which would leave you in a dire situation. Lucius's demeanor remains haughty, yet he is still compliant with the Auror's actions. Weasley appears somewhat astonished by the situation. The extent of dark magical artifacts within Malfoy Manor is known best to the Malfoy family, but Weasley might have an inkling as well. Lucius's calmness today raises questions. Has he perhaps made some other preparations? It seems unlikely, considering their sudden arrival. The Auror captain initially intended to head to the Knot estate, but opted for Malfoy Manor after heeding Weasley's suggestion along the way. Unless there is a traitor among the ranks, it is improbable that Lucius could have obtained any prior knowledge, which leaves only one conclusion. He is feigning composure. However, I do wonder why Weasley is part of the Auror team. Has he not been preoccupied with Muggle studies? What prompted this change? Lucius slowly approached Weasley, towering over him. Weasley maintained his innocent demeanor, glancing up at Lucius without offering any rebuttal. Mr. Malfoy, Weasley has been specially invited by Minister Fudge as an expert, the Auror captain interjected. Dumbledore specifically mentioned Weasley's expertise with dark artifacts, and his recommendation facilitated Weasley's inclusion in this operation. The captain quickly sought to alleviate Weasley's predicament, shifting the responsibility to Dumbledore. Knowing full well that Lucius could not confront Dumbledore about it, such a statement was beyond dispute. Nevertheless, as the head of this operation, he must bear the weight of responsibility. A hallmark of true leadership. Dumbledore? I never imagined the ministry had become Dumbledore's domain. Lucius scoffed softly but refrained from further comment. The approval from Minister Fudge indicates that there is little room for negotiation in this matter. After all, most of the illicit artifacts within his home have already been disposed of. Even Weasley's presence would be of little consequence. Draco stood nearby, his head bowed in contemplation. Dumbledore's recommendation of Weasley to the Auror team is clearly a strategic move aimed squarely at Malfoy Manor. Weasley and Malfoy have long harbored animosities towards one another, and Malfoy possesses an extraordinary understanding of the Malfoy lineage. Had he inadvertently revealed any telltale signs that might incite Dumbledore's suspicion? Draco scrutinized the members of the Auror team. Suddenly taken aback, this Auror team had been meticulously selected, with most members possessing an intimate knowledge of pureblood families. It appeared that the incident surrounding the Philosopher's Stone had indeed profoundly shocked Dumbledore, but this astonishment was not solely directed at the Malfoy family. It was aimed at all pureblood families that could potentially have connections with Slytherin. The notion that a mere first-year wizard like Slytherin could become an agent of the mysterious figure raised concerns that other first-year pureblood wizards might also serve in a similar capacity, prompting Dumbledore to spare none. Naturally, Matters concerning the Ministry of Magic were to be decided by Minister Fudge, and if it suited Mr. Malfoy's convenience, we shall commence. The Auror Captain, being a member of the Ministry, could hardly align himself with Dumbledore's interests and would, of course, utter words that preserved Minister Fudge's dignity, despite the fact that Fudge had little dignity to speak of on this occasion. I am, of course, willing to comply with Minister Fudge's directives. Lucius gestured invitingly, yet refrained from mentioning Dumbledore, instead asserting his allegiance to Fudge's arrangements, making it clear that he stood with Fudge. The cunning businessman had long discerned Fudge's dissatisfaction with Dumbledore. Given the opportunity, Fudge would undoubtedly take action against Dumbledore. The current restraint was due to a lack of power and justification. Chapter 67, Frantic Implications. The Auror Captain nodded and led the team inside. Draco observed with evident clarity that Weasley, typically a model of decorum, now bore a glimmer of secret delight as they entered Malfoy Manor. Indeed, the Weasley family was no paragon of virtue. Yet, they were destined for disappointment. The Aurors split into several groups, simultaneously raiding the rooms occupied by every member of the Malfoy household. Furthermore, they stationed several individuals to obstruct any attempts at concealing illicit items. They conducted their search in the house elf quarters with less scrutiny. For a pure-blood aristocrat steeped in traditional values would hardly entrust anything of significance to a house elf. And indeed, that was the case. As for the Malfoys, they seemed indifferent to the search. Lucius engaged in idle chatter with the Auror Captain, clearly aware that the captain's mind was elsewhere. The Malfoy family was immensely wealthy. Even if dark artifacts were uncovered, they would not face serious repercussions. A nominal fine was inevitable, but if this affair truly bore fruit, the gentlemen would find themselves in considerably more favorable financial circumstances in the near future. When Dumbledore permitted Weasley to join the search party, despite Minister Fudge's evident discontent, he ultimately acquiesced, swayed by the allure of monetary gain. It was common knowledge that Weasley was intentionally positioned to confront Malfoy, yet what did it matter? As long as the outcomes served the greater good, they were more than willing to turn a blind eye. The captain of the Aurors, however, was not so complacent. A team of Aurors arrived to report their findings, swiftly followed by others. To everyone's astonishment, they had uncovered no illicit objects. How could Lucius Malfoy, once one of Voldemort's most trusted subordinates, possibly have a residence devoid of dark artifacts? Were they hidden too skillfully? Or had they received a forewarning and relocated their sinister possessions? The Auror Captain, possessing a commendable fortitude, remained composed, betraying no sign of alarm, as though he were merely attending to official matters. In stark contrast, Weasley could hardly contain his agitation, his astonishment evident to all. Let us inspect the study, he insisted, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away as others contemplated departing. Given his familiarity with Malfoy, he surmised that the items would be concealed within the study. The Auror Captain nodded in agreement, clearly reluctant to forfeit this profitable endeavor. You few accompany Weasley to the study. The rest shall proceed to the basement. He nodded indifferently before turning to Lucius. My apologies, Mr. Malfoy, but this is our duty, regardless of whether dark artifacts resided within Malfoy Manor. The captain was keen to avoid offending the Malfoy family. After all, they were significant patrons, even if dark magic were indeed present. It would be but a trifling matter for the Malfoys. A mere monetary penalty would suffice to resolve it, and the ministry had many pressing financial needs. It was inconceivable that they would jeopardize such a lucrative patron over a trivial issue, nor would it cripple the Malfoy lineage. As for Weasley's insistence on investigating, it was driven by a desire to uncover any connections between the Malfoy family and the shadowy puppeteers behind the scenes. While the ministry may not act upon these leads, Dumbledore would. Should evidence be discovered, the Malfoy family could face profound repercussions. Do as you wish, Lucius remarked, leading Draco and Narcissa to indulge in refreshments in the dining room, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil around them. They had no intention of extending an invitation to others, who were caught up in a whirlwind of activity, while the Malfoys dined serenely. Ah, today's pumpkin pie, courtesy of Dobby, is truly delightful, Lucius mused, savoring each bite. Some Aurors had spent an entire day at Malfoy Manor without consuming a morsel, and witnessing the family feast heartily only stoked the embers of their resentment. They sought to unearth the Malfoy family secrets, digging deep into the earth in search of dirt to tarnish their reputation. Yet, curiously, the Malfoy lineage, steeped in dark affiliations, appeared as pristine as a blank canvas, as if meticulously cleansed. The thoroughness of the cleaning left no corner untouched, no trivial object overlooked, save for Riddle's diary. Stripped of its energy, the diary had become as mundane as any other, resting in the Malfoy family vault, which eluded the searchers entirely. The captain of the Aurors felt a twinge of disappointment as he awaited news from Weasley. When he spotted Weasley descending the stairs, crestfallen, he understood there would be no tidings of significance. Indeed, the Malfoys were remarkably unblemished. Weasley, dejected and silent, merely shook his head at the captain. Apologies, Mr. Malfoy, for the intrusion, We must proceed to our next destination. The captain courteously acknowledged Lucius before preparing to withdraw. Malfoy, your luck will not hold. We shall see. You best conceal your tale well, for I shall uncover it, Weasley declared, his words a sharp challenge rather than mere provocation. As Dumbledore had dispatched a considerable number of personnel to surveil pureblood families, any reckless action from Lucius, spurred by Weasley's taunts, would carry dire consequences. Weasley, riding a wave of bravado, was cautioned to temper his tone. Lucius feigned concern, sneering derisively at him. Their return was marked by a sense of futility, having achieved little. Father, those wretches are insufferable. They rummaged through my room and scattered my toys. That Weasley, a mere pauper, might have absconded with a few of my possessions. With our vast collection, who knows what he might have taken? Draco vented, his frustration particularly directed at Weasley and the invasion of privacy. Yet, this seemingly trivial complaint sparked an epiphany in Lucius. The Weasley family bore old grievances against the Malfoys. What if Weasley sought to pilfer their wealth under the guise of animosity? How despicable! That impoverished wretch would surely covet their belongings. After all, which family did not harbor a few dark artifacts? The Weasleys, notoriously destitute, could only dream of possessing even a single valuable dark object. Chapter 68, Another Quarrel. Draco wore an expression reminiscent of Lucius's signature sarcasm. Lucius harbored no resentment towards Draco. Rather, he seemed to be struck by a sudden thought and offered a faint smile. Father, why are you still smiling? I am being quite serious with you. Lucius's demeanor towards Draco exhibited no hint of dissatisfaction. In fact, he shared the same sentiment. When do you plan to purchase your books this year? Lucius abruptly shifted the topic, feigning earnest concern for Draco's academic pursuits. Draco was taken aback by the unexpected question but quickly regained his composure. I haven't decided yet, perhaps a few days before the term commences. However, the Weasley family, being the penniless lot they are, will likely go much earlier. After all, if they delay, they won't be able to select good second-hand books, Draco remarked, arching an eyebrow. He had come to realize Lucius's intentions and felt no qualms about divulging some information to facilitate his father's plans. You may not know this, father, but that old witch from the Weasley household is a fervent admirer of our new professor. She possesses no discernment whatsoever to fancy such a flamboyant individual, Draco scoffed disdainfully. Lucius nodded, appearing to listen intently to Draco's words. Yet, in the next moment, as if recalling something, he admonished Draco. Draco, be more courteous, after all. He is a professor. Not long ago, Lucius had proposed to Narcissa that Gilderoy Lockhart serve as Draco's tutor. If Draco were to disparage Lockhart too severely, it would reflect poorly on Lucius's judgment. He has a new book launch coming up. I will take you to see it, and you will understand just how insufferable he truly is. I cannot fathom why Hogwarts would employ such a vain individual as a professor. Is there truly no one else available? Draco complained before retreating to his room, diligently honing his alchemical body. The failure of Riddle was partly due to his weak soul, but certainly also attributable to the inconsistencies inherent in that alchemical form. At the time, due to time constraints, he could not refine it as meticulously as needed, thus leading to such an outcome. The diary had long since lost its potency. With no other pressing matters at hand, he found it an opportune moment to refine his alchemical skills. I remember during my visit to your godfather, he mentioned that your potion-making skills have improved recently. The little brat has become rather presumptuous. Lucius decided it was time to teach him a lesson, allowing him to develop under Snape's rigorous tutelage. Ah, well, father. It's no great matter. It gives me a chance to observe Snape's progress. Yet, the reality proved disappointing, as he gleaned no information whatsoever. Snape, true to his reputation as the most formidable infiltrator, was as tight-lipped as a well-sewn seam, revealing nothing at all. No matter how much Draco was provoked, he remained unresponsive, and the indirect hints almost revealed his own identity. This only allowed Draco to remain quiet for a while, focusing on his potion studies. Although Draco displayed a commendable proficiency in potions, he still fell short compared to Severus Snape. The difference in the craftsmanship of a mere potion between a master and a king of potions was quite significant. There was still much for him to learn. Due to his extreme familiarity with the subject, Professor Snape was not overly harsh on him, and overall, he was satisfied with Draco's progress. Time swiftly passed, and just as Draco anticipated, Lucius suddenly suggested a visit to Diagon Alley on the day of Lockhart's new book launch to help Draco procure the necessary books for the upcoming semester. However, some matters were delayed, leaving Draco to languish alone on the second floor of Flourish and Blots. The place was bustling with young witches and wizards, lively and vibrant. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Draco felt utterly out of place. He struggled to integrate himself into the scene, emptying his mind and gazing into the distance at the throngs of people entering and exiting the shop. Suddenly, a familiar group entered his line of sight, the Weasley family, along with Hermione Granger and Harry Potter. They appeared quite close, particularly the young Weasley girl, whose gaze seemed almost glued to Harry. The group chatted animatedly about who knows what. Due to his innate sensitivity, Harry quickly sensed someone watching him. He abruptly looked up and met Draco's gaze from the second floor. Their eyes locked for a moment before Draco's attention shifted to Ginny Weasley beside Harry. Draco raised an eyebrow, as if jesting with Harry. Look at that. The once guilt-ridden Harry Potter had ultimately succumbed to reality. Observing the infatuated expression on the young Weasley girl, it seemed Harry had been in her company for quite some time. Noticing Draco's gaze drop, Harry turned his focus away, as if attempting to ignore him, and joined the Weasley family in attending Lockhart's book launch. Lockhart, adorned flamboyantly like a peacock, boisterously promoted his new release. Surrounded by a throng of reporters, he clearly recognized Harry Potter, and when Harry appeared at his book launch, Lockhart seized the opportunity for publicity. However, his admiration for Harry was superficial. Once utilized, he discarded the moment. The savior truly was a savior indeed. Even purchasing a book could land him on the front page. Yet Lockhart seemed to regard him with little reverence, using him and then dismissing him. When had our savior fallen to such treatment? Draco leaned against a nearby pillar, a smirk of derision on his face as he remarked to Harry Potter. He sought to gauge the Weasley family's attitude towards Harry Potter, which also served to test Harry's perception of the Weasley household. Communication between individuals is inherently reciprocal. Few relish the notion of presenting warmth only to receive cold indifference in return. As soon as his derisive remarks escaped his lips, Ginny immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Harry, glaring fiercely at Draco. I warn you, keep your distance from him. Otherwise, she resembled a lioness guarding her cub, radiating an aura of menace, as if prepared to pounce on Draco at any moment. Draco found amusement in the situation. This young girl seemed oblivious to the fact that it was not he who intended to approach Harry, but rather Harry who was drawing closer to him. The admonition to maintain distance should have been directed at Harry. The proactive party was never Draco. What of it? I'm afraid Harry Potter is rather impressive. ISNThe. At such a young age, he has already found a girlfriend. Harry shot an indignant glance at Draco, his eyes conveying a warning. Chapter 69. Fishing in Troubled Waters. He was apprehensive that Draco might divulge his scheme. Yet, he knew that even if Draco were to speak out, the Weasley family would hardly believe him. However, many matters transcend mere belief. Sometimes, an inadvertent remark can plant a seed in one's heart, which may germinate and grow into a towering tree unbeknownst to the speaker. Harry could not ascertain when this seed might sprout, so he resolved to ensure that no seed was sown at all. Be a bit more courteous, Draco. Lucius had arrived unnoticed, rapping Draco's shoulder with his wand. Draco promptly made way. Little redhead, do not be so tense. I assure you, I have no intention of harming him. Lucius smirked, using his wand to nudge Ginny aside. Harry Potter, what an honor it is to finally meet you. His condescending demeanor instilled a profound sense of malevolence in Harry, compelling him to take an unexpected step back. Little did he know that Lucius grasped his chin, forcing him to face him. Look at that scar on your forehead. It is a mark left by a great wizard. It is because of him that you have become the savior. Lucius's prideful stance revealed his awareness of Harry's likely animosity towards him, stemming from his association with the Weasleys. Yet, he remained indifferent. Potter was merely a first-year wizard. He posed no real threat. As for the Weasley family, they were nothing more than a band of mice lurking in the gutters, coveting the livelihood of others. Only Dumbledore held them in any esteem. I have never considered him a great wizard. He is a murderer who took my parents' lives. Sir, if you fear his threats, you need not involve me. Harry Potter retorted without hesitation. Directly speaking about Lucius Malfoy, he is a man of timorous disposition. After uttering those words, he cautiously cast a glance at Draco. He was acutely aware that Lucius was Draco's father and feared that this matter might jeopardize their alliance. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that their alliance had already crumbled long before due to Harry Potter's inability to sustain it. Draco exhibited no reaction, his complete focus directed towards his father. Truly, he was a bold little wizard. I doubt your parents would dare to speak so directly to him. However, I advise you to be more astute regarding the times. Lucius derisively regarded Harry Potter, as if mocking his ignorance. No, sir, one must confront their fears. Those who shy away from facing their fears cannot be deemed astute. They ought to be labeled as cowards. Hermione immediately countered Lucius, firmly asserting her stance on the side of justice, her tone imbued with a sense of moral superiority when addressing him. You must be Miss Granger. Draco has mentioned you. Lucius remarked, casting another glance at Draco. Father, she is a mudblood from the Muggle world. Draco continued to embody the persona of a pure-blood aristocrat, unabashedly denouncing Hermione as a mudblood in front of everyone. Surprisingly, Lucius admonished Draco with a tap. Be more courteous, Draco. After all, this is a public setting. Wizards of Muggle descent outnumber purebloods significantly. If they were to hear your words and react vehemently, those half-bloods would certainly not come to your aid, and the purebloods are far fewer in number. Any repercussions would merely be a matter for later. All right, Father, I did not mean to. Draco immediately lowered his head, ceding the stage back to Lucius. Are those assisting you in selecting books your parents? They must be from the Muggle world, right? Is this your first or second visit to such a wondrous place? Cherish it well. You may never have the opportunity to return after finishing your studies. Lucius was far more formidable than the Draco of his childhood, his words striking deep. Hermione could no longer maintain her composure, her face flushing crimson. Ron, witnessing this, promptly positioned himself in front of Hermione, glaring at Lucius with palpable animosity. Whether it's the first or second time is none of your concern, coward. Ron, evidently lacking in prudence, articulated the implication of Hermione's words, inciting Draco's fury. Draco lunged forward, delivering a punch squarely to Ron's face. Nearby young wizards rushed to restrain Draco, but unexpectedly, he shoved Ginny Weasley aside. Ginny, being a year younger and not as tall, crashed into Hermione, causing the books in her hands to scatter like petals in the wind. The others, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, hastily attended to the two girls. Draco undoubtedly embodies the qualities of a gentleman. He recognizes the distinctions between genders and understands the necessity of maintaining a courteous demeanor towards ladies. However, this is contingent upon the lady not being his adversary and not posing a threat to his interests. Once someone obstructs his ambitions, it matters not whether they are a lady or even a relative. He shows no mercy. Indeed, he had deliberately shoved Weasley aside. Through a semester of acquaintance, he had come to comprehend the characters of those individuals quite well. They were so devoted to loyalty that they lacked discernment. Draco's true aim was never Ginny, but rather to discreetly place the diary into her hands. Casting a sidelong glance at Lucius, he noticed Lucius slightly bowing his head, which sparked an idea within him. He forcefully pushed aside the four individuals who had just managed to stand their ground. He truly resembled a young bull, intent on challenging four opponents single-handedly. The adults were immediately captivated by him, oblivious to Lucius's actions behind them. Draco charged forward, instilling fear in those around him. However, in the next moment, a pair of large hands firmly grasped his head, halting his advance. Upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback to find it was none other than the Weasley he would come to despise in the future, prompting him to step back. The rat in the gutter, sensing the precarious situation, finally emerged. Lucius had already concluded all his business and stood there, exuding his usual poise, looking down upon Weasley. I had never realized the Malfoy family's upbringing was so lacking. How dare these individuals claim the title of pureblood aristocrats? While Weasley may possess a relatively composed demeanor, he is particularly protective of his children. The uncouth pureblood scoundrels dare to question the upbringing of the Malfoy family. It is truly laughable. Just look at your tattered attire and the second-hand books strewn on the ground. I advise you against pursuing a career in the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps begging on the streets would garner you enough to purchase new books. Having overheard Weasley's mockery regarding Draco's upbringing, Lucius could no longer contain himself and unleashed his full wrath. Chapter 70, Framed. My understanding of pureblood degeneracy may differ from yours. Weasley, seemingly regaining his composure, was reluctant to escalate matters with Lucius at this juncture. Indeed, it was a season fraught with disputes, and he contemplated taking action against Lucius. However, should a significant conflict arise between them during this period, even if he were to uncover incriminating evidence against Lucius, he would be perceived as seeking personal vengeance and fabricating accusations. For now, patience is essential. A resolution will soon present itself. Indeed, the thought processes of beasts and humans are invariably disparate. Weasley, let us await the outcome. Lucius scoffed, casting a fleeting glance at Draco before exiting. Draco, tidying his attire, followed Lucius out. It was clear that Lucius had successfully completed his tasks. Nevertheless, today's events had irked him, and he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Indeed, the following day, news of the burglary at the Malfoy residence emerged. Numerous media outlets reported on the incident, and due to Lucius's financial influence, the coverage was decidedly negative. Lucius typically maintained a respectable demeanor at home, even during searches conducted by the Ministry of Magic. Yet curiously, items went missing when the Weasleys visited Malfoy Manor. Furthermore, the Weasley family was notorious for their financial struggles within the wizarding community. The previous day, a confrontation had occurred between them and the Malfoys at the Leaky Cauldron, suggesting a long-standing animosity towards the Malfoy family, thereby providing a plausible motive for the alleged theft of their possessions. As the situation escalated, public sentiment shifted irreversibly against the Weasleys. However, it must be noted that the Weasley in question had been personally recommended by Dumbledore, with Minister Fudge's approval for him to join the search party. Should it come to light that the Weasley had indeed committed such an act, it would cast a shadow on Dumbledore's discernment, the most powerful white wizard of the century, and portray Minister Fudge as credulous and inept. Even if the Weasley were to vindicate himself, the impression of government incompetence could become entrenched within the minds of the wizarding populace. Moreover, it was common knowledge that the Malfoys were exceedingly wealthy. The loss of a few belongings would scarcely affect them. Their persistent focus on this incident stemmed primarily from the Weasley's prior mockery of Draco, prompting Lucius to seek retribution. The situation was precarious. Yet the immediate priority remained damage control to suppress any negative publicity regarding the government. Within a mere 2 days, whispers of numerous ladies and gentlemen at various soirees emerged, asserting the Weasley's innocence, claiming that many witnesses had observed no theft. However, mere assertions from these individuals were insufficient. It remained unclear what concessions Fudge ultimately made to Lucius, who eventually corroborated that the Weasley indeed departed with empty pockets. Gradually, the uproar subsided. This matter was largely peripheral to Draco, whose paramount concern was returning to school. One must admit that young wizards can be quite vexing, as they are bound to return to school at designated intervals. Nevertheless, there were tasks to be attended to. Recently, Lucius had facilitated the acquisition of a mine from the Zabini family. A temporary amicable agreement had been reached between the two families. The matters previously promised to Draco by Zabini were progressing, and subtle hints indicated that some young wizards in the magical community had begun to don communication devices. However, the promotional efforts were still inadequate, as they were merely in the pilot phase, wary of overwhelming demand. Draco was the first to arrive at the Malfoy box, seated with poise, sipping on a glass of apple juice. Before long, all his companions had gathered. Zabini appeared somewhat agitated, frantically signaling to Draco with his eyes, nearly straining them in the process. What could possibly be the matter with Zabini today? Why was he so fixated on Draco? What affliction troubles your eyes? Pansy inquired, furrowing her brow as she gazed at Zabini. What is the matter? Has the lovely sister forsaken her previous affections in favor of Draco? No, merely a grain of sand has found its way into his eye, Theodore remarked indifferently, casting a glance at Zabini. Is that true? Would you like me to assist you by blowing it out? Zabini responded. Pansy, still frowning, approached Zabini, her discomfort evident, when Draco interjected, Ladies, I have just spotted an intriguing array of new items aboard the Express. Have you not ventured to take a look? They appear to be vibrant silks. Having known them for quite some time, Draco was well aware of their interests. The mention of beautiful silks ignited a spark in Pansy's eyes, momentarily eclipsing her concern for Zabini. Really? Daphne, let us go and see, Pansy exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she turned to Daphne. The two girls seemed eager to set off at once. Wait, ladies, Draco cautioned, allow Crabbe and Goyle to accompany you. I recently had a disagreement with some Gryffindors, and I fear they may pose a risk to your safety. It is prudent to exercise caution. Yet merely dismissing those two would not suffice. As Draco knew, Crabbe and Goyle also served as Lucius's eyes and ears within the school, making their presence here equally undesirable. Pansy hesitated slightly, having heard rumors of Draco's altercation with Harry Potter at the Leaky Cauldron. Initially, she had doubted the authenticity of those claims, for in her interactions with Draco throughout the year, he had not struck her as one prone to physical confrontation. Rather, he preferred verbal sparring, adhering to the principles of gentlemanly conduct. Pansy had thought those were mere slanders aimed at tarnishing Draco's reputation. Yet today, she had heard him acknowledge it himself. All right then. But did you emerge victorious last time? Pansy queried, aware that thereafter, Lucius had meddled with the Weasley family, though she was uncertain whether Draco had triumphed or faltered. After all, it required a measure of bravery to take on such challenges. Of course, those paupers can hardly fill their bellies. How could they possibly compare to me? Draco replied with a subtle smile, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Pansy raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent as she departed with Daphne, while Crabbe and Goyle eagerly followed, delighted to assist Draco. This enthusiasm was fueled by the generous silver sickle Draco had bestowed upon them, sufficient for a hearty feast at one of the stalls. Once the two had exited, Theodore deftly closed the door and applied soundproofing charms within the compartment. Calm yourself, Zabini. Your delight is nearly palpable, he remarked, noticing the joy etched across Zabini's face, a sentiment Pansy seemed oblivious to. Our venture has met with resounding success, barring unforeseen circumstances. This shall herald a new era in the wizarding world. He presented the bill for her perusal. Chapter 71, Changing Stance. The potential for profit was astonishing, even causing a flicker of interest in Zabini. Were there no entanglements of interest between them, if they were merely ordinary partners? Zabini would surely devise every possible means to engulf the entire industry. Alas, the core secrets of this industry remained firmly in Draco's grasp. And with Draco's formidable strength overshadowing Zabini's weakness, any greedy thoughts were quelled. Draco perused the materials meticulously, though not with utmost seriousness. The monetary gains of this industry held little significance for him. What mattered was the extent of its application and whether he could swiftly ascertain the positions of everyone involved. For him, wealth bore little meaning. Well done, Zabini. Do distribute the profits. Your efforts are commendable. Draco smiled faintly, seemingly in praise of Zabini's actions. Before turning his gaze toward the window, he appeared momentarily entranced, staring for an extended period. What could possibly captivate him? Theodore was perplexed by Draco's behavior. He was typically a man of clear purpose. Was there an ulterior motive at play? Draco remained silent, merely placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Theodore's confusion deepened as he furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a flying car zoomed past, revealing the familiar figures of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley within. Oh, are those two Potter and Weasley? Have they lost their minds? Who in their right mind would forsake the Hogwarts Express for those unreliable flying cars? In the magical realm, there were no reputable manufacturers of flying cars. Most seen were self-modified. Such alterations, lacking professional expertise, often led to loss of control and instability. One must understand, Hogwarts was quite far away. It took a measure of courage and luck to dare travel to Hogwarts in a flying car. How foolish of those Gryffindors to undertake such a risk. Did they not fear being discovered by Muggles? I must report this to the school and advocate for their expulsion. Excitement sparkled in Zabini's eyes. Almost all purebloods harbored disdain for the Weasleys, and Zabini was no exception. Likewise, he shared a loathing for Harry Potter, and the duality of his animosity made him relish the prospect of misfortune befalling them both. Do not be foolish. Hogwarts would never expel them. Harry Potter is the savior. If even he were dismissed, Hogwarts would cease to exist. Theodore had always been one to seize opportunities to jab at Zabini. What nonsense, savior? That was years ago. And how old was he then? A mere infant wizard defeating Voldemort? Who would believe that? Zabini bristled at this, feeling that Harry Potter received far more attention at Hogwarts than he, a pureblood. These children of noble birth have always been cherished like stars, yet suddenly, a child of common origin appears, eclipsing their radiance. It is only natural for anyone to feel discomfort in such a situation. Moreover, this commoner, who has stolen his limelight, seems to oppose him at every turn. Dumbledore has come to realize that it is futile to engage in trivial matters, rather than plotting against Harry Potter. It would be wiser to contemplate how to leverage this situation to deliver a decisive blow to the Weasleys. The fact remains that Dumbledore will not expel Harry Potter, making any continued fixation on this issue rather foolish. Instead, it would be more prudent to utilize this scenario as a weapon against the Weasleys. Not long ago, Minister Fudge had already owed Lucius a favor due to their dealings. Should this incident be added to the mix, Fudge would surely grow weary of the Weasleys, rendering everything quite logical. This is intriguing, Draco. What do you propose we do? Upon hearing the notion of targeting the Weasleys, Zabini's eyes lit up. Do not say such things as if I am the villain here. It is they who have instigated these wrongdoings. Draco felt compelled to correct his companion's stance, wondering why they always position themselves as the antagonists. He is, without a doubt, a good person, a truly benevolent individual. It is the Weasleys who, disregarding Muggle protection laws, allow their children to wield magical objects before Muggles, modifying enchanted vehicles without permission and entrusting them to underage wizards. It is their fault. Yet it seems as if we are the ones scheming against them. Draco's intention was to use this situation to teach the Weasleys a lesson. I have become accustomed to this. It has always been us who bullied others. Zabini never imagined that one day their roles could be reversed to such an extent. Having perpetually bullied others, he had grown accustomed to treating others with this mindset. That is not a commendable habit. We are merely bringing the misdeeds of the wicked to light. We are the champions of justice, not to be cast in the role of villains. Draco smiled faintly as he sipped his apple juice. Zabini, looking as though he had been enlightened, nodded vigorously. Clearly, he had been persuaded by Draco. He stood tall, as if he were a herald of justice. Understood, I shall relay the message back. I am certain my father would relish the spectacle of the Weasleys' misfortune. Theodore immediately grasped the situation. Unlike Zabini, who reveled in verbal flourishes, Theodore was a man of action. There is no need for haste, Theodore. It is merely a small matter. I have heard that the Weasley family's little girl is attending school today. Given their poverty, I wonder if they can afford the tuition. Draco furrowed his brow, feigning concern for the young girl's ability to attend school, while subtly urging Theodore to pursue this angle with vigor. Upon the revelation that Wesley had indulged his children in the use of a flying car, it was inevitable that he would face consequences. Typically, such transgressions would result in either reassignment or a monetary fine, two forms of punishment that were standard protocol. The Wesley family had always maintained a low profile. Even if reassigned, as long as their remuneration remained unchanged, it would not significantly impact them. Draco's remarks hinted at a severe financial penalty for Theodore, a lesson meant to be indelibly etched into their memories. Theodore understood, raising an eyebrow in acknowledgement. The new young wizard? I recall that Daphne's sister has also arrived at Hogwarts, Zabini remarked, arching an eyebrow. Draco paused momentarily, reflecting on the notion that, according to the bear's words, Astoria Greengrass was destined to be his future wife in this world, a notion both absurd and perplexing. It was baffling to consider how his counterpart in this realm could harbor affections for her. Chapter 72, The Howler. The sorting ceremony proceeded as usual, and as they suspected. Harry Potter and Wesley did not attend. Exchanging glances, they quickly understood what was to be done. Indeed, the following day, Rumors spread within the school that Harry Potter, brandishing his title of savior, had flouted school regulations. Accompanied by Wesley, he had flown to school in the enchanted car, with numerous muggles witnessing their escapade. The allegations were pointedly directed at Harry, with most of the blame heaped upon him, while Ron Wesley managed to evade scrutiny yet again. In the short term, this might seem advantageous. After all, only one individual faced punishment, which was far preferable to two. Additionally, considering Harry's status as the savior and Dumbledore's regard for him, the likelihood of severe repercussions was uncertain. However, in the long haul, this was far from ideal. Why should Harry bear the brunt of the blame when they shared the misdeed? Even the closest of friends could feel a rift form. Moreover, Harry had always harbored suspicions about Wesley, and this incident would only solidify his belief that they were in cahoots. After all, apart from being allied with them, Harry had no other rationale to convince himself why Wesley consistently managed to evade accountability. This was precisely the outcome Draco desired. Simultaneously, after their letters were dispatched, nearly everyone in the magical community became aware of Wesley's abuse of power, permitting his children to wield a magical flying car in the presence of muggles, openly contravening the Muggle Protection Act. The backlash was considerable. Thus, by midday the following day, Ron Wesley received a howler from home. "You have no idea how infuriating this is. Do you realize what you've done? Do you understand how we felt when we discovered the flying car was missing, Mrs.?" Wesley's furious voice echoed, resonating throughout the entire school. However, this is no mere letter of reprimand. From her words, it is abundantly clear that Ron has taken the enchanted car without the knowledge of the Weasley parents. The current predicament is that the Ministry of Magic has accused Mr. Weasley of allowing his son to showcase the magical flying car in front of muggles. They remain entirely oblivious. This is solely Ron's individual transgression. Should they choose to expel you, I would harbor no objections. Do you comprehend the depth of your father's embarrassment upon receiving a letter from Professor Dumbledore? This statement serves to indicate to all that the Weasleys are aligned with Dumbledore's faction, thus imploring others to show some leniency and refrain from inflicting severe consequences. We have devoted ourselves to raising you, only to discover that you have engaged in such reckless behavior alongside Harry Potter. If anything were to happen, what would become of us? The implication here is that Ron is the principal instigator, while Harry Potter merely plays the role of a passive participant. This also inadvertently absolves Harry Potter to some extent, as Mrs. Weasley, being Ron's mother, is naturally inclined to defend her child. It is rare for a mother not to side with her offspring, which lends her words considerable weight. Should Harry Potter be branded with the stigma of openly violating the Muggle Protection Act, his image as the savior would be irreparably tarnished. Now your father must endure an inquiry at his workplace, all because of you. If you do not amend your ways, even if the school refrains from punishing you, we shall personally escort you home. The underlying message here is that Ron is about to face an investigation, and others must remember that this unfortunate outcome is the result of Ron's immature actions. Simultaneously, they are engaging in a subtle game with the school administration. Human nature is indeed complex. When one errs, if their parents administer a severe punishment, others will perceive that the individual has already faced significant consequences, which may lead to a more lenient response toward any further penalties. They fear that Hogwarts may expel Ron, hence the stern reprimands and warnings directed at him, ensuring that everyone is aware. This also provides Dumbledore with a rationale for not expelling Ron. After all, the young wizards are still impressionable and kind-hearted. Witnessing Ron's misfortune would dissuade them from demanding harsh penalties from Dumbledore. The school would certainly be inclined to show leniency toward a child who has already been sternly admonished by his family. With this final proclamation, the letter of reprimand reached its conclusion, and the envelope instantaneously ignited, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Ron's astonished face turned crimson. In stark contrast to their collective embarrassment, Draco and his entourage appeared rather indifferent. They were unlike the other ordinary students, who expressed shock or derision. Draco's group could only be described as detached. The Weasley family cannot truly be considered pure-blooded, especially when subjected to such public scorn from the letter. It is a display devoid of any semblance of noble demeanor. Zabini scoffed derisively. They were, after all, impoverished souls. How could one possibly expect them to possess the demeanor of nobility? Nonetheless, their cunning was undeniably excessive, and the matter was far from resolved. Theodore, standing nearby, slightly curled his lips in a smirk, casting an indifferent gaze towards the commotion. Ron had just been harshly reprimanded by Mrs. Weasley, his countenance rather grim. As a throng of onlookers gathered around him, offering their consolation, Draco glanced over, not directing his attention towards Harry Potter, but rather turning in confusion to inquire. "Is that Finnegan beside Harry Potter? They appear to have a rather amiable rapport." Draco's sudden question left everyone momentarily perplexed. Why had he diverted the conversation in such a manner? Was there an ulterior motive at play? Indeed, it was Finnegan. They were all Gryffindors, and he resided in the adjacent dormitory to Harry Potter, suggesting a good camaraderie. Zabini, lacking deeper contemplation, instinctively responded, Yet upon mentioning Finnegan again, he furrowed his brow. Why are you inquiring about him, Draco? He is a fellow whose accomplishments are overshadowed by his failures. Every spell he attempts detonates like a bomb. And wherever his magic lands, chaos ensues. Zabini expressed his disdain with a hint of exasperation. There was a time he had unwittingly found himself seated near Finnegan, only to discover that the latter could cause explosions even in potions class. Poor Zabini had been splattered by the potion he brewed, which etched the name Finnegan deeply into his memory. In that light, one might argue he possessed a certain talent for mayhem. Draco chuckled softly at the comment, as it seemed to mock him. What sort of talent was that, after all? He could hardly master any spells, only succeeding in indiscriminate chaos. I see. Are we not due for Professor Sprout's class next? Draco deftly redirected the conversation, opting not to engage further with Zabini. Chapter 73, Mandrake. Yes. Though I am still unaware of what she has prepared for us. I have heard that Hogwarts has received a new batch of wondrous magical plants. I wonder if we shall have the opportunity to engage with them, Theodore casually remarked, shoving another piece of toast into his mouth before departing. One could only speculate as to his intentions. Perhaps he sought to add fuel to the fire regarding the Weasley affair. Mrs. Weasley's screeching letter had truly become a nuisance to his ears. It was not until the afternoon herbology class that he arrived, albeit fashionably late. However, due to Harry and Ron's preceding challenge to the tardiness rule, no one dared to arrive late. Even Theodore timed his arrival perfectly. Professor Sprout proved to be far more amiable than anticipated. Her plump figure exuded warmth and kindness, reminiscent of a gentle wizard. Today, our task is to repot the Mandrake. Now, can anyone tell me the characteristics of the Mandrake? Professor Sprout initiated a simple opening statement to engage the class. Hermione immediately raised her hand. Mandrake is a potent restorative herb, capable of returning those afflicted by magical curses to their original forms. Granger recited the contents of the book effortlessly, as if she had memorized it entirely. The term Mandrake suddenly flickered in Draco's memory, for this herb would prove to be of great significance in the future. Riddle. In his quest to enhance his power and fulfill his ambition of achieving a pureblood dominion over the world, exploited the young girl from the Weasley family to access the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk. During its rampage, many Hogwarts students were petrified. It was only when the Mandrake matured that those who had been petrified were ultimately restored. Riddle has once again returned to Hogwarts and is likely to be entangled with the Weasley girl. His soul fragment is relatively weak, and to safeguard himself, he will undoubtedly seek formidable external assistance, such as that of the basilisk. Whenever the basilisk appears, it is inevitable that some unfortunate souls will be petrified. What if this time the Mandrake had not matured, but rather perished entirely? What if the entire magical community could not swiftly locate mature mandrakes, with only the Malfoy Manor possessing them? That would certainly be as unpleasant as consuming cockroaches. After all, prolonged petrification can lead to death. While Draco was tending to the Mandrake, he forcefully severed a portion of its root system and concealed it within his expandable bag. The Mandrake, known for its vocalizations, continued to cry out even after being pinched, showing no apparent signs of distress. However, it struggled even more fiercely, and upon noticing Draco attempting to repot it, it bit his hand. Draco's expression immediately soured, filled with disdain as he gripped the Mandrake tightly, as if ready to crush it. Yet, mindful of the presence of professors and classmates, he reluctantly returned it to the soil. Nevertheless, this posed no significant issue. Given time and utilizing his previous research on various peculiarities, he would soon cultivate a complete Mandrake from the remaining root. As for those audacious creatures that dared to bite him, they would surely pay the price in due time. The herbology lesson was unremarkable and concluded swiftly. Professor Sprout was exceedingly attentive to these precious herbs. After all the young wizards had departed, she remained behind to tend to them alone. This ugly thing is truly bothersome, chattering incessantly until my head aches. I doubt there exists a class more detestable than this one. Wouldn't you agree, Draco? Zabini remarked disdainfully, knowing that Draco had been bitten by those mandrakes and believing he would empathize. However, had Draco been aware of Zabini's thoughts, he would surely have expressed his gratitude. Who knows? Perhaps there is some truth to it. It is said that our defense against the dark arts class is famously taught by Gilderoy Lockhart, who is reputed to delight in giving quizzes that focus on the content of his own autobiography. Draco resolved to assign Zabini some tasks to prevent him from incessantly nagging and fixating on him. Having been bitten by a mandrake was already humiliating enough. Did it warrant further discussion? What concern is it of mine? Who cares about Gilderoy Lockhart? Only the Weasley matriarch would likely hold him in high regard. Ha ha ha. As Zabini uttered these words, he exchanged a glance with Theodore and burst into laughter. It is rumored that Granger is also one of his ardent admirers. If Granger were to achieve a perfect score while you did not, do you think she would mock you? Draco was well aware that Hermione would not behave in such a manner. She would not intentionally provoke a Slytherin. Slytherin is regarded as the dominant force at Hogwarts, and it is prudent to keep a safe distance rather than to instigate any confrontation. However, Zabini held a different perspective. He believed that rivals inevitably taunt one another, a commonplace occurrence. Given his volatile temperament, Draco's words quickly diverted his attention. Just wait and see, a muggle-born mudblood. Zabini scoffed and hastily departed, sensing that Draco was setting a trap for him. Yet, with his intellect, he doubted he could escape such a snare and chose to distance himself. It was also an opportune moment to review the so-called autobiographical content. He could not truly allow Granger to outshine him. If she indeed used this matter to ridicule him, it would be utterly humiliating. Thus, by the time the next defense against the dark arts class arrived, Zabini exuded an air of unshakable confidence. As if he were the first among equals, there was nothing he could not master. When Gilderoy Lockhart entered, Zabini's eyes sparkled with anticipation for his quiz. Little did he know, Lockhart strutted in like a peacock, showcasing his most charming angles and dazzling smile. Dear young wizards, let us keep the applause to a minimum. We are in a classroom, not on a catwalk. I am the much-anticipated author Gilderoy Lockhart, and I believe many of you are my fans. However, I do not wish this to devolve into a mere fan meeting, for I am also a professor at Hogwarts, Lockhart proclaimed, gliding to the podium with the grace of a runway model, confidently addressing the students. His admirers were starry-eyed, seemingly more enthusiastic than Zabini himself. As for Draco, he exchanged a knowing glance with his informant in Gryffindor. The Gryffindor informant, however, was perplexed by Draco's intent but soon noticed that Draco's gaze was fixated on Sybil Trelawney. Could this be the reason? Chapter 74, The Elves. Bois cast another glance at Draco, who met his gaze with equal intensity. Boyce had solidified his thoughts. Draco indeed harbored intentions directed at Simon Finnegan. However, he remained oblivious to Draco's motivations and the means by which he planned to act. Everything awaited Draco's directives. In truth, serving as Draco's informant was not entirely detrimental. Draco was magnanimous, conducting affairs with a certain latitude, never hastily exposing his pawns or allowing them to descend into irretrievable predicaments. The sole drawback was the propensity for moral disquiet. Nevertheless, the tasks Draco currently assigned were trivial and did not warrant significant moral turmoil. Allow me to introduce myself. In my capacity as a Hogwarts professor, I am a holder of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin and a 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award, as well as a member of the Dark Arts Defense Association. Yet, at this moment, I am merely your professor, and I ask that you regard me as an ordinary educator. He bore an expression of resigned acceptance, as though he had numerous admirers. Zabini furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He glanced at Draco, who met his gaze without a hint of trepidation, leaving Zabini's mind awash with questions. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Gilderoy Lockhart was rather unreliable. Before we commence our lesson, we shall undertake a brief assessment, Lockhart announced, producing a test he had meticulously prepared. Upon seeing the paper, Zabini's eyes sparkled. He was eager for this quiz, hoping to use his performance to quell Granger's arrogance. Even he was perplexed by his belief that Granger would flaunt her grades. Yet, when he received the test, he was taken aback. Draco had indeed provided him with hints. But who would have anticipated that the exam would revolve around Lockhart's favorite color and aspirations? Shouldn't a respectable individual focus on the adventures and the noble spirits they convey? He suddenly felt ensnared in one of Draco's traps. What was Draco scheming? However, observing Granger's earnest demeanor, he steeled himself and began writing. Meanwhile, Draco merely inscribed his name and promptly succumbed to slumber. It was not until Lockhart approached to collect the papers that Theodore roused him. One could only wonder what ritual Lockhart sought to pursue, as he personally gathered each test, akin to collecting letters from readers. His demeanor was regal as he sifted through the papers, yet with each passing moment, the smile on his face began to wane. You have truly disappointed me. I never anticipated that so many would fail to answer this simple questionnaire. Hardly anyone knows that my favorite color is lilac. Nonetheless, 2 young wizards performed commendably, Lockhart remarked, lifting his gaze to the 2 students, his smile nearly glistening with oil. Zabini was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition, causing a shiver to run through his heart. Oh, it is Miss Hermione Granger of Gryffindor and Mr. Blaise Zabini of Slytherin. In honor of your earnestness, I shall award 5 points to each of your houses, declared Lockhart. It seemed, indeed, that the 2 were his most devoted admirers. As he gestured towards them, Zabini rolled his eyes, hardly enamored with the notion of a greasy, middle-aged man. Realizing the absurdity of it all, he thought, curse you, Draco. Who cares about those 5 points? He shot a furious glance in Draco's direction, only to find him giving a thumbs up in return, which only fueled his ire. Zabini had intended to confront Draco after class, but unforeseen events caused him to forget his grievance. Now, let us return to the matter at hand, for I have a tremendous surprise for you all, Lockhart announced, retrieving a large cage draped in black cloth, as if he were unveiling a grand secret. Draco lifted his head wearily, casting a disinterested glance before lowering it again. Feigning lack of interest, do not dismiss this, for within this cage lies the most fearsome creature in the world. But fret not, I shall ensure your safety. With me here, nothing can harm you. As he spoke, he endeavored to project an image of invulnerability. Such declarations might be dismissed from others, but coming from his own lips, they bordered on hubris. Nevertheless, he continued, I must caution you all against screaming or provoking them. Perhaps he was wary of losing control, preemptively administering a warning to shift the blame should chaos ensue. It must be said that he truly possessed a knack for storytelling, captivating the young wizards with just a few words. The timid among them even covered their mouths, eyes fixed anxiously on the cloaked cage, as if it contained some dreadful beast. Lockhart reveled in their apprehension before dramatically unveiling the black cloth. Behold, today's star attraction, the Cornish pixie, he proclaimed, widening his eyes in anticipation of the children's terrified expressions. However, the young wizards were not completely devoid of wit. Many had encountered such pixies before and felt nothing but amusement. Ha! Teacher, is this truly a Cornish pixie? Finnegan, a Gryffindor known for his brashness, laughed heartily, having had previous encounters with the little creatures. Indeed, this is a freshly captured Cornish pixie, brimming with vitality. Lockhart aimed to emphasize the bravery of these mischievous pixies, intending to instill fear in the young wizards. However, it was evident that his efforts had an entirely opposite effect. Ha! What danger do these little sprites pose? Professor, are you jesting? Who hasn't encountered such pixies? Finnegan's laughter resonated, infecting all the young wizards present. Many of them joined in the mirth, leading to a scene that spiraled out of control. Lockhart, with his lofty demeanor, was unaccustomed to such humiliation, particularly after being constantly idolized by his fans. Mr. Finnegan, do not underestimate these pixies. They are far more formidable than you might imagine. Had circumstances permitted, Lockhart might have descended to impart a lesson to Finnegan. Yet, constrained by his status as a professor, he refrained from doing so. Is that so? Simon's words, laced with a hint of amusement, struck a particularly provocative tone. Lockhart, already buoyed by his adoring fans, could scarcely tolerate any challenge to his authority, perhaps owing to the fragile ego of a plagiarist. He was particularly irked by any mockery directed toward him. Chapter 75. Yet another trap falls. In that case, I am curious to see how you intend to handle this band of pixies. Infuriated and embarrassed, Lockhart recklessly opened the cage containing the pixies from Cornwall. Once liberated, the pixies unleashed their pent-up chaos, wreaking havoc everywhere as they sought to express their inner dissatisfaction. Nearly every young wizard fell victim to their mischief. Some had their books torn asunder, others were smeared with ink, and some were even suspended by their ears from the chandelier. Neville, one of Simon's closest friends, was always by his side. Upon witnessing Neville dangling from the chandelier, Simon became quite distressed. However, he found himself utterly helpless, ensnared by numerous pixies. He could only cast a pleading glance in Lockhart's direction. At that moment, Lockhart wore a smug expression, reveling in the disarray below. The pixies, newly freed, instinctively surged forward, unaware of his presence behind the cage, thus leaving him temporarily unscathed. Lockhart likely reveled in thoughts of, who dared to question me? Now you shall learn a lesson. Yet, being mindful of his position as a Hogwarts teacher, he soon resolved to cast a spell to salvage his precarious reputation. The reason he did not cast a spell immediately upon releasing the pixies was that he believed only through experiencing true fear could they comprehend the accuracy of his assertions. Those who questioned him deserved to be punished. Pesky pixie pestilence. Lockhart confidently uttered the incantation, but it was clear he had erred. His spell was utterly ineffective. The mischievous sprites continued to tease all the young witches and wizards, and some were even drawn to Gilderoy Lockhart's antics, rushing towards him as if they had discovered a new toy, playing with utmost seriousness. Lockhart, feeling overwhelmed, contemplated fleeing outside. Meanwhile, Boys was struggling to manage the troublesome sprites nearby when he sensed a burning gaze upon him. Turning to locate the source, he found it was Draco Malfoy, who exchanged a brief glance with him before gesturing towards Neville hanging from the chandelier and the disheveled Lockhart. Using subtle lip movements, he communicated his intent. Boys furrowed his brow, quickly grasping Draco's plan, and discreetly moved closer to Simon. Simon, look at Professor Lockhart. He is trying to escape, and Neville is still up there. What will happen if he runs away? Boys, well liked among the Gryffindors, raised no suspicions in Simon, who was completely captivated by Lockhart's antics. That despicable Lockhart, how can he be so selfish? He is the one who unleashed those sprites and now wishes to abandon a group of second-year wizards to save himself. How is such a person worthy of being a professor at Hogwarts? Simon felt a surge of urgency. Yet he found himself utterly powerless as he watched Lockhart inch closer to the door. I don't know what to do. He is about to run. While he was at a loss, Draco was not. Aren't you supposed to be able to make things explode? Why not cast a random spell at him? Boys suggested subtly. Simon's eyes lit up with an idea. Yes, why should we suffer at the hands of those sprites while Lockhart escapes? He is responsible for all of this. He must be punished. Without contemplating the consequences, Simon directed an unknown spell towards Lockhart. No one knew the exact incantation he had used, not even Simon himself. Suddenly, an object before Lockhart exploded with a resounding bang, sending a shockwave that forced Lockhart to stumble back and fall heavily to the ground, momentarily dazed. After witnessing this, boys exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, who nodded in affirmation, prompting boys to refrain from further action. Draco smiled slightly and immediately cast a spell towards the sky, which promptly restrained the surrounding sprites. "Everyone run. I can only hold the sprites back for a moment. Quickly escape," he urged, as he gently lowered Neville to the ground. The young wizards, previously under siege by the sprites, took off at breakneck speed, fleeing the scene, while the unfortunate Lockhart, still dazed from Simon's spell, was not as fortunate. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the young wizards streaming out, and he intended to join them. However, just as he was about to step outside, the classroom door suddenly slammed shut. No matter how fervently he knocked or what incantations he employed, he could not unlock it. In that vast classroom, it was only he and the little sprites, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Undoubtedly, it was Draco's doing. He had recognized the value in Seamus and sought to manipulate him, thus initiating a series of events. The current predicament was exceedingly disadvantageous for Seamus. One could discern from the lesson that Professor Lockhart was certainly not a magnanimous individual. Today's incident would undoubtedly sow seeds of resentment in his heart, possibly leading him to employ some underhanded tactics against Seamus. Although Lockhart was unaware of who had locked him in the classroom, he was fully cognizant that it was Seamus who had bewitched him, rendering him unconscious and preventing his escape, ultimately leading to his confinement. What Draco needed to do now was to win hearts and minds. Thus, upon emerging, he cast a knowing glance at Boris. Boris, being quite astute, immediately comprehended Draco's intentions. Although he was uncertain as to why Draco sought to ally with Seamus, he recognized the folly of passing up an opportunity for gain. Seamus, don't run away." Boris suddenly called out to him. "What is it, Boris?" Seamus, still somewhat disoriented, turned to him slowly. "Did you notice that the classroom door seemed to have been shut by someone? And Professor Lockhart, doesn't he appear to have exited yet?" Boris had witnessed Draco close the door, so he was well aware that Lockhart had yet to leave. He threw this matter out as bait. He should be locked inside, especially since he released the sprites without permission and could not recapture them. Seamus spoke with a hint of schadenfreude, completely disregarding the potential ramifications of this situation. However, the matter was far from trivial. Professor Lockhart was evidently not a broad-minded individual. He would surely hold this incident against Seamus. What if he decided to expel him? After all, he had not seen who closed the door, only that Seamus had used a spell to knock him out. Boris looked at Seamus with evident urgency and concern, meticulously breaking down the situation for him. Seamus was now visibly shaken, beginning to grasp the gravity of his predicament. He certainly did not wish to be expelled from Hogwarts in his second year. "What should I do, Boris? Please help me think of something." Seamus was clearly flustered, feeling quite at a loss, as his mind had yet to conceive a solution to their current dilemma. Boris glanced around and led Seamus to a secluded spot. "Let us converse here, away from prying eyes. We must not allow anyone to discover our intentions. If Lockhart gets wind of our plan and sabotages it, we would be in dire straits." Boise offers a straightforward explanation for why he has brought Simon to this remote corner. However, the reality is quite different. Simon is good friends with Harry Potter and his companions. Even if he is not currently thinking of Harry, it is likely that he will soon seek Harry's assistance. Should he encounter Harry and his friends along the way, no amount of persuasion from Boise would sway Simon from choosing to side with Harry. Therefore, Boise must eliminate any opportunities for Simon to interact with Harry and the others. After all, he is Draco's informant and naturally wishes to lead Simon towards Draco. At present, the two of them are unable to devise an effective strategy. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek the counsel of other clever young wizards. Boise furrows his brow, appearing quite helpless. Even if he could conceive a plan, he would not dare to voice it. He could hardly jeopardize his own livelihood over such a trivial matter concerning Simon. His family, including his parents, rely on Draco's support. Indeed, you are right, Boise. Perhaps we should approach Harry Potter and his friends. Harry is remarkably clever and is sure to have a solution. Simon's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, as if he had found a savior. Indeed, as Boise had suspected, Simon's first instinct was to think of Harry Potter. Thankfully, Boise had brought Simon to this secluded location. Otherwise, given his understanding of Simon, he would have immediately sought out Harry and the others. Would that not have been a futile endeavor, effectively crafting garments for Harry Potter? "Simon, we cannot seek out Harry Potter. Recently, Mrs. Weasley has already sent a howler to Ron. If they err again, Hogwarts will undoubtedly expel them." Boise quickly interrupts Simon's train of thought and employs a different approach to lead Simon astray. "Today, we are targeting Professor Lockhart. Regardless of whether Professor Lockhart has behaved inappropriately, he is still a professor at Hogwarts, and actively opposing him would be tantamount to causing a disturbance. Harry and his friends cannot afford to make any more mistakes. At least not for now. We cannot put them at risk." Boise has struck at Simon's vulnerability. Although he is frightened, The essence of the young wizard remains kind-hearted. He would not endanger others. Yes, we cannot harm Harry and his friends. They have suffered enough already. What should I do now? Am I truly to consider dropping out? It is all Lockhart's fault. Simon, now filled with rage, omits the title of professor and addresses him simply as Lockhart, exuding a sense of urgency as he leans helplessly against the wall, like an ant on a hot stove. Boise remains silent for a long while before suddenly lifting his gaze towards Simon. Perhaps we could seek assistance from Malfoy. A spark of determination flickers in Boise's eyes. This seems to be the only course of action he can conceive. Lucius Malfoy, the father of Draco Malfoy, serves as a governor at Hogwarts, endowing their family with a status far superior to that of Gilderoy Lockhart. Moreover, Draco possesses considerable intelligence, which surely enables him to devise a means of assistance. As Boyce spoke, his eyes sparkled with growing enthusiasm, as if he had suddenly realized that Draco could serve as a valuable ally. Simo was swayed by Boyce's words. Yet he found himself engulfed in hesitation, having undergone a year of reflection. Both boys, influenced by their experiences over the past year, were acutely aware of the long-standing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Furthermore, nearly all Gryffindors regarded Slytherins as adversaries. Could Draco, a Slytherin, truly be willing to aid him? A Gryffindor? Simo remained uncertain. Perhaps it was worth a try. After all, Draco often assisted fellow young wizards in class and might be inclined to help. He certainly could not remain passive, waiting for Lockhart to intervene. Simo noted that Draco appeared to be asleep during today's quiz, hinting that he might not hold Lockhart in high regard either. Understanding that Simo was intrigued, Boyce began to reel him in slowly, leaving the conversation open-ended, thus allowing Simo to feel there was an opportunity to seize. We must give it a try. It might truly work, Simo reassured himself, as much as he comforted Boyce. They exchanged a knowing glance, confirming their mutual resolve before departing in the direction of Slytherin. Draco, having already exchanged ideas with Boyce, was fully aware that Boyce would lead Simo to him. Thus, he chose to remain apart from his companions, standing alone in a corner. As a Slytherin, Draco was acutely conscious of the inherent tensions between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Should a Slytherin approach a Gryffindor voluntarily, they would likely face scorn from their peers, regardless of their identity as Draco Malfoy. At present, Draco was merely a second-year student. Had he been in 5th, 6th, or 7th year, the circumstances might have been different. However, as a second year, he needed to remain discreet, avoiding attracting undue attention while ensuring Simo did not suspect his intentions or the day's developments. He waited patiently until he sensed the presence of those who had been following him, before making his way toward the Black Lake. With classes just dismissed, the young wizards were fatigued, most choosing to return to the common room for rest. Few ventured near the Black Lake. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, the only sounds being the rustling of small creatures, lending an eerie atmosphere to the air. Come forth, gentlemen. You have been trailing me for some time. What is your purpose? Following others is hardly a commendable habit, he called out. Draco abruptly paused, turning to address the large stone behind him. Seeing that their presence had been detected, Simon and Bowers ceased their concealment, for their purpose had always been to seek Draco. Moreover, there were no onlookers around, rendering further hiding unnecessary. Chapter 77, Collusion. Ah, it is you two, Finnegan and Watson. Have you come to challenge me, members of Gryffindor? Draco remarked, his eyes reflecting a blend of surprise and disbelief as he gazed at the pair, seemingly perplexed as to why they sought him out. Bowers and Simon exchanged glances, and Simon immediately stepped forward. My apologies, Malfoy. We have come to request your assistance today, and I regret disturbing you in this manner. In contrast to Bowers, Simon lacked the eloquence, thus willingly relinquishing the burden of speech to his companion. Yet, this also played into their trap. Once the dialogue was controlled by another, one could easily become a puppet. What is it that you desire? Draco replied, his tone decidedly frosty, though a gentle and courteous smile graced his lips, seemingly devoid of prejudice against their Gryffindor affiliation. The two exchanged another glance, and ultimately, it was Bowers who spoke again. It pertains to Simon's earlier predicament. You are aware of the incident in Professor Lockhart's class, where he unleashed a pixie. Simon acted out of desperation. We all recognize that Lockhart is not a magnanimous individual, and we fear he may retaliate against Simon for this incident. Bowers paused, as if allowing Draco a moment to process, before continuing. It is said that Lockhart suffered greatly at the hands of the pixies. Although he claims ignorance regarding who closed the door, he certainly knows it was Simon who rendered him unconscious. Hence, he will likely seek vengeance against Simon. Our intention in following you was to enlist your aid in resolving this matter. Draco remained silent for a moment after hearing this. The anxious expressions of the two suddenly evoked laughter from him, as he gazed at them with a bemused countenance. I am curious as to why you would presume I would assist you. You are Gryffindors, and I am a Slytherin. I would relish seeing you face retribution. It would ensure Slytherin's victory in this year's House Cup. Draco would undoubtedly comply. He had summoned Bowers to bring Simon closer, intending to recruit Simon for his explosive talents. This statement was merely a fade. After all, a Slytherin exhibiting unexpected kindness could be a rather frightening prospect. I can see that you are suited for leadership. As evidenced in today's defense against the dark arts class, I trust you would not stand idly by in the face of danger. Bowers could only utter these words with a sense of desperation, wishing to employ some form of intimidation. However, should threats arise, the two parties would inevitably sever ties. Draco originally aimed to cultivate an alliance with Simo, seeking to leverage gratitude rather than self-interest to win him over. After all, Simo is not a Slytherin. The bonds within Slytherin are forged upon the foundation of mutual benefit, whereas Gryffindor relationships are rooted in emotion. Those foolish lions often exhibit a surprising indifference to material gains. Yet they are acutely sensitive to sentiments devoid of intrinsic value. It is astonishing that you believe in me when I do not even trust myself. However, do you possess any value that warrants my assistance, Finnegan? Draco's words could be interpreted as a concession, provided they could present something of worth in Draco's eyes. The endeavor would undoubtedly succeed. Yet, it was imperative that they maintain a degree of decorum. The two exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Boyce, naturally, understood Draco's desires. But he could not reveal them so hastily. Doing so would imply a conspiracy against Simo. Though the reality was indeed such, they must not allow Simo to perceive it. Observing their hesitation, Draco turned to depart, but just as he took a step, a voice called out to him from behind. Simo possesses explosive talents, and it has come to light that the Malfoy family has reached an accord with the Zabini family, acquiring a mine from them. Simo's abilities could expedite the extraction of resources from the mine. Boyce hastily stopped Draco. Even Simo was taken aback, realizing that his lackluster magical aptitude could be utilized in such a manner. He couldn't help but commend Boyce's brilliance. There is a saying, there are no fools in this world, only individuals misplaced in their roles. Perhaps Simo is one such case. Mr. Finnegan possesses such capabilities? Then, the demolition tasks at the Malfoy mine shall be entrusted to Mr. Finnegan. Draco smiled faintly, clearly acquiescing to their request. In truth, this matter is not particularly difficult. Nor is it overly simple. Gilderoy Lockhart, after all, is a renowned author. His fame brings both advantages and disadvantages. Draco teased a hint of suspense, noting that all of Simo's attention was now focused on him, and continued, the more prominent a figure, the more they guard their reputation. Thus, we must preemptively disclose the facts. As long as he is concerned about his reputation, he will refrain from taking action against you. Draco intended for them to embellish Lockhart's misdeeds and frame Simo's actions as a necessary means of safeguarding their fellow students. If Lockhart were to target Simo, it would imply a deliberate intent to harm the young wizards of Hogwarts. In this situation, in order to preserve his reputation, he could only claim that he had inadvertently released the sprite, not foreseeing its uncontrollable nature, and he even had to commend Simon's approach. Simon was evidently aware of the efficacy of this method, as a smile instantly graced his face. However, moments later, that smile gradually faded. Yet, we all understand that the public's attention to opinion is ephemeral. Soon, they will forget this incident, and Lockett would still take action against me. Simon was clearly dissatisfied with this plan. While it was the easiest to implement and the best in the short term, seeking external assistance was not out of the question. However, by the time they returned, one might have already endured a wave of punishment. Moreover, Draco hesitated for a moment, as if concealing a secret he was reluctant to disclose. Moreover, what? Simon grew anxious about the matter, as it directly concerned him. Furthermore, Gilderoy Lockhart would not remain at Hogwarts for long. Perhaps you are unaware that the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is a yearly rotation, with scarcely anyone managing to stay in that role for over a year. Draco unhesitatingly revealed this information to them. He did not intend to expend excessive effort on Simon, for mere pressure from public opinion was already sufficient. Should he invest too much energy without commensurate returns, disappointment would ensue. Chapter 78. Take it slow, there's no rush. Why? Don't other professors teach their subjects for many years? For instance, Professor Trelawney, why is the defense against the dark arts classroom so exceptional? Simon found this perplexing. He feared that Draco was merely stalling to placate him. Because of the Dark Lord, who had once applied for the defense against the dark arts position but was denied by Headmaster Dumbledore, he placed a curse on the position. Otherwise, do you think Gilderoy Lockhart would have been deemed qualified to become a professor at Hogwarts? It was because no one else wished to apply for the role of defense against the dark arts professor that he was selected, excluding Professor Snape, of course. So that is how it is. In that case, I will leave the remaining matters to you. Simon readily agreed to their arrangement. Draco raised an eyebrow, pleased by the development. Simon's unique ability could be deemed highly useful, yet it also had its limitations. However, merely utilizing this ability to exploit a mine would be a gross underutilization of its potential. A capitalist would never relinquish any resource at their disposal. Each resource would be maximized to yield its utmost value. Upon seeing Draco's agreement, Simon and his companion nodded at him and prepared to depart. This alleviated one concern. For some reason, perhaps due to Draco's subtle influence, they felt a profound trust in him, harboring no doubts regarding his capability to achieve this task. Wait, Finnegan. Draco suddenly called out to them. Was it because the deal had not yet been secured? Simon turned back in surprise, his heart suddenly heavy. Finnegan, do you truly believe your current talents are sufficient to demolish the mine? Watson's words might deceive the uninitiated, but with your present capabilities, it would be a challenge even to obliterate a cauldron. Simon was perplexed as to why Draco only began to challenge them after the transaction was completed. If he had been contemplating this earlier, why proceed with the deal? If this notion had just struck him, did it imply an intention to breach the contract? Malfoy, what do you mean by this? Are you contemplating a breach? Simon acknowledged that his demolition skills were indeed not as formidable as Boyce had claimed. A hint of irritation crossed his face, yet he recognized the validity of Draco's skepticism. Do not be anxious, Finnegan. To ensure our transaction proceeds smoothly, perhaps you should refine your explosive abilities. Do not let me down. You know I must protect my interests. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Gryffindors are often a rash bunch, and he feared that having just aided Simon with his predicament, Simon would soon disregard their agreement. Although Boyce would remind Simon, excessive reminders could become irksome. It was better to lay the groundwork up front. It would facilitate Draco's further control over Simon. This was a potential weapon of immense power. A single individual's strength is inherently limited. No matter how potent their magic, they cannot face an army alone. However, with Simon's explosive prowess as a support, the dynamic would shift dramatically. Thus, he needed to maintain a firm grip on Simon. This statement served not only as a caution, but also as a signal for Draco to infiltrate Simon's daily life. With this declaration, he could continuously monitor Simon's progress, gradually influencing his thoughts and transforming him into a puppet. It was akin to the opium poppy. Once ensnared, escape would be impossible. Very well, Simon acquiesced, pausing momentarily as he sought to discern whether Draco had further demands. Draco, clearly understanding his intent, remained silent and turned away. One could not deny that Draco's year at Hogwarts had not been in vain. He wielded a modicum of control. Before long, Simon's tale of defying the professors to protect the young wizards of Hogwarts spread throughout the castle, forcing the beleaguered Lockhart to offer an explanation on the spot. In subsequent classes across various years, he even lauded Simon's courageous actions, attempting to redeem his own reputation through such means. Yet, these were matters for another time. They cared little for Lockhart's intentions, as long as he remained too occupied to target them. In recent days, Draco has experienced a measure of tranquility, perhaps not anticipating that after concluding their dealings, Harry Potter would seek him out once more. The two found themselves once again in that secluded alley. Mr. Potter, might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I am quite occupied and would prefer not to squander my time, Draco remarked, displaying a hint of impatience. He had yet to uncover any leverage over Harry, prompting him to wish to dismiss him. After all, he had already successfully garnered loyalty during his first year. The current circumstances, however, revealed a troubling pattern. Harry instinctively sought him out. Furthermore, Draco had effectively sowed discord between Harry and Dumbledore. The remaining matters could be entrusted to Harry. As long as he remained sufficiently astute, he could undoubtedly complicate the situation. Indeed, sometimes it is the clever who inadvertently bring about misfortune. Dumbledore, a man of remarkable intellect, merely desired a savior he could manipulate, one who would adhere to the path he had meticulously crafted. Should this savior prove to be overly clever, deviating from the established route, it could jeopardize Dumbledore's plans, possibly rendering them futile. Based on Draco's current understanding of Harry, it was only a matter of time before Dumbledore's scheme unraveled. May I inquire if the matters concerning the Weasley family pertain to you? Draco probed, as Mr. Weasley faced severe consequences due to his escapade with Ron in the flying car. He had hoped to strengthen his rapport with the Weasley clan over the holiday. And should they direct their ire towards him due to this incident, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. After all, regardless of outward appearances, parents invariably side with their children. They would not lay the entirety of the blame on Ron and might even shift some of the culpability onto Harry. Moreover, the approach taken against the Weasleys bore a striking resemblance to Draco's methods. He possessed ample motive, having clashed with the Weasley family at the bookstore. The Malfoy and Weasley families had never been amicable. Furthermore, through their brief interactions in the previous school year, Harry had come to recognize Draco as someone adept at manipulating public opinion. Perhaps this is a common trait among politicians, who excel at swaying the masses. Chapter 79. Even the clever can commit misdeeds. Such a characteristic is rare among young witches and wizards, particularly those still in school. Thus, when trouble arose for the Weasley family, Harry immediately thought of Draco. Are you attempting to tarnish my reputation, Mr. Potter? Draco retorted, refusing to engage directly with Harry's insinuations. The first principle of a politician is that they must never be implicated in wrongdoing. You are well aware of the implications of casting aspersions. I wish to convey that Weasley holds significant importance for me, and for the sake of our mutual interests, I kindly request that you refrain from any further actions against the Weasley family. Harry Potter likely believes they are still allies. Yet he remains oblivious to the fragility of relationships built solely on self-interest, which can easily crumble when such interests dissipate. The alliance they once forged has long since shattered. And I fear you have forgotten, Mr. Potter, that our mutual interests had already dissolved before you could offer a more substantial reward. Furthermore, I must caution you once more against maligning my character. I have not laid a hand on the Weasley family. He finds Harry Potter's current mindset quite amusing. Simple Parseltongue cannot constrain Draco for an extended duration. The time of capitalists is exceedingly precious. They would never squander it on individuals who have been thoroughly drained of value. It is perplexing how Draco adamantly refuses to acknowledge any connection to that incident, determined to keep his reputation unstained by any hint of scandal. Harry Potter is at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. In a certain sense, Harry Potter is rather suited for Slytherin. He prioritizes his own interests and is willing to resort to any means to achieve them. Potter, I must warn you to maintain your distance from the Weasleys. Be cautious not to be dragged down by them one day. Harry Potter's demeanor appears somewhat off, prompting Draco to offer a word of caution. He suddenly realizes that Harry is indeed a child in desperate need of affection. Due to his relationship with the Weasleys this semester, he has developed a genuine fondness for them. Though he still harbors some psychological defenses, he is far more amiable than before. I know what must be done, and I do not require your reminders. Harry Potter exhibits signs of irritation, as he has come to recognize his own shortcomings. He approached the Weasley family with ulterior motives. Thus, during the latter half of his first year, he deliberately spoke to Ron about the mistreatment he endured from his aunt, subtly brainwashing Ron into believing there was an opportunity to exploit. This led to Ron's eventual invitation to retrieve Harry from his aunt's home. From the outset, what Ron perceived as a heroic rescue was, in fact, meticulously orchestrated by Harry Potter. All of Harry's actions were merely to cultivate a pitiable persona, thereby lowering the Weasley family's guard and ultimately gleaning insights into Dumbledore's plans. His primary concern has always been self-preservation, and his motives in befriending the Weasleys are decidedly self-serving. However, Molly has shown him remarkable kindness, compensating for the maternal love he has long been deprived of, which inadvertently draws him closer to the Weasley family. This has strayed from his original intentions, inciting his irritation. Do as you wish. I simply hope that in a few days, the prophet will not announce the sudden downfall of the savior, Harry Potter. Best of luck, Potter. Draco offered a faint smile and executed a gentlemanly bow before departing. Yet, mere steps away, the smile vanished from his countenance. It seemed Harry Potter, the one who forgets pain but remembers meals, required a lesson. He would soon learn that his association with the Weasley would only serve to hinder him. Even if he remained oblivious, Draco would ensure he came to that realization. Recent events had become exceedingly intricate. Perhaps a meeting with Riddle was in order to enlist the assistance of his loyal servant, the Basilisk. Otherwise, sending Riddle to Hogwarts would render itself utterly futile. Alone in his dormitory, Draco gradually untangled his thoughts, his hands never ceasing their activity. He cradled a flower pot filled with soil, as if entombing something significant. Theodore lingered outside for quite some time before returning, only to find Draco engrossed in his earthy endeavor, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Draco, what has come over you lately? Why this sudden passion for gardening? Theodore queried, puzzled. Is the Malfoy family in financial straits? What sort of plant could possibly warrant the heir's personal cultivation? The answer, of course, was affirmative, if the incentive was substantial enough. The Malfoy heir could engage in any endeavor. It's not merely gardening. Recently, I visited my godfather to develop a new potion that accelerates plant growth. I wish to conduct several experiments to ensure its stability. Draco deftly shifted the conversation away from the plants themselves and toward the new potion. This potion was a product of his previous life, where he had dedicated extensive time to researching a resurrection elixir, yielding little success apart from a restorative draft. While its effects on humans were minimal, it exhibited extraordinary results on plants, enabling rapid growth. This was precisely why Draco felt confident in attempting to cultivate mandrakes from mere root systems in herbology class. A potion? When did you brew this? Are you planning to market it? Theodore's initial reaction was one of skepticism. Ever since Draco had embroiled Zabini in his schemes, he harbored suspicions that Draco was weaving an elaborate plot requiring substantial funds. Perhaps this potion was a means to barter for profit. It's still in the experimental phase. I must confirm its efficacy before it can hit the market. Once I ascertain its success, I shall invite you to join me. By the way, that pot is part of this experiment. If you have a moment, please keep an eye on it. I plan to deliver it to Malfoy Manor in a few days. Draco, ever utilitarian, proceeded to deftly persuade Theodore. Oh, by the way, do ensure your pet does not consume it. Should it fall prey to a serpent, it would indeed spell trouble. While snakes typically do not feast upon grass without reason, one can never be too cautious. What are you contemplating? Which well-mannered serpent would dine on grass? If you remain apprehensive, perhaps you might place a personal belonging nearby. It is certain to deter any mischief. Strangely, I sense that my pet harbors a certain fear of yours. Ever since that incident in first grade when Draco took the snake outside, it has displayed an aversion towards him. Initially, it was mere annoyance, but now it seems to be an instinctive repulsion. I wonder what you have done to it. What could I possibly do? I cannot practice magic on it, can I? Chapter 80, Night Wanderings. It has become evident that Lockhart is not a person of great generosity. After a brief period of calm, he has resumed his antics. Due to his reputation, he cannot directly confront Seamus, so he has turned his ire towards Harry instead. Recently, Harry has been summoned to Lockhart's office for detention with alarming frequency. Initially, he suspected Draco was behind this, as misfortunes always seem to follow their disagreements. Although he lacks proof to link these unfortunate events to Draco, it is difficult to avoid drawing connections. This time, right after a tiff with Draco, he found himself in Lockhart's detention, which inevitably led to thoughts of Draco. Lockhart, lacking in intellect, inadvertently revealed that Draco was not involved. Gradually, Harry began to relax. While he found some ease, Draco remained tense. Before Harry arrived at school, Riddle's diary had already been handed to the Weasley girl. Lately, Draco had been observing her closely. Ginny was becoming increasingly frail and haggard, appearing as if her vitality had been drained. Yet, those around her failed to notice anything amiss. Harry Potter himself approached Ginny with ulterior motives. He was indifferent to her plight, only concerned with maintaining their relationship. His prior efforts had yielded significant success. Their bond had always been one-sided, with Ginny harboring feelings for him. As for her brothers, they were preoccupied with their own affairs. Percy, now a Gryffindor prefect, was perpetually busy, while Fred and George were engrossed in their pranks and entrepreneurial ventures, leaving little time for Ginny. As for Ron, his relationship with Harry required mending. He found it perplexing that misfortune seemed to follow him whenever he spent time with Harry. Anyone who harbors superstitions would consider this ill-fated. No one paid attention to the young girl's situation. Being a first-year student, her classmates did not know her well and mistakenly assumed she was merely dieting. The only one who seemed to pay her any heed was Draco. During this time, he observed Ginny closely, without relying on anyone else's assistance. This matter pertained to Voldemort. If it were to come to the attention of others, it would spell disaster. That night, it was unclear what Riddle intended, but he took control of the young girl's body and led her away from Gryffindor. Unbeknownst to them, Draco, who was also wandering outside in search of an opportunity to eliminate some mandrake, stumbled upon her. The girl walked steadily toward the girl's lavatory. At first, Draco did not perceive anything amiss, but suddenly, a realization struck him. It seemed that in his past life, it was at this very moment that the lavatory's pipes had erupted. Coincidentally, this period coincided with the basilisk's rampage. Was there an inevitable connection between the two? Draco followed Ginny discreetly, but the more he observed, the more alarmed he became. He discovered that Ginny was entirely under someone else's control, a mere puppet devoid of thought. The hidden malevolence within Hogwarts were few, making it a relatively safe place. Thus, only one person could be orchestrating this, Tom Riddle. Understanding this, Draco hesitated no longer. He abandoned all pretense and boldly stepped forward, positioning himself behind Ginny. His movements were not subtle, and he was soon detected by her. Ginny immediately turned, her eyes glinting with malice. Upon recognizing that her pursuer was Draco, her expression softened slightly. "Malfoy, what are you doing here? Did we not agree to meet again in a year?" The voice belonged to Ginny, yet the demeanor and tone were utterly uncharacteristic of her, as if she were possessed by something sinister. "My master, it is a pleasure to see you once more. I happened upon you this evening quite by chance." Draco began with a flurry of meaningless chatter to buy himself time to think. He needed to concoct a complete fabrication to deceive Riddle. As he remained uncertain whether the basilisk had any connection with Riddle, he dared not act rashly. "I have something of great importance to share with you." Draco lowered his head slightly to conceal the depth of his gaze. "Speak." Due to Draco's previous assistance in creating a potion for Riddle, he had earned a modicum of patience from him. "In my first year, I managed to establish contact with your true self, the great Dark Lord. He informed me that there lurks an unexpected Death Eater within Hogwarts. I believe your presence here serves a purpose. Let us uncover this Death Eater, and together, we can collaborate." Draco concealed certain details. Indeed, he had previously communicated with Voldemort, but he had shared information regarding the Resurrection Stone. However, he was unwilling to disclose the existence of the Resurrection Stone to Riddle now. Riddle, formidable with the serpent creature in his possession, would stop at nothing if he truly discovered the Resurrection Stone. As his vigilance heightened, it would prove challenging for Draco to strike. "Are you referring to Severus Snape?" During this period, Riddle conversed extensively with Ginny through the diary, extracting nearly all the transformations occurring within the magical realm, including a rudimentary understanding of his followers, the Death Eaters. Thus, when Draco mentioned the Death Eaters, the first name that sprang to mind was the current potions master, Severus Snape. "No, my dear master. The Death Eater I am speaking of is none other than Peter Pettigrew, who is believed to be deceased by all. A look of shock immediately manifested on Ginny's face. In her understanding, Peter Pettigrew had perished at the hands of Sirius Black. Riddle's information was limited, confining him to what Ginny was aware of. Hence, when Draco disclosed that Pettigrew was indeed a Death Eater and still alive, it was a revelation. Draco reveled in the astonishment reflected on his face and continued, stating that Pettigrew had once used a single finger to send Sirius Black of the Order of the Phoenix to Azkaban, while he himself transformed into a rat, hiding in the Weasley household, now in the possession of Ron Weasley, who was still in his second year. Draco spoke unhesitatingly of Pettigrew's whereabouts. Voldemort aimed to utilize the serpent creature to eliminate a batch of Muggleborns at Hogwarts. With the assistance of an insider, his efforts would undoubtedly be bolstered. Peter Pettigrew would surely become his favored candidate. Chapter 81, The Serpent Creature. This revelation was unexpected, since you are aware of this matter. I shall leave it in your hands, as my possession of this girl poses certain complications. Riddle sensed Draco's loyalty and thus entrusted the task to him without hesitation. However, Draco hesitated, eventually stammering, "Master, it is not that I do not wish to serve you, but Pettigrew is an adult wizard, and my magical prowess pales in comparison. Should he refuse to meet you, I would have no recourse." Draco lowered his head in shame as he spoke. This was no trivial statement. It openly conveyed to Riddle that he could not fulfill the task unless granted greater assistance, essentially coveting Riddle's protective serpent creature. He sought to prompt Riddle to command the serpent to work for him without compensation. "Very well then, accompany me to a certain location. I shall find you a formidable ally." Riddle pondered for a moment, acknowledging the truth in this assertion. It would indeed be arduous for a young wizard to vanquish an adult wizard. As Riddle spoke, he guided Ginny's body toward the direction of the girl's lavatory. "Master, shall we venture into the ladies' restroom? However, this is an area designated solely for females." Draco appeared somewhat hesitant, as if adhering to the gentlemanly decorum expected of a pureblood. Riddle offered a faint smile, undeterred by Draco's words. On the contrary, he felt an increased sense of assurance. Since their acquaintance, Draco had exhibited an extraordinary maturity, at times prompting speculation about whether he was merely a fade of a more seasoned individual, or perhaps a disguise conjured by Polyjuice Potion. Yet, at this moment, Riddle felt genuinely reassured. A true ambitious soul would hardly concern himself with the nature of the place he entered, even if it were a ladies' restroom. What of it? So long as one's objectives are met, he would not hesitate to cross any boundary, even to the point of committing murder. This realization affirmed that Draco was indeed a genuine child. "Are you afraid, Malfoy?" Riddle remarked bluntly. Provoked by his words, Draco immediately exuded a youthful bravado, straightening his neck and summoning his courage to respond. "Not at all." Riddle smiled slightly at the boy's stubbornness. "Then let us proceed." Draco nodded, following Riddle's lead. But as he stepped into the ladies' restroom, he lowered his gaze, as if the floor were strewn with gold. He dared not look around indiscriminately. However, the persona he had meticulously crafted for Riddle must not be shattered so easily. Riddle, unburdened by such reservations, commanded a unique faucet in Parseltongue, "Open." Draco's prior learning of the serpent language proved invaluable at that moment. He casually lifted his eyes, taking note of Riddle's position and tone of voice. In the next instant, the floor seemed to activate a hidden mechanism, abruptly splitting open to reveal a large chasm. "Master, what is this place? Why has the ground suddenly opened up so?" Draco queried, his expression one of bewilderment, tinged with innocence. "This is the chamber of Slytherin, accessible only to the heir of Slytherin, and I am that heir," Riddle declared. Leaping unhesitatingly into the abyss, Draco hesitated, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding dust. Closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he ultimately followed suit. The scene below left him awestruck. The ground was littered with the white bones of small creatures, as though some fierce beast had devoured them entirely. "It is the basilisk. Master, why are there so many corpses of small animals? This place must be perilous. Allow me to protect you." Draco recognized that this was his moment to pledge his loyalty. Although Riddle would not solicit such devotion, it did not deter Draco from offering it. Riddle cast a disdainful glance at Draco, a mere underage wizard, who he himself could hardly protect, yet harbored aspirations of safeguarding him. "Silence, follow me," Riddle commanded, gradually advancing deeper into the cave. This cavern, a kaleidoscope of formations, was riddled with passages, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Riddle navigated it with the familiarity of one returning home, steering toward its very core. The myriad traps surrounding him were but trifles, easily bypassed with a few deft movements that swung the gates wide open. Draco meticulously memorized the route, though uncertain of Draco's purpose. He pondered that this location might serve as an excellent site for Seymour to concoct explosives. After all, the basilisk had reigned here unchecked for countless years, suggesting the place was remarkably soundproof. Riddle soon arrived at the center, where an altar-like structure stood. He surveyed the architecture around him, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Come forth, my loyal companion. Your master requires your assistance, Riddle called to the basilisk in Parseltongue. His voice reverberated through the cave, echoing far and wide, until the air was filled with a rustling sound, reminiscent of a colossal beast moving through the shadows. Close your eyes, little one, Riddle suddenly recalled. Draco instantly understood, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. He was not Riddle. He must not gaze into the basilisk's eyes, for to lock eyes would spell death, and even indirect contact could lead to petrification. Oh, yes, my master, Draco clumsily acquiesced, yet his hands moved swiftly. Without hesitation, he tore off his tie, fashioning it into a makeshift blindfold over his eyes. With sight obscured, his other senses heightened, particularly his hearing. He could sense the basilisk drawing nearer with each deliberate step. The overwhelming pressure, the potent threat, sent shivers down his spine, a sensation he had not experienced in many years. My dear old friend, I have returned. Riddle conversed with the basilisk without reservation. Indeed, my master, how may I serve you? The basilisk lowered its proud head. Riddle gently stroked its crown, a spark of brilliance igniting in his gaze. I require your aid in locating a former subordinate of mine. Ensure his cooperation in our mutual endeavor. The responsibility will fall upon this child beside me. Simply follow his lead. Riddle was keen to waste no time, for a prolonged delay would inevitably alert Ginny's roommates. Yes, my master, the basilisk promptly replied, shifting its form toward Draco, its serpentine head hovering perilously close. An uncanny sense of pressure enveloped Draco. He managed a slight smile, replying in Parseltongue. Welcome, my companion. Chapter 82, Confrontation. Little imp, could you truly be a Parselmouth, a trait innate to your being? Riddle was taken aback upon hearing Draco's utterance. As far as he was aware, Parseltongue had always been a characteristic exclusive to the heirs of Slytherin, passed down through bloodlines. To his knowledge, the Malfoy family bore no Slytherin lineage. Could it be that this young whelp before him did not carry the Malfoy name, but rather belonged to the Slytherin or Gaunt line? Riddle's gaze grew increasingly intricate, tinged with an undercurrent of malice. Draco's deference to his true self as the Dark Lord evidently indicated a lack of blood relation. Could it then be inferred that he shared a connection with the surviving members of the Gaunt family? Their relationship was hardly amicable. It seemed that this young whelp had little reason to persist in existence. He would never permit a being that posed a threat to his life to endure. No. This is a skill acquired through study. It is not true Parseltongue, merely a rudimentary form of snake speech. I observed Harry Potter conversing with snakes and employed a bit of magic to have him impart his knowledge to me. Draco sought to showcase his worth before Riddle, yet he wished to avoid provoking Riddle's lethal intent. Thus, he opted to divert all blame onto Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Is he a natural-born Parselmouth? Riddle was equally astonished by this revelation. Indeed, he is a true Parselmouth. My snake speech was learned from him. As Draco spoke, he fixed his gaze on Riddle, exuding a fade of utmost sincerity. This earned him a modicum of Riddle's trust. For a time, Draco's conduct sufficiently demonstrated his loyalty to Riddle, while Harry Potter had consistently been Riddle's adversary. Whether Harry Potter was indeed a natural Parselmouth, he must ultimately perish, since you possess the ability to converse with snakes. This simplifies matters. You shall communicate with the basilisk, and the responsibility for it falls solely upon you. However, this endeavor should commence promptly, as I have pressing matters to attend to. To orchestrate someone's downfall does not necessitate direct involvement. At times, public opinion can be lethal. Having resolved to target Harry Potter, Riddle would show no mercy. Even if Harry Potter eventually found an excuse to evade responsibility, Riddle could utilize Miss Weasley's body to enact his malevolence, dragging the Weasley family into the fray. Very well, Master. Recently, Harry Potter has incurred the ire of Professor Lockhart and has been summoned to his office for detention. During this period, he has been persistently targeted by Professor Lockhart. If the Master wishes to inquire about his Parseltongue abilities, this would be the opportune moment. Draco lowered his head, having surmised Riddle's intentions, though he refrained from elaborating, merely mentioning matters related to Parseltongue. The implication is to inform Riddle that his extensive discourse merely serves to present Riddle with an opportunity to validate whether Harry Potter's Parseltongue is innate. What Riddle intends to do with this information is his own affair, based on Draco's understanding of Riddle over this period. He is well aware that Riddle would not seek out Harry Potter to ascertain the authenticity of his Parseltongue. Riddle prefers to eradicate any threat at its roots, willing to eliminate the wrong target rather than let one escape. I understand. Should you need to consult the basilisk, follow today's route, exercise caution, and refrain from revealing yourself too early. Riddle has completely relinquished authority, entrusting the basilisk's utilization to Draco. Previously, he harbored concerns regarding Draco's fluency in Parseltongue and the potential difficulties in their communication, but that apprehension has dissipated. Draco nodded promptly, assuming a compliant demeanor. Riddle ceased to respond, guiding the basilisk to another location. After all, Draco possesses the ability to converse with serpents, and Riddle cannot definitively ascertain whether his talent is inherently bestowed, thus maintaining a degree of vigilance towards him. Stealthily, Riddle issued commands to the basilisk, permitting it to consume Draco should any unusual behavior arise. Although Draco professes to assist Riddle in concocting an alchemical body and even in his resurrection, he has thrived all these years without such means. If Draco truly harbors animosity towards Riddle, it would indeed be a predicament. Riddle's responses were notably ambiguous, indicating his belief that the opportune moment to entangle Harry Potter had not yet arrived. Public opinion. It necessitates discourse to be deemed as such. Although one can presently implicate Harry Potter with remarkable precision, the number of discussants remains insufficient. Draco did not linger in hesitation and departed from the premises. Upon returning to the dormitory, he noted that time had advanced considerably. Theodore had grown accustomed to his frequent absences and said nothing upon his return. Draco, somewhat taciturn, immediately tended to the mandrake he had cultivated. The potion ingredient proved quite useful. The mandrake had fully revived and sprouted new tender shoots. However, it remained in a juvenile state, and given Theodore's discerning eye, he likely could not distinguish what precisely was planted in the pot. Draco had no intention of divulging his plans to him. Thus he deemed it necessary to return this specimen to Malfoy Manor. Why do you return and immediately gaze upon your flowers? They seem to be thriving. They appear to have come to life. But what exactly are you growing? Theodore inquired, observing Draco's entranced expression towards the blossoms, a hint of confusion in his voice. This is a gift from my mother, a notion from my father. However, since this flower has now revived, it would be prudent to send it back to Malfoy Manor. It will inevitably be destroyed here by the cat, Draco replied, an expression of resignation adorning his face. Theodore harbored no doubts. In his memory, the relationship between Lucius and Narcissa had always been exemplary. By the way, this year the Slytherin Quidditch team is once again seeking new players, and Zabini is quite interested in this prospect. He intends to participate in the selection of new members. Do you have time? Let us go and observe together. Theodore was aware of Draco's fondness for Quidditch. However, he also sensed that Draco might not currently be inclined to pursue a position on the Quidditch team, as he had begun to occupy himself with more adult responsibilities. This matter had nearly slipped his mind. It deserved his earnest attention. Coincidentally, he also held an interest in Quidditch, so why not give it a try? Otherwise, the previous arrangements would be rendered futile. Yet, he did not intend to genuinely participate in the selection. After all, he was not idle. Competing in Quidditch with young wizards seemed rather trivial. He would rather contemplate how to outwit little Peter Pettigrew. Draco believed his idea of financially securing a place on the Slytherin Quidditch team was quite sound. Chapter 83. Peter. He did not wait for the next day, but wrote a letter home that very night. Dear Mom and Dad, I write to you with an urgent request. As you know, I have loved Quidditch since childhood, and now the Slytherin Quidditch team is recruiting new players. I wish to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, especially since even Harry Potter has made it onto the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I cannot be outdone by Harry Potter. Mom and Dad, you must think of a way to help me. I absolutely must join the Slytherin Quidditch team. By the way, Mom and Dad, I had an owl bring you a pot of flowers. It contains mandrake, which requires specific nutrients to thrive. I have already sent the nutrients back with the owl. You must take good care of it for me. I have nurtured it for quite some time. When I return, I must see it in person. It is imperative that you look after it well. If it weren't for Mrs. Loris constantly thinking of devouring it, I would never have sent it back. Please, Mom, take good care of my flowers. Everything is fine at school, though the food is not particularly appetizing. I miss your cookies, Mom. If possible, could you make me a few more? Your loving son, Draco. After completing the letter, Draco sent it along with the flower pot to Malfoy Manor. He reiterated his confidence in Lucius and Narcissa, knowing well their reputation for indulging their child. As long as he made his wishes clear, Lucius and Narcissa would not easily engage in actions that might anger him. The following morning, a response arrived. Lucius approved of Draco's desire to join the Quidditch team and permitted him to utilize a sum of galleons as his capital for joining Slytherin. On the day of the selection for the Slytherin Quidditch team, Draco did not make an appearance. He exchanged a few words with Flint before solidifying his position. To the outside world, it was proclaimed that Draco was a player Flint had always favored for the Quidditch team, while the current selections were merely for reserve players. To preserve his reputation, Draco engaged in a contest with all those who had successfully been elected as reserve players. The outcome was unequivocal. His performance in the Quidditch match was akin to a father playing against his son, there was no doubt. Meanwhile, the Slytherin Quidditch team's broomsticks were renewed. Draco and Flint exchanged glances, both satisfied with the results of their arrangement. Everything proceeded smoothly until evening, when Draco took action once more. He first lured the basilisk from the girls' restroom and then lay in wait in the corridor. However, this was not merely a simple act of waiting. Recently, whispers of the previous great battle had circulated through Hogwarts, with some mentioning the sacrifice of the cowardly Peter Pettigrew. This mere morsel of information was enough to make the timid Gryffindors hesitant. He began to feel restless and sought to investigate the source of the rumors. This provided Draco with an opportunity to lie in wait. Peter Pettigrew, still resembling a rat, spotted Draco but did not perceive that the young wizard was waiting for him. Attempting to scurry away to another location, he found himself ensnared as Draco deliberately stepped on his tail. The little rat struggled fiercely, akin to an ordinary mouse, attempting to turn and bite Draco's foot. To his astonishment, a voice emanated from above him. "Mr. Pettigrew, long time no see. Why do you wish to flee upon our first meeting?" Draco's voice was haunting, as though he were pronouncing a death sentence upon the little rat. The creature struggled even more, seemingly unable to comprehend. Draco smiled faintly and released his foot from Peter's tail, lest the oblivious rodent attempt to bite him in a fit of fear. Upon feeling the sudden alleviation of pressure, Peter dashed away at great speed, almost as if his feet might ignite. Yet, no matter how swift he was, a basilisk awaited him at the end of the path. Peter initially ran with abandon until a chilling sensation enveloped him. Abruptly halting, he beheld a massive serpentine form before him. "Do not run, Mr. Pettigrew. We merely wish to reminisce. Do not refuse our hospitality and invite punishment instead." Draco's voice resounded once more as he slowly approached the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. Draco and the basilisk formed a pincer movement, leaving little room for the small creature to escape. Peter was unsure whether Draco was a foe or a friend. Although he was aware that Lucius Malfoy had once been a Death Eater and that Draco was his son, this did not necessarily imply that Draco was a Death Eater himself. Even if he wished to be one, Voldemort might not accept such a young wizard into his ranks. Peter glanced first at the basilisk before turning to face Draco, mustering all his strength to suddenly dart towards Draco's defenses. However, he found his tail once again caught beneath Draco's foot. "If you truly refuse to obey, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Draco's tone grew progressively colder, devoid of the earlier playful banter he had shared with Peter. Yet, Peter chose to disregard him, behaving like an ordinary mouse. "In that case, Basilisk, let us provide our old friend with some excitement. Consider it an extra treat today. He who refuses to heed a polite invitation shall experience the bitter taste of punishment. Perhaps a little hardship will teach him the meaning of death." After expressing this in terms Peter could comprehend, Draco reiterated the command to the basilisk in Parseltongue. "Come closer. Let us play with this little mouse, but do not kill it." The basilisk obeyed, slithering nearer, its presence becoming increasingly oppressive. Draco closed his eyes, relying on his senses. He could endure Peter Pettigrew, but Peter could no longer bear the tension. In an instant, the mouse transformed back into human form. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to a rodent. "Mr. Malfoy, what business do you have with me? I am a loyal servant of the Dark Lord. Does Lucius know you are so brazenly seeking me? Is the Malfoy family plotting to betray the Dark Lord?" Peter understood that Draco was merely a young wizard, who likely lacked the audacity for such treachery. A slight provocation could easily expose his true intentions. Unfortunately, he was facing Draco this time. Chapter 84. Only the mouth is defiant. Draco smiled faintly, recognizing that Peter was merely posturing. The loyalty of the Malfoy family could not be tarnished by a few careless words. His presence here was at the behest of the Dark Lord, and not everyone was eager to encounter a dead rat. As Draco spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Peter, as if observing something filthy. A traitor like Peter Pettigrew did not deserve his respect, and the audacity to question the Malfoy family was indeed foolish. You little wretch. Do you think that with a basilisk at my side, I would hesitate to act against you?" Peter appeared increasingly flustered. During his time at Gryffindor, he was never well liked, harboring a particularly dark disposition. Now, he found himself confronted by a mere teenager, a young wizard who dared to look down upon him and mock him with an air of superiority. Instantly, he felt himself unravel. "If you possess the courage, do try." Draco smirked, his face adorned with provocation, fully aware that the pitiful Peter Pettigrew would not dare to act recklessly. That cowardly rat feared for his life. Whenever a threat loomed, he became paralyzed with fear. It was precisely due to Voldemort's menacing presence that he had unhesitatingly betrayed the Potters. Peter stood there, his face flushed crimson, yet he lacked the audacity to act, resorting instead to empty bravado. "I never imagined the Malfoy family's upbringing had sunk so low. Is the Malfoy lineage not celebrated for its pure blood? Has it not always upheld its noble demeanor?" Peter could only engage in verbal sparring, realizing he had miscalculated. Just because he refrained from action did not mean Draco would do the same. "Mr. Pettigrew, how audacious you are. Basilisk, let us provide our old friend with a little thrill, lest he forget his senses among the Weasleys." Draco's grin widened, and he reiterated his command to the basilisk in Parseltongue. Strike fiercely, just ensure he remains alive." This wretched rat, who lurked in the shadows, dared to question the Malfoy family. He needed a lesson in respect. The basilisk, having been previously commanded by Riddle, now obeyed Draco's orders with particular fervor. At Draco's command, it swung its tail with great force toward Peter. Aware of the rule against meeting the basilisk's gaze, Peter turned his back, unprepared for the impact of the tail. He was violently hurled against the wall, ultimately sliding down helplessly. Draco approached Peter's disheveled form, placing his foot firmly on his neck, forcing him to the ground. Mr. Pettigrew, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. The next punishment will not be so merciful. The Dark Lord seeks you for important matters. And should you refuse to converse with me, I shall send the basilisk to escort you to him. I am certain you will find it a most enlightening experience. Draco had no intention of overly punishing him, mindful that they were still within Hogwarts. Despite the many silencing charms in place, prolonged delays could easily lead to exposure, and Draco would find himself in a precarious situation. After all, Peter had effectively sealed his own fate. To the world, he was already considered a dead man, even regarded as a hero who had perished at the hands of the villainous Sirius Black while protecting the Potters. Should he manifest before the eyes of the world, all that he has meticulously constructed would inevitably shatter. At that juncture, the value of Peter Pettigrew would diminish to nothing, and the purpose of his seeking him would cease to exist. In silence, Pettigrew refrained from responding to Draco's words, yet he no longer struggled. After all, he was an adult wizard, possessing a pride that was exceedingly fragile. He could not bow before a mere boy like Draco. Nevertheless, he found a semblance of truth in Draco's assertions. Despite being a Death Eater, he harbored no desire to confront the Dark Lord directly. He understood that the Dark Lord wielded the killing curse as readily as a common attack, and employed the Cruciatus curse as a tool of punishment. He was not inclined to seek out his own torment. Draco, perceiving his thoughts, withdrew his foot from Peter's body and took a few steps back. You had best be speaking the truth. Clumsily, Pettigrew rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his garments, casting a fierce glare in Draco's direction. It appeared as though he was attempting to project bravado, yet beneath that facade lay a hollow emptiness. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire of the Dark Lord himself. Should you find it difficult to locate him, I could assist in escorting you there. Draco once again donned his gentle facade. Although his words ostensibly expressed a willingness to assist, they served as a warning to Pettigrew. Disobedience would be met with severe consequences. I shall entertain your claims for the time being. Upon meeting the Dark Lord, I shall verify the truth of your assertions. Now enlighten me. What business does the Dark Lord have with me? Pettigrew endeavored to uphold the dignity of his master, striving to regain a modicum of respect in Draco's presence, his tone imbued with a hint of assertiveness. Suddenly recalling something, he added, you had best ensure that all of this is indeed the Dark Lord's command. Otherwise, even the Malfoy family will be unable to protect you. Draco, upon hearing Pettigrew's words, let out a hearty laugh. You need not concern yourself with that, Mr. Pettigrew. As for verifying matters with the Dark Lord, that is entirely up to you. Provided you fulfill your task, no one will care whom you consult. Draco, undeterred, responded sharply. He no longer wished to waste time on Pettigrew and swiftly moved to the crux of the matter. The Dark Lord has received credible intelligence that Albus Dumbledore possesses the Resurrection Stone. Should the Dark Lord acquire this stone, he could once again lead us to dominate the world. Reliable sources indicate that Dumbledore intends to entrust the Resurrection Stone to Harry Potter. Draco spoke languidly. The Dark Lord, through his spies at Hogwarts, has learned that you share a dormitory with Harry Potter. Should you take action, it would undoubtedly yield fruitful results. Pettigrew was taken aback, astonished that the task assigned to him by the Dark Lord was of such significance. Having been a graduate of Hogwarts himself and having spent many years in study, he was well aware of the nature of the Deathly Hallows. He had not anticipated that the Dark Lord's fixation this time would be on the Resurrection Stone, nor did he expect that the stone would be in Dumbledore's possession. Nevertheless, this revelation confirmed one thing for him. It was indeed Voldemort's directive. Chapter 85, Settling Matters. He did not believe that a minor wizard like Draco would have the opportunity to become acquainted with the Resurrection Stone, nor would he have access to the knowledge that it resided with Dumbledore. However, this also implied that he must treat this command with utmost seriousness. If the order were merely a fabrication of Draco's own invention, he could choose to disregard it, ultimately deflecting any blame. Yet, if this matter was a direct command from the Dark Lord, he must approach it earnestly, for Voldemort was not one to be trifled with. Should he fail in this task or uncover no information at all, he would face punishment akin to that of Draco Malfoy. Even if he managed to shift all responsibility onto Draco, he could not completely evade retribution, only mitigate it slightly. Wormtail's eyes darted around, revealing his scheming intentions. Draco, having encountered such nefarious creatures in his past life, could easily discern his thoughts. I would advise Mr. Pettigrew to take this matter more seriously. The Dark Lord's minions do not tolerate incompetence. It is entirely reasonable for a second-year wizard to be incapable of executing such a task, but should you falter, there would be no justification for it. Even if Wormtail wished to shift the blame, he must consider whether Voldemort would believe him. It is crucial to recognize that Voldemort and Riddle are now distinct entities. In Voldemort's eyes, Draco is merely a slightly clever young wizard, and he regards him as such. Voldemort's willingness to issue commands stems from his suspicion that Draco has Snape's guidance behind him. Conversely, Riddle has witnessed Draco's alchemical prowess firsthand and has elevated him to the status of an adult wizard in his mind. However, the memories of Riddle and Voldemort do not intertwine. Voldemort would not resort to the Killing Curse or even the Cruciatus Curse for a failed mission, as he never truly believed Draco capable of success. Prompted by Draco's reminder, Wormtail immediately grasped the implication. The Malfoy scion is indeed cunning. One should not project one's own thoughts onto others. As for the tasks entrusted by the Dark Lord, I shall fulfill them diligently without your admonitions. So refrain from underestimating my intentions. Wormtail was keen to avoid any missteps, particularly as his relationship with Draco was currently strained. Should Draco embellish his words to Voldemort, it would create complications. Furthermore, there was the basilisk present, as Voldemort was also fluent in the serpent's tongue. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise due to a mere oversight, so he resolutely splashed the filthy water back onto Draco. My lord, there is yet another matter to address. After all, the basilisk was present, and Draco could not possibly forget the tasks assigned to him by Riddle. My lord, do you have further instructions? Peter Pettigrew lowered his head slightly, assuming that this was likely about Draco's abuse of power. Thus, he listened intently, eager to seize any leverage against Draco as retribution for the humiliation he had just endured. Unfortunately for him, his thoughts were misguided. All commands were ultimately those of the Dark Lord. Draco indeed mixed in his own interests, yet his ulterior motives aligned with those of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord proclaimed that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, that the heir's enemies must perish, and that all mudbloods at Hogwarts deserved death. Therefore, he instructed Peter to assist Draco, and should anything go awry, to frame Harry Potter for the deeds. Upon hearing this command, Peter's head snapped up. This was no trivial matter. It indicated that the Dark Lord had indeed returned to Hogwarts. It also suggested that Peter must strive desperately to fulfill these dual commands. This was precisely the effect Draco sought. If Peter did not exert himself, who would aid Draco in uncovering the truth? Is the Dark Lord truly at Hogwarts? Peter gazed intently at Draco, unwilling to miss even the slightest expression on his face. Yet, Draco's countenance was as inscrutable as a mask, consistently adorned with a singular smile that offered no hint of emotion. He appeared like a well-trained puppet, courteous yet profoundly unsettling. Indeed, if you wish to see him, I can escort you. However, I must caution you that the Dark Lord has not been in the best of moods lately. So I hope you will exercise patience should any issues arise, Draco said, adopting a posture of invitation, as if beckoning Peter to join him. Peter dared not approach. Among Voldemort's followers, he was not the most loyal, especially with the most devoted now imprisoned in Azkaban. He felt uncertain about the prospect of meeting Voldemort, given that it was he who had revealed the whereabouts of the Potters. His role in Voldemort's initial defeat weighed heavily on his conscience. Peter could not guarantee that Voldemort would not direct his ire towards him. That will not be necessary, young Malfoy. I am not one to shy away from action. Merely calling for my father. Please convey my regards to the Dark Lord. I shall do my utmost to fulfill his commands, Peter declared, unwilling to meet Voldemort, and prepared to take his leave. Draco made no effort to detain him. The matter was concluded, and further discussion seemed unnecessary. Should Peter prove disobedient, there were ways to deal with him. For now, the pressing concern remained the basilisk. I eagerly await your achievements, hoping that you will indeed make a significant impact and not disappoint the Dark Lord. Otherwise, calling for paternal acknowledgement would be futile. Alas, I seem to have forgotten. Your father has passed away, has he not? Draco, without hesitation, retorted sharply, unperturbed by Wormtail's presence. Wormtail, in turn, dared not confront him. The Malfoy heir remained as impolite as ever. With a venomous remark, Wormtail transformed into his animagus form and swiftly departed, fearing that any delay might result in Draco summoning the basilisk to deliver a stinging rebuke. Wormtail was astute enough not to provoke a confrontation, preferring to avoid the repercussions of his bravado. Draco made no attempt to hinder Wormtail's escape, nor did he express any intention of summoning the basilisk. Instead, he directed the creature towards the girl's lavatory once more. Unable to meet the basilisk's gaze directly, Draco followed behind. Seizing an opportune moment when the creature was distracted, he cast a memory-erasing charm, obliterating their discussion about the resurrection stone, leaving only the dialogue pertaining to the Slytherin chamber. He was cautious not to erase the memory too thoroughly, aware that such an act might alert Riddle. During that period, Riddle seemed preoccupied with Miss Weasley, not making any further appearances. The basilisk remained in the Slytherin chamber, and although Draco visited it several times, he refrained from taking any immediate action. While he harbored intentions to destroy the Mandrix, he deemed the timing inappropriate. There exists a certain terror in instilling hope only to shatter it. Even if Draco were to destroy the Mandrix now, they would still have ample time to seek replacements. Thus, it sufficed for him to merely seek an opportunity to undermine the Mandrix without actually destroying them. In this period of leisure, Draco even took to practicing Quidditch. Having paid for his place on the team, he had previously managed to impress his peers during their matches. However, those he faced were merely candidates, not official team members. The seasoned players, who shared a camaraderie with Flint, were well aware of Draco's financial backing, necessitating that he prove his worth through skill. Although the influence of wealth could shield him from many troubles, it was not a definitive solution. With every Slytherin equipped with the latest model of broomstick, their grinning faces betrayed their privilege. Indeed, money often proves to be an undeniable advantage. The previous academic year, when Slytherin suffered defeat at the hands of Gryffindor, remained a thorn in Flint's side. A proud individual by nature, he had never witnessed Slytherin's defeat before. Thus, his inaugural term as captain had cast doubts on his leadership capabilities. Thus, when Draco provided them with the latest model of the enchanted broomstick, he could hardly contain his eagerness to sabotage Gryffindor. With the Quidditch match imminent, disrupting Gryffindor's morale at this crucial juncture would serve their interests exceedingly well. He was aware, however, that showcasing this new broomstick on the field would further undermine Gryffindor's confidence. Nevertheless, their impatience drove them to procure a note from Professor Snape, allowing them to usurp Gryffindor's practice session that day. As the exuberant Gryffindor team made their way to the Quidditch pitch, they were met with the sight of Slytherin already present. "Flint, what on earth are you doing? Today is Gryffindor's designated practice time. Are you attempting to forcibly seize our slot?" Wood exclaimed, indignation evident in his voice. It was clearly established that each team had their allotted day. How audacious of Slytherin to consider such a breach of protocol. There's no need for such harsh words, Wood. What do you mean by forcibly seize? We have special permission from Professor Snape, Flint retorted, a smug expression adorning his face, as if this could somehow avenge their previous defeat. Special permission from Professor Snape? How could we possibly know that? Wood replied, his expression grave. While it was true that Snape exhibited a bias towards Slytherin, he was a stickler for rules, and it was unlikely he would grant exceptions lightly. Flint needed to provide a plausible justification for their actions, something that could withstand scrutiny. Wood began to suspect that they might be deliberately deceiving him. If Gryffindor withdrew, the pitch would naturally belong to Slytherin. Other houses, under the impression that the pitch was exclusively Gryffindor's, would refrain from intruding. Slytherin could then easily claim the Quidditch field due to Gryffindor's retreat. Flint was indeed the type to engage in such cunning schemes. Yet, Harry Potter, standing behind him, harbored a different opinion. Flint was overly confident, and it seemed their equipment had also undergone a recent upgrade. It was reasonable to deduce that Snape's special permission was intrinsically linked to this new gear. See for yourself. This is Professor Snape's signature, granting us permission to train our new seeker during this period, Flint proclaimed triumphantly, handing the note to Wood with an air of superiority. He was acutely aware that Wood would not stir up a significant uproar, thus he merely offered a brief explanation. Wood furrowed his brow as he examined the note. At this juncture, there was little he could do. After all, it would be unwise to openly defy Professor Snape's orders. Did they not wish to maintain their standing at Hogwarts? Once upon a time, they too had recognized Snape's favoritism towards Slytherin, yet they had refrained from resistance then, so why would they oppose it now over a mere practice session? Wood glanced at the note, nodded to his teammates behind him, and prepared to leave. At that moment, Weasley suddenly pointed at the broomstick beside Flint, exclaiming, "Look! Their Firebolt 2001 is the latest model. They've all upgraded to the newest brooms." Ron's words captured everyone's attention, as their gazes shifted entirely to the brooms in the hands of the Slytherin Quidditch team. These were the most recent brooms, significantly faster than those they were using. Slytherin was already a formidable team. With the advantage of this new batch of brooms, victory seemed assured. Although they believed Harry Potter had won last year due to some skill, they could not guarantee such fortune this year. Unexpectedly, Weasley, you truly excel at nothing but recognizing brooms swiftly. Almost all purebloods harbored some resentment towards the Weasley family, as they, despite being a pureblood lineage, openly supported Muggles, contravening the tenets of pureblood ideology and betraying the interests of their kind. Thus, nearly all purebloods disliked the Weasleys, considering them traitors to their bloodline. Flint was no exception, and as soon as Weasley spoke, he retaliated immediately. Weasley's face flushed crimson. He despised being called worthless. Observing this, Harry Potter swiftly diverted the conversation. "Why do you have new broomsticks? Did one of your new players bring them?" Gryffindor had not replaced their brooms, nor had Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Only Slytherin had. This could only imply that the brooms were exclusively funded by someone within Slytherin. At that moment, Slytherin had also brought in a new seeker, which added to the suspicion. One must remember that Slytherin's previous seeker, Higgs, had not yet reached retirement age. Moreover, Higgs was among the most skilled. His last victory had come through sheer recklessness. If Higgs were to throw caution to the wind again, it was difficult to predict who would ultimately emerge victorious. In Chapter 87, titled Eating Slugs, Harry Potter harbored some unsettling suspicions. Few within Slytherin possessed the means to fund such a multitude of broomsticks. Although Slytherin was predominantly pureblood, and many of those purebloods had vast estates. Not every pureblood was inclined to invest a substantial sum for new equipment for the Quidditch team. This could be deemed a fool's bargain, investing heavily merely to secure a position on the Quidditch team. In Harry's mind, only Draco Malfoy could manage such a feat. Hailing from the illustrious Malfoy family, known for their considerable wealth, Draco was particularly cherished by his parents, who placed family above all else. If this matter were to be attributed to them, it would undoubtedly carry considerable credibility. After all, Harry Potter has known Draco Malfoy for quite some time, and he possesses a certain understanding of Draco's capabilities. Should Draco truly become his adversary, it would be a stroke of fortune if he were to lose without disgrace, let alone defeat him. The two are, quite frankly, not on the same level. Based on his acquaintance with Draco, it is evident that Draco is not particularly fond of Quidditch. During their interactions, Draco never once brought up the subject of Quidditch, even when Harry mentioned it. Draco chose to ignore the topic. However, disappointment loomed. What is the matter? Are you envious? Let us greet each other, Malfoy. They seem quite curious about you. Flint cast a triumphant glance towards the Gryffindors, observing their astonishment before signaling the Slytherin Quidditch team to part ways. The figure of Draco Malfoy immediately came into view. Potter appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he comprehended the situation. It seemed that victory in this Quidditch match was unattainable. He must brace himself for the inevitable blame that would follow his defeat. In stark contrast to Harry's despondency, Weasley exuded a sense of exhilaration. He held a personal grudge against Malfoy and relished the sight of him securing a spot on the Quidditch team through dubious means. Weasley felt as though he were grasping Malfoy's very essence, reveling in the moment. Indeed, the Malfoy family are despicable, resorting to monetary influence to gain advantage. Look at Malfoy. So young, yet already a master of such underhanded tactics. Weasley did not hesitate to voice his contempt, his words laden with implication. Should Draco be burdened with such a stigma, every privilege bestowed upon the Malfoy family would come under scrutiny, including their governorship at Hogwarts, Lucius Exposition, and the family's business ventures. Weasley was acutely aware of Draco's commendable reputation at Hogwarts and the generally amicable perception of him across the four houses. Thus, he sought to strike at Draco's most cherished pride. Are you envious? Envious that I can join the Slytherin Quidditch team, while you cannot? Envious that my father is willing to provide the latest model of broomsticks for Slytherin, while your father cannot? Draco refrained from engaging with Weasley's taunts, instead flinging mud back, dismissing Weasley's remarks as mere childish jealousy. He aimed sharp words directly at Weasley's vulnerabilities. Knowing that any retort would only serve to highlight Weasley's envy, no one would take Weasley's earlier statement seriously. Malfoy, don't waste your breath on such a pauper. He can't stand to see anyone with a modicum of good fortune. Flint immediately chimed in, clearly finding Weasley's words rather irksome. Without any hesitation, it was boldly declared before everyone that the Weasley family was destitute. Weasley, possessing a commendable level of composure, despite his flushed face, was poised to retort against their remarks. However, Draco abruptly interrupted Ron, continuing with disdain, "Do not speak of the Weasleys in such a manner, Flint. Do you believe they chose to be impoverished? They are merely forced into such a state. Who would willingly accept the disgrace of being associated with blood traitors? It is already remarkable that such fools manage to scrape by in the ministry. Do you expect them to resort to begging?" Draco, unwilling to utter such venomous words, found himself compelled to resort to this underhanded tactic as Weasley's fortitude exceeded his expectations. Ultimately, Weasley could no longer contain himself. "You scoundrel!" he exclaimed, brandishing his tattered wand to cast a spell. "Eat slugs." Instinctively, Draco raised his wand to counterattack, yet the spell misfired, striking Weasley instead. In a frenzy akin to having consumed something foul, Weasley began to vomit uncontrollably, each heave accompanied by a cascade of slugs. The members of Gryffindor, witnessing the scene, swiftly gathered around Weasley, eager to assist and ascertain how to lift the curse. "That fool cannot even wield a spell correctly," Flint scoffed. "Weasley, I advise you to acquire a new wand. This time it was merely slugs, but next time it could be a killing curse. What then? If you do not vanquish your enemy, you may end up harming yourself instead, which would surely amuse our adversaries. If I were in your position, I would relish the opportunity to face Weasley." Draco smiled faintly before adding, "Do remember to clean up all that you just expelled. Casting spells in public is against school regulations and carries consequences. While we may choose not to disclose this, it would not bode well for you if the professors were to witness it." The Slytherin students intended to report the incident. Engaging in the casting of dark curses against fellow students in public was a violation of the rules, irrespective of who instigated the encounter. The one who cast the curse would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the punishment. Although reporting to other professors might result in both parties receiving sanctions, reporting to Professor Snape could very well lead to punishment solely for Gryffindor. The Slytherins were prepared to proceed with this plan. However, Draco was wary of tarnishing his own reputation, so he feigned generosity by adding that he would not share the incident with others. subtly implying to the Gryffindors that if the professors learned of the situation, it would undoubtedly be due to Weasley's mess at the Quidditch pitch, having nothing to do with them, rather than simply losing a few house points. Draco preferred to witness the Gryffindor cohort in tears as they cleaned up the chaos on the Quidditch field. As Draco observed the jubilant Slytherins training for Quidditch, he mused that this activity must be far more disheartening for them than accruing penalties. Watching Weasley expel mucus with such fervor, it seemed unlikely that this would cease anytime soon. One could only wonder how long they would be occupied cleaning up such vomit. It was unclear whether this could be deemed a reflection of Slytherin's training accomplishments, shared in part with Gryffindor. In Chapter 88, Halloween, Draco was devoid of any inclination to train. He found greater amusement in causing chaos nearby. Training appeared exceedingly tedious, and the rudimentary flying techniques they taught were skills he had mastered centuries ago. Rather than squander time on such trifles, he preferred to provoke Harry Potter, who was becoming increasingly obstinate. Draco was indeed intent on this mischief. He even sought the basilisk under the cover of night. However, Riddle's recent machinations had rendered the creature perpetually occupied with various tasks. Draco pondered thoughtfully, sensing that Riddle's opportune moment was nearing. Riddle's focus was solely on Harry Potter. Yet Draco had two targets, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Unlike Riddle, Draco harbored less malice towards Harry. His true animosity was directed at Ron. Riddle aimed to disgrace Harry, and the most opportune time for such a scheme would undoubtedly be during the Halloween feast, when the gathering would be at its peak. It was imperative for Draco to ensure that Ron and Harry remained together during this event, thereby leveraging Riddle's plot to further sow discord between them and instill in Harry the notion that associating with Ron was an ill-fated endeavor. This sentiment might not be apparent at first, but if deeply ingrained, it would lead Harry to overlook Ron in times of crisis. Even if they were to investigate the matter, Riddle's scheming would be untraceable to Draco. All he needed to do was send a discreet message through his informant within Gryffindor, enabling Ron to create opportunities to strengthen his bond with Harry. The rest could be left to Ron, who was more invested than anyone in drawing Harry closer. Ordinarily, Harry was quite preoccupied with classes and Quidditch training, leaving little time for the significant gestures that could deepen their friendship. Halloween presented a prime opportunity, barring any unforeseen events. Ron would likely lead Harry to partake in something uniquely extraordinary. This shared experience would cultivate a secret bond between them, naturally intensifying their connection. Halloween is a lively occasion, with young witches and wizards frolicking about, some donning their distinctive costumes to portray various ghouls and monsters. However, such little sorcerers are predominantly found among Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Slytherin maintains its noble demeanor, deeming such revelry beneath their dignity, while Ravenclaw considers such antics the folly of fools. Nonetheless, Hogwarts exudes an air of joy. Professor McGonagall watches over everyone with a kind gaze, generously distributing sweets to those who frolic before her. Everyone collaborates enthusiastically in the decorations, and Draco is no exception, orchestrating the festivities from his solitary position amidst the crowd. While he observes the bustling activity around him, he contributes little more than idle chatter. Draco occupies the center stage, keenly monitoring everyone's movements, and it comes as no surprise that Ginny Weasley has already vanished at the onset of the festivities. No doubt, Riddle is preparing to make his move. As for Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, they merely made a brief appearance in the Great Hall before departing, leaving Hermione Granger behind. Ron, in particular, had intended to cultivate a bond with Harry and was naturally disinclined to invite a third wheel, fearing that the astute Granger might overshadow him. Draco, why are you standing there in a daze? Come join us for a bite. Zabini nudged Draco's shoulder, having noticed his stillness. Draco nodded with a smile and stepped into the throng, yet he perceived Theodore's countenance was less than cheerful. Theodore, typically a man of few words, likely felt somewhat out of sorts in such a boisterous gathering. What is the matter today? Draco inquired, though his gaze was directed at Zabini. Theodore was not particularly fond of such exuberant scenes. He wished to retreat, but had been pulled into the festivities. Zabini shrugged helplessly. Don't be so glum, Theodore. Stay and enjoy yourself for a while. There's a surprise in store. Draco, without any hesitation, teased him with a hint of intrigue. He had indeed been preoccupied with matters concerning Riddle, neglecting to notice Theodore's emotional state. After all the effort to bring him along, it would be a pity if he wished to flee. Intrigued, Theodore lifted his gaze to Draco, his eyes brimming with questions, yet Draco offered no answers. He remained seated at the heart of the gathering, watching the young witches and wizards dance with abandon, observing the smiles on their faces. His expression took on a somewhat enigmatic quality. However, the celebration proceeded without incident, and as it drew to a close, the young sorcerers descended in an orderly manner, preparing to return to their respective common rooms. As the evening of the ball approached, all the young wizards were brimming with excitement, chattering animatedly along the way. However, just as they descended the staircase and turned into an alley, a keen-eyed individual spotted a chilling scene. What was that hanging on the wall? Was it Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved cat? Suddenly, one of the young wizards screamed, pointing in her direction. Instantly, all fell silent, the atmosphere transforming into an eerie calm. In the next moment, their screams erupted. "Beware of the heir's adversaries," Draco read aloud the words inscribed on the wall in crimson paint. His composure starkly contrasted with the terror of those around him, amplifying the horror of the situation. The shrill cries of the young wizards were overwhelming, stimulating Draco's senses to the extreme. "Silence, everyone. Our foremost concern should be to ascertain whether that cat is indeed Mrs. Norris, and to inform her owner without raising our voices." Draco's voice, though not loud, possessed an unsettling authority that quelled the chaos. Some young wizards were already preparing to notify Mr. Filch, yet before they could act, he arrived unbidden. "What are you all doing gathered here? Why aren't you returning to your dormitories at this hour? What has transpired?" Filch was drawn by the cacophony of their screams. He pushed through the crowd, moving toward the front. Upon spotting Draco, he instinctively glanced his way. Noticing Draco's lack of a significant reaction, he continued onward, expecting a trivial scuffle among the young wizards. He was taken aback when he looked up to see his cherished pet hanging stiffly ahead. "Oh, Mrs. Norris, my dear Mrs. Norris, who has done this?" Filch's previously composed demeanor shattered in an instant, his expression spiraling into disarray, his agitation palpable. Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes silently drifting toward Harry Potter. As no one was willing to accept the blame for Mrs. Norris's petrification, Filch, clearly fixated on Harry and his companions, glared at him with utmost intensity. Had there been a knife nearby, Filch would have plunged it into Harry's chest without hesitation. "It was you. It must be you, Harry Potter. You have harmed my cat. You have killed her, and I shall take your life in return." Filch's voice grew increasingly frantic, his agitation escalating, compounded by the effects of the potion Draco had specially concocted for him, bestowing him with magical abilities. However, the potency of this magic, derived from a preliminary batch of the elixir, was somewhat unstable, and Draco could distinctly sense that Filch was on the verge of an explosive outburst. How should Filch address Harry Potter? Draco, however, held no particular opinion. Yet, should Filch lose his temper and unleash a surge of magical energy, drawing the attention of others, it would spell trouble. Without a second thought, Draco placed a hand on Filch's shoulder. "Mr. Filch, remain calm. We cannot yet ascertain whether Harry Potter is indeed the true culprit, but he was the first to encounter Mrs. Norris. Rather than succumb to rage, it would be more prudent to question him regarding the true perpetrator." Draco's words struck Filch like a sharp thorn, prompting him to glance at Draco with a gaze tinged with skepticism. The situation was glaringly evident. If not Harry Potter, then who? Could it be that Draco Malfoy had a hand in this? Yet, based on prior interactions, Draco seemed quite fond of Mrs. Norris. Nevertheless, Draco's words pulled Filch back from the precipice of fury, and the impending eruption of magical energy subsided. The surrounding young wizards remained oblivious to the tension, thus averting any significant upheaval. Filch gradually comprehended Draco's sudden gesture. While he could strive to suppress his magic, he found it challenging to temper his anger. He struggled to grasp Draco's reasoning. The incident involved Mrs. Norris, whom Filch regarded as family, and he found it nearly impossible to approach Harry Potter with a calm demeanor. "Malfoy, are you attempting to shield Harry Potter? We have caught him red-handed, and you want me to remain composed? They deserve to suffer." Filch was now indiscriminately lashing out. Despite Draco's earlier reminder about the magic, anyone who dared speak in defense of the murderer of Mrs. Norris would be considered his enemy, and he would no longer hold back. "Filch, please calm yourself." At that moment, the voice of Professor Dumbledore resonated from behind. A number of professors arrived. Drawn by the commotion, it had escalated to a level that even the most deafened professor could hear the shrieks of the young wizards. "Professor Dumbledore, I cannot remain composed. Mrs. Norris is in peril, and the culprit stands right here." Filch disregarded Dumbledore's attempts at reassurance. His beloved cat lay in jeopardy, and no words could soothe him. "Mrs. Norris is merely petrified, not dead. Professor Sprout recently cultivated a batch of mandrakes, and once they mature, Mrs. Norris will be safe and sound," Dumbledore promptly offered in consolation, fully aware of the bond between Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris. While he could assert his authority as headmaster to coerce Filch, he recognized the potential repercussions of pushing him too far, risking a backlash from the emotionally charged caretaker. Filch's position at Hogwarts is remarkably unique. Although this role may appear trivial, he possesses the ability to access the majority of Hogwarts information at will. Should he choose to utilize his authority to target Harry Potter, Dumbledore would find himself at a loss, for he is not Harry's guardian and cannot remain by his side at all times. Fortunately, Professor Sprout has recently cultivated a batch of mandrake, which serves as the most effective antidote to petrification. However, the maturation period of mandrake is quite lengthy, requiring additional time. Dumbledore surveyed his surroundings before redirecting his gaze back to Harry Potter and Weasley. He found it perplexing why these three individuals seemed to attract misfortune so consistently. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to assist Harry Potter in navigating this predicament. All the young wizards returned to their respective common rooms with their house prefects, as there was no longer any cause for alarm. With the influx of students, it was prudent to usher them all back to the common room, especially since they had spent the entire evening in revelry. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger, please remain behind, and Filch, you may join us as well. Indeed, Granger had been involved in their unusual escapade today, and it was impossible for Weasley to keep anything from her. Once again, the trio embarked on a unique mission. Their misfortunes now compounded. Dumbledore's gaze briefly lingered on Draco, who stood beside Filch, as he contemplated whether to summon Draco as well. However, Draco had no direct connection to the matter at hand. He was neither an eyewitness to the incident nor a victim, merely an unexpected participant in this unfolding drama. Despite Dumbledore's myriad of questions, he found no compelling reason to call him over. My office is nearby. How about we proceed there? Gilderoy Lockhart suddenly interjected, his exuberance reminiscent of a mischievous creature in a melon patch, exuding an air of schadenfreude. Very well, thank you, Lockhart, Dumbledore replied without hesitation, recognizing his need to reflect on the situation at hand. As Dumbledore prepared to lead the way, the others followed closely behind. Harry Potter cast a glance in Draco's direction, his eyes betraying a myriad of indistinct emotions. He too harbored suspicions about Draco, while Draco seemed the most likely suspect. He had been in the Great Hall with the other Hogwarts students, leaving him no opportunity to orchestrate such a scheme. Thus, Harry merely regarded Draco momentarily before averting his gaze. Even he couldn't help but exclaim how unfortunate it was to embark on an adventure alongside Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. When he ventured alone, nothing particularly eventful occurred. However, whenever the three of them congregated, calamity was sure to ensue. At best, he would be wrongfully accused and lose points. At worst, he would face various dangers and sustain injuries. The other young wizards obediently followed Dumbledore's instructions, accompanying their prefects back to their common room. Draco did the same. Having finished watching the spectacle and now contemplating the events that lay ahead, an incident had already transpired, and given enough time, it was inevitable that someone might discover Riddle's diary. Surely, someone was aware that Riddle's diary had always been concealed within Malfoy Manor. Although the extent of this knowledge was uncertain, the mere fact that one person knew made Malfoy Manor perilous. He had to eliminate any potential repercussions thoroughly and find a scapegoat. Although he had a candidate in mind, the matter required careful strategizing. While Draco was deep in thought, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder, prompting him to instinctively tighten his grip on his wand. Fortunately, it was Theodore. Otherwise, he might have thrown a punch. Draco, come with me. I have a few questions to ask you, Theodore said, concern evident in his eyes, as if he suspected Draco had committed some wrongdoing. Draco raised an eyebrow and seized a moment when no one was watching to follow Theodore into a secluded alley. Given the day's tumultuous events, no one seemed to care about their whereabouts anymore. Nevertheless, Draco remained cautious, casting a silencing charm around them. What is it, Theodore? Draco leaned against the wall, gently massaging his temples, appearing quite fatigued. Does today's incident concern you? Theodore asked, his brow furrowed as he gazed seriously at Draco. He found it hard to believe that the matter did not involve Draco. Even if it didn't, Draco was undoubtedly in the know. Prior to the occurrence, Draco had informed Theodore that there would be a surprise today. Theodore was convinced that the surprise Draco mentioned referred to this very incident. He did not necessarily think Draco's actions were excessive or inherently wrong. Rather, he believed they were rather risky, especially within Hogwarts, under the watchful eyes of all the professors. Moreover, with Dumbledore still present at Hogwarts, conducting schemes right beneath his nose was no simple task and risked exposure. He cautioned that, should things go awry, not only would they fail to thwart Harry Potter, but they could also invite trouble upon themselves. What happened today? A great many things occurred, such as the ball and Harry Potter. Draco began to pique Theodore's interest. Theodore was indeed a rather detached individual, seemingly devoid of worldly concerns. He is someone who requires a gentle push from others. With just a nudge, he takes a step forward. In his second year, Draco's attention wavered, perpetually sensing that Theodore, having finally emerged from his solitary retreat, was retreating once more. Thus, he sought to engage Theodore with various tasks. Do not divert the topic. I am referring to the incident today involving Lady Loris being petrified. Was that act committed by you? Theodore was uncertain whether Draco was indeed responsible, as he had spent the entire evening in their company. Draco was the centerpiece of the gathering, with all present able to attest to his continuous presence. Having never stepped out, even if doubts lingered about Draco, he lacked the opportunity to commit such a deed. It was not I. I was with you all night. Yet I do possess knowledge of certain matters. Draco immediately refuted Theodore's suspicions, which relieved Theodore significantly. After all, Dumbledore was the most formidable white wizard in the magical realm, and grasping his methods was beyond mere mortals. Theodore recognized his own limitations and thus feared that Draco might indeed be the mastermind, anxious that Dumbledore would apprehend him. Then who was responsible? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Theodore, He feared that the name Draco would utter would not be one he wished to hear. Isn't it written that the heir of Slytherin? Draco continued to tantalize Theodore's curiosity, seemingly reluctant to divulge the crucial information, evading the point with clever banter. Do not engage me in such verbal games. I wish to know, who is the heir of Slytherin? Is there something you cannot disclose? Theodore's ominous premonition intensified. He understood Draco well, recognizing that his reticence typically pertained to matters he wished to keep hidden, often linked to the Dark Lord. The heir of Slytherin is the Dark Lord, is it not? Theodore blurted out, catching Draco off guard. Quite astute of you to deduce that. Draco fell silent, as if acquiescing to the implication. Have you sought out the Dark Lord once more? What is it that you truly desire? You have enlisted Zabini to assist you in amassing wealth, presumably to oppose the Dark Lord, yet why then do you seemingly align yourself with his faction? Theodore's mind was a whirlpool of questions. His own family had ties to the Death Eaters, and even his father, a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord, had not sought Voldemort's attention. Yet Draco had, and Theodore had questioned this more than once. What exactly was Draco's intention? If he were resolute in his allegiance to the Death Eaters, he would require no assistance from Zabini for such endeavors. Did he aspire to be an infiltrator? But the Dark Lord is a master of legilimency, and Draco, being a mere fledgling wizard, surely lacked the fortitude and clemency. How then had he managed to elude the Dark Lord's scrutiny? The matters concerning Theodore are not merely black and white. My temporary affiliation with the Dark Lord's faction does not signify my alignment with the Death Eaters. Strategizing before action is far more prudent than reckless advancement. Draco spoke as if engaged in a riddle before beginning to feign distress, attempting to manipulate Theodore's emotions. Theodore, I truly had no choice. If I did not comply, the Malfoy family would be the first to perish when the Dark Lord returned. Chapter 91. The Chamber of Slytherin. This is not my doing. I possess no agency in this matter. I could only glean a fragment of information in advance. I am aware that he intends to target Harry Potter. Indeed, if the Dark Lord sought to confront Harry Potter, Draco would be powerless to alter his intentions. I merely wish to ascertain the circumstances beforehand to safeguard ourselves from the Dark Lord's wrath. Draco gazed earnestly at Theodore, who was no match for him. After a fleeting glance, he averted his eyes. What did it mean to be the heir of Slytherin, and how had he achieved such a status? Theodore was inundated with questions. If the Dark Lord himself were to come to Hogwarts, would he resort to such underhanded tactics? Based on his understanding of the Dark Lord, he was not a man to employ such methods. Theodore believed Voldemort to be one who preferred a direct approach to confrontation. One need only cast an Avada Kedavra at the trio of Harry Potter and his friends. Why would one resort to deceit, a tactic employed by the weak? But if Voldemort did not come in person, whom had Draco encountered? A millennium ago, Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, and Rowena Ravenclaw founded Hogwarts, initiating the enrollment of students to bolster the power of the wizarding world. At that time, the Muggle world harbored a deep-seated hatred for wizards, employing various means to slay many, including those connected to Salazar. This animosity fueled Slytherin's profound disdain for Muggles, which he redirected toward Muggle-born wizards and half-bloods, believing that only pure-blood wizards were worthy of wielding magic. Those tainted by Muggle blood were deemed unworthy of the craft. As Draco spoke, he cast a glance at Theodore. Slytherin had always placed great importance on lineage. This was almost ingrained in their very essence. It was the first time Theodore grasped the intricacies of the situation. The formidable wizard Salazar Slytherin had indeed endured such experiences. However, the other three founders did not share his views, leading to their eventual separation. Salazar departed from Hogwarts, but not before establishing a hidden chamber within its depths. The location of this chamber was known solely to Slytherin, and within it lay a formidable monster. Should the chamber's door be opened, the creature would once again roam Hogwarts, poised to slay those who did not belong within its walls. Only the heir of Slytherin could unlock this chamber. Theodore was momentarily taken aback, as the implication dawned upon him. Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord has infiltrated Hogwarts and unleashed the Chamber of Secrets? Yet, if the chamber were indeed opened, should it not be the wretched Muggle-borns and half-bloods who suffer the consequences? Why then, did the first incident involve a mere cat? It defies reason. If the monster within the Chamber of Secrets is aware of its purpose, why would its initial target be a cat? The Dark Lord has entered Hogwarts, albeit not entirely. The presence of the Dark Lord within Hogwarts poses no significant threat. Draco had no intention of divulging any information regarding Horcruxes to Theodore, so he resorted to riddles instead. Theodore had always loathed riddlers. So, you believe that the Dark Lord's apparent lack of threat is the reason he released the creature from the Chamber of Secrets? This action was also instigated by the Dark Lord, was it? If Voldemort had truly entered Hogwarts in his corporeal form, given his formidable power, he would not need to confront Dumbledore directly in front of everyone to ensure his safety. Why go to such lengths merely to deal with a cat? If he were Voldemort, he could have simply taken action. If Voldemort entered Hogwarts in a spectral state, he inherently lacks significant abilities. relying solely on the monster from the chamber to fulfill his ambitions. Thus, he would not dare to act recklessly against Harry Potter. Failure could ignite a backlash. After all, Harry Potter is the chosen one, the primary focus of Dumbledore's scrutiny. Any misfortune befalling him would undoubtedly have greater repercussions than that of an ordinary young wizard. Is Voldemort orchestrating all of this to manipulate Harry Potter, sowing discord between him and the others at Hogwarts? Engaging in such schemes, you should refrain from interfering. Allow events to unfold naturally, as this is ultimately Dumbledore's domain, and it cannot endure indefinitely. Moreover, the creature from Slytherin poses no threat to purebloods. So there is little cause for alarm. Draco shrugged, dismissing Theodore, and returned once more to the Slytherin common room. In stark contrast to his tranquility, the atmosphere throughout Hogwarts was suffused with a palpable anxiety. This place is purported to be the safest in the entire wizarding world. No one would believe that someone could act silently against the inhabitants or objects within Hogwarts. If no one else is involved, the culprits can only be Harry Potter and his companions. It is worth noting that they are merely second-year students. If they are indeed responsible, then they are truly formidable. At the very least, the entire student body is incapable of facing Harry Potter and his friends with any semblance of calm. This eerie atmosphere was certainly felt by the trio as well. They are acutely aware that they are not the culprits behind the misfortune of Madame Loris. She had already been in such a state prior. Yet, the other young wizards are unlikely to believe this. Hermione Granger made a bold decision to alter the perception others held of them, seeking to divert attention to a different matter. Her target was Professor Binns, a ghost said to have perished in a fire due to his excessive dedication to teaching. Having once been a professor at Hogwarts, he remained bound to the school by his unresolved passion for his former role, continuing to serve as the history of magic instructor. This arrangement persists largely due to the scarcity of teachers at Hogwarts. Otherwise, it would be improbable for a ghost to hold such a position for so many years. Without hesitation, Hermione raised a question about the heir of Slytherin in Professor Binns' class, successfully redirecting attention towards themselves. One must commend her cleverness. Although Madame Loris had encountered trouble, the true malefactor was the heir of Slytherin. Being Gryffindors, the three of them could not possibly be the Slytherin heir. Nor could they be responsible for Madame Loris's unfortunate fate. Once the creature from Slytherin's chamber is unleashed, the young wizards become increasingly concerned for their own safety, leaving little room for thoughts about a cat's demise. Consequently, the suspicious gazes were diverted. In fact, Hermione possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the chamber of Slytherin. She had caught glimpses of it in the historical texts at Hogwarts, though her understanding was incomplete. Nevertheless, her intellect allowed her to infer a few truths. Thus, this move was a considerable gamble for her. Fortunately, she was ultimately vindicated, and the outcome was indeed what she sought to uncover. As for Ron Weasley and Harry Potter, they were entirely oblivious to these matters. The time since the incident was too brief. Had there been a longer interval, the Weasley family might have provided Ron with some insights, but as it stood, he was rather perplexed. Harry, being a wizard from the Muggle world and seldom frequenting the library, was altogether unaware. However, Hermione's statement did serve as a wake-up call for him. The chamber of Slytherin harbored a monster. If Draco Malfoy were indeed the perpetrator, he wouldn't need to be present or allocate time for the act. He could simply instruct the creature in advance, allowing it to execute his commands and ensnare them in a trap. Moreover, only the heir of Slytherin could unlock the chamber. And Salazar Slytherin was a figure deeply entrenched in notions of blood purity. Harry Potter deduced that his heir must be of pure blood. Salazar Slytherin, a figure from over a millennium ago, left behind a legacy that is now scarce, with few pureblood families enduring through the ages. Furthermore, during the same period, the number of pureblood children arriving at Hogwarts was limited. Harry was well aware of Draco's character, leading him to suspect Draco's involvement in recent events. However, his companions did not seem to share this suspicion. Ron Weasley appeared bewildered, his countenance tinged with anxiety, while Hermione Granger seemed inexplicably exhilarated, perhaps due to the absence of the peculiar stares from the surrounding young wizards. Consequently, Harry resolved to subtly guide them. Immediately after class, he discreetly ushered them into a secluded corner. "Who do you think Slytherin's heir might be?" he inquired, his expression grave, as though addressing a matter of great significance. "I don't know," Ron replied, still in a state of confusion. According to Professor Binns, the Chamber of Secrets could only be accessed by Slytherin's heir, a staunch advocate of pureblood supremacy. Thus, Harry reasoned that Slytherin's heir must indeed be of pure blood. This led him to narrow their focus to purebloods. In that case, the heir could only be one of those insufferable individuals from Slytherin House. "I always said there were no good people in Slytherin, and now they've committed such despicable acts," Ron exclaimed indignantly. He was relentless in his criticism of Slytherin, as he and Dumbledore's faction stood firmly with Gryffindor, making Slytherin their common adversary. The root of this animosity stemmed from Dumbledore's awareness that Voldemort hailed from Slytherin. Voldemort had established deep connections within Slytherin, with many students among its ranks being his followers. Given Voldemort's profound influence, even Dumbledore could not assure that he had not left some lingering threat behind in Slytherin. Moreover, he could not guarantee that Harry would be unaffected by any remnants of Voldemort's legacy should he venture into Slytherin, rendering it prudent to keep Harry at a distance from that house. Salazar Slytherin had lived over 1,000 years ago, so Harry proposed they focus on pureblood families with a millennium-long history who currently had children attending Hogwarts. Once again, Harry sought to refine Ron's understanding of the situation. Noticing Ron's lack of immediate comprehension, he subtly clenched his jaw. His ability to discern their intentions indicated a remarkable intellect, and perhaps even a lingering resentment towards them. Harry Potter was on the verge of revealing Draco Malfoy's name. At that moment, Ron Weasley finally reacted. He and Hermione Granger simultaneously shouted Draco Malfoy's name. Draco Malfoy. Then, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, he added some further thoughts. No wonder he was able to arrive so quickly. It was all part of his cunning plan. I must expose him. Ron, consumed by anger, prepared to march into a crowded area to denounce Draco's vile deeds. However, he was abruptly halted by Hermione Granger's firm grasp. Why are you stopping me? We must reveal the truth to everyone. Otherwise, they will continue to be harmed by Draco Malfoy. Ron furrowed his brow as he looked at Hermione holding his hand. Going now would be futile. No one would believe us. Draco Malfoy's reputation at Hogwarts is far from tarnished. Because Draco occasionally took charge, and, when compared to other ill-tempered Slytherins, he appeared to be a gentleman in everyone's eyes. Hermione paused before continuing. To expose him, we must gather some evidence. At the moment, we only suspect him. We cannot prove that he is indeed the heir of Slytherin. If we are mistaken, we would inadvertently provide an opportunity for a villain. Hermione, having come from the Muggle world, was not bound by the stringent hierarchies that shaped others. Additionally, the current Slytherin house had tempered its behavior under Draco's influence, which made Hermione less confrontational towards him than Ron. Hermione is right. We must devise a way to make him confess to being the heir of Slytherin. Harry Potter instantly concurred. Hermione Granger was astute, and Harry was reluctant to allow her to delve deeper, fearing she might suddenly inquire why he had suspected Draco Malfoy in the first place, or why he believed the gentlemanly Draco could possibly be the heir of Slytherin. How would Harry respond? He could hardly say that every time he clashed with Draco, he felt a wave of bad luck. Yes, we must come up with a plan. What should we do? Ron frowned, feeling at a loss. No, perhaps there is a method by which we can infiltrate Slytherin. Hermione Granger, typically so rule-abiding, was now suggesting a course of action that would breach those very rules.